Ladies and gentlemen, we are back with another installment of Full Moon Fridays here on the Outpost Unknown YouTube channel. Now, you might be able to see this in the background right now. This is Retro Puppet Master, and what's great is in the past, I think every episode of the subspecies that we've done, Steve has been able, like, I can see titties in the background, and I've had to scramble and try to edit. This I don't need to because there are no titties in this movie because it was directed by David Duchovny and he doesn't do that. Steve, we are embarking on the journey. Tell
Yeah.
the audience here, if they're popping in for the very first time and they didn't watch the subspecies episodes, tell the audience what are we doing here?
We watch full moon movies and then we talk about them. I don't know what kind of in-depth explanation you were hoping for there. In regards to Puppet Master is a series that we love and we hope that we're
We
going
think
to
we love.
continue. Yeah, we hope we're going to continue to love it by the time that we're done here. Because Subspecies, which I was apparently not familiar with at all, was just a dumpster fire of a franchise, and I think Matt's view of that franchise might have been tarnished a little bit. Uh,
It was.
yeah, we're all in on Puppet Master. We are going to watch them in chronological order, which I don't think either of us have ever done before. I think we've seen nearly all of them, but I think it's we probably watched them like soon after they came out, certainly back in the '90s. Um, these movies there's a lot of Puppet Master movies that have flashbacks, so we are going to watch them in chronological order based on when the bulk of the movie takes place.
Right.
And first up is Retro Puppet Master playing in the background, titty free.
What is it? What have you found?
Well, Cyclops. He was one of the first of the family.
For those who think they've seen it all. Now, see how it all began.
Let's begin. It cannot be saved, but the secret must be saved. You can make your puppets truly live. And there is little time. Shall we begin?
We shall be avengers.
Retro Puppet Master.
Yeah, and this is reading this. I have Blade sitting on this right here. It came from the video aisle, which is an amazing book if you're ever interested in learning everything you want to know about Full Moon. I was reading about Retro Puppet Master before the show. This is the only Puppet Master movie that is PG-13, apparently. So,
I'm trying to think
um,
like that makes sense. There's very little. There's more weird body sand than blood in it.
yeah, there's really not a whole lot. Well, we'll get into it. I wanted to ask, as we finished up Subspecies, we are very concerned heading into this Puppet Master franchise because I think if we come out of this next 14 episodes or something and we're like, oh man, like this doesn't hold up or we don't like this, I feel like it's really going to impact my enthusiasm for full moon movies going forward.
No, then
I
we
think I'll
we power through until we find a new franchise to latch onto.
we just keep going until we find something. Um and when I fired this one up today, I had some trepidation. I was like, "Oh boy." I won't spoil what I thought of this one quite yet, but I went into it worried. Is what I went into because I've seen this before. I have the box set, the old one. I mean, he's got a million box sets now, so I this was in there. I've seen it before. I didn't have a great recollection in terms of enjoyment factor for this one. What were your? Did you have any like initial recollections of like? Did I like this movie? Did I not like this? Or were you kind of going into it blind again?
I've seen this before, but I don't think I've seen it since it came out. So it's been easily 20 years since I last watched this movie. I didn't remember liking it, but I also didn't remember hating it. I feel like it was probably like a very uh, average to below average Puppet Master movie, and it's my opinion of it was eh.
Yeah, and I think what's going to be kind of cool about this is normally franchises start out really strong and then they peter out. But the Puppet Master franchise is, I feel like over half the entries are what you love the most, prequels to prequels to prequels,
I
going
mean,
back, back, back.
it's not changing my opinion that you make a prequel when you're out of ideas on how to move the story forward.
Yeah, but the ones that we really, really like are going to be like 8, 9 episodes
Puppet
down the
Master
road.
like 1 is like number 7, maybe number 8 on like the I don't know, chronological scale here.
Yeah.
I think we're approaching the point where there's more prequels than like normal movies in the Puppet Master.
Yeah. That'd be interesting. We should actually like count that up and see how many, because they're constantly putting out prequels.
Yeah,
And most of the new Puppet Master movies take place kind of in, the Nazi era,
hmm
World War II era, and of course the original Puppet Master took place primarily, I think it was 1989. That was present day
yeah.
back then.
It does like
So
the opposite of what this one does. It started out in the 40s and then jumped to the 80s. This
yeah.
one does the opposite. It starts out in the 40s and then goes back.
Now
Um,
let me ask you: do you think, you have a mind like a steel trap for details and stuff? It's something we all admired. We were just like, how does Steve remember all this stuff? Do you feel like you're going to remember the actual sort of, I guess, timeline order, everything? Because clearly, the Puppet Master, I think the very first one, it's like Toulon dies in 1942 or
mhm.
something, but like in this one, he's alive in
Yeah, there's
1944.
even just looking at like the Wikipedia article, like the time frame where Old Toulon exists, which is roughly World War II era. It's like it was inconsistent, like just I think between like the first couple of movies, like there was no
Yeah,
attempt at continuity in regards to when these movies take place.
I
So
wonder why.
anytime we say like anytime we talk about Old Toulon, just assume World War II era and don't try to pin it down to a year, and you will be much happier.
Yeah, and I wonder why, like, that wasn't even attempted to be fixed at some point. Because I know, like, in the big, in the MCU, for example, Charles Band has his own cinematic universe. I remember, like, there was that weird 8-year time gap that they screwed up the dates with
Yeah,
Spider-Man and stuff like that, and then they had to go back and basically, like, actually, it was this year, not what we initially said it was and stuff. I wonder why Charles Band and Full Moon didn't go back
well,
and try to
it's
correct that.
lack of respect for the canon.
Or canon doesn't matter,
Absolutely does. Anyways,
as we'll see. But yeah, let's get into it. Steve, tell us about Retro Puppet Master.
so it starts out. I think the year is officially like 44, but we're just gonna say
44.
World War II era. Old Toulon is he's it this the start of this movie takes place after Puppet Master 3, and then
And this is the same actor that's in
yeah,
4 and 5,
yep.
right?
This guy, yeah, Old Toulon is in 3, and then he has like cameos in 4 and 5. He's in this one, and then I'm pretty sure Charles Band like took stock footage after his death to make Curse of Puppet Master.
I
Uh,
wouldn't be surprised.
anyways, starts out like World War II era. Toulon, we don't. If you watch these chronologically, you'd have no idea about this. But Toulon has a long history of fighting Nazis, and he's trying to cross the border into like Switzerland. He's held up in just some random, I don't know, building that he found that was abandoned, and he's hanging out with his puppets. They're having just chilling, and then Blade just kind of like jitters, and the head of this Cyclops puppet falls out. And we had no idea like where this was. And Toulon's like, where did you get that from? Oh, this is Cyclops. He was one of the first of our family. So
Yeah.
let me tell you the story of these original puppets. And so then we go back to like 1902, or
And that's
thereabout.
that's the thing that happens in this franchise a lot. Puppets that shouldn't exist suddenly are found. Like they'll be like, "Oh, there's a hidden a hidden pocket in the
Yeah.
actual trunk
Wait
and
until we
ninjas
get
there,
to the
like all
ninja
that stuff.
puppet. Yes.
Yeah, yeah. So
Um,
happens all the time.
there's just like an infinite number of puppets that you haven't seen yet, just hanging out off screen throughout this
Yep.
franchise. But we go back to 1902, and there's a sorcerer named like Afzel or something like that, or Arfzel, something like that. He is a sorcerer. He is 3,000 years old, like you do, and he is being chased by two guys, and they have a magic battle. And so like these two like henchmen are shooting like purple beams out of their hands, and it has no effect on Afzel. I think that's his name. I don't know.
Yeah,
Arzel.
they're like, we're gonna kill you, whatever, and he's like,
No,
not
you're not.
today.
Yeah,
Yeah, something
I'm
like
just gonna
that.
call him the sorcerer. The sorcerer is like, yeah, your master's power is weakening. You're not a threat to me, and so he,
Sutek.
yeah, Sutek. Sutek, I believe, is also the bad guy in parts 4 and 5. So we're gonna revisit
Yep.
Sutek again in the future. Um, Sorcerer kills these guys and then just kind of goes about his day, and then we don't see, we hear the voice of Sutek, and Sutek resurrects three mummies, and Sutek is like the god of
They look
death
so
or
bad.
whatever, the Egyptian god of death. I think he's like a like meant to be like the puppet master version of Set. I don't know if Sutek is an alternate spelling or name of that, whatever. The Egyptian god Sutek revives these three mummies and tells them, hey, disguise yourselves and go and kill the sorcerer, because the sorcerer has stolen the secret of life. And the sorcerer has this like scroll that he can make appear and reappear, and ultimately that is what the power of life is, what allows puppets to resurrect. Like, until that gets like retconned in a future movie. So the sorcerer is going about his business. He winds up, I think, in France. And who's also in France? It's young Andre Toulon. And Andre is putting on a puppet show. He's got four helpers with him. They put on a puppet show. Elsa, or Ilsa, his wife, who I believe ultimately becomes Leech Woman, she attends
Yep.
the puppet show. She is the daughter of an ambassador, and so like very obviously like she and Toulon are making eyes at each other. So the puppet show happens, and outside the puppet show, Sorcerer Man is just walking along. The three mummies who have now disguised themselves as like the Nazi that gets his face melted in Ark of the Covenant. They're all wearing like black trench coats, black bowler hats, sunglasses. I actually really like their design because you can see like behind the hat and sunglasses, their skin is very like gray looking and like kind of pink highlights to make it highlight the bone structure. I
Yeah.
actually like their design. But
I
anyways,
like
they
honestly, I kind of like the idea of, it seems weird to say, but I like ancient Egyptian sort of
mhm,
mythology and stuff. And I like the idea that there's a Egyptian deity and like Sutek. Like, I think it's a cool concept. And I think you and I will agree that when we get to the end here, there's cool ideas in this story.
yes.
I don't know if they're executed perfectly well, but
Yeah, I feel like
the
you're gonna
Toulon,
hate
the young,
Sutek when he shows back up
yes.
in parts 4 and 5.
Yes, yes. But I will point out that I don't know, have you ever seen a movie called The Room? It's that
I refuse to watch it. I know of it,
okay.
and like in watching this movie, like I learned that this guy is Mark from The Room.
People are very strange these days. I used to know a girl. She had a dozen guys. One of them found out about it, beat her up so bad she ended up in a hospital on Guerrero Street.
Young
Yes,
Toulon.
yes. He's so bad in this
Oh,
too. Like, he's better in
everyone in
The
this
Room.
movie is awful. Like,
Yeah,
and
I don't think the girl who plays Elsa is terrible, but everybody else is, I mean, she's not good, don't get me wrong, but everybody here is so bad.
the
And according to
acting
the book,
is real rough.
$30,000 budget they had for this. And they
Wow.
shot it in Romania, where
That
Subspecies was shot.
I mean, that I was watching this movie, and the acting is so bad. The reading of the lines is so bad for some of these people. I was wondering, like, is this another movie where they had non-English speaker read like phonetically spelled lines on cue cards? And, like, they were just reading the
Had
sounds
to.
off this cue
Yeah.
card, and they formed words, but they had no idea what they were saying. Like the delivery is so bad. But anyways,
Yeah.
uh, after the puppet show, the three mummies that are now dressed like face melt Nazi, they send two just random, I don't know, muggers to kill the sorcerer. But they fail because Ilsa comes out and discovers that, and like the two like muggers are like, oh no, a small woman, we have to flee before we get in trouble for trying to kill this sorcerer. And so Ilsa goes back to the building, to the puppet theater, gets Toulon. Toulon brings the old man sorcerer inside, and the police are useless, and so Toulon's like, sorcerer guy is just gonna have to hang out with us until he gets better. Um, Ilsa and Toulon have another moment where they very clearly like each other, but she goes home, and so
I
now
don't buy the chemistry between them
I
at all.
don't either.
It's like, yeah, like they have their interaction in like Toulon's little helper, like the guy who's got the eye patch, and you're like, oh, I wonder who he's gonna be. I wonder what
Yeah,
puppet that guy's gonna be. And it's like they're all like, ooh, when they're talking. I'm
they're
like, there's no
making fun of
chemistry there.
him. Yeah, like,
There's no
oh,
chemistry there whatsoever. I'd be making fun at the lack of chemistry between the
Toulon's
two.
got a girlfriend, and that's just
Yeah,
like high trolling to these guys.
yeah.
Uh, but ultimately, like, it ends up being just everyone's gone home, so it's just Toulon and the sorcerer in the theater together, and the sorcerer wakes up, and the sorcerer's like, well, shit, that loser's the only person here, so I guess I have to teach him the secret of life. Because it's very important to the sorcerer that the secret of life be known to humans and be maintained. Because he says like 100 to 1,000 years from now, so quite the range there.
Yeah.
Sutek is going to attack the planet, and only the secret of life, only puppets can stop him. I don't know if that was meant to pay off the events of part 4 and 5. Uh,
I would love to see that movie.
yeah,
Like, give me a movie like 100,000 years in the future where Sutek has now like invaded Earth or something. That'd be
potentially
awesome.
that is part 4 and 5.
Yeah, potentially.
I don't know, but anyways, Sorcerer Man says, like, the secret of life has to be maintained. I'm dying. The sorcerer is dying. He's only got like a day left, and so he's like, Toulon, I have to teach you the secret of life. And so Toulon, at first doesn't believe it, but sorcerer starts like making the puppets move, and he says they're not alive yet. Like, you can add the secret of life is actually like taking the soul of a person and putting it into a dead thing. And so right now that he's just kind of like, I don't know, telekinesis, like moving these puppets, but he tells Toulon like, we can actually bring the puppets to life.
Why can't you just put the soul back in the dead body?
Don't they try that in one of the other Nazi prequel movies? I feel like they
I
do.
don't remember. Maybe they might. They might.
Um, but so the sorcerer man's like, well, we need to practice. Like, it's not enough for me to just like tell you that this is the thing we can do. Like, you have to practice it. Luckily, there was like a homeless beggar outside that died, and so sorcerer's like, that's not
Talk about bad acting. Oh man,
like,
that beggar. You got to get a little better to earn some coin from me. Please, please, sir. A little coin for a man out on the
ease
streets.
your mind. You'll feel so much better giving me some coins.
God. It's so bad.
It's so bad.
It's so bad.
But he luckily, like, this guy dies like minutes after his introduction to the movie. He's dead, and Sorcerer's like, better not let him go to waste. And so they drag the body inside, and the Sorcerer gives Toulon a ring with a little spike on the end, and you take the ring and you put the spike, you like stab the spike into the back of someone's neck, and then you also stab the ring into the back of like a puppet, and you say some magic words, and that brings the puppet to life. And so the homeless beggar guy is resurrected as Retro Pinhead. Uh,
It's
it's just so stupid.
it's
This
it's
movie,
so ridiculous.
for anyone interested, this movie is so bad that I'm pretty sure there is a Riff Tracks version of it. So any any MST3K fans out there, they covered a Puppet Master movie.
I
Uh,
would have liked rather than and I know this is kind of established in the first movies, where basically, you're injecting the life into the puppet. I would have liked them to have gone more sort of Child's Play, Charles Lee Ray having to like say a magic curse or whatever and transfer their souls that way, or bring it in, because this little stupid ring, it's like something you can get out of one of the little quarter things at a
Hmm.
grocery store,
Well,
and it looks ridiculous.
the sorcerer though says like the ring doesn't have any power. It's just like a tool that we can use. So like presumably
Yeah.
the ring is not integral to the process. It's just what the sorcerer decided to go with. But it is weird like how it works in the future. Like in this movie, you use the spiky ring and say some magic words. Like I'm pretty sure in future movies, like there's like reanimator juice that gets injected into the
Yep.
puppets. So
Yeah.
there's just like a very big like continuity error between these movies.
Like brain matter and stuff they
Yeah,
got to get from
you gave me
people.
cow brain. Anyways, Pinhead is back to life and goes like running around the theater. Toulon tries to catch Pinhead, but he fails. Ilsa, meanwhile, goes and knocks on his door, goes into his house, goes into the theater. They have another moment, and while they're having their moment, Ilsa's like bodyguards, like sent by her dad, the ambassador, basically take Ilsa and Toulon away. And so Ilsa is basically told by her dad, like you can't be trusted. You're sneaking out after midnight and going and seeing strange puppet men. I'm sending you back to Switzerland or wherever the hell you're from. Meanwhile, he says to Toulon, it's like I hope you learn your lesson. And then he just gets like he just wakes up in the forest somewhere. I guess they beat him up and like left him out in the fucking wilderness. I don't know, but ultimately, like Toulon is removed from the theater. And so while that's going on, the sorcerer and his four friends are back at the theater, and the theater gets attacked by the three mummies that are dressed like face melt Nazi from Ark of the Covenant, and they kill everyone. And so they think their job has been done. We killed the sorcerer. Let's go back home to
Well,
to
the sorcerer
Sutek.
kills himself. He's
That's right.
like
Yeah.
he's like Sutek's not going to get the satisfaction of killing me. And I love that look on that middle one's face. He's like, huh? He just looks so stupid. Like he has the dumbest look on his face when the sorcerer kills
The
himself.
mummies are the best part of this movie for me. Like I loved their weird interactions.
They are.
And
They're
they would
funny.
like they had this weird thing where they would repeat like the main mummy would say
Hmm.
something and the other two would like repeat them. Like I there was an idea of something cool here. They wasted it, but there was something there that they could have run with. But
Yeah.
anyways, everyone's dead now. So like the mummies like leave. Toulon gets back to his theater and he finds everyone dead and he's like, well shit, better not let them go to waste. And so he turns everyone into puppets. So the guy with one eye obviously becomes Cyclops. Uh, the homeless beggar became Pinhead. The sorcerer actually becomes Retro Six Shooter, and the other guys I couldn't tell you who was who, but the other puppets are
Six shooter then. And Blade. Drill Sergeant. Dr. Death. Cyclops.
Retro Blade, uh,
Dr. Death.
Retro Blade, Doctor Death, and not Tunneler. Like they have a puppet that is obviously like Tunneler, but they call him Drill Sergeant.
Yeah.
So is that the six? It's Retro
Hmm.
Pinhead, Retro Blade, Retro Six Shooter, Doctor Death. I've already fucking lost it. There's six old puppets.
Yes.
Cyclops is another one.
Cyclops, and then the wannabe tunneler.
Wannabe Tunneler.
Discount clearance rack
Yeah,
tunneler.
Dollar Tree best choice Tunneler. Uh, so now like the Toulon's like, all right, we're gonna go, get revenge. Like we're gonna go avenge you all. Uh, but then the mummies just show back up because they get to the train station. These mummies are gonna ride the train back to Egypt, I guess. Uh,
So weird.
and then they're like, wait a minute, like someone else has learned the power, so they have to go back to the theater, and we get like our first of only like two actual puppet battles here. The puppets are attacking the two of the three mummies, while the main mummy is like just like force choking Toulon. Um, and so there's a bunch of shots of like these very poorly animated puppets just like stabbing these mummies with their like inch long little
Yeah.
blades. And like this is why it got a PG-13 rating, because the mummies don't bleed. Like they like sand comes out of them or dirt. Um, the puppets are like completely ineffective against these zombies. So
Well,
ultimately,
yeah,
like,
I don't understand because like the zombies don't like feel pain or anything like that. So I don't even understand what. I mean, they have to have the puppets attack
yeah,
something and have the, but it just yeah, they don't come across as badasses. That's for sure.
no,
It's like
definitely not.
what are they gonna do?
Because ultimately, like Six Shooter, who again is the sorcerer, just like shoots a chandelier which falls on the mummies and stops him, and they all flee. And so Toulon was originally like, "We have to avenge you guys." Now he's like, "Let's get the fuck out of here," because he lost this fight, and so he's just going to leave. Meanwhile, the mummies are apparently dead again, and so Sutek resurrects two of them, and the third one, I guess, is just like so destroyed that he can't be brought back again. So now it's just two mummies. Um, they go and kidnap Ilsa, and they send a nightmare to Toulon to let him know, basically we're going to trade Ilsa for you. And so Toulon goes and gets on the train that they're on. All of the puppets go and fight mummy number two. Toulon just gets into an actual fucking fist fight with mummy number one. The puppets kill mummy number two somehow, and Toulon Toulon throws mummy number one off the train, just like pitches him out of a goddamn window. And happy ending. Toulon's like, "Oh, Ilsa, look at my puppet friends," and Ilsa's like, "Cool puppets." And then it goes back to World War II era with old Toulon again, and old Toulon's like, "Oh yeah, I had some grand adventures." Oh, you're asking me like what actually happened to these puppets? Well, that's a story for another time. And we're 20 years and waiting, and we have not seen that story yet, because if they planned a sequel, it never came out.
It's like Hicks and Aliens, Colonial Marines. How did you survive? That's a story for another time. Yeah, there's not a whole lot to this. So, your thoughts? We dived into it. What are your thoughts on Retro Puppet Master?
It ain't good. Like there were like pieces of things that could have been good. Like for the most part, I like the puppet designs. I like the inclusion of like some sort of like Egyptian magic and god and sorcerer. I like the design of the mummies. It's just the acting is awful. The
Yeah.
puppets don't do anything until the last 20 minutes of the movie, and when they do something, they're like completely ineffective. Like I still don't remember how the puppets managed to, I guess, kill the mummy at the end. Like Toulon threw one out the window, like I get that, but the other one is a mummy. Like he has no blood, he has no like internal organs that you can destroy. It's just a bunch of puppets like stabbing him with 1 inch long blades. I think it's like, I don't know, they sucks. Like it could have been good, but it wasn't.
Well, how does this compare to like the subspecies movies that you just watched? Would
Oh,
you
I
would you
I
say
would
like you like this better?
I would watch this before I watched any subspecies movie again.
Okay, so at least
Yeah,
you're on a
yeah. Like I'm
upward
I'm still
trajectory.
like this is not a good movie. I'm still like right now. I still feel like positive overall about the Puppet Master franchise. Like I'm excited to continue to watch more Puppet Master, even though this one was a swing and a miss.
Yeah. Um, I sort of echo that. I think the big problem with this one is just the acting is so damn bad. I couldn't get past it. I mean, just the ridiculous way the lines were delivered. Greg Sestero, who plays young Toulon, he's I don't know what accent he was trying to go with, but he does not like old Toulon. you look at this guy as young Toulon, and you're like, that young Toulon should not grow up to be this old Toulon. Like it doesn't even, it looks like a completely different like character, just the way it's portrayed and acted. And David Duchovny, I mean, he's done lots and lots of full moon movies and lots of B movies in general. Um, Pretty disappointed with how he sort of directed this one, mainly because I think you could have directed the actors a little better. I mean, come on. I mean, we've made movies and the acting has been better in our movies with local actors than here. Maybe it was the Romania thing where they just had to get a bunch of locals, and maybe they ADR'd it, or like you said, it was a phonetically done thing. I don't know, but I agree with you. I think the designs of the puppets look cool.
For effects artists Chris Bergschneider and Jeff Farley, the daunting task of creating 6 new puppets based on Charles Band's original designs proved to be a welcome challenge.
I got kind of excited, at least, because I was getting a little sick of seeing all the old puppets, and they were starting to get a little, I think they're starting to get a little tired. I think the public was starting to get tired of seeing them, too.
Yes, the nice thing about sequels is the opportunity to keep an idea alive, yet with some fresh avenues.
I'm of having my big problem with the Puppet Master franchise in general, even though I love it, is like I don't like the puppets being good guys. And so now watching this sort of in chronological order, they were always good guys from the very, very beginning. They were never bad guys, which still rubs me the wrong way. I feel like it's a total missed opportunity to have like these bad puppets doing bad things. You can still kill Nazis.
Yeah, Puppet Master 1 and 2 are like almost non-canon at this point, because like it's just night and day how they are represented compared to the rest of the franchise, because the puppets are good in like, I don't know, probably a dozen of the 14-15 movies.
Yeah, and my love for the Puppet Master movies came particularly from part 2, because I really love part 2, but 1 and 2, like I love those movies so much, and I like the puppets in it being a specific way. I think they're cool as bad guys. I love bad guy killer dolls and puppets, like Chucky all time. Like Chucky is such a great killer doll, right? I don't like it when he becomes like quasi good guy. It doesn't work. I would have loved them to be evil. Now, Littlest Right are evil in that. So
I've not
once we
seen
get
that
to
one, so I'll be excited to watch that one.
yeah, so when we get to that, we'll get some bad puppets, but it rubs me the wrong way a little bit, saying like they were always good guys it's just Toulon's troop of dudes. I mean that's what all this is. So I think there could have been a little bit more imaginative on these puppets. I don't even think they necessarily need to be the souls of specific people. I mean, I think it would just been cool, like the magic, whatever, just reanimates these things and makes them their own people. That would have been cool. But regardless, I didn't hate this while I was watching it. It was one of those things where I'm just kind of like, yeah, this is pretty disappointing in terms of the acting and stuff, but I don't think the quality was so bad that I was like, oh my God, I'm dreading all the rest. Now, when we get to Curse, that's going to be bad to get set through. I'm probably just going to rail on Curse. That is
the good thing about Curse is by the time we get there, we'll have already essentially seen Curse, because it's just a collection of clips from the other movies.
There's like 15 minutes of like new footage in Curse. So yeah, I won't say I hated this, but I agree with you. I don't think it's good, but it's not bad enough that it would affect my sort of desire to watch the rest. So that's all I can really say about it. I mean, there wasn't a whole lot of information in here. I do see that Greg Sestero, in his book, The Disaster Artist, which is based on The Room, it says he's got 2 chapters in that book on his casting and filming of Retro Puppet Master. So I'm actually kind of interested to find his book and read what he says about the making of this movie, because I did not know that book had 2 chapters to this dedicated to it. So yeah, that's kind of Retro Puppet Master. I'm gonna look here real quick to see what's the next film that is in the franchise here. Chronological
It's
order.
part 3, my favorite.
Oh, part 3.
Which means potentially it's all downhill after next week for me. 3 has always been my favorite. I kind of wish it was later in the timeline because I don't want to. I'm not ready for it yet. Like
Yeah.
let me like build
Yeah.
up to it a little.
My favorite is 2, and that's number 8 apparently in
Again,
the
so
franchise.
so that means that so if number 2 is there's like this is what like 6 because then part 1 would be 7. So yeah, there's 6 prequels to part 1 now.
Yeah.
I
It's
also
crazy.
saw on Wikipedia that they are. I don't know if this is out yet or if they're making it or what, but there's apparently like just going to be like a standalone movie with the Doctor Death puppet, according to Wikipedia.
Yes, yes, there is. Yeah, I don't know if it's out yet or not, but I did see that on Full Moon's Facebook page. I think a while back that they were doing that. But yeah, that's Retro Puppet Master, ladies and gentlemen. Leave a comment down below. What do you think of Retro Puppet Master? And are you prepared to go on this journey with us? I'm sure we'll have a lot to talk about with Puppet Master 3 because that's a big one.
The best
That's
in
a
the
big one.
franchise.
Yeah, and that's the one that made me sort of sour on the franchise a little bit because that's where they become good guys. I was so disappointed, but I'll talk about that on the
All
next
right.
episode. So,
How do you
go ahead.
feel? How do you feel when it's good puppets versus bad puppets? Because that also happens at some point in the franchise. You don't like them when they're good guys. What happens when
Yeah.
there's bad puppets to offset the good puppets?
Um, I I don't know. I
Riveting.
don't know.
Fantastic.
I just don't know. I'm sorry. I don't have an answer for you. I'm going to have to just rewatch it and see how I feel about it because my general gut is I don't like it at all when they're good guys. Now, I'm fine. Like, it's always great when they're killing Nazis. So, there's
Well,
nothing worse than a
that is
Nazi.
like that's the majority of the ones where they're good.
Right, but I'm saying I'm still burned of the fact that they intentionally chose to
Okay.
make them nothing but good guys. Like you don't get, other than maybe Littlest Reich, you're not getting any Puppet Master movies where they are just straight up, I'm gonna come kill you, like little slashers running around, murdering people who are ostensibly good guys. You don't get that anymore after part 3, really. And I'm just saying I was disappointed. It doesn't make me hate the puppets or anything like that. I still like the puppets. I still like a lot of the movies. I'm just disappointed. I'm not angry. I'm just disappointed, Charlie. I'm just disappointed. But thank you, everyone, for listening to this episode of Full Moon Fridays. We will be back next week with a look at Puppet Master 3, Toulon's Revenge, and we are going to find out, will Steve be happy at the end of that, or will he be very, very sad at the end of that? We will find out.
That would be like childhood crushing if that was bad.
Yeah.
We'll see.
We'll see. Catch you next week, everybody. Ladies and gentlemen, we are back again on Full Moon Fridays here on the Outpost Unknown YouTube channel. Steve is holding up the most problematic puppet in the Puppet Master franchise, Blade. We're going to talk about him a little bit later.
The most problematic puppets pop up in Axis Rising.
Well, fair. Okay, fair. But, this is every 2 weeks on Outpost Unknown because I'm very, very lazy and I can't get up one every week. But we record one every single week. And tonight, somebody very special, near and dear to our hearts, decided to join us on this adventure through the Puppet Master franchise, our Swedish correspondent, Borpan.
Hello. It's an honor to be here.
It shouldn't be. It really shouldn't be.
Now, what's really cool about this, Borp, is that you had never seen any of the Puppet Master movies. Is that correct?
That is correct. I actually looked on my Letterboxd account and realized that I hadn't seen many Full Moon pictures. Or is it Full Moon Studios? Whatever. Many
It
Full
bounces
Moon.
around.
Yeah, okay. Full Moon movies at all. I think the only one I had logged on there was Castle Freak. So this is very new to me.
Okay. Yeah, and so as we told you, because we sort of like, hey man, jump on, watch through this. Last week we watched Retro Puppet Master. Now, did you have a chance to watch Retro Puppet Master before Puppet Master 3?
No, unfortunately not. So
well,
That's
you
a
failed
good
already.
life decision.
Well,
You've already failed.
decision.
Okay, I see.
So Puppet Master 3, we're going to talk about that tonight. Incidentally, it's also directed by David DeCutto, who years later would go back and direct Retro Puppet Master to make the canon all fit and make it perfectly logical.
Except
As
it didn't. It didn't whatsoever.
Oh, it didn't, because it doesn't matter. Yeah, we're going to talk about that tonight, and I guess what I will say, I will have. Oh, see, I got to hit play now. I got to be very, very careful here, folks, because there are titties in Puppet Master 3, so I'm gonna have to look very, very closely when I'm editing to make sure I censor
You
that
do
stuff
this
out.
to yourself. Like no one's
I
making you
do.
do this.
I do, but now it's like a running gag, right? It's a thing. Like it just has to continue going on, and I feel like the nudity becomes less and less the further into the Puppet Master series we go. So I don't think we're gonna have to
There's a
worry about it too much.
swastika immediately behind you.
Oh, see, now that might be a problem. That might be a problem. Okay, well, I'm gonna have to do a lot of editing on this one, ladies and gentlemen.
I'm gonna get into this recording after we're done and take certain screenshots to be used as blackmail material.
No, you won't. You won't do that at all. So, yes, Puppet Master 3, directed by David DeCutto. This went into production 2 months after the completion of Puppet Master 2. So that is how quickly Charles Band got this off the ground. Now, this is kind of noteworthy because it is considered by many fans to be the quote-unquote best Puppet Master movie. So I know, Steve, this is your favorite, correct?
I am one of those fans. So this is the best Puppet Master movie, which means Borp, you better fucking love this because if you
Great.
don't, it's all
Okay.
downhill from here.
Okay. Now, Borp, I do now just to lessen the burden on you, Borp. I do not believe this is the best Puppet Master movie. My favorite Puppet Master movie will not happen until like 8 films down the line in the
Is Puppet
chronological
Master
order.
2? No, I was gonna say like, is that the last one in the chronology? But no, like 4 and 5 both takes place after it. I think.
Yeah. Now,
Yes.
and the other interesting thing about this is I was reading, once again, it came from the video aisle, a fantastic book if you're interested in full moon movies and learning the whole history of how all this stuff was created and why. It was a decision to turn the puppets good. And as I've said many, many times, Steve knows this, that was my sort of, it's not a break because I still like these movies in general, but that was the moment where I was like, oh God. And this is the movie that did that. Even though they're fighting Nazis, I get it. Everyone loves to, a puppet massacring a Nazi. That's great. But this is where we lose the evil puppets for a while. For a while. So I was going into this with a little bit of trepidation. I've seen this multiple times. I kind of knew what I was getting into, but I was curious as to what my reaction would be going into it, having not seen it in a number of years. Steve, this is your favorite Puppet Master movie. Was there any sort of worry on your part going back and revisiting this that it might sort of change your view?
A little bit, but only because the subspecies series was so garbage from start to finish. I was like, man, this is like the early mid '80s full moon is pretty rough. Is young Steve just misremembering the greatness of this? So I was hesitant, but hopeful. I'm just curious. Like, did the book explain why? Like, I understand it was a decision that they made to make them good. Was there like, what's the reasoning they gave for
Yeah.
it, or do they
The
give a
book
reason?
says, yeah, the book says because the puppets started getting very, very popular, and of course, Full Moon, like the original Puppet Master, was a huge hit on video, like gigantic hit. That's how Charles Band was able to start pumping out all of these things with Paramount, because Paramount was making money hand over fist with all these things. The puppets started getting very, very popular, and it seems like, according to the book, the decision was made: we got to turn them good because a lot of kids are starting to like it. Charles Band, of course, always wanted to create merchandise and dolls and various things. I think he saw a path forward where the puppets as good guys would give him more money than leaving them as bad guys.
See,
I mean, maybe you can't argue with his logic.
I feel like I can argue with this logic, and maybe this is hindsight, but I mean, Freddy and Jason were also really popular with horror movie kids growing up, but in there's not a movie where Freddy is the hero saving people. So maybe that's hindsight.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't know that I'm happy that we got this, 'cause again, this is my favorite, and I like them as good guys, but I don't know that I agree with that logic.
Yeah, but to be fair, they did like over time, with Freddy, they did like downplay his backstory, and it did become like more of a cartoon as it went on.
Made him funnier and
Right, right.
cracking jokes. I
Raise your
remember
hand
dressing
if
up
you would
like
watch.
Freddy Krueger
Yeah, raise
for
your hand
Halloween.
if you would watch a Freddy versus Nazis movie, because I would be all in on that, and Freddy
That's
would be
not
the good guy, and
yeah,
I would
yeah.
root for him.
We agree. Any person fighting Nazis, we are good with that. I just wish that
We
they
are good
didn't.
with that. Not necessarily the entirety of America is good with that.
Well, we'll set that aside for now, Steve. But what I will say is, they don't revert them back to bad guys, even in the
Hitler
movies where
in the
they're not
background
fighting.
behind Matt's head now.
Oh, jeez. Yeah, I am gonna have to.
Enjoy editing, friend.
No, I see. What I'm going to do is I'm just going to put a big, censored block on that on the entire movie in the background, and then I don't have to go through and do all that stuff. So,
You
ladies and
could
gentlemen,
also turn it off.
but that ruins the whole aesthetic and the mood that I'm going for here. I mean, I've kept this sort of mood going, and I don't want to break it. Now, Borp, you've never seen a Puppet Master movie until this. What were your thoughts going into this when we roped you in, kicking and screaming, to joining this show and watching 14 movies with us? How did you feel going into this?
Well, I wouldn't do this if I didn't think I would enjoy the movies. I've heard a lot about them.
Okay.
And I'm a big fan of garbage, to be honest. So like, as we're gonna get into the later, or like the further we get along,
you should have watched Retro then.
Yeah. I'll be sure to go back. I was a little worried the moment I realized, like, oh no, this takes place in Nazi Germany. How's this going to be handled? This movie's called
Yeah,
Puppet
and
Master
you
3.
feel that a little more because you're in Europe, right?
Oh, I don't know. With the way things are going in the U.S., I'm not sure. But no, I like this movie quite a bit. I mean, it's cheesy.
Don't spoil. Don't spoil it yet. We gotta wait till
One
the
of
end.
us. One of us.
Unbelievable. Okay, so yeah, they were originally going to film. Now, the cool sort of backstory of this is they were originally going to film this. Guess where, Steve?
The Bodega Bay, whatever, like at the same place they filmed the first two.
Romania. They were going to go to Romania to film it, where the wonderful Subspecies franchise was shot. However, the government there was very, very unstable, so they decided, well, let's go shoot it in Hungary. And for whatever reason, that fell through as well. So you know where they actually ended up shooting this movie?
California.
On the Universal Studios backlot. So Charles Band sprung for the money. Well, I should say Paramount probably sprung for the money. Actually paid for. They shot it on the backlot at Universal Studios, and that's why this is probably the biggest budgeted Puppet Master movie of the main sort of full moon created ones, I'd say. And yeah, so that's kind of the context of where we're at. The first two Puppet Master movies, huge money makers on video. Charles Band went all in on Puppet Master 3. Steve, walk us through this wonderful, wonderful film.
All right. Well, the first thing we see, as you may have noticed behind Matt's head, was Nazis, and there's two major Nazis.
Can we say
one
that
is,
word on YouTube, or are we going to get blocked?
I mean, I've already said it. So
Yeah.
Do they block us in Germany if we say that word?
What do you want to say? Like the German Axis power soldiers?
Jeez, that's worse. That's somehow worse.
Do you want me to just call them Germans and let people infer?
Whoa, let's not go that far.
I need choices to be made here.
Borp. We'll just call them Swedes.
Hey now.
The Hitlerers are doing Hitler
the Hitler
stuff.
fan club.
I'm calling them Nazis.
I don't think there's a way around this.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, this movie is puppets versus Nazis. Period. We got to use that word. So the Nazis are trying to find a way to basically create zombies, revive their dead soldiers so they can fight again. There is
very Reanimator.
Yes, in more ways than one, because we see some strange green liquid later on. But Dr. Hess is running this science experiment, and he answers to Major Krause. They bring a zombie back, but it immediately, like, the zombie's uncontrollable, and so Krause kills it. Uh, then we see Toulon running a puppet show, and he has a Hitler puppet that is not alive, and he is having Six Shooter just fuck with it. So he's putting on this anti-Hitler puppet show for the kids. There is another Nazi named Stein who is in the audience and taking pictures. After the show, an annoying kid named Peter and his dad hang out with Toulon for a little bit.
Hate that guy. I will say that the other Nazi that's in there taking pictures, it looks absolutely ridiculous. He's got this camera out and just not inconspicuous at all. He's just sitting there like with it up to his eyeball, taking all these pictures. I'm like, no one noticed that? Seems very odd.
Did anyone care? I don't know.
Maybe not. I cared.
Anyways, Nazi Stein is taking pictures of the puppet show, and then after the puppet show, after Peter and his dad leave, Stein goes and talks to Toulon and basically says, you know, have you noticed that you're in Germany right now? Because you probably shouldn't be putting on anti-Hitler puppet shows. But Toulon's like, nah, it'll be fine. And
now,
so
remember,
Stein,
this takes place in 1941.
Yes,
so this movie says 1941, not 1944.
Which is 2 years after Toulon killed himself in part 1. So Charles Band did not respect the canon here. People just did shit whatever they want without.
Did you just say what? Did you just say what, Borp?
What? Like, why would they do that?
I don't know. It's almost like when you don't give a shit about your canon, you introduce a shitload of plot holes into your film series. But yes, this movie takes place. This movie takes place 2 years after Toulon is dead,
but
he's still alive. The other
said
movie,
it in 1948. Like what?
Well, they can't set it in 1938, Borp, because the Germans mention all the losses that they're taking on the Russian front, and that happened in 1941. That's why they need to reanimate their dead soldiers so they can have bodies to fight World War II.
Okay.
Makes total sense.
Every like, with very few exceptions, like every Puppet Master movie basically has to exist in its own universe because it doesn't just make any fucking sense compared to the movie that came before or after.
And am I correct? If you watch Retro Puppet Master, the first one chronologically, it starts in 1944. So not only did Toulon die in 39, he's back here, but then Retro starts in 1944.
Yeah.
You gotta keep up.
Yeah, no, the plot holes are ridiculous throughout their series. Anyways, Stein leaves, and Elsa is like, Toulon, he's a fucking Nazi. You can't fuck with him. We need to take it seriously. And Toulon's like, it'll be fine. And then he calls out all
Guy
the
Rolfe. Played by Guy Rolfe again. And did you realize, I had completely forgotten about this, Steve, because it's been so long since we were at Flashback Weekend. Guy Rolfe is the doll maker in Dolls. That's him.
He?
Yes.
Yes, that sounds right.
Yeah, he is. Forgot all about it.
He's great. I love him in this and Dolls. Let's talk about the fucking movie. All right, so after the meeting with Lieutenant Stein, Toulon calls out all of the puppets, and there's 4 puppets starting out. They are Six Shooter, Tunneler, Jester, and Pinhead. Not Retro Pinhead, actual Pinhead. And so Toulon has like a vial, a syringe of green reanimator juice that he injects into all the puppets, and that keeps them alive. You might recall, if you watch Retro Puppet Master, that in that movie the puppets were revived by stabbing them with a ring and saying magic words. So again, this movie does not make any fucking sense in light of the previous film. Anyway, so the Stein hears Toulon talking to the puppets. Looks through the window and sees the puppets are alive. And so he goes and reports to Dr. Hess and Major Krause, and he's like, hey, if we get this puppet juice, we can have the zombies that we want. And everyone's like, yeah, cool. That makes sense.
Well,
is that not what happens?
To be fair, Krause goes up to him and is like, have you lost your mind? And then he's like, look at the photos I took. And then suddenly he's like, all right.
Krause is like, all right, yeah. And Dr. Hess is immediately like, yeah, let's do this. Like, Kraus is a little bit, he has some reservations, but Hess is like, fuck yeah, puppet juice. And so, like the next day, the Major Kraus and Stein and Dr. Hess, they conduct a raid on Toulon's puppet theater. Um, they end up killing Elsa, and who
Poor
Toulon's
Elsa.
wife. Elsa is dead. They take Toulon away,
Well,
but they
that's a
just
cool scene, though. That's a cool scene because the one thing I will say about this is Richard Lynch,
you
the
have
guy
to
who
do
plays
so
Kraus.
much editing.
I'm just gonna
Holy
put up
shit.
a censored bar right there. Don't worry about it. I've already got this figured out. The editing is
Okay.
gonna be real easy on mine. But I like Richard Lynch as Kraus. He is one of those great he plays an evil Nazi, and you want an evil Nazi in that role. And Elsa tries to save Toulon's life. She steps in the way, boom, she gets shot, and then when they leave, like Guy Rolfe, he's like inconsolable. Like the love of his. I mean, they had that scene before where he's telling her how much he loves her when they're sitting in
He
bed, and
gives her a
how
puppet.
yeah, gives her a puppet and everything, and then boom, she's shot. But then not only that, because Krauss is like, "Don't worry, gonna call an ambulance." And then like they take Toulon out, and then she just spits on him, and he's like, "Well, here's your ambulance." Boom, bullet. He's a good bad guy. He's a good bad guy. I will say that.
So I have a question. And I don't know if like maybe your book talks about this or not. Like Richard Krause, the guy that plays Major Krause or whatever.
Richard Lynch.
Richard Lynch, thank you. Was was Blade always modeled after Richard Lynch, or did they just happen to find an actor that looked exactly like the puppet that already existed? Because the resemblance between Blade and Richard Lynch is on point.
Blade was not modeled after Richard Lynch. He was modeled after Klaus Kinski, another crazy German. Very, very crazy. Klaus Kinski is notorious. Anybody who's watching Borp, you know who Klaus Kinski is, right?
I'm aware.
Okay. He was insane. Absolutely insane on set. Like he would try shooting people for real on set. He would what was the Full Moon or the Empire movie he was in? Was it Tourist Trap? Was it? There was a Full Moon movie in the late 70s, early 80s that he was in, notorious for being a psycho on set. Watch some of like Agira, The Wrath of God, and stuff like that. Some behind the scenes. He's nuts. They modeled it after him. Richard Lynch just looks like clearance rack Klaus Kinski. So
Okay,
that's why.
good to know. Anyways, so yeah, as Matt said, Elsa is dead. Major Kraus killed her. Toulon is inconsolable, but the Nazis screw up and they say you just throw the puppets in the car with Toulon, and so Toulon is being taken away in a jeep, and he's got Pinhead and Tunneler with him. I don't know where Jester and Six Shooter are at this point, but they're not
Jester's
there.
sitting on a dresser.
Jester is doing nothing. He is off screen doing jack shit. And so Toulon's in this car. There's two guards trying to escort Toulon to wherever he's being taken, and Pinhead and Tunneler kill these two bad guys. Pinhead just strangles the shit out of one of them, and Tunneler digs through the back of the driver's seat through the gut of the driver and comes out the other side of this guy. I remember I watched this last night, and I'm just like, it's so refreshing to see the puppets actually like not just do things, but actually be like properly animated compared to the later Puppet Master garbage we get. But anyways,
wait, I have a quick question for Borp at this
yes.
point. So Borp, you're seeing these little puppets run around, do their thing. How are you feeling right now as you're watching this?
Fairly delighted. I think I would have. Okay, I think I would have wished that the puppets had a little more personality. It's like their personality is just the one thing they do. Like, and I get it in some ways being new to the franchise. Like, that's good because I can figure out who the Jester is. I can figure out who Six Shooter is. But like I do kind of wish that there was, I don't know, just something a little more to them. Like the guy with the drill on his head is the thing that he drills people. Like that's the only thing he does. And I get it. But I don't know. That was the one
the
thing.
Puppets are too one note for Borb.
Yeah, I will also point out that Six Shooter. He does not appear in Puppet Master 1 or 2. We have no idea what's going on with Six Shooter. So in Puppet Master 3, he's here, but we
Okay.
don't know what's going on. I will point out, just IMDb trivia here, the laughter of Six Shooter was supplied by Albert Band, father of producer Full Moon CEO Charles Band. Albert had escaped France during the Nazi regime, which means every time the viewer hears Six Shooter laughing after he had gunned down a Nazi, that is the actual voice of a man who had really escaped from them, which is cool. To me,
Wow.
that's cool. I
Yeah,
like that.
that's neat. So anyways, Toulon is on the run with Pinhead and Jester. We get introduced to another major Nazi named like Captain Mueller, I think, and Mueller he's like the man in charge of the man in charge of this zombie project. So he's above both Kraus and Hess, and he's like, you done fucked up. Toulon's escaped, and so now Dr. Hess and Kraus are hunting for Toulon. And Kraus is like, I'm just gonna fucking kill him. Like, I don't care about any of this. He's committed crimes against Germany. He's got to fucking die. And Dr. Hess is, like, no, if you want this zombie project to work, we need to capture him. I need to question him and find out how everything ticks. The Nazis first go to Toulon's theater and they find some of the green reanimator juice and they take that to study it, but then they just set the place on fire because Toulon's not there. Toulon ultimately turns up. I think he gets into a pharmacy, like an abandoned pharmacy that he's hiding out at, and he kind of breaks down again because Elsa's dead. But then he remembers the puppet that he made for Elsa. Like there's a scene early on that we reference where Toulon's like, like all these years we've been together, like I've been trying to paint a picture of you, but I suck at paint and canvas, but I'm really good at carving puppets. And so he carved a puppet of Elsa and presents it to her, and she's very, moved by this. She loves it. She's very much on board with this puppet lifestyle that they have. But Toulon's like,
The puppet
fuck this noise.
lifestyle.
Yeah, fuck this noise. It's revenge time. And so he injects the animator green goo into the Elsa puppet, and then puts a leech presumably down her throat, but like this version of the puppet doesn't have a mouth that moves, so the camera just kind of pans away.
Yeah, so where did he put it?
I don't know. Anyway, so he reanimates the Elsa puppet with leeches, which completely changes how the Elsa puppet looks. It's like there's a puppet that looks like Elsa, and then she gets injected with the green goo and a leech, and now it's a completely different puppet with like purple skin and long hair.
I'd be pissed off too, honestly. I'd be pretty pissed off.
Yeah,
and Toulon's like, he's like, this is the best I could do for you, honey. I'm like, really? Really? Was that the best you could do?
You couldn't just like leave her dead instead of like forcing her into puppet servitude for the next 50 or 60 years?
Or how about not put a leech inside of her? I know he's like,
he has to give her to life.
He has to give her a thing, I guess, to fight Nazis, but
right.
A leech?
Question for you guys. I'm jumping ahead a little bit. We're going to come back here. But all of the puppets kind of like make sense. Like Pinhead is super strong because he used to be this, really like kind-hearted but strong truck driver. Jester is a jester because he used to love making people laugh and play practical jokes. Toulon gave his wife puppet the power to suck the life out of people.
What are you trying to say, Steve? What's the question?
I don't know. Like there's some, like what's going on here? What's the context of this? It's like everyone else has a positive
subtext.
thing. Yeah, what's the subtext? Everyone else has like a very like positive thing associated with why they are their puppet. His wife puppet sucks the life out of things. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know if maybe Toulon didn't think that one through. Anyways, now we have Puppet Elsa, who has become Leech Woman.
I love that you're like, I have a question for you guys, and you never asked a question. You just said, she sucks the life out of people. The end. Moving on.
The question was like, why? What are the layers that I should be peeling back here to discuss this? Like, Rachel would make us really probe this, and you guys are not helping me out at all.
I don't know. I feel like a scriptwriter at some point thought, wouldn't it be cool if you had a puppet that threw up leeches on people, and they went with that.
So
why were there just a bunch of leeches there? I guess I guess back that was what they would do. I don't even know if they still did this back in the 40s, but they used to put leeches on people to like, blood let them out and stuff, and try to get them healthy, removing some bad blood. Whatever. They still do that in the 40s. I mean, maybe it just seemed weird
I
that there
don't
was a whole bunch
know.
of leeches in
I
bottles
don't
there.
like in parts 1 and 2 was Leech Woman also Elsa, or is that just something they made
Yes.
up for
No,
this? All right, 'cause I
she's
don't
been
remember.
Elsa, I believe. Yeah, because I think in Puppet Master 2 he mentions that it was Elsa because she, spoiler alert, dies in part 2.
Okay. Well, anyway, so Elsa is now Leech Woman, and Toulon's like, we're gonna fucking go kill Nazis now. And so they first find Lieutenant Stein,
Getting the band
and
together.
like I think Jester is there and like does maybe nothing.
Stop.
Uh,
Stop. He looks awesome. Borp, what's your favorite puppet? You watched all the puppets here. What's your favorite puppet so far?
I think my favorite one here was Six Shooter.
Okay.
it's this
Now
one.
I have a really cool trivia for you for Six Shooter. So Six Shooter was originally going to be a mix, sorry, Six Shooter was originally going to be a six-armed ninja, but was changed to a cowboy since the writer was a big Western movie fan, and it also made sense in the story as Six Shooter would represent America. The artist who created the poster
Hmm.
used a 1988 Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles foot soldier toy as a base for Six Shooter. There was a ninja puppet in Puppet Master Axis of Evil. So Borp, I just want to let you know, subconsciously, you are so pro-America that Six Shooter's your favorite puppet. How does that make you feel? Makes me feel great.
I don't know. I'm fine with that. I mean, he has 6 arms and 6 guns. I think that's pretty cool.
That's cool.
Yeah.
Very one note though. Anyways, so Jester is just kind of there, and then Pinhead hits Stein with like a wrench in the head, and then Leech Woman like crawls over him and starts like puking leeches on him. And like if he just lays there motionless, in like 5 to 6 years, he's gonna die from blood loss
Jester
from these leeches.
stabs him in the knee, dude,
Okay, Jester stabs him in the knee.
with a scalpel.
Uh,
Come on
I
now.
don't, I don't. What is Leech Woman supposed to do? Like, are leeches like highly poisonous and venomous in the Puppet
No.
Master universe? Like,
No.
it's just a thing.
Yeah.
Again, what is the subtext for Toulon giving his wife the power to suck the life out of people? Anyway,
Rachel.
so yeah, Rachel, come answer these questions for us. So Stein is dead. They find his body, and from here it's just kind of like attacking Nazis. Like eventually, uh, Toulon is hiding out somewhere, and he sends Six Shooter to kill Captain Mueller, and so now like the only two big Nazis left in the movie are Kraus and Dr.
Well,
Hess.
don't forget the I guess Captain Nazi, whatever his name was. You get the obligatory sex scene by Scream
Yeah,
Queen
that's
Michelle
Captain
Bauer.
Mueller.
Yeah, Michelle Bauer, and that's kind of a cool sequence. They actually do some stop motion with Six Shooter while he's standing in the hallway, and even though Six Shooter has the tiniest guns, and it's even mentioned later on by Kraus, these are the smallest bullets I've ever seen. He blows that Nazi away through a window, face down onto face plant. That is great.
Gun
That's great.
physics.
Yeah.
Yeah. So Six Shooter hunts down Mueller and dies. Six Shooter does get an arm blown off, so he is just
Yep.
Five Shooter for a little bit. At this point, Kraus is in charge. Dr. Hess finds Six Shooter's arm and is like, "Oh, clearly, Toulon did this. We need to question him." Ultimately, everything everything turns to shit because kids are stupid. Toulon is hiding out in like some like just destroyed like underground bunker like in the middle of these ruins. And
Germany's
the
having a rough go of it.
the kid Peter and his dad uh, excuse me, the kid Peter and his dad like stumble upon the same ruins, and so the kid is all happy, like he loves the puppets. The dad is less thrilled, but the Toulon says, "Okay, idiot kid Peter, you're my assistant now, just to kind of like make the kid happy and entertain him."
Terrible part
And
of the
the
movie.
kid's like, "I can go to your workshop. I can get the parts to fix Six Shooter's arm." And Toulon's like, "Absolutely not. Don't do that. That's fucking stupid." So the kid immediately goes out and does it. He gets caught. he gets caught by Dr. Hess, and Dr. Hess ultimately like gets the kid to lead him to Toulon under the guise that he just wants to talk to Toulon. Meanwhile, Major Krause has put up
Never
these
trust a Nazi, guys. Never trust a Nazi. They're
he
liars.
Major Krause like puts up a bunch of wanted posters, 10,000 marks for anyone that can help them catch Toulon. And so Dr. Hess goes to Toulon's place with the kid, and like everyone gets along. Dr. Hess is like, I just want to know your secrets. I'm not here to cause harm. And so he and Toulon kind of have a kind of sort of friendship. Meanwhile, Peter's dad goes to Major Krause. And the backstory for Peter and his dad are his mom was captured, taken by the Nazis. She was from Warsaw, and the Nazis are like, nope, she's a spy, and so they captured her. And so Peter's dad goes to Krause and says, I know where Toulon is. I don't want the money. I just want you to give me my wife back, and we will leave Germany and never return. We will stay out of your way. And Krause agrees to this. Krause, or the dad, leads the Nazis to Toulon. But ultimately, like Toulon and Hess and the puppets all escape. The doctor ends up dying. Well, the dad ends up dying as well. Kraus seemed like he was actually going to honor this deal at least for a little bit. Like he let the dad go in and get Peter out before he sent in the people with guns.
Yeah.
But as soon as things turned to shit, he's like, oh, clearly, like Kraus says to the dad, clearly you set me up, you warned them, and so he kills the dad, and so the kid runs away. Now Toulon and Dr. Hess and the puppets are fleeing from the Nazis, and Dr. Hess gets killed. And at this point, it's just Toulon and the puppets. I don't remember if the kid like really does anything else for the rest of the movie until he has like one final scene at the end. But Toulon is alone. Like all he has is his puppets at this point in his quest for revenge. Dr. Hess is dead, and this whole time he's been working on the Blade puppet. And he specifically they specifically acknowledge that this guy is meant to look uh, like Richard Lynch, Major Krause. And so they kind of break into Major Krause's office, and Toulon just sits there in the dark, and Major Krause walks in, and the puppets just start wailing on him. Does Jester stab him again, or does Jester just sit there? I don't remember. Does Jester do anything during this finale?
Look, man, he
That's a no.
masterminded the whole thing.
Jester does nothing. Pinhead, like I think, starts like strangling starts strangling Major Krause.
In the entire franchise, Jester kills one person.
Great.
One person in the entire franchise.
Blade cuts Major Krause's leg and then cuts his hand, and then like Major Krause looks at Blade and has this recognition. It's like, oh shit, that's me in puppet form. And Toulon then stands up, and Toulon is now wearing like a Nazi uniform, which I guess he used to like sneak in. And so he's like, it's like looking into a mirror, isn't it? Blah blah blah. And it turns out, I don't know if they actually acknowledge it in the movie, but according to the Puppet Master wiki, like Dr. Hess's soul is now in Blade.
Yeah.
So
Yes.
so Blade used to be a Nazi doctor.
Very
So
problematic.
so Toulon created a puppet that looks like the Nazi who killed his wife and put the soul of a Nazi doctor into the puppet, and now that's supposed to be the good guy of the series.
Look, man, as I pointed out, Toulon has some real complicated feelings about his wife, apparently.
Borp, what are your thoughts on this? Is this problematic to you?
No, it's fine. Whatever.
Yeah, like
Toulon
stole. Yeah, Toulon stole a Nazi's soul and is forcing him to do good. I can live with that.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, as long as you can sleep at night.
I can.
That's all I care about.
I sleep just fine. I will hold this little guy like close to me. Anyway, so all of the puppets minus Jester are attacking Krause, and they have a rope. So Toulon has a rope that branches out into like 4 thinner strands of rope and hooks on the end of those 4 strands. And so Toulon like throws it up over like some sort of lighting fixture in the air, and they put 2 hooks they put a hook apiece in Krause's ankles, one in his hand, and one in the back of his fucking head, and they like pull him up into the sky. There's a
Yeah.
really cool like
Puppeteering.
shot. Yeah, there's a really cool shot of
Yeah.
him like being suspended with just like one arm free to move around, but then the rest of his body is contorted in this incredibly painful looking manner. And then Pinhead grabs like a what is like a halberd, some sort of like two-sided battle axe, and like smashes it into the ground directly in front of him, directly below Kraus, and then they drop Kraus on the axe. Kraus dies, and then the end of the movie is Toulon has taken Peter under his wing, and they are now just trying to escape Nazi Germany, which apparently they fail to do because 3 years later he's still on the run, according to Retro Puppet Master. The
Do we
end.
ever see
This,
Peter again?
I think in one of the shitty clip show movies is
Is it
clip show
Curse? No, it can't be
show
Curse.
is it where there's like a Nazi girl who tries to kill the new puppet master, and the puppet master is like narrating things to like this girl that's bleeding
Oh.
out? Because I think the puppet master in that movie is Peter. I could be completely wrong.
Okay,
We'll
I
find
think I
out
know.
in like
Yeah.
we'll find out in like 6 weeks.
Okay.
I think
So
Peter comes back.
okay, Borp, I'm going to throw this to you. Give us your thoughts on your first ever Puppet Master movie.
I thought this was delightful. I think this definitely, you know, at every opportunity where they had the choice to like, okay, how are we gonna play this, they just decided to do the most entertaining thing. Like, let's make it so 6 shooter shoots this guy and he jumps out a window. Like, yeah, sure, that's gonna happen. Every time the puppet, something that really got me was like every time the puppets would kill someone, and at the end of the death scene, like Toulon would just emerge from the shadows in this, like, uh, and all those shots were like surprisingly well stylized. I think that's what I enjoyed about this. Is like I mean, it's a B movie. It's stupid, but it's like well made enough so you can appreciate it on those terms as well. Like, I think the movie looks good, and like doing a period piece like this on a very low budget, like it looks surprisingly well done. And I think a lot of that it helps that they had the Universal lot and they could use these how do you say, like, time appropriate vehicles.
Sure.
Yeah, and I think that stuff helped a lot. But yeah, I enjoyed this.
Yeah. Well, I'll let Steve have the final word since this is his favorite in there. I'm actually glad, Borp, that you enjoyed this first one because I think you want to start the series out on a high because it's going to get real, real low as we continue to go through it. So it's good that you have a positive first impression because I don't think you maybe necessarily would have had that positive first impression had you started with Retro Puppet Master. That was a movie that was made very, very much, or much, much later in the
Right.
timeline of movies.
Right, and I
Um,
think that's maybe why. Sorry to jump in,
no, it's fine.
but I think that's maybe why I haven't seen these films up until now. Because by the time I got into horror, like, this brand, like, was essentially a joke. Like, I know what these movies turned into, and when I got into horror, like, this whole thing was like, oh, they were doing like evil bong movies and things like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. So my thoughts on this movie. I like this movie just fine. I do not hate this movie. Again, my sort of disappointment with this movie is like I really love bad guy puppets. And the first two Puppet Master movies are bad guy puppets running around and killing people. And so I remember when I first saw this movie, even as a kid, I was really disappointed with it because I was like, really? This is the direction we're going? Now they're good guys? And it kind of pretty much stayed that way for the rest of the series up until The Littlest Reich, which we'll get to eventually. But this is like Borb said, this is a really well-made movie. You could tell there was a lot of money put into this. The period piece, the sets, just the 35 millimeter. Cinematography and everything on it all looks good. It's got a cool villain. Richard Lynch is awesome as Kraus. It's got all those moments where the Nazis are like awful and you want them to die, and you get to see a lot of Nazis die, which is always great. That's always a great thing when you watch a movie and see a Nazi die. In terms of the puppets, like there's great stop motion. This David Allen, of course, came back and did stop motion. There's that great sequence when six shooters like spidering up the side of the building. We didn't talk about that, but he's literally like Toulon's like literally down there. He's like, "All right, boy, go get him," and he's like, and he's literally like crawling up the side. It's in broad daylight, and you're just sitting here like, wow, wouldn't that be wild to see something like that in real life? Like you're just walking around, you see this puppet climbing up. So yeah, there's a lot of like the stuff with six shooters really cool, stop motion wise, where he's spinning his guns around and all of that. Jester does something in this movie, so that's great because going forward he does very very little. But he does have the emotion that you want, Borp. He can spin his head around. He looked very, very sad when Elsa died, and when Toulon was sad, he had his sad face on. And then when he gets angry, he can spin his head around and give the angry face. So he's got a range of emotions that the other puppets don't have. Also interesting, from movie to movie, I think Jester's the only puppet that's look constantly changes because he's always wearing a different sort of Jester costume going through. Maybe not 4 and 5 because those were filmed at the same time, but all the other ones, he always looks slightly different where the other puppets pretty much look exactly the same. But yes, I like this movie. Please, Full Moon Puppet Master lovers, don't come at me. I like this movie just fine. I'm disappointed that they're good guys going forward. They're allowed to be good guys killing Nazis. I'm totally cool with it. So yes, I do like this one quite a bit. Steve, this is your favorite, man. I'm going to turn it over to you. You got the final word on this.
This is great. This movie absolutely held up, and I'm so thankful that I get to say that because after Retro Puppet Master, which was bad, but it was fine. It didn't sour me on the franchise at all. Those movies come later. But after like Species or Subspecies and the shit show that was all of that, I'm this is going to be like episode like 7, episode 8, maybe of Full Moon Fridays, and this is the first movie that I think is like legitimately like great. Love it. Thrilled that it held up. Can't wait to see more puppets killing Nazis because that's going to be a fucking theme for a little while. Because aren't all of the like up next in the chronology, isn't it more puppet versus Nazi movies, like 3 to 4 of them?
I'm looking right now. So obviously we're not counting Puppet Master 2 because there's just a quick flashback scene in that. We're going to watch that much, much later on because that takes place in 1989 primarily. The next thing was the prologue and epilogue scenes from 1941 from Retro, which we already saw. Puppet Master Axis of Evil is next, ladies and gentlemen. So we have Axis
Which
of
is
Evil, Axis
garbage.
Right,
But
and
the one
also
after
very
that is
problematic.
hilarious.
Yeah, they're all very problematic in their own ways. I'll be interested to hear what Borb thinks of these. But yeah, Axis of Evil, Axis Rising, and Axis Termination are the next. And those are 3 of the more recently made Puppet Master movies. So we're going from something that was shot in 1991 up to something that was made in like, 2010. So basically 20 years later, we're going there. So yeah.
And none of it's going to make a lick of fucking sense because Charles Band doesn't respect the canon. Like, just from these 2 movies, like, so chronologically, Retro Puppet Master followed immediately by Puppet Master 3. In Retro Puppet Master, Toulon learns the secret of life from a sorcerer in France, and it's a spiky ring and a magic spell. And here in part 3, which is the very next movie, it's a green reanimator juice that he learned in Egypt.
Yeah,
Fuck you,
because we
Charles
don't.
Band. Fix
Well,
your
it's that
fucking
thing.
franchise.
It's that thing. Well, apparently it's been fixed in the comic books because if you go to the Puppet Master wiki, there is detailed information on all of the plot holes in every single one of these movies. And apparently there was a line of comic books that came out where some fan, and I was actually reading up about this because they actually asked the creator of these comic books. He's like, "Are these comic books canon? Does Charles Band consider them canon?" And the guy's like, "I don't know. He's never said anything to me about them." But apparently this guy approached Charles Band at some point and was like, "Look, I'm a huge fan of Puppet Master. I want to connect them all and make it all work. And Charles Band gave him his blessing, and he did. He
Charles
made
Band said, "Good luck."
Yeah, Charles Band waved them off with one hand and said, "Yeah, that's fine, that's fine, that's fine."
yeah. As long as I get a cut of
Yeah,
whatever, and I could,
exactly.
make a toy of whatever new character you create.
Matt,
So,
how did it make you feel? Because at the end of this movie, when the credits roll, you see coming soon,
oh
Puppet
god,
Master 4, when evil puppets turn good. Are you
terrible.
excited?
No,
We're like 2 months
no.
away from actually getting to that movie.
I know, and yeah, and it's funny because I'm just like, well, there, fuck it. No, I'm not happy. I'm not happy. I will not. I will go ahead and spoil it. I do not like Puppet Master 4 and 5. Well, I remember not liking Puppet Master 4 and 5 at all. I'm actually curious to see what I will think of them when I rewatch them. But man, no, because like a movie they shot at the same time, back to back. It's 3 hours of puppet action I don't want to see. Like I don't want to see it, and they give me 3 hours straight. I can deal with it if they're killing Nazis. That's fine. Nazis, bad guys killing bad guys. Fine, I can get past it. I can't get past. No. They got to save Earth. Puppets are gonna save Earth.
Wait, is
Give
that
me,
real?
Yeah. Oh man,
yeah,
Borp, you're in for a fucking
Okay.
treat when we get to
All right.
parts 4 and 5.
Okay.
yeah, we're going crazy as we get through
All
this.
right. I think a thing that worked for me with the puppets being the good guys here is that I kind of view this as like a reverse slasher film where so much of the movie is focused on the bad guys, the Nazis. They're trying to find this guy, and they're like, "Where's Toulon?" And I'm like, I'm watching this now. I have no idea either. He's the good guy. I have no idea where he's either. Uh, but like Toulon really work. I mean, he's not doing any of the actual killings here, but like there's a period of this movie where he actually feels like a slasher villain. Like he shows up, kills someone, and then he cuts back to the bad guys, and they're like, "Oh no, he killed another one." So I thought that was kind of interesting from a structural perspective.
Well, I'll be curious when we finally get to Puppet Master 1, which is, let's see, that's the sixth film? No, when we get Puppet Master 1 and Puppet Master 2. The puppets are very clearly villains. Like, very, very, especially in part 2, they are very clearly bad guys. One of them actually, like, kills a child, like straight up kills a child, and I'm like, yes, this is what I want. This is what I want. So I'll be curious. You're gonna watch all these movies where the puppets are good guys, and then you're gonna hit like film 7 in the chronological timeline, and suddenly they're bad guys. And I'm curious what your reaction is gonna be if it's the opposite of mine, because I watched them bad and then saw them turn good, and you're watching them good going to turn bad. It'll be interesting to see what happens.
Yeah.
But, so, and I actually have not seen. I'm looking at the timeline here. I've actually not seen Blade: The Iron Cross. So that came out in 2020, and that's right after Axis Termination. So I'm actually looking forward to seeing that.
I've not seen either of those. So I've seen the next two movies, and then the two movies after that I have not seen, and I don't know that I want to, but we're going to. It's going to happen.
We're doing it. We're doing it.
committed.
So, Borp, any final thoughts on your first show? We thank you for joining us on this journey through Puppet.
Of course. No, I enjoyed it. I had a good time. So yeah, I'm excited to see where this goes, even though I'm watching this in the stupidest way possible, which honestly feels kind of fitting. Like I had this moment where I was like, should I just watch the first one just to get a feel for it? And I'm like, no, I committed to this. Like, no, let's just do this. I'll watch the first one, 6, 7 movies in. Sure, let's do this.
Don't forget, you got to go back and watch Retro Puppet Master.
I'll do it. And honestly, the reason I didn't go back to watch
titties in the background.
Oh,
Michelle Bauer, beautiful scream queen.
I didn't go back and watch Retro because I'm like, if I hate this, I don't want to spend 3 hours preparing for this show.
Oh, jeez. That's fair. I mean, I can't fault your logic, as Ronan would say. Can't fault your logic. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for checking out another episode of Full Moon Fridays, Puppet Master 3, Toulon's Revenge. We all think it's good, so it's absolutely one that you should watch. It's The first film in this entire new show we're doing on Outpost Unknown that Steve has actually really enjoyed. So the first full moon movie he's really, really liked. And we will be back in 2 weeks. We're dropping these every 2 weeks. So mark your calendars where we're going to talk about Puppet Master Axis of Evil. Takes place in 1941, but the year, according to Wikipedia, is 1939. So we're going back in time to when Toulon allegedly killed himself next in the chronological. So we're going from 1941 to 1939 is what we're doing here.
Charles Band, I need you to respect your canon. Good night, everyone. We're done. Cut.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are back with another episode of Full Moon Fridays. My name is Matthew. Joining me once again here in Nebraska is Steve.
Hello.
And joining us on camera for the first time for Full Moon Fridays, way over in Sweden, is Borb.
Hello. I feel like we're in it now with this movie, huh?
Oh, we're in it. We're knee deep in the shit, as they might say. So yeah, folks, we are continuing our trek through the Puppet Master franchise of Full Moon. We started with Retro Puppet Master, then we went to Puppet Master 3. Now we're at Puppet Master Axis of Evil from 2010. We are going through all the Puppet Master films in chronological order. Well, may or may not have been a mistake to do it that way. We shall see. But Borp, you joined us for last episode. For some reason, we roped you into doing this with us. I don't know why you said yes. But you went back and watched Retro Puppet Master.
Yeah,
tell
did.
us your thoughts on Retro Puppet Master before we get into Axis.
I think so far out of the 3 I've watched, I think that's the one I like the least. I did not enjoy the look of the puppets in it, and I thought, in general, like the plot was just kind of boring.
Okay, even more so than this one.
Yeah, I think I'm more into the World War II like aesthetic.
Okay. Did you have any? You watched Retro, then you went to Puppet Master 3, then you have Axis of Evil. Did you have any sort of like questions about the lore going into this?
I have no idea what's going on, but from the way you guys are talking about this, and you've seen all of them, correct?
Most of them.
Most
there's 2 or 3 that I've missed.
I sort of get the feeling that you guys are very confused about the whole thing as well. So
there's an entire page on the Puppet Master wiki of people trying to come up with plausible explanations to all of the plot holes in these movies. Canon and lore are used very their definitions are very stretched across this series.
Loosey goosey,
yeah,
as we say, loosey goosey. So this one is actually interesting because,
no, it's not.
Well, I mean, just in terms of the time period in which it was created, right? So this came out in 2010. This was after Full Moon had gotten sort of an influx in sort of cash. They got a Chinese co-producer, and this was actually shot in China, which has another layer of oddness to it. Normally Full Moon, you watch Subspecies, they go to Romania, right? Because that's where the castles are and the creepiness, and they can get cheap. They shot this movie in China, which is weird, especially with some of the content that you will find in it, and maybe the stereotypes of certain types of people, namely from Japan, that you see in this. And David DeCoteau is back once again. So if you're keeping track, he did Retro, he did Puppet Master 3. Now he's done Axis of Evil. So the first 3 movies in the chronological timeline of Puppet Master, all directed by David DeCoteau. So, Steve, I'll ask you just quickly, just in terms of like the directing component of it. If you did not know that David DeCoteau had directed all 3 of these movies, would you have realized that he was like there was a one director, one vision that has connected all 3 of these movies so far?
No, this one feels so much cheaper and so much low effort compared to the other 2. And that's I feel like that's somewhat praising Retro. It's not. Retro also sucks, but I feel like with Retro they tried. There was no trying in this movie.
I feel like between retro and this one, we have a saying in Sweden when you have a bad choice to make. It's like choosing between the pest or cholera. That's how I feel about these two.
Well, yeah, there's not a whole lot of backstory to say this. They got some Charles Band got some money, got hooked up with some dude in China. They made a movie for super cheap in China, and they decided we're going to pump out some of these, some new Puppet Master movies to make some bank on our fans. And yeah, I mean, you want to just get into it, Steve? I mean,
Yeah,
this
sure.
is,
The first thing we
I mean,
see is stock footage from Puppet Master 1, Bodega Bay, 1939, which is weird
yes.
considering Toulon is alive in 1941 and also 1944. But he kills himself here in 1939 using the exact same footage from Puppet Master 1. So, like, Charles Band is like the master of using stock footage, and so he starts it here. I will say that,
Yeah, it's literally like 10
yeah,
minutes. It's like the first 10 minutes of the original Puppet Master all the way through. Now Borp would not necessarily know
Well, I
that because
I
he
could
has
tell because it's like, oh well, clearly this is like shot a long time ago, and it looks also somehow looks way
yeah,
better than the rest of the movie.
yeah.
the footage. Now this was the first Puppet Master movie that was shot on digital video
Mhm.
apparently as well. And yeah, you're absolutely right. You can tell the video quality is so much different. You can tell Puppet Master was shot on 35 millimeter, and they had an old print of it that's got all the, typical, film grain and film scratches and stuff, and then it intercuts every once in a while to like crystal clear red digital camera. It's so stupid.
Anyways, before we get going with the rest of the plot, according to the Puppet Master wiki, uh, the wiki says that according to the creators, all of the World War II stuff, so like the entirety of Puppet Master 3, the beginning segments with Old Toulon and Retro Puppet Master, this movie, the following movie, maybe the movie after that, because there's three of these newer Puppets versus Nazis movies. Uh, Despite the numbers displayed on screen, all of them take place in 1941. And so like the creators just couldn't be fucking bothered to change a number on any of their movies to like make it make sense. So they just went back and
It's so
they
It's
just went
weird.
really
back.
strange.
Yeah, even this one, like this movie, according to the wiki, who is citing the creators, this movie takes place in 1941, even though they just reused the Puppet Master 1 footage that says 1939. They couldn't be bothered to like update a couple of frames with a new number. Anyways, I just wanted to get that out of my system because it
And
pissed me
it's
off.
well, that's crazy because this is ostensibly Full Moon's flagship franchise. This is the one franchise Full Moon is most known for. You would think that they would get the most sort of, the most reverence, the most. Hey, we got to make sure this is right. No, literally, that wiki puts in work. It is literally fans trying to
Yeah.
figure out like what is
It,
going on
on
here
the
and putting all
wiki,
this
like
stuff together.
it's like a chart, and it's a very long fucking chart. It's like on the left you've got what the plot hole is, and then in the middle you've got what the explanation is, and on the right it's the source. And a lot of them are like just fan theory. Some of them cite the comics, some of them just say the creators. This franchise is a mess. Anyways, we get the entire like prologue of Puppet Master 1 gets shown to us again. And so it's old Andre Toulon. Who's this guy? Like William Hickey, is that his name?
William Hickey,
Before
yeah.
before Guy Rolfe or whoever took over.
Hmm.
So it's like this
Yeah.
is really old Puppet Master stuff, but they're reusing the
It
footage.
made me excited to watch the first Puppet Master.
Yeah, in like 4 movies from now. Uh, so we get all of the Puppet Master 1 William Hickey footage, and we get introduced to our new character who is in a completely different resolution compared to William Hickey. And our new hero's name is Danny, and it's World War II. Danny had polio as a kid, and so he came away with a bum leg. He has a limp, and the limp keeps him from going overseas and fighting the Nazis, and he's very upset by this. He's like got this like really romanticized idea of going and fighting in the war. He wishes.
Everyone likes to kill Nazis.
Yeah, everyone likes to
Steve.
kill Nazis.
Like everyone wants to.
He really, really, really wants to go and fight in World War II, but he cannot because he cannot pass like the required medical exam. And so what he's doing instead is he is like a wood.
Very Captain
Yeah,
America-esque.
he needed the super soldier serum, but he could have injected that into a puppet, and we could have had Captain Puppet. So this guy Danny,
we got a movie idea to pitch to Charles Band right now.
Cut that out.
So Danny is a woodworker. He is at the Bodega Bay Inn, and he is building wooden chairs. And he's in the basement talking to his uncle. And he's like, "Oh yeah, that cool guy Toulon. He's upstairs talking about all the Nazis he killed. I've seen his puppets. His puppets are moving without strings. Like apparently the puppets just operating out in the open because Danny saw them like moving around. He's like, I'm gonna go chat with Toulon later and trying to pick his brain about these puppets. And then we go back to the grainy 35 mil footage, and William Hickey kills himself.
Yeah, and we should point out here, folks, that Toulon is now in America. So he, because I think in Puppet Master 3 they're in Berlin, if I remember correctly.
Right.
So Toulon has fled to America, and Hitler has sent the two most incompetent Nazis after him to America, and this is all taking place. I think from this point forward, the vast majority of the movies take place in the Bodega Bay.
Yeah.
For the next 5 or 6 movies in this one little place. And I was watching this, and the first thing, this is like just like the Bloodstone with Subspecies, where it started driving Steve crazy. What's the point of the Bloodstone? I started thinking to myself, why did Toulon kill himself? He's got a gun. He's got an army of puppets that kill Nazis. We just saw it in the last movie, Puppet Master 3. They kill Nazis all the time. Why did Toulon shoot himself in the head when these two incompetent Nazis started to show up? And if we don't get an answer,
you're not going to get an answer.
That's not happening, I feel like.
That's got to.
Okay.
No, I mean...
we have to have an answer.
There's no answer to that, because the beginning of this movie, Puppet Master 1, that's one of like the later movies in the timeline. The timeline doesn't progress much beyond that point. Anyways... before
I gotta
this,
trust in Charles Band.
So old Toulon puts all of the puppets in like a big chest and like hides it behind a fake panel in the wall, and then kills himself. The Nazis come in and go, no puppets here, and they leave. And Danny spots the Nazis, and he's like, "Oh, Mr. Toulon, are you okay?" And he walks into the room, sees Toulon's dead body, has no reaction to the body. Instead, he just immediately goes over to the fake wall and like opens it and takes the puppet chest. Toulon's been dead for 37 seconds. This motherfucker's already fucking grave robbing. Like,
hey, it's classic American writing, right? I mean, it's just like, hey, okay, Toulon's dead. I'm just gonna take a shit.
Did I miss something showing that Danny knew about this fake wall? Because he just goes right over to it and opens it up and grabs the puppets.
I don't think so. I don't think you missed anything at all.
Okay, well, anyways, he takes the puppets. He as far as I know, he just walks right past Toulon's dead body, takes the puppets, and leaves. And then we get like...
But the body's so funny. It's clearly not William Hickey. They just have a dude like that up against a wall, and you're just like, oh my god. I mean, William Hickey deserves more respect than what David DeCoteau Full Moon did to him.
William Hickey in this scene.
I wanted something else.
Okay,
you're watching this. What are your initial thoughts?
I want to clarify something for me. I have a suspicion that this is the case, but this Danny character did not show up in any prior movies.
Any prior movies? No. He's in the next 2 movies.
Correct.
Exactly. So they just inserted him. This is absurd. This whole beginning, it's so strange, and cutting back and forth between the different footage. I mean, it's... I don't know. I don't know. You said everything.
It's awful. Anyway, so we then get like 40 minutes of just Danny living his life, and we find out all about his life. He has a brother who is going off to fight in the war, And like to Danny's credit, there's no like jealousy there. Like
Bucky.
these two brothers like really like
Bucky.
these two brothers really like love each other, and he's proud of his brother for going off and serving. The brother is really good at sneaking up on people, which is going to get paid off later.
Jesus. This good dude, whoever the actor was, is so bad.
Everyone in this
He's
movie is
so
bad.
obnoxious. Yeah, the acting is atrocious across the board, except for the mom. I thought the lady who played the mom, was it Elma or whatever her name was? I thought she was the best actor out of the
bunch. So Danny is close
Good
to
on
his
you, lady.
mom. Danny has a girlfriend named Beth who works as like an American like munitions plant supporting the war. She has a boss that hates Danny because the boss thinks Danny's not a real man because he can't go and fight. We get again like
I got a limp. It's not my fault.
Yeah,
that's no excuse.
Yeah, you should have lied.
You should have lied about it.
You could have gotten yourself into the army.
Yeah.
So Danny at one point he's so annoyed at how like unhappy he is with his life because he wants to go and fight in the war and he can't. He's got the puppets at home again. He just took Toulon shit. He gets angry and he kicks the trunk, and the trunk opens up. Like the kicking the trunk reveals a hidden compartment in the trunk that just happened to have a ninja puppet in it. So Danny finds the ninja puppet. Danny finds the ninja puppet and some reanimator juice, and he brings the puppets back to life with the reanimator juice. And so then he's like, "I'm gonna go show Beth." And so he takes Jester to see Beth, but when he's so Jester is a wingman in this movie.
Joe, okay, let me go ahead, Borp. I know you want to get in here. Go ahead.
Sorry, just a quick question. Reanimator juice was not a thing in Retro Puppet Master, right?
Correct.
No.
What the fuck's going on?
Yeah. So that's another plot hole. So according to the fans on the wiki, in 1901 or 1902, which is Retro Puppet Master, a sorcerer goes to Toulon and teaches him the secret of puppet life, which is you stab the ring into someone and then you stab that ring into the puppet and you say a magic spell and it comes back to life. And then separate to that, another incident later on in 1912, Toulon was in Egypt, and then another wizard teaches him a different way to bring puppets back to life.
Yeah.
And the different way is the reanimator juice, and that's what we get here.
Man,
there's more than one way to grill a cheeseburger, Borp. I mean, come on now.
That's stupid.
It's fucking stupid.
Yeah.
Charles Band,
Yeah, it is.
respect your canon, and shit like this won't happen. Anyways.
Now, well, hold on. Getting back to Jester, I just want to point out, I hate this movie for what they do to Jester, or what they don't do with Jester. Jester is my favorite puppet.
Oh, we're gonna get to that.
We get to see him.
We're gonna get to what happens to Jester because it's fucking great and hilarious. And I asked Matt about it in Discord, and it was awesome. No. Anyways, Danny is going to go show off the puppets, or at least just Jester, to Beth. And when he gets there, he sees a guy named Ben chatting up Beth, and it turns out that Ben's not his real name. I don't know what his real name is. He is one of the Nazis that killed Toulon, and so Danny's like, "Oh, hey, I know that guy. He's a Nazi. I'm going to follow him." It's so
he's like GQ Nazi. He doesn't even like this guy is a terrible actor, like real bad. He doesn't come across as a Nazi. He comes across as like some sort of like Sears catalog male model or something like that, and it's so ridiculous and stupid. And you're going to hear us say that a lot: stupid. There's so much stupidity in this movie.
So, anyways, like Danny tries to tell Beth, "Hey, that guy's a Nazi," and Beth is like, "No, he's not. That's stupid." And so then we go. So Danny like follows the bad guys, and it turns out there's only 5 bad guys in this entire movie, and they are hanging out in an opera house. And so there's like the lead Nazi, I don't know his name. The henchman Nazi, I don't know his name. And then there is a Japanese woman.
One of them is Klaus.
Klaus,
right?
Maybe, I don't know. I'm just calling him main
Klaus
Nazi and henchman
Nazi.
There's a Japanese woman whose name is Ozu. I don't know if that's like the way they say it, I couldn't tell if it was a name or a title, but she is Ozu. Uh, and she also has like two henchmen with her that also go nameless. And so what their plan is they stole blueprints to this munitions plant, and this plant is building like essentially a better bomb. And so the Japanese and the Germans are going to blow it up to deny America those munitions. Danny has I think like Blade stabs someone in the leg, and then Pinhead like tears off a piece of the blueprint, and Danny presents that to Beth, and so finally like Beth is on board with this.
Well, quick question
Yes.
for the Ozu character: is that dubbed? Like, did they ADR someone else's voice for a really bad like Japanese accent, or was the actors actually speaking that way? Because it feels very overly the top, like racial stereotype of like a Japanese person trying to speak English, and it looks like it's almost ADR or dubbed or something, but I couldn't tell.
Full
It just
disclosure,
made me uncomfortable
I
watching.
also thought it looked dubbed at times, so if we both
full
have that,
disclosure,
yeah.
because this was on YouTube, I watched it at 1.5 speed, so I probably missed that. It all sounded weird to me.
Well,
You got through this movie quicker than
yeah,
us. I'm
yeah.
jealous.
Well, I watched it at proper speed, and I also
I'm
thought
sorry.
it looked really weird. So if
All
we
right.
both had that
Yeah.
inclination,
All right.
probably something weird going on there.
So Ozu was potentially dubbed. Anyways, Danny takes his Nazi evidence to Beth, and she's convinced now. And then Danny's like, okay, well now I'm going to go back and get like actual evidence. I'm going to take pictures of these guys. Danny goes back and forth between like home and the bad guy's lair like multiple times, and so I might be mixing up the order of events. Borp looks like he envies the dead thinking about this movie.
Sorry,
This is
I zoned out.
this is how Danny's helping the war effort.
Yeah, so Danny is like trying to get evidence of the Nazis being in wherever they are in America. Meanwhile, there is like a going away party for the brother, and lead Nazi figures out who Danny is and where Danny lives, and so he sends henchman Nazi to like kill everyone and take the puppets. But Danny's not there, and so the henchman kidnaps Beth, kills mom, and kills the brother. When Danny gets back, his brother is dying, and his last words are basically, go, avenge me. Don't let him get away with
Go
this.
fight the Nazis.
Go fight the Nazis.
No, here's the thing. Like, they couldn't even be bothered to do these kills on screen.
Right.
This all takes place off camera. Like, the mom opens the door, and then you hear a gunshot, but you don't actually see any of it. You don't see the henchman take the girlfriend. You don't see the henchman attack the brother. You don't see any sort of heroic, hey, the brother, he's a superhero, right? He wants to go fight the Nazis. He gets to, like, done so dirty. Like, he doesn't even get a fight sequence with the Nazi. He just gets, shot off camera, and then this horribly acted death scene where you're just like, oh my god,
go fight him! Don't let him get away.
yeah. And Danny's like, oh god, oh. He's like, I'm just like, fuck this movie to hell. This is so bad, so
Yeah.
bad.
But Danny, the new puppet master, not one to let an opportunity go to waste, takes his brother's soul and puts it in the ninja, because you see, his brother is really good at sneaking up on people, and so therefore he should get.
He's like, I hope you don't mind being in the body of a blank puppet. I'm just like, oh jeez.
A 3-letter slur for a Japanese person is used liberally in this movie. So anyways, it's time for the final. Like, this all takes place. This movie's only an hour and 20 minutes, and like everything I just described to you takes up like the first hour. There have been like no puppet fights.
Yeah, exactly. No puppet action whatsoever.
Yeah.
It's so boring. It is so incredibly boring. I think I even made a mention. It's like eventually, I love that that quote Ian Malcolm in Jurassic Park, right? When he's like, eventually you will have dinosaurs on your dinosaur tour, right? I'm just thinking of like, eventually you will have puppets in your Puppet Master movie. Like, right is eventually.
Yeah. So,
Fuck.
anyways, Danny with his puppet crew, including Ninja, have to go and get Beth back, and so Danny goes after everyone. Pinhead trips a guy, which allows Tunneler to drill into his skull. Leech Woman spits a leech into a guy's food, and he eats it, and that kills him somehow. Um,
Somehow the leech like burrows through his throat or something,
yeah, like
and blood's.
the ninja puppet rescues Beth from the henchman Nazi, but ends up getting like injured. He's made of fucking wood. I don't know what. He's not bleeding out. He's a goddamn doll.
Yeah, because Ozu stabs
Yeah,
Ninja,
Ninja gets
and it's
stabbed.
because Ninja has this weird effect they decide to put on his eyes to sort of show that he's alive. Like every other puppet, they just look like puppets, but Ninja gets this weird these glowing red eyes. And when he gets stabbed, it starts like going in and out. Like you can see his life force
Yeah.
fading away or something. I'm like, what are we doing here? Like, what is this?
All right.
Who made this
So
decision?
I'm gonna summarize real quick. Pinhead and Tunneler kill one henchman. Leech Woman kills another henchman. Uh, Ninja kills the Nazi henchman, and then Ninja, after like regaining his strength and coming back to life, then kills the main Nazi, which allows Ozu to grab a bag of puppets, which I think had Tunneler and maybe Leech Woman in it, and runs away with the puppets. And then Danny's like, if they want a war, we're gonna give them a war, and that's the end of the movie. Matt, who didn't show up in the finale here?
My boy didn't show up. Where's fucking Jester?
Danny.
Where is
Danny
Jester?
just left Jester at home during the final fight.
This is so infuriating because I'm watching this now. We had seen this before, Steve, like many years ago. We watched it for an old Steve Cast
No, we watched
episode,
the
I
next
think.
one. Or did we watch this one? I know we watched the
I
next
thought
one.
we watched this.
We watched the next
Okay,
one for sure because we fucking love the next one.
okay. Regardless, I know I've seen this one in the
Yeah.
past, but I could not remember like what Jester did in it. And of course, I'm always Jester's like in every single Puppet Master movie. He's like him and Blade are like the two consistent puppets that go all the way through. And I'm like, where is Jester? Gone. Poof. I assume he just masterminded the entire
Yeah.
plan or something, or he's pulling the strings from behind the scenes. We never see Jester. I was so pissed off. So pissed off. Oh, this
I'm
movie.
trying to think, like in the next movie when Danny goes home, isn't Jester just sitting there like he was just left
I think
behind?
he's just sitting on a dresser. Like they just leave him sitting on a dresser.
This
Ugh.
movie is so
And I
bad.
think yeah. Well, Borp. Did Steve miss anything? Because I mean, I think that's the shortest plot synopsis I've ever heard Steve give. But there's really nothing else to it. I mean, it's so nothing. There's
Yeah,
nothing here.
there's really not a lot to it. The first hour has a lot of like meandering to it. Like it's a lot of him like suspecting that these people are Nazis, and he's like going back and forth talking with his girlfriend, and then he goes back to the Nazi hideout and like looking through a window, and I mean it's a whole lot of nothing.
Yeah, like they spend so much time, like I
Yeah.
think they tried to make you care about his family because he gets extended scenes of him and his brother just hanging out. But then it's like he goes to the Nazi base to just see what they're up to, and then he goes home. And then he goes to the same Nazi base to take pictures, and then he goes home. And then he goes to the Nazi base again for the final battle. It's a lot of pointless back and forth. They had about 30 minutes of a movie that they stretched to an hour and 20 minutes.
Yeah. And I think that, if I compare this to retro Puppet Master, because obviously Puppet Master 3 was that was made and produced at the height of Full Moon's powers, and Paramount was dropping tons of money in them and they could go, on location to Universal Studios backlot and film all that stuff. And they could get big name people in here. This looks so, when you watch these sort of back to back like this, in chronological order, one of the big problems is you see how cheap Full Moon became. So this was shot in 2010. It was about 21 years after, or about 20 years after Puppet Master 3 was put out, and you could just see the drop off in production value so starkly that it makes you wonder, like, why would you even do this if it was just for a cash grab? I mean, that's the only reason they could have possibly no one could have thought this was a good idea, right? I
Right.
mean, the whole premise of this movie, like Borb said, it's absurd, it's ridiculous, and it's kind of like a slap in the face to the original Puppet Master film, in my opinion.
I mean, I think it's like that's one of those things where we joke about it and we can laugh at the movie, but it's also like kind of sad. It's sad that like fans are like putting together a wiki and like caring a lot more about the franchise than the actual people making the movies do.
Fans shouldn't
Yeah,
have
that's a
to do
great
that.
point.
Fans, if you're listening, it's not your responsibility to fix the story. It's the creator's responsibility to fix the story.
But the question is, did the fans fix the story in a way that's better than what the filmmakers did?
They tried harder than the filmmakers did. I can say that. I don't know if there's any fixing this. I hate this movie. God, this movie sucks
Yeah.
so bad. Like, Retro Puppet Master is not good, but they tried. The fucking clip show movie that we're going to get to in a couple weeks, where it's like 5 minutes of new footage and then clips, like an insulting movie. Like, I accept that for what it is, which is just a cash grab. I assume that Charles Band had like rent and utilities both come due on the same day, and he had to slap something together real fast. This is the first movie where I feel like they didn't even try. Like, this movie is just like going through the paces to hit that sweet 75-minute feature length mark, and then it moves and then it's done. That its only accomplishment was to be long enough to be considered a movie. uh Fuck this movie. I hate
Yeah,
it.
I I agree. I mean, I hate this movie. This has to be right up there with the worst Puppet Master movies of the franchise. What I will say, like, to try to not be completely negative and at least, say, well, I like the idea that they tried to create a new puppet. Like, I think the ninja puppet could have been cool had they made it look cool and actually done something with it. It makes no sense how the ninja puppet dies. They only killed the ninja puppet because it can't be in subsequent movies.
It could
Essentially,
no
I mean, you can't just
it
have
could have
this.
been in the next two, because
Well, it's true.
the
Yeah,
next two take place like the next day after the events of this movie.
that's true. I take it back. Fuck this movie. It's stupid. I'm trying to give some sort of positivity to it, and yeah, that doesn't
Uh,
even make any sense because I'm thinking of fast forward. But go ahead,
no,
Joe.
I could kind of laugh at this movie while watching it in a way that I had kind of fun with it at times, but it wasn't like I didn't laugh at. I just laughed at some of the weird choices they made, like how this guy, he's very upset that he's not going to war, and all the people around him are like trying to cheer him up about it, but they do it in like the worst way. Like his coworker that he's talking, or his boss, I guess, that he's talking with in the beginning, and he's like, yeah, I mean, I just feel like such a loser because of my leg, and he's like, no, you're working with your hands. Would a loser do this? And he just picks up an entire share. I don't know. That made me laugh a lot. It's like, you're
It's
here
like,
doing woodworking.
Yeah,
don't be
some of the
sad,
dialogue
Danny.
is
Don't be sad, Danny. While everyone else is out there serving their country, you can be here playing with dolls. That's just as good.
yeah. And the other weird thing about this movie is, again, they never show Danny having any interaction with Toulon beforehand. He just kind of mentions to his dad, or whoever that, I assume that guy was his dad, or whoever that guy is he's talking to, is like, yeah, there's just a dude. I've seen the puppets alive. How does Danny even know how to bring the puppets back to life? Does he make the leap in logic? Look at this weird glowing reagent from Reanimator. I've seen the movie. Let me just squirt it in there. And it's
Yeah,
so
no,
funny
he
if you
does.
see
He
them that
literally
shot.
he makes that leave.
Yeah, and there's this hilarious thing. If you actually look at the shot, that's sort of like that sort of wide shot when he puts the syringe into the thing. It clearly does not go down to the bottom where the reagent is because they don't fill it full. It's only at the very bottom. Like they had enough of that glow stick that they broke open just to fill up the very bottom of this big jar. And it's like, it's so obvious the syringe doesn't even hit it. And then they have to cut to a close up just to show that it's just stupid shit like that. But he just makes this leap, and you don't understand how he makes that leap, why he makes that leap. He doesn't even mention that. Oh yeah, I saw him sticking this needle in the back of these puppets and putting this green goo in there, and so that's how they come to life. Aha, that's how it's done. He just does it, and it's so shoddily written. There's no, like, all these characters suck. They're uninteresting. I wanted, like, this the whole, like, we got to go save Beth. Why? Why? Like, what's the point? Who cares? Who cares to save Beth? Like, why do we need to? Why do we need to do this? Like, I want to see the puppets. This movie should have been not following Danny and his sort of like, oh god, I'm a cripple and I can't get into the war effort to go kill Nazis. It should have been the fucking puppets and only the puppets running around killing the Nazis and the Japanese who are trying to harm America. Cut the human element out of it entirely. I want the puppets just running around, creating chaos and havoc with the Axis, and give me that. And the whole story about the puppets is they have to figure out a way, because it's temporary, right? They have to have the reagent, over and over until the puppets have to figure out a way to not only kill the Nazis, but to also keep themselves alive. That should have been the focus of the movie. No, let's sit around a dinner table and crack jokes about killing the Krauts. Let's do that for 45 minutes before a puppet even shows up and does anything. Let's recycle footage of Blade. And, we just watched the puppets kill a bunch of Nazis. It was great. Six Shooter's arms show up in this one. So there's a cameo of Six Shooter, his arms. He holds up his arms. We just watched him, but let's watch Toulon kill himself, not explain it. Let's not explain why the puppets don't try to defend Toulon at all. They just let these Nazis come in and kill him. And oh, by the way, let's fucking sideline Jester, the greatest puppet that there is. Let's fucking sideline him and hope that Matthew doesn't notice as he's watching this movie. Let's hope that he doesn't see what they've done to the greatest puppet.
Okay, so like Blade has like a blade arm and a hook. Pinhead has super strength. Leech Woman has weaponized leeches. Ninja throws throwing stars at people. Tunneler has a drill on his head. If Jester was going to kill a Nazi, he would do what?
He would pick up any weapon around him and utilize it. He's not a one-note puppet, Steve. He can find any number of ways to take down Nazis.
But he hasn't.
He can act as a... He hasn't, yes. I think on the wiki, if you actually look at it, I think he's got the fewest kills of any puppet in these 15 movies. He's got 3, and I think 2 of them are in comic books. He's only got 1 throughout this whole franchise, and he's one of the main puppets that everyone remembers from the puppet, because he's in every freaking movie. He does nothing. He just spins his face around and sits on dressers, and it pisses me off. Fuck. We need just a Jester
Danny
movie.
wouldn't even bring him to the final fight. I think there's a scene in the next movie where Danny goes home and Jester was just hanging out at his house the whole time.
It's so disrespectful, and it's angered me. See, when I was younger and I was watching these movies, I guess I just, like the Bloodstone, I didn't stop and think about what was happening. Now, as an older viewer, I'm watching this, and I'm like, I'm getting angrier and angrier with each subsequent Puppet Master movie that I watch. Charles Band gives solo puppet movies. He's given one to Blade. He's given one to Dr. Death. Listen, Charlie. Charlie, I know you're watching this show. Give me $5 and I will make an awesome Jester movie, and I will connect the canon to what Jester was doing. It'll be a flashback clip show to everything Jester was doing during all of these movies where we don't see him. Let me do it. We'll create an amazing movie. Otherwise, I'm just going to remain pissed.
So final thoughts, Jesus. Things that I want to leave you guys with. The next movie is you or Matt and Rachel and I watched it for one of the very early Steve casts. It's not even on Outpost Unknown. and I remember
Axis Rising.
I remember enjoying it immensely. There are several new puppets in it. They just went I remember them just going nuts with the like absurdity level of the puppets. I'm looking forward to next week. Now the week after that is the end of this new Puppet versus Nazis trilogy. I have not seen part 3 of this
Axis
trilogy.
Termination.
But I did look up on the wiki and I saw that it had to be crowdfunded, so I'm expecting terrible production values on that movie.
Yeah. Well, the next movie, Axis Rising, was directed by Charles Band. So this will be the first one we're watching in chronological order where David DeCoteau does not direct. So we're actually getting the creator himself stepping behind whatever crappy Walmart digital camera they were able to get
And being as
to
offensive as possible.
Oh, it's very. I'll be yeah, Borp. I can't wait to get your reaction to the
Okay.
next movie because there are some puppets in here that I
Okay.
triggered Rachel. I think.
Okay, because this one, let's see. Next one is Axis Rising. This one's Axis of Evil. Because Axis of Evil was already, I was gonna say vaguely racist, but not even vaguely. There's some problematic
It
parts.
gets a lot worse.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, you haven't seen problematic yet. The next one's very
Great.
deeply problematic.
Great.
But yeah, I mean, I don't know what else to say other than I'm deeply disappointed with our choice to not only do Full Moon Fridays but to watch these in chronological order.
At this point, we've watched. This is the 9th movie for Full Moon Fridays. Out of those 9, how many movies would you say are good?
Well, I would say probably none of them are good, but I would say I at least liked 3. I liked the first 2 Subspecies movies. I know you don't, but I liked the first 2, and I would say I like Puppet Master 3. Everything else though has been hot trash. So I'm 3 for 9 right now. On my end. So Borp, your thoughts on Axis of Evil? If you had to rate this on some sort of scale, what would you give this movie?
If I had to rate it on a scale, I don't know, like let's say 3 out of 10. I'll be kind.
3 out of 10.
Yeah.
Okay, I won't. I'm going to give this a 0 out of 10.
Yeah, same 0.
No redeeming factor whatsoever.
All right.
No,
I mean,
there's nothing in it.
yeah. I mean, I laughed out loud a couple of times. It was good enough. It was 80 minutes. A good sit, as our friend Rachel would say.
It was only like 65 minutes for me. That's it. We're done.
Yeah.
Let's move on.
Folks, yeah, I will point out to everyone, if you do want to watch this movie, it is available on Full Moon's YouTube channel, so they do have it up there. You can see it in the background. Of course, I'm playing it. I'm probably giving Charles Band 30 cents of Tubi ad money watching this again. There's no nudity in this, so you don't have to worry about it. I don't have to like edit and anything like that. There's no, I mean, there is blood in like a couple spots, but there's really no violence.
There's some Nazi imagery that you're gonna have to look real close for in the background of your footage.
Son of a look, guys, it's Jester. He's sitting up. He does something. He just sat up.
God.
Yeah.
Can we be done with this episode?
We can be done. Thank you, everyone. Stay tuned next week for Puppet Master Axis Rising, where things get real problematic for our puppet heroes. Where they're good guys at this point, right?
Yeah.
They're good guys? Leave a comment down below. What do you guys think of Puppet Master Axis of Evil? Are we way off? Did we just miss something here? Leave a comment down below. With that, adios. Where the fuck is Jester? Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to another episode of Full Moon Fridays here on the Outpost Unknown YouTube channel. My name is Matthew. Joining me on our continuing journey through the chronological order of the Puppet Master franchise is Steve.
Hello. At what point do we start regretting our life choices? I don't know that it's this week, but I feel like it's coming.
I don't know, there could be some regret with this one. We're going to talk about Puppet Master Axis Rising tonight. I will point out that our good friend Borp is under the weather, so he could not join us this week. Now, Steve, you can give me some shit. We were supposed to record this last Friday. What happened?
You decided to grocery shop for 4 hours, which means that our good friend Borp watched this incredibly problematic movie for no reason. So, good job. I hope it was worth it.
Now, to be fair to myself, I did not realize it was going to take this long, and I gave you guys a heads up at least an hour ahead of time. But yeah, I ended up being on a long grocery shopping sabbatical. But I was able to couldn't find his hat, but I could find my Jester. See, I love Jester. We're going to talk about Jester tonight, ladies and gentlemen. His head doesn't really work
He
much
looks
anymore. It used to spin around.
incomplete without his hat.
I know, and I couldn't find it. I don't know why. But there is my Jester. I did find him. And yeah, we're going to talk about Puppet Master Axis Rising. So this is the second in, I guess, this trilogy of films that are sort of coming out here in the middle of this. Charles Band. We've met him, Steve. Mr.
Yes,
Charles Band
yes,
himself has directed this one. So
he gave us $10 to purchase one of our shitty movies, and in return, we have given him hours and hours and hours of our life.
Yes, that's true. And with hours and hours of our life comes hours and hours of bitching and moaning about wasting said hours of our lives.
Regret.
You know, Steve, we only have so many hours. Yeah, there's only so many hours in one's life. Why are we choosing to spend our hours this way?
Because we are idiot children with nostalgia bias, I guess.
Very true. Very true. All right. Well, let's just go ahead and get into it. Puppet Master Axis Rising from 2012. Wikipedia describes it as an action horror film. It is the 10th entry in the Puppet Master film series. So, I mean, take it away. Let's get into this very problematic. We should add Rachel on for this one.
We should. It's not too late.
She was at it before.
She's seen this before. So I'm gonna try because I watched this a week ago. I did not rewatch it for this week, so I'm gonna do my best.
Neither did I.
This. It starts with the Ozu, and I still don't know if that's a name or a title, but she was the Japanese woman that was the main villain of the previous movie. At the end of the previous movie, she grabbed a bag with Tunneler and fled. The opening of this film is she runs into different Nazis, and they are done working with Ozu, so they kill her and take Tunneler, not before Tunneler manages to kill one of the Nazi henchmen. But now the Nazis.
You know, I was actually going to go look back. Oh, I'm sorry. I was going to actually look back at the previous movie because I could have sworn there was more than just Tunneler in that bag at the end of the first one, but maybe or the one before.
I thought Leech Woman was also in that bag, but apparently not.
Yeah. Okay.
I don't know.
And we should point out right away, everyone's played by different characters, different actors in this entirely.
Yes. Which begs the question, were they fired for being shitty, or could they just not take it anymore? I think both of those scenarios are valid because every returning character has been recast. And I don't know swastika behind you. Good luck editing that. I don't know if that was for the better or not. But anyways, the Nazis, led by a new guy named Mobius, has captured Tunneler, and so we get like, I feel like you're on a delay. So good luck editing all of this.
Wonderful.
Yeah, you're definitely on a delay because it took you a bit to acknowledge that. So have fun. I'm gonna. There's like kind of a story of what happened to like the two good guys from the previous movie, and then a separate story with the Nazis, and then they converge at one point. So I'm gonna try to knock these out separately because I'll never get them right otherwise. So who are the names of these? What are the names of like the children that are good guys? I think Beth is the girl. Is it Danny and Beth or
Danny.
Donnie?
Danny and Beth. Yeah, yeah.
All right,
Danny.
so Danny and Beth. Danny and Beth have gone home. This takes place immediately after the previous movie, so I guess in the 5 minutes they were gone, like the bodies of his mom and brother have been removed from the house somehow. But they're kind of happy about what's going on, and so we see the puppets, and you know they just came from like a big fight, and so
Not
Leech,
Jester.
yeah, that's what I meant. Leech Woman is looking kind of ragged. Pinhead, his sweater has been shot all to shit. Jester is sitting there, perfect clothes, not a mark on him, because he got left behind at the finale of the
Fucker.
last movie.
He
Uh,
gets done so dirty by these
uh,
movies.
so Danny had sent Blade out on recon, and so Blade comes back and through puppet telepathy slash sign language lets Danny and Beth know that Ozu is dead and the Nazis have Tunneler. And so Danny and Beth are like, all right, we got to figure out a way to get Tunneler, but then they get kidnapped. Someone knocks on their door, and when they open it, they just burst into the house, and they kidnap Danny and Beth. But it's not Nazis. They're kidnapped by the U.S. government and taken to meet some general who basically congratulates them for a job well done. And he wants to. There's some super mega ultra general like General Porter or something like that. And General Porter is like a very like high up person in the American military, high up enough that it would be kind of a good thing for the Nazis to take them out. So we'll see how that pays off. But General, or I don't know, Major, General, Captain, I don't know what this guy's rank is. Porter, the super military guy, wants to reward
It's a
Danny and Beth.
general.
General, all right, so General Porter wants to reward Danny and Beth. But Danny and Beth are now targeted by the Nazis, presumably, and so they send like Sergeant Stone, this incredibly like military stereotype, misogynistic, like 40s dude, to watch over them. And General Stone is like,
Get in the kitchen and make me a
yeah, yeah,
sandwich.
he's calling Beth Toots and telling her to get in
Yeah.
the kitchen and make him food.
Those are simpler days,
Yeah,
Steve. Much
yeah.
simpler days.
Some might say better days. I wouldn't say that, but Matt might.
I didn't go that far, Steve.
So Stone is like, I know you're hiding something. I know that the two of you didn't just go and like kill Nazis. So what happened? So they Danny and Beth reveal the puppets to Stone. So that's kind of where they're at now. The next up for them is they are going to go meet General Porter. So over on the Nazi side of things, Mobius has a doctor whose name I don't remember, so he's just going to be Nazi Doc. Nazi Doctor is
Dr. Fruhofer? Is that his name?
I'm just calling him.
Freuhofer?
He's just the doctor. So the
Dr.
Nazi,
Nazi. Okay.
yeah, Doctor Nazi likes making dolls, likes making puppets for some reason. He has been essentially kidnapped by Nazis and like forced into servitude to create zombies. Because that's just what you do if you're a Nazi. So the Nazis,
I feel like I've seen this plot in
we
another
have.
movie where they're trying to reanimate. Which movie?
I think the previous one as well, also Puppet Master 3. Pretty much every time the Nazis have been the main bad guys and the puppets have been good guys, uh, the Nazis always want the puppets to, because they think they can bring people back to life with them, with the magic formula or magic spell, depending on the continuity. So yeah, we've definitely seen this before.
Okay.
So Dr. Nazi is being kind of shadowed by a Nazi woman named Ushi. And let me lay out,
Oh God.
let me explain Ushi's personality. She is a Nazi and she has giant tits. End of description.
Mm-hmm.
That's all she does. That's all she does in this movie. Is she is a Nazi with big tits. And so
Very Ilsa She-Wolf of the
yes,
SS. If anyone out there is seen that.
So Captain Nazi Tits is like kind of seducing the doctor to keep him in line.
Captain Nazi Tits.
And so the doctor like has like the Captain America rebirth chamber that he put
Yeah.
they kill a man and put him in this chamber to try to bring him back to life, and he comes back to life. He comes back to life as a zombie, but then within seconds he collapses and starts quickly deteriorating. And so Mobius is very upset with the doctor, but then he gives him Tunneler and says, this might be helpful because that's what the script said that was supposed to happen in the film. So now the doctor is going to find out what makes Tunneler come to life and see if he can somehow like turn that into a formula to bring humans back to life. He continues to work on this and fails for a while. We get a scene where Mobius and Captain Nazi Tits are like talking about ancient texts that Mobius has. This text was created before mankind walked the earth. Magic bullshit. Mobius is very much into the occult. So the doctor continues to work on a formula. Captain Nazi Tits continues to flirt with him to keep him in line. But ultimately, like I guess the Nazi Tits is in a relationship with Mobius, and so when he
Yeah.
discovers her flirting with him, he kills her. So Mobius just executes Captain Nazi Tits. And
Just dramatically,
yeah,
boom.
he wants to kill the doc, but the doc is useful to him, and so he kills his woman.
I'll say though that Captain Nazi Tits was the best actor in this entire movie, in my opinion. I think she pulled off like the sexy, flirtatious Nazi pretty well.
Yeah, like I don't know that I'd call anyone in this good, but she did
She did the
she
best.
did the best with the role that she was assigned. So yeah, that's probably a
Yes.
true statement.
Yeah.
So Doctor Nazi tries to bring her back to life, but the process fails again, and so she just dies again a second time and begins melting like the previous guy. Uh, but somehow, some way, this gives this gives the doctor an idea. It's like, well, this green reanimator juice that I pulled out of Tunneler, clearly it wasn't meant to revive humans, but maybe it
Yes.
can work on any puppet. And so he builds 4 puppets, but we only see 3 up front.
Hmm.
The first puppet,
The last one's a surprise.
yeah, the first puppet is Bombshell, and it is a puppet version of Nazi Tits. And
And her power is like her Nazi tits like pop open, and she's got machine guns in them. And
yes, she has
yeah.
a metal bra that opens up, and instead of breasts are machine guns. And so at one point, Captain or
Oh, Charles Band.
Dr. Nazi like sends her out on like a test mission, and she kills a bunch of people and comes back, and it is declared a success. So Mobius is like, "Yep, okay, keep doing what you're doing. Our goal is to kill General Porter because that will, I don't know, fuck with the Americans in some way." So after the field test, Bombshell is there, and then we get introduced to the rest of the puppets. We have Wehrmacht, who is a werewolf, a really cool design. I liked Wehrmacht a lot. There is a puppet named Blitzkrieg that is basically just a torso on top of tank treads.
But whose souls are in those
It's
puppets?
never explained. According
Okay.
the wiki has some fan suggestions that Wehrmacht might be the Nazi that Tunneler killed in the beginning, and then I think
Mm.
I believe there is some sort of description of who was possibly Blitzkrieg. Regardless, like these things never made in never made it into the movie. So the only 2 puppets that we know actually have souls are Bombshell and the 4th puppet. Um, so Mobius is like, okay, Bombshell, Wehrmacht, Blitzkrieg. Yeah, good job. Send these 3 puppets to kill General Porter. And then when Mobius leaves, Dr. Nazi is like, oh ho ho, secret 4th puppet, and he reveals Kamikaze. And Kamikaze According to the wiki, I don't actually remember if this is in the movie or not, but Kamikaze was given the soul of the Asian man that was killed early on by
They
Mobius.
was that the comment that slits his throat?
Yes.
Okay.
I don't remember if that's in the movie, but according to the wiki, that's what happened. Uh, Kamikaze is the the worst
I'll put up
stereotype.
a photo.
Yes.
Or maybe I shouldn't.
Yeah,
Maybe I
yeah,
shouldn't.
maybe you should go Google Puppet Master Kamikaze, because Kamikaze is like, remember like the super like racist comics from like the 1940s when Captain America was fighting the Japanese, and the Japanese people were depicted with like actual like
Yeah.
Simpsons level yellow skin. That is what we have as a puppet.
Huge teeth,
Kamikaze
slanted
has
eyes,
huge teeth,
like
slanted
a
eyes,
caricature.
like the headband with the red rising sun emblem on it, and he has some M80s tied to his back. So like Kamikaze is a Japanese puppet suicide bomber with yellow skin and slanted eyes.
And they
Charles Band did
mention,
this.
yeah, they mentioned in there. I don't know if it was Dr. Nasi or whatever, but there's a line in here where he's like, "You only get one shot, so make it count," or
Yes.
something like that. You're just like, "Oh my gosh!" And I'd actually be curious. I know that Charles Band, he had to design it this way to try to get controversy and eyeballs on this movie, because that's the anybody with trying to have good taste would not create this, right? Like you would not, like if we were making a puppet movie, Steve, in no way, shape, or form would we ever be like, you know what, we're going to take the most racist caricature of a Japanese person and put it and make the power of the puppet one of like the most tragic sort of things from World War II. Like it's going to just a kamikaze pilot. Why would you do
Yeah,
this? Why?
I mean, if we talk long enough, you might see it on the screen behind Matt here. Anyway, so now it's like the puppets have been sent to the award ceremony, where General Porter is now going to present Danny and Beth with medals for saving the day in the previous movie. And Danny gives this big speech. He's like, "I don't want this medal. I'm not a hero. The people out there actually fighting on the front lines are the heroes. I don't,
His
blah blah
brother
blah."
died in the last movie.
Yeah. So, but then the bad puppets attack. Um, Wait, let me back up a second, because I think we missed something. Some of the puppets are going to come with Danny and Beth to this award ceremony as lookouts, and so Blade and Pinhead are taken, and Leech Woman gets left behind, and just saying, "Oh, Leech Woman, not today." They don't even acknowledge Jester. They just leave Jester behind again. So
It's ridiculous. It's absolutely absurd. Look at this. Look at this. He comes with a weapon. His actual toy comes with a weapon. Why do they not give Jester a weapon in the movie and let him do something? It's
well,
bullshit.
they don't.
Charles Band, it's bullshit.
Jester does nothing. So once again, Jester has been left behind. This time, Leech Woman was left behind to keep him company, at least.
Yeah.
But the evil puppets attack the ceremony. Uh, Obviously our heroes survive. General Porter survives, and General Porter is going to reward Danny by like letting him fight in the war, despite the fact that he has a bad leg, which won't let him pass the medical exam.
This fight scene though was probably like the best part of the movie.
Yeah.
Like I liked seeing the puppets fight in this, and I wish these movies were more of that. Just give us the puppets fighting each other. That was the best part
Yeah,
of the movie.
100%. But the puppets kind of end up with like an arch rival. So like Blade is fighting with Wehrmacht. I think Pinhead is fighting with Blitzkrieg, and then Bombshell is just there like shooting the shit out of things. And Kamikaze, who talks. Kamikaze is one of the few puppets that talks, and it talks exactly how you might imagine a racist Japanese puppet would speak.
Oh
Um,
God, Charles Band,
yeah,
Charles Band, what are you doing?
but ultimately, like, I don't know like what goal the evil puppets accomplish, but they eventually just leave, and now it's time to prepare for the final battle. So Sergeant Stone and Danny and Beth are going to, with the puppets, are going to lead an assault on Mobius's lair. to beat the evil puppets and rescue Tunneler. And so, like, at various points through the movie, Leech Woman has just been like holding up things. Like she holds up like a piece of white fabric, and Danny and Beth are like, "Not now, Leech Woman. We don't want to deal with you." And at one point, she holds up like
Poor Leech Woman.
yeah, like they just like shut Leech Woman down. Like Leech Woman's trying to help, and they're like, "Not now." Like
Throw some respect on Andre Toulon's dead wife.
who he granted the power to drain the life of people. So like
I didn't say it.
at one point, Leech Woman holds up a piece of white fabric. Another point, she holds up a little black hat, and she's trying to alert Danny and Beth to the fact that they have another puppet at their disposal. By the way, speaking of other puppets, Ninja Puppet is just dead. Like at the beginning of the movie, they're just like, "Oh yeah,
Yeah.
we forgot to save him from the explosion in the previous movie. Whoops, our bad."
Yep.
So
Which
Ninja's
is weird.
gone.
I'd love to ask Charles Band, like, why. There had to be a reason, because Charles Band doesn't just get rid of
Yeah.
puppets. Why did he get rid of the ninja puppet and choose not to use that puppet in future stuff? It's so weird.
I,
It's
I
just like
I don't get it. Like
brushed
a,
aside.
a random puppet one-off for no reason.
Yeah.
But Leech Woman alerts Danny and Beth to the fact that the pieces of Six Shooter are there, and so they assemble the pieces, and so now the Six Shooter has joined the ranks, and so now it's time for the final fight. The
All
heroes,
dressed in black
yeah,
too.
yeah, a stealth Six Shooter. The heroes plus the good puppets attack the Nazis. Um, Mobius ends up killing Sergeant Stone, and then the puppets kind of like pair off again. Blade is fighting Wehrmacht. Pinhead is fighting Blitzkrieg. Leech Woman is battling Bombshell with assistance from Six Shooter, who is has guns because Bombshell has guns, and now the good guy puppets have guns. There is a shot. So what's Jester doing during all this? Jester is there, but
He's there.
he's there, but the only time we see him is like the puppets have gone to fight each other, and there's like a shot of, I think, Wehrmacht, but I might be wrong. But there's a shot of one of the evil puppets, and in the background, Jester is hiding behind a table leg and just shivering.
It's so sad. I mean, I don't know what to think. It does not matter what these filmmakers do to Jester and give him short shrift. He will always be my favorite puppet. Jester, I believe in you. I know you could have done something had the filmmakers allowed you to do something. It's bullshit.
Yeah.
I don't get to see my favorite puppet. You get to see your favorite puppet do shit all the time. Your favorite puppet's the star of the franchise. Star of the franchise. My favorite puppet does nothing.
I picked a useful puppet as my favorite. Like, I can't help you there. So yeah, all of the puppets are fighting. Like Bombshell like gets the most of the like, I don't know, the screen time as far as the evil puppets go. At some point, and I don't know if this is like an editing mistake or if it's by design, but at some point Blitzkrieg and Wehrmacht just kind of go away. Like there's a shot of them fighting, and then they just don't show up again. Like, and it's the good puppets didn't beat them. Like, we saw them in the middle of a fight, and then they just disappear. So hopefully they come back.
It feels incomplete.
Yeah, hopefully they come. Hopefully they're
incomplete
in the next movie, which I haven't seen. So maybe they're there, maybe they're not. Anyways, good puppets win, I guess. The main bad guy is dead. Sergeant Stone is dead. Danny wants to kill Nazi Doctor, but Beth is like, "Oh no, he's a victim too. He's suffered enough. We should let him go." And so they rescue Tunneler, but they let the Nazi Doctor go. And Nazi Doctor reveals that he is smuggled some puppet reanimator juice out of his lab. And then Kamikaze blows up the Nazi lab, and Beth and Danny live happily ever after, presumably with the good puppets. Wow.
Yeah, this one, it's not good. Charles Band didn't do a great job with this one. I will say that I think that what really set, like, I didn't like Axis of Evil all that much, but the acting quality in this seemed to take even more of a precipitous drop. Like, Axis if evil was bad, but this seemed to get even worse. And I can't believe that there aren't decent actors out there that could put in a basically good performance in something like this. But it's just it's bad. The problematic nature of kamikaze, it makes you feel kind of icky just watching the movie, or just kind of every time kamikaze is mentioned or he pops up, you're just kind of like, should I, is it okay to even like this? Like, am I gonna get canceled if we just, watching this movie? um yeah. And letting the Nazi doctor go, I'm like, what? That made no. There's so much stuff in these movies that just makes no sense internally, logically, with the characters themselves. Wasn't into this one. I did like the puppets fighting each other. I thought that was pretty much the only good aspect of this, was the 5 minutes or so of the runtime we get with the puppets actually fighting each other. Fuck you, Charles Band, for doing nothing with my boy right here.
You even have
He
his
could have.
sad face facing the camera.
Yeah, see how sad he is. So, yeah, these movies are just making me madder and madder as I go. I think, like Puppet Master 3, you're like, okay, it's good, but everything else has kind of made me a little like, maybe I have to reevaluate how I feel about the Puppet Master franchise overall. We'll see. We're not even halfway through it yet, but we'll see. We'll see.
We've definitely entered like the super low budget Charles Band is just making this because he knows idiots will buy it movies. Like there's no
Yeah.
passion at all put into this. Like they're just cranking these out. Now I like you and me and Rachel watched this probably like 10 years ago now for like the first
Yeah.
ever Steve cast back before it was called the Steve cast. I don't even think we've found that original audio or released it. But we had a good time with this movie when we watched it
Hmm.
together. And I think it was mostly just like laughing at the absurdity of this and being in shock at the shit that Charles Band put into this movie. But man, watching it alone on my own, like whatever joy this movie gave me when we watched it for the first time many, many years ago, it's gone now. Like I like the new puppet designs. I remember laughing frequently when I watched this with you and Rachel many years ago, but I watched this on my own, and it was just like I just could not wait for it to end.
Yeah, and I think that's an interesting point. Is a lot of these movies that are quote unquote bad movies. Well, I mean, this is a bad movie. Let's just call it. It's a bad movie.
Yeah, definitely.
You kind of have to somehow get enjoyment out of it with a group, because if you don't have that group element component where you're almost making jokes that are funnier jokes than what are in the movie necessarily, and you're making fun of it and you're getting that camaraderie with your friends, it's brutal to just sit there by yourself and watch this kind of stuff, because you have no one to like bounce off of. Like, look how stupid this is. You just have to sit there and stew in your own stupidity of spending your time watching something like this. And yeah, Puppet Master Access Determination, it took them 5 years to finish out this trilogy.
The next one was
uh
was crowdfunded, which makes me think it's going to be even lower budget and lower quality than this and Axis of Evil.
Yeah, and so at this time, Charles Band, Full Moon, hurting for funds pretty bad. I mean, these could not have cost much money to make. Axis of Evil and Axis Rising had to have been pretty dirt cheap. If he had to crowd fund to get money to finish out this thing, because I don't think I've seen Axis Termination either. That's the next one coming up.
Yeah.
So we're gonna go into that completely new and fresh. I'm at least a little bit excited for that. Just be like, okay, a Puppet Master, one of the few Puppet Master movies I haven't actually seen. We're gonna go into it. All of these, by the way, take place in Bodega Bay, which is like the main location of this entire franchise is in Bodega Bay, and it was just like every Nazi just converges at Bodega Bay apparently.
There are
But yeah,
multiple secret Nazi bases embedded in this American city, and they all
yeah,
want zombies and puppets.
yeah. I did like Sergeant Stone or whatever, some of the banter between him and Beth when he's basically just treating her like the most sexist 50s housewife. But Beth, to Charles Band's credit, I think he was co-writer on this script. She doesn't just sit there and take it. She like kind of fights back against it a little bit. But there's some there's some point, I remember this was 2 weeks ago, so it's not fresh in my mind, but there was some point where he is going at her, saying something like "get in the kitchen," whatever, and eventually she just goes, "Oh, boys," or something, and then does it.
Man.
I'm just like, yeah, men, something
Yeah,
like that. And
she
I'm just like,
tells him like you're acting like this, sexist, uncivilized buffoon. And he's like, oh, I act better with some food in my stomach. Beth.
now, I mean, it's not funny, but it's funny how it's played because the acting is so bad and it's just so ridiculous and over the top that you can't take it seriously at all. But there's a lot of stuff, and this is a greater conversation I guess we could have about these sorts of things. I could have understood this type of movie in the 1980s when you could have a kamikaze. Generally, people would accept it because it wasn't considered this really sort of problematic thing like it is today. But Charles Band decided to make this like now in the 21st century. And he actually made a kamikaze puppet that he sold. It wasn't he just had it in the movie. He paid to create the racist puppet and then sell it to Puppet Master fans, which to me is just another level of bizarre beyond what we have in here already. I don't get it. I don't understand it. Not a fan of Puppet Master Axis Rising. There's nothing here for me.
Yeah, I wish that I wish that the one time I watched this as a group was the only time I saw this, because then I would still have fond yet problematic memories of it. Watching this as a solo like ruined this movie for me. So I am not looking. When do we get to like good stuff? Like where are we in the Puppet Master timeline? Are we like close to Puppet Master 1 yet?
Yes. So the next one's Puppet Master Axis Termination. That finishes off this 3-part trilogy. Then we get the spin-off film Blade the Iron Cross, which I have
I've
not seen.
not
So
seen
that's
that one either.
That's a movie dedicated to your favorite puppet. So who knows? That could be great. And then we get to Puppet Master.
All right.
So we're 2 films away.
Okay, we're almost there. Salvation is in sight. What are we gonna do if Puppet Master 1 sucks? Because I have not watched that movie in probably 20 years.
I don't know, man. Like, I don't know. Puppet Master was the movie that made Full Moon, Full Moon. That was their first film, and that was their huge hit in 1989 on video. And that's what made Charles Band his riches after the collapse of Empire. So if the original Puppet Master doesn't hold up, I might cry. It might just
that
be
might
a really
be the
sad,
end
sad
of
day.
Full Moon Fridays. Because if Puppet Master is bad, I can't imagine they made much stuff that is legitimately good and holds up today.
Well, remember, like, I still like Puppet Master 2. We still got Puppet Master 4 and 5 coming up. You like those. We got The Littlest Reich. That's the new kind of weird reboot spinoff.
I've not seen that one.
One thing I was going to ask you is, so Puppet Master The Littlest Reich is not in this sort of like main canon. It's its own like separate thing. So I was gonna propose this to you. If we get through like Axis Termination and it's awful, and Blade the Iron Cross and it's awful, maybe we do a palate cleanser in the middle of this and say we'll do Puppet Master Littlest Reich because it's supposedly good. Jeff loves it. Right. Jeff, and it's like, okay, it's its own separate thing. We're still, it doesn't matter if it's in chronological order because it's not part of this whole thing. Palate cleanser, and then roll into the main films.
Yeah, I'm good with that. So yeah,
okay.
Littlest Reich, I guess, come and save us potentially if the next 2 movies are terrible.
Yeah, but I am looking to it. I haven't seen the latest 2, so maybe they're awesome. Who knows? But with that's it, ladies and gentlemen. That's all we got on Full Moon Friday. Have you seen Puppet Master Axis Rising? What did you think? Leave a comment down below. Tell us, do you like the movie? Do you hate it? Do you feel sorry for us that we're we're doing this journey? Let us know in the comments below. And with that, we will be back next week with the conclusion of this trilogy of middle movies, Puppet Master Axis Termination. I assume the puppets beat the Nazis. See you next week. Hey everybody. It's another Full Moon Friday here on Outpost Unknown. We
wish it wasn't.
We're very low energy tonight, ladies and gentlemen, because we saw what I would argue in a franchise filled with clip show movies and bad acting, possibly the worst Puppet Master movie I have ever seen in my life. And this is coming to you out there as a fan of the franchise. I had not actually seen this. We're talking Puppet Master Axis Termination, directed by one Charles Band. Joining me, I don't know how they survived getting through this over in Sweden. We've got Borp.
Hello.
Are you filled with regrets yet, Borp, that you said, yeah, I'll do this. This seems fun.
Yeah, this was definitely the movie that kind of broke me a little bit. Where I'm like, why did I agree to this? But we'll get into it.
We'll get there.
Yeah.
And again, of course, as always, joining me on this first through subspecies, now through Puppet Master. How about you, Steve? What are your regrets? Do you have any so far?
Yeah, like Full Moon kind of sucks. I was thinking, early on when we started Subspecies, I was wondering, am I really a Full Moon fan, or am I just a Full Moon Puppet fan? And now it's like, am I a Full Moon fan, or a Full Moon Puppet fan, or a fan of 3 movies that have puppets in them that were actually made by Full Moon?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. This is one of those things where there's a light at the end of the tunnel here, I think, because we have one more to get through of the newer ones, Blade Iron Cross. That's next on Full Moon Fridays, and then we get into the OG films. Now, what's going to make this very interesting is when we watch these OG films. Puppet Master from '89. I think Puppet Master 2 was '91. Will we actually like them? Because we remember liking those movies quite a bit. And if it turns out we hate those movies just as much as we're sort of hating this stuff, modern day sort of stuff, I don't know what to think.
We're just destroying our childhood.
I feel, yeah.
We spent so much time as kids, loving this garbage, and now we're all old, and it's wow, that wasn't just figurative garbage. That was actual garbage that we were sitting through.
We're old. We have a finite amount of time left on this earth, and we are choosing to watch the Puppet Master franchise. A smart, intelligent person would have watched the first couple of these in chronological order and said, we're just cutting shit. We're no more. We're out. But no, we soldier on. We suffer through. Let's talk about Puppet Master Axis Termination. Now, I will say, I watched this last night. It's playing in the background right now. Got to give Charles Band his nickel that he makes from Tubi streams or whatever it is. I have no fucking clue what this movie is about. I do not know. I didn't understand it while I was watching it. I still don't understand it now. Borp, do you have any idea what this fucking movie is about?
No, I watched this movie 12 hours ago.
Oh, I thought you were going to say 12 times.
No.
I watched it 12 times.
I was going to say, I'm glad I'm not summarizing the plot, because it's so far removed from my head.
This is why we have Steve. This is what Steve brings to Outpost Unknown, this sort of bear trap of a mind who can recall details. And I was watching this, and we're going to get to the whole Jester situation, because this put me over the tipping point here.
Matt,
yes.
Jester sucks.
Shut your fucking mouth. He's amazing. It's the filmmakers who suck, who can't figure out anything to do with him.
He's amazing at what?
He's amazing at just sort of his presence. He shut up. I don't want to talk about this right now. You're just twisting the knife at me,
Okay.
Borp. God damn it. We'll get there. Um, but yeah, I was watching this last night, and it distinctly occurred to me. I'm like, I don't understand what's happening. I don't. I would rewind some scenes to be like, did I miss crucial dialogue here? No clue. This is one of those weird movies you watch it. I'm like, I don't know what the plot is here. I don't know what the magic powers are. I don't know. Steve, what were your thoughts as you watched it? Before getting into the plot, what were you thinking as you were going through this? Because you saw my reaction
Awful.
first.
Awful. Like, no part of this is competently made. Everything is just like the lowest possible production values, which I understand that this movie was crowdfunded. So there wasn't much weren't many dollars going into this film. Like, I was astonished at how bad this was.
Do you think? Well, I'll save that question for the end. Let's get into it, Steve. Tell Borp and I what the hell happened in this movie.
I'm gonna try, because I watched this movie, and like I feel like I thought my dog was staring at me. Uh, I feel like this movie feels so unmemorable, and so it's like in my head, like I can remember things that happened, but I can't tell you why they happened. It's just like it's a collection of just like random scenes that Charles Band wants us to believe is all happening in some sort of sequential order that makes sense, and it doesn't. It absolutely fucking doesn't. Um,
It's like a weird fever dream. How
yeah,
strange is it that three different people in different parts of the world all watched this within the past 12 hours and have no clue as to what the movie is or what it was trying to say or anything? It's bizarre.
yeah. I mean, I'm gonna try. All right. So,
Okay.
the first thing that happens is our two heroes from the previous movie, I think Danny and Beth, they're hiding out in a room somewhere, and an American soldier comes up to them and is like, "You got the shit," and they're like, "Yeah, we got the shit," and
Same actors,
and
by the
so
way, because
yeah,
Axis
yeah,
Rising was
same
made
actors.
5 years before us.
Yeah, so the same actors, same characters come back. They are going to hand a trunk of puppets over to a soldier, and it turns out the soldier is evil, and so the soldier kills them. So like the heroes of the previous two movies just get executed within the first like 30 seconds of this movie. And so
Is this
then
a
like
Hicks Newt kind of situation
I
here?
almost put that like they nuded them in the chat, but I didn't.
This confused me so much because I was like, I thought this was going to be like the finale of this trilogy of films.
That's
What do
what
you
I
think
thought
the
too.
reason? I mean, it
Yeah,
is. It's just shittily done. So, like, I mean,
but it's like it's so far removed from the other. Okay, whatever.
why do you think like why do you think that this was done like this? Did these two actors just want out, or did Charles Band think he was making high cinema here? Like,
No,
why would you bring these characters back just to kill them in the first 30 seconds?
well, I mean that's a great question. It had to have been Charles Band's, addled mind when he was. I don't know. Did he write the script? I don't even know. I'll have to look that up. Somebody look that up on IMDb if he wrote the script of this. But you
He did.
ask.
He did.
Okay, so he wrote the script. He gets the same actors from 5 years previous. I got to imagine when
Right.
they got that call from Charles Band, like, "Hey, I'm making another one. You guys want to come on board?" Yeah, great, awesome, fantastic. Let's do it. By the way, you die after 30 seconds. You get shot by a Nazi, and then you're dead. Okay. If he could have just said no, if they were not interested in making a movie, just been like, okay, recast like he did in Subspecies, with major characters and just go forward. But he made a conscious choice to kill these people off. Maybe he thought it was a
To
twist.
bring them back just to kill them. I don't
Yeah,
know. Anyways,
the CG
the
blood
heroes.
is terrible.
Oh,
Oh
it's like
Right.
there's
God.
Right.
it's weird because like actual blood gets or actual like
Mhm.
blood effects get used later on. So like maybe Charles Band couldn't afford like squibs or anything that looked vaguely squib-ish. Anyway, so Danny and Beth are dead as soon as
What the hell? That was fucking.
Matt, what did you do?
I
I
didn't
just
do
saw like
anything.
screen flicker.
You glitched out like the fucking ring or something. It was creepy and scary. I was like,
I saw
what?
that on YouTube.
Oh, we saw it on you.
No, it looks like you were in some VHS movie. Like
Well, that's
the,
That
fine.
was weird.
Whatever. Anyways, the curse of Charles Band is
That
hitting
was
us.
more entertaining than the 90
Yeah.
minutes we just watched.
I hope that makes it in the recording. Anyways, so a Nazi pretending to be a soldier kills Danny and Beth, and then like Captain New Guy shows up and kills the Nazi. So like our new hero question mark shows up like 5 seconds too late. And Beth's dying words are to take care of them. And who is them? Them are the puppets. And
Was
so,
this dude mentioned in the last movie in Axis Rising, or does he just show up?
not that I remember. As far
I
as I know, he just
don't
shows
think
up.
so.
I get the
Don't.
feeling that he was the guy that was actually supposed to come and pick up the puppets, and somehow a Nazi intercepted that communication and pretended to be him. I don't know, but I don't think this guy has ever been in these previous movies.
Okay.
Anyways, Captain New Guy fails to protect Danny and Beth, but rescues the puppets, and then he goes to a meeting with a general or with another military guy, and so the military guy is like, yeah, so Hitler and the Nazis, they're researching all of the occult, and so they've got like a team of Nazi psychics and their own puppets, and so we're going to do the same thing, and so you are going to be the protection essentially for the Allies team of psychics and puppets. And so this guy, Captain New Guy, is like, fuck this. This is so fucking dumb. Like, you know, expressing the thoughts of the audience as they're watching. He is the audience standing here saying,
Yeah,
"This is so fucking stupid."
you're absolutely right.
But you know, he's a military man. He follows orders, and so he goes to hang out with they're not American psychics. They're like allies. Like I think the main psychic is like from Russia or something. But I don't know any of these people's names, and so there's going to be like the leader of the psychics can like implant emotions on other people and take emotions away.
When he okay,
What does this have to do with puppets?
when he was explaining this power, I was like, so your superpower is just talking to people, like manipulation? Like what
You're
is going on?
empathetic?
Yeah,
Wow. Very meta, calling that a power these days.
yeah,
Anyway, so like he's just going to be like the emotion psychic because I don't know his name, and then he has a daughter who actually like sees the future in her dreams, so she's the dream psychic, and then we have another psychic who I don't know what she does. She can like track psychic energy and also knows sex magic. So she is the sex psychic. And so those are our good guys. And then we've got like at some point we meet like the Nazi team of psychics, and one of them is like his power is he can just hold up his hand to people and like inflict pain on them. And so like if he holds up his hand and starts talking about your teeth will hurt. And so
This
he's like the
weird pink
leader.
glow happens around
Yes.
people too, and
Yeah,
he's like,
yeah. Like
"Arr."
some Premiere Pro smoke effects or whatever are
Very Dead
his magic
Lantern
power.
level right
Yeah.
there.
So he's like the pain Nazi is the leader, and then his second in command is a woman. I don't know what her powers are. She has a bad haircut, so she is the bad haircut Nazi, and she is the one in charge of the puppets. She is the one like talking up the puppets because the pain Nazi is not convinced. And then there's another girl there who like does nothing during the film, but they go out of their way to show that she has like syringes full of green reanimator juice on the tips of her fingers. Like remember like Nightmare 3 or
Yeah.
Freddy like turns his fingers into like syringes and injects heroin into the girl.
Wanna
Like
get
this is like
high?
yeah. So this girl has syringes for fingers on one hand that seem to be full of green reanimator juice.
Why? Like what?
I
Why?
I
don't
have
know who that
multiple
character is.
syringe. I don't know either, but she's in the movie. Like they cast her for a reason, presumably. So we basically have like teams of like 3-on-3 psychics and puppets. And so it starts off with nothing happening to the point where they even call it a stalemate. Uh, the Captain New Guy is like, so you don't know where they are, and they don't know where you are, and you can't use your psychic powers to sense them, and they can't use their psychic powers to sense you. Yeah, and then they just sit around for like 20 minutes because they just built it into the. Like,
This is
it's
one of
like I
the worst written things I've ever
it
seen.
100%
It's
is. It is
terrible.
awful.
Was the
So like
script crowdfunded too? Like,
I don't
I know
know.
Charles Band's name on it, but did he just ask a bunch of random Puppet Master fans? Just give me every idea you got. I'll throw it all into the script. Doesn't
Yeah.
matter if it makes sense or not.
Eventually they start interacting with each other, the good guys and the bad guys. And what really makes Matt very happy about this is
Here we go.
the first puppet scrimmage. They're like, all right, everyone except Jester come with us.
Fucking
No,
bullshit.
they actually, I think they actually leave Pinhead behind too, but they specifically say like Jester and Pinhead, you're not coming with us. I think a plot point throughout this movie is that both sides are running out of reanimator juice and no one knows how to make it. Like there's like the scroll of Osiris that presumably could make more puppet juice. But the good guys don't know how to read it, and the bad guys don't have it yet. So the bad guys are trying to get that.
There's a
Uh,
moment I do remember when they asked the main good guy sorcerer or whatever, it was like, well, why don't you just burn this thing and be done with it? And I'm thinking to myself, yes, please, let's just do that. So there's no more movies being made of this franchise because they're all shit. They're all trash. And I feel awful for us making Borp sit through all of them. We're bad friends, Steve. We're horrible friends.
I never denied that. Anyways,
I had to look up how much money they raised for crowdfunding, and
Oh,
it's $77,000.
$77,000
Yep.
for this?
I would argue that everything that we have ever made is better than this, and we might have spent $10,000 across like all like 6 or 7 of our movies.
Well, yeah. I was gonna say, how much of that money do you think Charles Band just took and ran with?
A lot.
How much that money did he take and pump into just making action figures of puppets rather than making a
Right,
movie?
right.
I will point out that, and I think I mentioned this in the chat last night I was watching it, every location, every shot in this movie, colored gels everywhere. Doesn't matter if they're inside a house, outside on the street, everything is blue, pink, green, red, and it looks so fucking bad. And
That's just the psychic power.
well, I can understand, like, if you're going to do something like that, you want to make it like a different sort of aesthetic than making it as bland and generic. I understand that, but pick your spots. It looks so weird that it's just so wild and colorful for no reason at
Yeah,
all.
yeah, and it'll be like the background is lit blue, and then half of a person's face is lit blue, and the other half is red, and then half of their body is in darkness, and it's like this lighting makes no sense.
Maybe we are supposed to believe that this entire movie didn't happen. It's just someone's like fever dream.
Charles Band's fever dream. I mean, that would make more sense than what we got.
No. Anyways, let's talk about the first puppet battle. The Nazis blew up like a power plant wherever this takes place at, and so like the city is in a blackout. And so the good guy sex psychic says, if you get me in there, I can track their mystical energies or whatever. And so they all everyone except the dream psychic. So the dream psychic, Pinhead, and Jester, I think, stay behind, and then the Captain New Guy, the other two psychics, and I think Leech Woman, Tunneler, and Blade all go to this power plant where they get ambushed by the Pain Nazi, and so
Pain.
the Pain Nazi just like uses his powers to just cripple everyone by having them in like constant pain. There's like a red shirt guy that showed up for the previous scene there, and everyone's like, yeah, let's bring red shirt with us. And so red shirt gets killed. The Pain Nazi's like, I just want to see like can I inflict so much pain in someone that they just die, and he successfully does.
And the
So I
acting
hope
is
that guy
so
made the
bad.
most.
The
I can't
pain acting
understand.
is fucking terrible. They're just like as they drop to their knees. I'm like, good lord, where did you find these actors? Where?
Uh,
There's got to
Craigslist.
be better
I don't know.
actors in Los Angeles. There must be.
Eh. Anyways, so Pain Nazi is just winning. Pain Nazi tells the emotion psychic just command the puppets to lay down, and so Blade and Toner just like fall backwards and lay on the ground.
Okay,
And so
did you notice the stupid thing that they did though? And I realized this when I looked on the trivia here on IMDb and it explains it. There are shots of Blade like running around that aren't stop motion. And I was like, that looks very unnatural and weird. Like, what the hell is this? Well, apparently, according to IMDb, some of the scenes where the puppets are walking are done with actors in puppet costumes on a green
I
screen.
thought that.
And it looks so terrible. Like it looks like a Halloween costume Blade running around on.
Yes. I
Oh,
remember seeing
oh.
the trailer for this movie like 5 or 6 years ago when it came out, and like even then, like we thought like, are those people in outfits? And they just put like big props around them to try to like fix the scale issue, and apparently yes. Yeah, they CG'd some Halloween costume puppets into the movie.
How you feeling about that, Borp?
Jesus.
What are your thoughts so far as you're getting through here and you're seeing like people dressed up as the
Okay.
puppets running around?
I had a moment, like the first minute of this film, where I had to pause it, and I'm like, am I being too negative? Because the first shot of this is like the shot of a building, and it was like some alleyway, and it just pops up like Germany, 1945, and I immediately go, no, it's not. No, it's not. This is not Germany, 1945. I don't believe a single
Well, yeah,
fucking
you
thing
are
you're
from
telling me
Europe.
about
You
this.
would know these things.
No, but it's like, man, even like the worst, micro budget films, like I'll buy into it. Like, sure, take me on this journey. But like, I was immediately like out, and I think part of that is because we have seen so many bad ones of these.
Yeah.
But there's not a single, and it sounds so harsh, but there's not like a single interesting thing to like grasp onto, or like even the last one, which I wasn't on for that one, but like that film moved at least. There's like things constantly happening, and it kind of feels like it's the middle of this trilogy. It's not good at all, but it's like at least things are happening. It's keeping you engaged. And here there was just nothing. There's nothing for me to grasp onto.
Yeah, now what I think
Accurate.
is sort of interesting about this whole thing, and before we started the call, I was kind of talking to Borb about this. Is like I think what hurts so much about this, like Puppet Master fans have seen clip show entries where it's like 10 minutes of real footage, and then it's just hey, here's a rehash of old footage from all these other movies. That felt really sort of like insufferable. Like I cannot believe you would do something just to get people's money, and that was kind of a shitty thing to do. But I think this one hurts more than a clip show, in my opinion, because this is like it's like they weren't even trying. This was like we're going to shit out something as fast and quick as possible. We're going to put no care or thought into any of it. Sure, it's all brand new footage, although I think there are a couple shots in there of stop motion, like Pinhead when he sits up. I think that's from Puppet Master 1. But it just feels like I can understand a clip show having no merits to it and a quick dirty cash grab, but if they got $77,000 crowdfunded from actual fans and this is the best you can do, give me a fucking clip show. I would rather see the high points of the stuff I do like than wasting fans' money in this way. And it feels dirty. It feels icky to me. And and maybe Charles Band and everyone who made this movie had the best of intentions. But it doesn't feel that way. It doesn't feel that way to me.
Agree with all of the points. So let's talk about how this first fight wraps up. The Pain Nazi is just gloating that he's winning and he's torturing all these people. And then Leech Woman spits. Leech Woman has gotten up into the rafters somehow.
That's where she's
And
always at, up in the rafters.
all right, well, she's up there and she spits a leech into his eye, and so
She's the
his eye is
sniper
being
of the
eaten
group.
by a leech. And so the heroes get to escape. At some point, the the dream psychic, the who is the daughter of the emotion psychic, she gets kidnapped. And I'm probably skipping over a lot, but nothing happens in this movie. Uh, she gets kidnapped, eventually the Nazis send a letter to the good guys saying,
Well, is this before or after the Nazis go back to where Pinhead and Jester are? Was it because wasn't the daughter of the main psychic guy there, and then they show up, and that's where they kidnap her? Or am I mistaking that?
I don't know, like at some point, like Pinhead, and Jester are separated from everyone else.
Yeah,
Maybe
because
that happens more than
they're
once.
waiting while the others go investigate the factory when
All
the
right,
pain
so
Nazi
so so
gets
they
them.
just they left them at home. They
Yeah,
left the Dream Psychic and Pinhead and Jester at home while they went to investigate the power station. Uh, at
yeah.
some point, either this during this initial time or another time in the future when they're separated, uh, Jester, Pinhead, and Dream Psychic get kidnapped, and so the Nazis send a letter to the good guys that basically says, uh, uh, "Give us the puppets and all of your puppet juice, or no, we're gonna."
Give me all
Paraphrasing
your
here.
puppet juice.
Give me the puppets and your puppet juice, or we're going to kill your daughter. So they send a note, and they also send a syringe with a little bit of puppet juice in it. And so, again, like a plot point in this movie is that everyone is running out of puppet juice, right? So,
Yeah.
like, the good guys have like half a vial, and the Nazis have even less. So, my question to you is, what was the purpose of the Nazis giving the good guys some of their limited puppet juice in a syringe?
Bork, would you like to
I'm
take
open
that
to
one?
ideas.
I'm sending a message. I don't know what the message is, but
Nothing makes sense in
I
this
don't
fucking
know.
movie.
I don't know.
So
I don't know.
they have this syringe, and the sex psychic says I can track them with this letter they sent me. And so
Is this where
uh
she takes off her top and starts gyrating around? Because that's the thing.
that happens a couple times. By the
Okay.
way, I watched this on YouTube so I could watch it on 1.5 speed, and it's not edited. Like, there's boobs on YouTube in this
There's
movie.
all kinds of full moon movies that Charles Band has posted on YouTube. Full nudity all throughout. You can go watch
I
Head of
thought
the
nudity
Family on that.
wasn't allowed,
It
but I had no
isn't.
idea.
It isn't. But somehow Charles Band gets away with it.
So we could report
Start
the movie.
flagging Full Moon's webpage, YouTube channel, get it taken down.
Yes.
I feel like I want to after watching this piece of shit movie. Real quick.
Anyway,
Have you
yeah,
gotten to? So is this before? When does the
I
Jester
don't know.
thing happen here? Because this is my recollection as I'm watching this. I'm about 45 minutes into the movie. Bad haircut Nazi shows up. Like they show the exterior of a house where they were left and waiting. And then immediately after the exterior establishing shot of the house, there's like a 1 second shot of Jester just on the ground. And
Yeah,
then the
Jester.
Nazis talking to Pinhead, like, doing something with Pinhead. And I'm like, whoa, 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 whoa. What
There it
happened
is.
here?
There it is, Matt. You missed the gyrating in the background.
Oh,
So
okay, good. This is good. I'll make sure to put the.
figure out this timestamp.
Yeah, I'll figure out that
I have
time.
no idea. I remember that scene too, and so my interpretation was like Jester ran out of puppet juice. But yeah, there's a shot of Jester falling over, and then he does nothing the rest of the film.
Yeah, and I'm just
I
like,
think
well, I was like, did the Nazis kill him? Like, did Jester put up a fucking fight here, and we didn't
no,
get to see the Jester fighting the
no.
Nazi sequence? In my head
He
canon, that's how it happened,
he
Steve. There was a big fight sequence,
he
and
no.
Charles Band did not have enough money crowdsourced to be able to film that amazing fight with Jester. He went out
Or
heroically.
alternatively, he let Pinhead do all of the fighting, and then he hid until he starved to death and fell over.
That didn't happen. Didn't
All right.
happen.
Anyways, Jester at one point just falls over, like literally just falls on the ground and does nothing else the rest of this movie. And so
Makes me
now,
so mad. There's that sequence when they walk in after, they've taken Pinhead or whatever, and it's just Jester all by himself, laying one leg bow-legged out, his face all screwed, and they just walk up to him like, "Oh," it's like, is he dead? They don't establish that he's dead. They never
at
do
one point,
anything.
I think
He's
the
just
the
there.
sex psychic has to finish rotating his head for some reason. I don't know. Jester,
Bullshit, man.
we joke that Jester does nothing. He does nothing to a spectacular degree in this
Does
movie.
nothing. He does nothing in these fucking movies. Pisses me off. He's the
So
best puppet,
anyways,
damn it.
a couple things happen, and I don't remember when they happen because this movie is fucking nonsense and hard to parse through. One random scene we get is, remember, the needle fingers Nazi girl. She goes
Yeah.
to have sex with a guy, and then stabs him with her syringe fingers full of puppet juice for no particular reason. Like, nothing comes of that scene. She just does it because I guess they had to justify her being in the movie. Like, at first I thought it was going to be like an excuse for boobs, but she does
Yeah.
it with her top on.
She
She
clearly
does
has a
the,
no nudity clause.
what was
So,
the point of, if
I don't
either
know.
of you have any idea what that scene was supposed to be about, let me know. Um Another scene that we get soon after this is the pain Nazi thinks he's hot shit. He is officially in charge as far as ranks go. And so he starts blaming all of the failures on the bad haircut Nazi, and he tries to pull rank on her, and she turns around and is like, "Listen, fucker, like you've etched some symbol of the old gods on your chest, and
Yeah.
you think that gives you power. Like, I'm top shit around here." So she is like, she has. Well, here's the scene we were just talking about with the syringe fingers going on behind Matt.
Oh, I don't
Uh,
have to edit this, or I don't have to block it out because there's no
yeah,
nudity in it.
there's no nudity.
Right.
Yeah.
It turns out bad haircut chick is actually more powerful. Uh, just because. So now we're heading for the final battle. It's the good puppets versus the bad puppets. Uh,
Oh,
and so
God.
everyone goes to fight. Blade, who Blade has replaced his hook hand with a syringe hand for no reason. I was expecting, what I was expecting was he was gonna find Pinhead, and Pinhead was gonna be just completely dead, and he was gonna have to inject puppet juice into Pinhead.
Or
No,
Jester.
Blade just uses this as another weapon for no particular reason. So Blade and Tunneler kill a bunch of Nazis. The pain Nazi tries to kill Captain New Guy, but Captain New Guy says, "I'm a dumb American. I'll just fight through the pain and kill you," and then he does.
It's so, it's so bad. And when you get to the end, like with the bad haircut Nazi, you're like, okay,
Oh yeah,
well,
that's coming up next.
surely there's going to be some big epic battle with that. Nope. You want to
Nope.
describe how that plays out, Steve?
Yeah. Well, I will say up to this point, we have seen the bad guy puppets actually kill some people. Like Wehrmacht kills a couple of people.
Mhm.
Bombshell ends up killing the sex psychic. Like, she seduces a guy and then lets Leech Woman puke a leech into his mouth, and then she's immediately gunned down by Bombshell.
Yeah, like
Uh,
literally right afterwards.
yeah.
There's no room to
I
breathe at all. It's weird.
like Blitzkrieg, the weird evil tank Nazi puppet. He's the jester of the team. He does nothing for the bad guy puppets. But anyways, so the exciting conclusion. I'm pretty sure that Syringe Fingers just disappears from the movie at some point. I don't think she dies. Uh, but we get the exciting conclusion between the emotion psychic and the bad haircut Nazi. And the bad haircut Nazi goes on this monologue about how, "Oh, you suck, you have all these powers, you refuse to use them,
It's to
but
pad the
I
running
will."
time monologue.
Yeah. And she's like, I will just use everything like their tools, like these Nazi puppets. I don't care about these Nazi puppets. They do what I tell them to do. And then the emotion psychic is like, he repeatedly throughout the movie he says he does not control the puppets, he just guides them. So he treats the puppets as like living things that can choose their own way in life. And so he repeats that again, and then the Nazi puppets turn on Nazi bad haircut lady and kill her. And apparently he just told them that, hey, if you want to kill this chick, it's
Yeah.
fine. Like, no one's in control of you. And so they're like, all right. And then they do it. Like,
He doesn't
they're
like
Nazis.
say anything during this. This is like 2 minutes of them just
Right.
looking back and forth at each other, and like, I guess like doing this means things are happening to the other person. It's like a weird force choke sort of.
I don't know. But she is, it's like she's been shot to shit and just injured by the Nazi puppets, and she's like, this doesn't matter, you know. Also, she's like talking like she's like a god of some sort, like she's gonna be reincarnated. It's like, you know, you might have won now, but I'll get you in the next life or whatever. And then the emotion Nazi just like glares at her for a little bit, and she starts going, oh no, oh no. And then she dies for good apparently. uh, that's not an exaggeration, she's just saying like, oh no, like, and like that's her death scene. And so they ask like, what did you do to bad haircut Nazi? And he's like, um I just use my emotional powers to basically like erase her soul, which is a fucking thing he can apparently do. He's like, I erased her emotions, I erased her feelings, I erased her desires. So like, what happens if you don't ever want anything or need anything or feel anything? Like, you're just an empty soul, like drifting through the void.
That's
And
what I
then we
felt like
cut to,
watching this movie.
yeah, and then it cuts to all of the puppets being put back in the Toulon's trunk.
Well, it cuts
And
to
credits.
Jester. Jester is the one being put back in the trunk. Is Jester alive again? Is Jester dead?
Was he
What the
dead in the first
fuck?
place?
I don't know. I have no clue. What? Oh, we
What is
forgot.
this
Six Shooter
movie?
shows up. Six Shooter
For like
shows
one
up.
scene.
Yeah, like they open the trunk, and bad haircut Nazi's like, wait, don't. And as soon as the trunk opens, Six Shooter just blows this Nazi away and immediately drops dead. And I assume because he ran out of juice. And his
Apparently
last
everyone's
act
low on puppet juice.
was to kill this Nazi. And it's like, really, you couldn't put Six Shooter in this for more than like 5 seconds and let him drop.
According to the wiki, like, Torch was originally going to be in this, and the explanation for why Torch isn't is because Charles Band couldn't think of a way to write him in the story. It didn't fucking stop him from putting the rest of the puppets into the film.
Okay, let me read you from the last update from the Indiegogo campaign.
Okay.
You have made it possible to bring back fan favorites Torch, Leechwoman, and Six Shooter.
He lied.
Torch didn't make the cut.
He lied to the Indiegogo supporters. Wow.
Yep.
You have to send me this link in the chat, Borb, because I'm gonna take a video of this. I'm gonna place that right there in this episode.
Okay, well, it's actually I have this Dread Central
lies.
Because then in the next paragraph, he's like, "Well, the campaign is over, but we still have stuff on our website. You can buy a script that is signed by everyone." So he's still like suckering motherfuckers.
Oh, he's a huckster. He's a snake oil salesman. He always has been. he hustles for all the merch and that kind of stuff. But
this movie is abysmal.
It is.
This is like an all-timer for like awful shit that I have watched.
Now we've seen a lot of shit. Like, how would you compare something like this to like 666 Demon Child? Now that's like so ineptly made on a technical level. Can you even compare it to something like this, or is this worse because we know these people have some sort of competence, and they just didn't care?
Like, this is like Full Moon like has like some sort of like pedigree attached to them, and this is what they put out. Like, I would not a question in my mind, I would watch 666 Demon Child again before I ever watched this. It's not even a question.
All right, yeah. Borp, tell us your thoughts on this one.
We're sorry.
It's okay. Yeah, this was the worst one for me so far. I think it sort of, and it is weird because Charles Band has made a lot of movies, but it falls into like the worst trap of micro budget filmmaking where it's like we'll fix it in post, but there's no one to fix it in post. Like there's nothing, no, you don't have any money. Like uh so many of the effects look so god awful that it's
Yeah.
This has a 3.8 out of 10 on IMDb, and that feels way too high. What I
Well, I mean,
noticed, this movie's not even feature length, by the way. Like if you watch it on like
right.
Tubi, it's like an hour and 14 minutes. Like even with all the padding, they couldn't hit
Yep.
feature length.
with all
Yeah, and
those
that was
like
going to be my
end credits and stuff that are multiple minutes long.
right. And that was going to be like my next thing with like if you take in the crowdsourcing and like the prior two movies, it just feels like a scam. And I watched this for free
It
on YouTube.
does. It does
So
feel like a scam. It honestly does, and I think that's what There's always going to be those diehard full moon fans. Eventually, some full diehard full moon fans are going to find this show, and we're going to start getting hate comments all over our videos, like trashing on full moon. But again, like Steve and I, we came as fans of full moon, revisiting this stuff, and something like this, I would respect Charles Band more if he raised his own money and was like, because it's like the icing on the cake of this shit that he took the money from the fans to make this. It's like I wonder what the budgets are of other full moon things, like Blade: The Iron Cross. What was the budget on that? Was that crowdsourced? Do they crowdsource all their movies now? Like it's so weird in like a Puppet Master movie, like your flagship franchise. You want to crowdsource that, and it feels like I said, it feels gross. It feels like you are conning people out of stuff. I would be shocked if $77,000 was actually spent on this movie.
Right.
I'd be shocked. Show me the itemized list of what was spent and how it was spent, because this looks like they went to Spirit Halloween some October, grabbed a bunch of colored gels for $15, found a few key lights, and then just we'll color everything. That'll distract everyone for how poorly constructed this script is, how stupid the ideas in it are. Um, Awful. This is the worst Puppet Master movie I've ever seen, and it hurts. It
Agreed.
hurts.
Like I accept the clip show for what it is. Just like
Yeah.
a shameless cash grab. Like this movie presumably is what Charles Band actually like wants to make and thinks that Puppet Master fans want to see, and it is awful.
Does
Like
this
if
have a
there was
Rotten
any,
Tomatoes score? We should look that up.
I don't know.
Does
I
anybody
will
have any
ask
positive? Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
Matt, what is the Carnage Collection Puppet Master Trunk Full of Terror? Did Charles Band make another clip show movie and include this in it? I'm,
I
I'm
don't
gonna
know.
put this link in the chat here.
Okay, I don't know.
Full Moon's Carnage Collection is here. In the first stunning installment of this ongoing series, we open a trunk full of terror and unleash the nastiest and gnarliest moments from our iconic Puppet Master film franchise. I think he made another clip show. Or maybe it's like not even a clip show, it's just like random scenes of other Puppet Masters, and this got included in one of them.
I don't know, man. Like
Unfucking believable.
I don't know. Like Full Moon used to be, I would support Full Moon. Like they always have their big sales, like on Valentine's Day and stuff. Like, oh shit, yeah, okay, they got a cheap Blu-ray, DVD, whatever. Pick it up every now and then. I mean, I have a older Puppet Master box set, doesn't have all these new ones in it, but I would pick up the stuff. I honestly don't think I would ever spend money on anything Full Moon again, precisely because I'm just so morally reprehensible, if that's even a phrase, as to what this feels like. This sort of con game where, I mean, we could shit out something better than this. We have shit out something better
And
than
we
this.
have.
Yeah,
And we
you
didn't
have.
like
It,
get $77,000 from people to do it. It just, oh god, it's so frustrating.
We
It's frustrating.
hustled. We sold our previous shit to make our new shit. 29% on Rotten Tomatoes.
Oh, so there are positive reviews. What's a positive review?
that's the audience score, right? That has
Yeah,
to be an
there is no
audience.
tomato meter or whatever. It's just
Oh,
audience score. Do you want me to? All right, here. Let me
yeah.
find
Bring
you
up bring
the.
up some good
Let me find
audience
a
scores.
positive review. Okay,
Yeah.
it says there's fewer than 50 ratings.
Okay.
Okay, so there's a 3. There's a 2.5. Is this it? Is there only there might only be 4 4 reviews. All right, so the
Wow.
the best rated review that I can find is 2.5 stars, and it says Puppet Master Axis Termination is a mixed bag of Nazi psychics and a group of underdogs trying to get a hold of Toulon's secret formula. Add a ton of blood, a dash of gore, and you get a not too bad final movie in the trilogy. Bullshit. This person should not be allowed to do reviews on the internet anymore.
It's probably a
The
hardcore
next
Full Moon fan, and they can't even get higher
they
than
can
two and
only
a
give it two and
halves.
a half. The next score is just 2 stars, and it says this is a long one. The 11th installment in the long running franchise, blah blah blah, fighting deadly puppets. The story and characters aren't all that interesting, and producer director Charles Band has made the series increasingly campy on what seems to be smaller and smaller budgets. Uh, they basically say, "Hey, it's better than Puppet Master Legacy, the clip show," which we would disagree with.
Yeah,
Wow,
I would disagree.
fuck this movie.
What's interesting is I would love to see the finances behind Full Moon, right? So if he
Hmm.
takes $77,000 from Full Moon fans, shits this out, what is his assuming that the whole 77,000 was spent, right? Let's just assume that that's true. What's his profit margin on something like this? Because not only do the Full Moon fans pay to get it made, but then you would think they would pay to then watch it. So is he getting another 77 grand essentially out of this? Because if you, let's say you donated $5 to this Kickstarter, I don't know how many people actually donated to this, but let's say it was $5 or whatever. You're going to be charged $20 if you're going to want to buy the Blu-ray, right? So there's 25. You're going to pony up to subscribe to Full Moon streaming service for $7 a month or whatever, and then forget about it. So then you just keep getting charged month. I don't know. Like, how do you make money on this kind of stuff?
I don't have an answer for that.
Yeah.
Uh, Charles
It's
Band
weird.
is a con man.
It's weird.
I
I don't know, man. I just know this sucked. It was terrible. Is there any other? Oh yeah.
the energy has been drained from me by this movie, and I'm going to talk about it again. And I'm just there's no way the next movie's good, right? Like it's a Blade
Well, that's the
standalone
thing.
movie. There's no way it's good.
That's the thing. We were excited to watch this one because we hadn't seen this one. This was one of the very few in the franchise we hadn't seen. Now I am dreading Blade the Iron Cross. I am dreading it. I'm like, oh my
But
god.
but I think it's the next one before we hit like the actual original Puppet Master movie, though, right? I think.
Yes. It's the last of this sort of new thing, unless that Leech Woman movie pops out at some point. So yeah, let's see if there's any other trivia here. Most of the Nazi thugs are played by fans who paid to have a role in the movie. David Duchovny, who directed 4 of the Puppet Master movies, has a cameo in this movie. He plays one of the Nazi thugs. Charles Band has said this is the bloodiest sequel in the entire series. I will say that this probably did have the most blood. They would just do quick close-ups of Blade like slashing feet and stuff and necks, and then just quick shots of blood spraying around. A lot of it was CG, which kind of really downgraded the whole blood aspect of it anyway.
Right.
And then it says on the trivia, this is the first time Jester will have his surprised expression since Puppet Master 5.
Is
I
that
was
the face he was
surprised.
making when he
Right.
fell over
I was
dead?
Okay.
surprised he didn't I mean, oh, fuck it. I don't even want to get into it. Torch was rumored to appear in this movie. Rumored, or what did Mr. Charles Band say he would be
Yeah.
on the thing? And even appeared in an early poster, but was cut out as director Charles Band could not find a place for him in the script. That means Charles Band was like, I don't have the money to actually light something on fire. Therefore, you don't put Torch in a Puppet Master movie unless you can burn something. That $77,000 apparently did not extend to burning something with a flame.
Yeah, but
This is the first time.
Yeah, there's also. Sorry.
Go ahead.
There's
No, no, go
just
ahead.
a severe lack. There's a severe lack of like puppet shit. I was thinking
Yeah.
about this when you guys talked about, the earlier films, like having fond memories and being worried about going back to them. Like, a thing I enjoyed so much about Free is that they find these really, elaborate setups to have these puppets get these, get these.
Jester.
What is going
Sorry.
on back there?
It's Jester
Okay.
dead on the
Yes.
floor. That's what's going on. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. I just saw that happening. Go
No,
ahead.
that's fine. But in the third one, they have these sort of like elaborate setups of like, okay, how are the puppets gonna, be able to pull off these kill sequences? And yeah, Steve,
I saw
your
it again.
video.
I saw it
Yeah,
again.
yeah, it's
I'm haunted.
and here it's like they don't even have to be puppets. Like, Leech Woman is just on the ceiling and then she drops a leech on a guy and he dies immediately. Like,
Yeah.
they're
She's
not
even
collaborating with
interacting.
each other.
She's
They're
not-
not.
yeah, you're right.
They're not
We
like
actually
they're not
see,
playing
like,
with the fact that they're small puppets. It just kind of feels like generic
Leech,
killers.
yeah, it's like Leech Woman doesn't interact with anybody. I don't think she just is always on the ceiling dropping leeches from
do
wherever.
we actually see like a full body shot of Leech Woman in this? I only remember seeing like her head up in the rafters.
I don't think we do.
Yeah.
And the face was all weird. It looks super cheap. I know there was one point where there was like a close up after Six Shooter shoots that guy in the face, and they do a close up and they like CG'd like movement of blood or like pulsating where the wounds were. I'm like,
Yeah.
what the fuck are you guys doing here? Like, this is amateur hour stuff. Oh, God. Let me see if there's anything else. This is the first time Blade will have his vocal noises since Retro Puppet Master. Were you pretty excited about that, Steve?
No, because Blade was a creeper in this movie. Like, he watches the dream psychic sleep multiple times in the film. I don't know what was going on with Blade in this.
A real Burmese opera marionette known as a minthar was used for Khan's short background. Khan's short background came. Who's Khan? What is there? Do we miss a puppet? Is Khan a puppet? I don't even know. He can be seen lying in the top of the trunk. He does not come to life or do anything in the movie. Okay, I missed Khan. Puppet Khan. Find out who Puppet Khan is. I don't know who that is. I honestly have no idea who it is. And that's about it. The characters of Danny and Beth return for their third appearance in this movie. The characters are played by the same actors that played them in the previous movie. This is the second time these two actors have played these characters. In the first movie of this story arc, they were both played by entirely different actors. Well done to the contributor who posted that one. Thank you. I'm going to go ahead and click helpful. Jesus Christ. Okay.
I posted Shredder. The puppet's name is Shredder Khan, according to the
Shredder
wiki.
Khan.
Yeah.
Have we seen this puppet before? What?
I think he's in like one scene in the first movie.
Okay. Yep. Uh-huh.
Maybe it's good we didn't get a lot of him. Maybe that's good.
Probably good. I have nothing else. This movie was bullshit trash. Stay tuned next Full Moon Friday, folks, as we watch Blade the Iron Cross and try not to kill ourselves live on video. We're here. We made it again to another week of Full Moon Fridays here on the Outpost Unknown YouTube channel. My name is Matthew. Joining me from the great land of Sweden with kings and queens and princesses and whatnot, it's Borg.
Hello, all of that was accurate, yes.
Who's the king of Sweden right now?
Carl Gustav then the 16th, I think.
The 16th. I ask you because whatever you're saying is way more interesting and cool than what we're about to talk
Yeah,
about.
the 16th. I was right.
Okay, cool. Steve, you're here once again.
Yep, I'm noticing that you're not playing this movie behind you. Is that a deliberate choice, or did you just forget?
No, it's a deliberate choice. At this point,
You
how
had to
many
think
movies
for
in?
a second.
No. At this point, 7 movies in here to this 14-part epic thing. I don't think Charles Band deserves to have his movie played in the background any longer. This is
Okay, well,
this
well
movie.
then
This movie's
turn on a light, because you are coming to me from the
uh,
Shadow Realm right now.
okay. What if I get closer like that? This is the best I got, man. This is the best I got. This is the best I have. What do you want from me? Don't say light.
I mean,
Steve, what are we watching tonight?
I guess nothing then. We watched Blade: The Iron Cross, the first Puppet Master spin-off focusing on a single puppet, and it focused
Oh
on
no.
the best one. So
Oh no. Are there more spin-offs?
there
Oh, thank
is.
God.
There's one more spin-off.
There's
Okay.
But
Dr.
it takes
Death,
place.
right?
Yeah, I think it takes place in modern times. So I think after this, unless they make a fuck another one, I think we're finally fucking done with the World War II era Puppet Master movies. I hope.
All right.
Oh,
Nope.
this one.
This is going to be a
This one sucks.
short show, ladies and gentlemen, because this is not good. And to take us through the not goodness, Steve, I mean, tell us what happened in this movie.
Well, this is a direct sequel to the last one, Axis Termination. So I thought we were done with the Axis movies, but this is technically, I guess, Axis 4. It focuses on the dream psychic, who I think her name is Elisa. She is the main character of this movie. Everyone else involved in the previous movie is just gone. They're not in this. See, you were doing something, but you're in darkness, so I can't tell what was going on over there.
I will fix it in post, you asshole. Don't worry about it.
She is now working at a newspaper, and she uses her psychic dreams to locate dead bodies, and then she does reports on the bodies, and the bodies are linked to Nazis. Now, guys, stop me if you heard this one. The Nazis in this Puppet Master movie are trying to get... That's all I gotta say then. That's all I gotta say. This has the exact same plot as like the last 5 movies. The Nazis are trying to create zombies using the green reagent puppet juice. This particular evil scientist Nazi has gotten closer. He actually has zombies now, which are Matt's favorite. And as soon as I saw that first zombie, I was like, "Oh, Matt's gonna love this." But he has actually managed to create zombies. The downside now is that he basically has to like control them manually with a remote. So he's trying. So he needs puppet juice and the secrets of the Scroll of Osiris to create autonomous zombies that will apparently work for the Nazis. There's this movie's trying to be like a detective story, because there's like Detective Joe, who's like, wearing a trench coat and a hat, and he's trying to be this old timey like pulp detective, but he is the love interest for Eliza. She's working at the newspaper, and she's having visions of Blade doing shit, and they name drop Dr. Hess, who is the Nazi doctor.
Not a name drop. Oh shit! A name drop.
This has continuity, guys. They mentioned Dr. Hess, who is the guy that becomes Blade back in Puppet Master 3. And so these scientists are trying to carry on Dr. Hess's work, and so now it's personal for Blade. And so she just goes and gets Blade, and just kind of like hangs out with Blade at her house for a little while.
Wait. Why is Jester not even in the goddamn trunk? They show all of the other puppets in the trunk. Tunneler's in there. Pinhead's in there. Everyone's in there except fucking Jester. What happened? What
the better
happened?
question, who cares? Jester was not
bastard.
there as a deliberate choice. So like at the end of the last movie, like the puppets kind of like ran out of puppet juice, and so they've gone into hibernation. Blade is still like somehow just kind of alive. He can't really move that well, but he's capable of like turning his head and observing things. There's a completely
Creeping
point.
on the
Yeah,
girl.
there's I think this girl is creeping on Blade because she just picks up Blade and puts him in a chair and then goes and takes like a bath out of, I guess there's not a bathtub in 1940s wherever the hell this is taking place at, but she's washing herself just out of a bowl of water with a rag. She's got the tits out, and she turns to Blade and he's like, oh ho ho, getting aroused, are you? Like she has this
It's weird.
very strange relationship with Blade.
I was like, is Blade gonna fuck this girl? Like, I think I posted that in the Discord. I'm like watching. I'm like, is there gonna be a puppet human sex scene in this?
Well,
It would have been more
thankfully, no.
imaginative than what we got.
So there's multiple things going on. Like Joe has an evil police captain who's secretly a Nazi, and there's other evil cops that are spying on Eliza because everyone knows that she has the puppets and that she's affiliated or she's fought the Nazis before. Um, she has this moment with Blade where she's like, "Oh, your blade and hook aren't all that sharp," and so she sharpens it, and then she tests it by running blade along her finger, which of course, she just sharpened it, so she's bleeding now, and she gets blood on Blade, and that.
I love. Hold on 1 second. I'm watching Borp's reaction as you're describing this, and he has this look on his face. Is like, did I watch this movie? Is this the same movie that I watched? I'm just gonna nod in my head in agreement here.
Feel free to.
Borp. What are your thoughts on this, Borp?
Okay. I was waiting for a lull here because immediately I was hit with the disappointment that, oh no, this is a direct continuation of the last 3 movies we watched. I thought this was going to be like
So did
different.
I. That's exactly what I felt.
And it doesn't really make sense to make this a standalone Blade movie as a direct continuation. Like I thought they would do something different because it just doesn't make sense to me why the other puppets wouldn't be included. It's like they keep adding on bullshit to these movies and then taking away the things you want. So it's like, all right, we got zombies, we got psychics, we got a spy movie, we got a detective movie. We ain't got no fucking puppets. It's so fucking baffling.
We ain't got no fucking puppets. I would love for Charles Band to be pitching this movie. We got this, we got that. We ain't got no fucking puppets, but we got titties. It's so bad. That was great, Borp. That's great. That's a great analysis. Fuck this movie.
Yeah, well, so all right, so she gets blood on Blade, and that creates a mind link between the two, and so now whenever she sleeps,
Is that what happened?
Yes.
Okay.
She now like because she bleeds on him, and then it's like, oh, use my mental energy. So there's some sort of link between her and Blade now, and so now whenever she sleeps, she starts spasming, and like green fart clouds come off of her body, and Blade eats the green fart clouds, and now Blade is existing off of the fart. And so,
wow.
Tell me how anything that I said is incorrect. You can't do it because everything I'm saying has happened.
Oh my god, I'm crying.
So Blade goes out on his Blade goes out on his first mission, and his first mission is to kill like one of the corrupt Nazi cops. And so Blade goes and kills this cop. All right, and so there is this ridiculous scene, and Matt pointed out in the chat, and I was going to also talk about it now. But Blade has got this cop on the ground. He's like knocked out, and Blade just takes his blade hand and just starts like sawing at his neck. Except Blade doesn't saw at his neck because clearly Blade's arm is completely detached from the body of Blade the puppet. Like there was a way to film this scene with the correct perspective to make it look like this arm is connected to Blade. They didn't do that. They got a full straight
Yeah,
on shot. And so the
yeah.
way
It's like Blade's here, and the arm,
yeah,
the stabbing is coming. It's got like a little black cloth over it, so
yeah,
that we
it's
won't notice. It's so
yeah, like
awful.
the way this is set up is like the the bad guy's head is on the left, and then Blade puppet is on the right, and then in the center of the frame is dude's neck and a disconnected puppet arm that is clearly just someone's hand moving back and forth. But they didn't even bother to film it to where the hand was cut off, and so it's like Blade's like skinny arm and then a giant like fist sized hump on the back of it. So Blade's detached arm is being controlled by this fucking human hand sized tumor hanging off its goddamn elbow, I assume. This ugh, I hate this.
This is one of one of the problems, and I think as we've gotten deeper and deeper into this franchise, that we have seen as a glaring, obvious problem, is that the filmmakers do not give a shit. They don't care. This is completely low effort in terms of trying to come up with a new story. Why the fuck do we need a new story? We'll just throw like reanimate dead Nazi soldiers again. That we'll just do that over and over and over. There's no sort of originality with like the kills. They don't even attempt to increase the amount of puppets. I mean, we go to these movies to see puppets. But like Borb said, we got everything but fucking puppets. We'll give you everything but puppets. And so, like, I look at this and it's so dead. It makes me feel dead inside that the people at Full Moon shit this shit out. I mean, it's like, come on, at least put some effort forth. We made a short film called Orlok with a puppet. We put in more effort in 6 hours to create our little shitty short film as an homage to these films that we supposedly loved back in the day. And I look at this and I cannot believe, I cannot believe the quality control here.
Right, and I think the least you can do when making a film like this is like have cool kills or cool setups for kills. Like get the most if you're going to focus on one thing, focus on that. That's what people want. That's what if I'm coming to a movie about puppets killing people, I want like cool elaborate setups for how these puppets are going to kill people and make me, sort of turn off my brain in a way that goes like, well, clearly this wouldn't happen. Like, there's a point where a dude gets stabbed in the hand and he falls down, and that's how Blade gets him. And you're like, well, that like what?
Are you telling me you're not here for Blade creeping on a woman washing her breasts?
No.
Or
You're here
you're not
for
here
the
for that?
woman creeping on Blade.
Okay, I think there's double creepage going on there.
Double
I think it was a
creepage.
mutual creepage, double creepage.
That death scene though was just like talk about a lack of effort. I also point
Yeah,
out that this movie, when you remove the movie's only 70 minutes with the credits. Without credits, it's 68 minutes. Blade doesn't do anything until the 28-minute mark. And
yeah.
before that, it's just Eliza hanging out and Nazis hanging out and Detective Joe hitting on Eliza. It's completely pointless. Uh,
You get a few little flashbacks to previous movies.
oh
They
yeah,
they always have to throw that in there.
there was a scene from directly from Puppet Master 3 showing Guy Rolfe Toulon and whatever his wife's
They
name
got to put
is.
some quality in these movies.
Yeah.
Like we might as well pull a scene from a good one and stick it in here to throw them a bone.
Yep, Charles Band, the stock footage king, is back at it in the opening shots of this movie. I mean, none of this matters. Ultimately, like Blade kills an evil cop, and then we get set up for the exciting finale where the evil Nazi scientist kidnaps Joe and Eliza, and Eliza is strapped to a table, strapped to a chair, naked for no particular reason other than she didn't have a no nudity clause. Um, and so
They blur out her crotch. Did you notice that? So
I
there is
love
a
it.
scene. There's a scene early on where there's a woman seducing some other guy, like the bad woman, whoever's on the bad
Yeah,
guy
I don't
scene.
know
I
her
don't even
name.
remember what her name is. where she takes off her top or whatever, and you can tell she's got a no nudity clause initially because it's just shot from like neck up, right? So she's just removed her top, and the guy's all googly eyed over, but you don't see anything. But then there's a wider shot where it's the two of them, and she's kind of like embracing him, and he kind of spins her a little bit, and there's a big blur spot right where her boob accidentally got into frame, and so they're like, oh shit, she had a no nudity clause, we better blur that out. And then in the finale, Elisa or whatever, yeah, they just show the shot of her strapped to this chair completely naked. It's like, we'll blur out the crotch. It was right in the middle of the goddamn frame. What the fuck are these people doing?
So let's talk about the evil plan of the Nazis. They want to create zombies. That's the main thing. But they're talking about like we have to get the energy wave of these people correct, and there's suddenly a fucking death ray on top of this building they're in for no fucking reason. So they're going to send out an energy pulse from the death ray to kill everyone, and then they are going to send out another wave with the correct energy wave form to revive everyone as a zombie, but they got to get the correct energy wave, the correct frequency from Elisa, and so they torture her, and that lets them see her frequency, and then they type her frequency into the super evil Nazi science machine, and when they do that, that gets that gives Elisa control of everything. So she starts concentrating really hard, and more green fart energy comes off, and Blade eats the fart energy, and that allows Blade to go kill everyone. So Blade kills everyone except for like the main evil Nazi scientist, and Nazi scientist like figures out that Blade and Elisa are connected somehow, and so he grabs Blade, and he's like super strong, so Blade can't really hurt him, and he puts Blade first in a furnace to burn Blade, which also then hurts Elisa. But ultimately, he just grabs a hammer and just pounds Blade into like literal dust. But then the green fart energy leaves the Blade dust and goes into the Nazi scientist, which I guess allows Blade to form a completely new body inside the Nazi scientist, and Blade burst out chest burster style, and I don't even remember what happens. Like they beat the Nazis for like the seventh time. End of movie.
Yep.
Borp, your thoughts?
Uh, my thoughts are that I did enjoy this more than the last film. I feel like
Okay, what's
I
something?
feel I feel like um Charles Band not directing this one did some good. I feel like there were moments where I'm like, and this is not high praise, but I feel like they at least tried a little bit in some of these scenes. Like the last movie we watched was like so horribly made. And to the point where I'm like, I can't tell what's going on in these shots. With the abhorrent use of like really highly colored, saturated colored lighting and all that stuff. And with this one, I could at least see and hear what was going on at all times.
Yeah.
Uh, there were
There's some nice
moments.
camera movements. I
Yeah,
mean, the guy moved the
exactly.
camera around and stuff
Yeah,
like that.
it's not just static shots. It's not it didn't feel all the time like they were just going in and getting as much coverage as possible in the least amount of time. They actually fought about camera movements and things like that. So from that perspective, like at least there was some effort put into this. Um, but I did not enjoy this film at all. It has the exact same problems as the last three, and ultimately you come to these movies to watch puppets. You're watching this movie to watch Blade do things, and he doesn't show up until way late in the film, and the
Halfway
acting
through the
is
film,
yeah,
essentially.
right. And yeah, but I'll shut up.
Yeah, no, that's the other interesting thing about, everyone wants to see the puppets. And when Blade finally does show up, he just shows up briefly, right? So it's not like you get an extended sequence of Blade. doing anything. I mean, right now, Steve is showing more
Here,
Blade
here.
screen time than
Let,
what's in this actual movie.
let me show you how you animate Blade. You cut his feet off and then you just slide him across the screen. See that?
There you go.
Charles Band owes me $5.
Yeah, they do this another thing again here where I think they put someone in a Blade suit and then like squished him down, and because there's those couple quick scenes of Blade like running and it's clearly somebody in a costume and they just squished it down in post to make it look like the person was tiny. Um, but yeah, you just don't get the puppets. 89, 90% of this running time are these stupid characters we don't give a shit about. Why are we watching the exact same plot we have seen for the past 3 fucking movies? Why? Why can't anybody at Full Moon? Hey, Charles Band, if you're watching this, which I know you are, please reach out to me, outpostunknown@gmail.com. Say, Matthew, would you please write me a really good Puppet Master script? And I will do it. And I won't even charge you. Just reach out to me, outpostunknown@gmail.com, and I will write you a fucking killer Puppet Master script. These are stupid. So fucking stupid. I hated this. This is probably I think I hated it. Yes, Borp's correct. On a technical level, it's better than the last one. But on a creative level, I think it's even worse. So I think like I would rather it be creative and very sort of tediously shot than creatively bankrupt with some camera movements. For me personally, just give me some originality and some creativity. Fuck this movie. Steve, your thoughts?
No, I think this one's better than the last one, but at this point, I'm just so fucking done with the World War II puppet movies. Uh, I still think Axis Termination is the worst. I mean, I feel like there was slightly, not story wise, but with just like when Blade actually does go kill people, I thought there was slightly more effort put into this. Like the pup or Blade getting inside the dude's body and bursting out that could have been really cool. The idea is
That's what
sound.
that's Tunneler. That's Tunneler's move. That's what Tunneler does. It's a Tunneler kill. That's what it was, but they just put it on Blade. You know I'm right. You can say it.
Tunneler didn't turn into like fart gas and get into the dude's body first.
No, but the concept of Tunneler tunnels through people. We've seen him do that before in multiple movies. This isn't just Blade coming out, tunneling out.
I don't know. Maybe this is equally as bad as the last one. I'm fucking over it.
We are back once again on Full Moon Fridays here on the Outpost Unknown YouTube channel. My name is Matthew. Joining me here in Nebraska, where the weather is somewhat decent today, finally, is Steve.
Yep, I'm back. I feel reinvigorated.
Yes, and we're excited about tonight's film, obviously, Puppet Master Littlest Reich. It is directed by 2 Swedish directors. I assume they're famous in your country, Borp, is this correct?
Never heard of these guys before.
I don't think they've done anything since this movie either. I was kind of looking on IMDb. It didn't look like they'd done much of anything after this. But yes, we are talking The Littlest Reich. This is outside of the canon, quote unquote, universe of Puppet Master, if such a thing even exists.
Doesn't.
I mean, none of these movies match up with each other at all. We decided to do this. Why, Steve? Why did we put this in the middle of our Puppet Master marathon?
We needed a palate cleanser. We were on a streak of 4 absolutely garbage Puppet Master movies with basically no redeeming qualities whatsoever. Like we were struggling to keep the interest for this watch along.
Yeah, for sure. That's kind of like the reason behind it. Now, Borp, you pointed out last episode that, hey, I think that actually got cut off at the end because our Zencaster failed. But you had mentioned to us that 2 Swedish directors co-directed this thing. Were you pretty excited to go into this?
I was. I had heard some good things about this film. And yeah, 2 Swedish directors somehow got the job to do this. I wonder how that happened. They have done a film from like 2012 that was not well received at all, like very low budget Swedish Evil Dead copy called Wither. It's like so low budget. it somehow got put into theaters over here. I missed it. But yeah, it's just a really weird trajectory. And I was looking up information on this, like trying to find information both on English websites and then on Swedish websites of like, have they done any interviews about this? Because I wonder how this happened, but I was not able to find anything. Maybe that's on some special feature somewhere.
I feel like maybe they're not doing any interviews because I learned after watching this that it has this movie had some behind the scenes issues that might be plaguing future installments of this series.
Right, right. But I was like, not even like in the promotion for this, I was able to find what the hell was going on with this. But yeah.
See, this amuses me because we have this thing in our Discord where anytime someone comes across an article that mentions Sweden in any way, shape, or form, usually Matt posts it. It's like Borp at Borpan in the Discord. Look at this article that mentions Sweden, and now here we are in an actual show, and he's like, Borp, Swedish people are involved in this movie.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, this could be a movie he's proud of. That a couple of directors from his country made this. We'll find out. We'll see. But yeah, so we're talking The Littlest Reich. This is actually written by S. Craig Zoller. This is the guy who made Bone Tomahawk and like Dragged Across Concrete, and this guy's a talented dude. And I remember when I first heard that he was writing a new Puppet Master movie, it shocked me because I was like, why would this guy be slumming around doing this? But then I thought to myself, well, geez, if I had that kind of power, that I was like making good movies and someone's like, hey, you want to write a Puppet Master movie? I'd be like, hell yeah, I want to write a Puppet Master movie. So I totally understand why he would have done it. And
we got
I
a
was
puppet script. Someone give us a budget.
Yeah, for sure. So I was kind of going into this, looking forward to it because puppets are bad guys in this one, and I don't know if we've actually seen puppets as bad guys yet, right? I mean, so because they're only the bad guys in 1 and 2, right? We haven't gotten to 1 and 2 yet.
No. This is the first time in Full Moon Friday that we've seen evil puppet. Oh yeah, this is the first
Nazi
time
puppets,
that we've seen just evil puppets.
Yeah, because we haven't
there's no
seen
like
Nazi
corresponding
puppets.
good guy side, right?
Right. So yeah, I mean, let's go ahead and get into it. Puppet Master, The Littlest Reich. Nowhere is Charles Band anywhere near this thing. So is it better? Is it worse? We're about to find out. Steve, take it away.
So it starts off back in 1989 at some random bar in Texas, and in walks an old man who's like heavily scarred. I think he's been burned, like his ear looks melted to his head, and he starts
the great
hitting.
Udo Kier, by the way.
Okay, well he starts hitting on a female bartender, and then the female bartender starts making out with her girlfriend in the bar, and let's just say that this man that we learn is the new Andre Toulon is not happy to have witnessed lesbians, and so he sends his puppets to kill them. And so the way that this movie is so problematic.
Yeah.
I wish Rachel was here, but so the way that puppets work in this world, like there's no green reanimator juice. Andre Toulon goes and lays down on this metal slab, and there are like metal stakes coming out of the ceiling, and like purple lightning shoots between him and the stakes, and it seems like he's like directly controlling them in some way, shape, or form. I don't know. That's how it works in this movie. This movie doesn't answer too many questions about what's going on. Shit's just happening. But some cops show up, and the cops notice some bloody puppet-sized footprints, I think is what they saw. Like, I wasn't super clear on how they made it back to Toulon's mansion, but somehow they figure out that Toulon is the killer, and so the cops go into to Toulon's mansion and kill him. And so then we
don't see that though, right? Because we see
gunshots.
Barbara. We see Barbara Crampton go in and she shoots, but we don't actually see what happens, which I thought was kind of weak. It's like, why don't you just show him? Show Barbara Crampton shooting Udo Kier. Why would you not film that unless he wasn't actually around?
Maybe Udo Kier wasn't available that day. He makes a lot of movies.
That's true.
All right. Well, we hear gunshots, and Toulon is now presumed dead. So then it cuts to, I guess, like the modern day for this movie, which is like 2018, 2019. It's 30 years later, essentially. And there's going to be, well, let's talk about our main characters. Our main characters are a guy named Edgar, who is a, I don't know if he's famous, but he is a published comic book writer and artist. But he's working in a comic book shop with his boss, a guy named Markowitz. And Edgar is recently divorced, and so he has to like move back in with his parents because I guess he's been kicked out of the marital home. He has a shitty relationship with his dad, which ultimately like is completely irrelevant to the movie. The only part of his home life that really matters to us is one, he starts dating a neighbor named Ashley, and two, he has a brother that died via mysterious circumstances years ago, and the brother had one of Toulon's puppets. And so the town where the Toulon mansion is going to host a basically a horror convention centered around the Toulon murders. Now, they have no idea that these are killer puppets. It's just there was a killer who happened to make puppets, and now these puppets are collector's items. And so Edgar and Ashley and Markowitz are going to go to this horror convention, and Edgar's goal is he just wants to sell the puppet, which is like blade like. I don't know if some of the puppets I don't know that they really get names in this, but there are multiple blade-ish puppets in this movie, and that
Yeah.
happens to be one of the ones that Edgar
One
has.
has like long white hair. One has
One
like
has
no hair
no
at
hair.
all.
One's missing an arm. I don't know. I don't know what they're actually like, called in this. But Edgar's going to go sell Not Blade for some quick cash. But as part of a ticket to the horror convention, you get to go on a tour of Toulon's mansion. And so they go to Toulon's mansion, which is I don't know, just like down the road from this hotel they're in, I guess. And Barbara Crampton leads them on the tour, and so we get the backstory of Toulon. Toulon, in the complete counter to the other movies, like Toulon himself was a Nazi in this continuity, and he's got all this Nazi memorabilia. He created all of these puppets. They talk about all the terrible things that he did to his victims, specifically like Jewish women. They were a big target of his. Uh, Barbara Crampton is the cop that killed Toulon back in the day. So this scene doesn't really do anything but like provide a backstory for Toulon, and we also learn that Toulon is just like buried like on this property still. Like there's like a mausoleum built, and like an unknown Toulon family member claimed his body and just built a little corpse hut off to the side. So Toulon is still like here in this town, his corpse anyway.
Yeah. Can I say something about this sequence here?
Yes.
First, I love Barbara Crampton in this. I think she does a really good job as sort of the cop. But you know how they always say, like, show, don't tell in movies? This is a case in which I'm happy they just told and did not show. Because
Yes.
the stuff that she's claiming that, Toulon was doing, it's like, I don't want to see any of that. I'll take
And
your word for it, Barbara.
I think it also makes sense because they're on a tour. It's not like
Yeah.
these characters, like if these characters were like reading a book about Toulon's war crimes, then I would probably more expect some flashbacks to some visuals to accompany that. But I think just like letting her tell and not show makes sense in this particular scene here. But anything that I missed up to this point? This is
I
actually like a 90-minute movie, so I'm trying
yeah,
to
yeah.
like pick up the pace a little bit.
Uh, Nothing that you missed, but I do want to add on to this idea that it's from the writer is the same guy who made Dragged Across Concrete this exact same year, and like when you look at these two movies, they are so different from one another, but then they're also so incredibly similar in their type of humor. And I remember seeing, his run of movies that he's directed, which is a lot better than this movie, to be to be clear. Um, but I remember seeing like Bone Tomahawk and Brawl in Cell Block 99. I'm like, I kind of want this guy to write a comedy because his style of comedy is so um I don't know. It's very peculiar in a way that like I don't think these directors 100% knew what to do with this material. I think he's a writer very much like a Tarantino that like he should direct his own stuff. because it's so I don't know, it's just so of its own type of thing. But like that was a thing that like really struck me with this watching this very silly puppet movie of like, oh, this guy's writing really comes through, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think it comes through. I think that, and we'll probably get to it. I think the directing by these two guys, like Sonny Laguna and was it Tommy Wickland or something?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
I don't think they direct this film well at all. I think it's
Yeah.
poorly directed, all things considered. But you're right with the writing, Abort, because there's stuff in here I was like laughing. And Steve knows I'm not a big comedy guy, but there were moments in this where I was laughing. Like the whole we haven't gotten to it yet, but like when Markowitz and the guy at the thing is like, "Oh, you must be Markowitz. Why? Because I'm a Jew." Are you Markowitz? Yeah. Then there's nothing to be concerned about now, is there? It was
It's like,
just
I guessed
it's so funny.
correctly, therefore you can't be mad.
Yeah, yeah. So it's
Right,
just
yeah.
that kind of stuff is funny, and it. I know exactly what you're saying. It's that sort of weird sort of, and the lead character in this, he's so like deadpan and dry. It's like he's not. He just seems very. What's the word I'm looking for? The comedy comes through like sort of like the way the actors are portraying the writing more so than the directors directing them how to do it. If that makes sense.
Yeah, 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 totally. Because I do actually think a lot of this movie would be like funnier if it had better directing. Like I don't think a lot of the
Yeah.
jokes fell flat because of the writing. It's more of just the way it's done. So, but yeah, that was just one thing I wanted to bring up.
All right.
Continue,
Well,
Steve.
the tour of the Toulon mansion is over, so everyone goes back to the hotel, planning for this convention, and then suddenly all the puppets go missing. Uh, and at first, people think that the puppets are stolen. Like people know that these puppets. And by the way, there's like 40 or 50 puppets, so it's not like a
Yeah.
small like group of puppets like previous movies. There's 40 or 50 puppets, and there are like multiple blades and multiple tunnelers and whatnot. Um, but the puppets start going missing, and so the cops are called, and it starts out as just like a stolen property investigation. And so the cop is trying, where were you at this time? Did anyone who knew the value of this? And then people start dying, and we get like an extended scene of like basically every variation of puppet waking up and killing someone. There is a robot puppet with like a helicopter blade on the end of his hand, and so he can fly around. And so a dude is getting up to take a piss, and the robot puppet chops his head off, and then his head falls in the toilet, and then his decapitated corpse continues to piss on his head. A blade puppet kills a man and a woman having sex. They're just, I mean, I don't know what else to say. Like, there's
Yeah,
just an extended puppet murder scene with
It's like the
the
pregnant woman.
highlight. Yeah, that's
yeah,
what
yeah.
I'm getting to. So like, there's a pregnant woman who there's a puppet, and I looked up this puppet's name because it's not revealed, and his name is Moneylender, and he
I mean, it's
is
not funny. It's not funny. But it's funny if that makes any sense.
like,
The way this
imagine
is like done, it's like, oh my god.
imagine like the most like racist like Jewish like caricature that like a Nazi person would draw, and there's a puppet of that Jewish caricature, and
Is
his
this
name is
worse than kamikaze? That's the question. Is that
100%.
more offensive than
Absolutely.
kamikaze?
I think absolutely this is more offensive.
We'll have to show it to Rachel and find out. Rachel, which is more offensive, kamikaze or moneylender?
Yeah, so Moneylender goes and sees there's a pregnant woman just on bed in like a nightgown and underwear, and Moneylender just basically burrows into her vagina and bursts through her stomach and then steals her fetus and runs away.
Yeah,
There are
I mean,
multiple like that's the one, the main one that comes to mind, but like I said, there is an extended sequence of like, I don't know, 8 or 9 puppets just massacring solo people that are off on their own. And it's good. Like, we wanted
Yeah,
evil puppets
yeah,
killing people.
yeah. I mean, last time I was like, there's like the last movie, I'm like, there's no puppet shit. And here it feels like a bunch of people who aren't Charles Band was like, hey, let us make this movie about these puppets actually killing people.
Yeah.
And that they set out to do a thing and they did the thing. There's probably a better way you could have paced this out. But I was just I mean, I had like a smile on my face when this segment started because I'm
Yeah.
like, okay, now we're just in Insanityville here. Like, okay, no one
Yeah.
actually,
It feels
Sorry,
no, go
continue.
ahead. It feels very awkward to say that this is good because you quickly realize that Toulon is a Nazi. All of the people being killed are Jewish people, gay people, and black people.
But there was such a like ridiculous reveal. Like oh god, I laughed really hard when they're like, are these puppets committing hate crimes? I'm like, I guess they
Yes!
are. I guess
Yes!
yeah, I guess this is the movie. I'm like, yeah, sure.
This
It feels
this
so
has a
wrong to have enjoyed this, but I did.
You know what I find sort of a good sort of analogy is like a trauma film, right? So a trauma
Right.
film, they will go out of their way to sort of be as sort of transgressive as they can with this kind of stuff, and they couch it in sort of humor and comedy and sort of fun. They're not. It's weird to say there wasn't a mean spiritedness to it, but there kind of wasn't. It was so over the top and
Yeah.
ridiculous. And when you understand the concept of what the film is, these are actually like, I don't know if they're alive or it's just this Nazi Udo Kier. Toulon is like his spirit is doing all this himself or what, but it's a Nazi. This is what a Nazi would do. And yeah, you're right. It's like the old adage in filmmaking, give them what they want. We wanted puppets murdering people in gruesome, fun, creative ways, and that's what they gave us. They're just like,
Yeah.
fine, here, we're not going to limit this to just a few puppets. Let's do 50 puppets. We're not going to put Jester in this movie because fuck Matthew. We don't care what he would want. Heaven forbid, we could actually put Jester in a movie and make him do something cool. But I digress.
Let's before we continue on the plot, like let's talk about all the puppets because there's multiple like iterations of Blade, and I don't actually remember if they're
Yeah.
called Blade, if they got a separate name. Like I said, there's one with hair, there's one that's bald, there's one that's missing an arm. There's
There's a
a
weird
pinhead.
frog one or
I like the
something.
frog
Yeah,
guy. I like
I
the
looked
frog
up all
guy.
the names. His name is Happy Amphibian. So Happy Amphibian is like a frog puppet. There's Moneylender. There's a version of Pinhead in this. Tunneler's in this. There's also an alternate Tunneler, which is like a hedgehog or a mole of some sort with the drill on his head.
There's Torch. There's like a version of
Yeah,
Torch.
his name is
Yep.
Kaiser. I looked him up.
Yeah.
He is not Torch. Um, I mean, I think I like I don't know. Like at first, I like the kind of like traditional looking puppets like Tunneler and Pithead and Blade, and I saw like the frog puppet, and there are several puppets that just look like robots that I could go and buy like for $5 at Walmart. And like at first, I wasn't thrilled with like the non-traditional puppet designs, but they all like ended up growing on me by the end. There's one
They all do
puppet,
cool stuff.
yeah. There's one specific puppet that I've not talked about yet that I'm gonna wait. Like what
Okay.
was your favorite puppets of like the new ones that we saw?
I like the guy who fly around with his like put his arm up and then turn into a propeller. That was like looked really stupid. Yeah, I
Yeah.
I
like
like
that
the
one quite a
frog.
bit.
I like the frog. I don't know why, but I was like, that's a cool design. It stood out from all the others. It was just so weird and unexpected. I'm like, why is there a frog puppet? Like, what would Andre Toulon as a Nazi? Why would he be making a frog puppet? Maybe that has some sort of symbolism or meaning that I'm not aware of. But it was just weird. So I like the frog puppet. Happy amphibian, I guess.
Even though he does absolutely nothing in this movie, I think I like the like the groundhog puppet with the tunneler blade on his head for who does nothing. Like I don't think he kills anyone. I think he's just there in a shot at some point in the movie.
He's your jester.
Yeah.
He's
Too
your
bad we're never
jester.
gonna see him again.
We'll get there. We'll get there.
Yeah. So anyways, so like everyone's gone back to the hotel, and the first batch of killings have occurred. Um, the cops have got everyone to come downstairs into like the lobby, and he says like no one is leaving. Like we are not letting anyone go. because now there are thefts and murders, and we have to interview all of you. And ultimately, like the power starts going out, and people panic and run out. And then at this point, the puppets stop committing hate crimes, and they just start killing indiscriminately to like stop the witnesses. So there's another extended scene of people out in the parking lot trying to drive away, and the puppets killing them. Like there's a blonde girl that Markowitz was hitting on earlier, and she's in her car, and Pinhead comes up behind her and like puts his hands into the side of her skull and like rips the top of her skull off. Uh, Tumblr
Looks
kills
cool. The
people.
gore
Blade
looks
kills
pretty
people.
cool in this
Yes,
Yep.
movie.
Yep.
absolutely.
Totally.
So all of these people are outside. There's a character named Cuddly Bear, and Cuddly Bear is awesome. And so Cuddly Bear is like a big like kind of like burly, strong bartender dude, and he's outside. He tries to flee, and so there he sees a kid whose parents have just died, and he's like, "All right, kid, come with me." And then they're like the helicopter puppet that Borp likes, uh, just swings by. And when Cuddly Bear gets back into the hotel, because people are like they realize they can't escape, so they're fleeing back in the hotel. And when Cuddly Bear gets into the hotel, he turns around and it's just the child's like severed hands hanging onto the back of his shirt. Awesome.
What I think is funny about this is they actually try to explain this later on, because when they kind of come to the realization, oh, the puppets are targeting minorities, and it's the hate crime aspect of it. They actually bring up, well, what about all those people out there? And they're like, well, they just had to do that because they
Yeah,
were trying to escape.
witnesses.
Yeah, and it was just so funny because it's a way to like up the body count without basically saying like we're only going to kill minorities in this movie. We're going to come up with a reason why everybody is going to be murdered by these puppets, which was something at least.
Yep. So now everyone like the second like wave of like remaining survivors, they're back in the hotel and they're going to try to hatch a plan. Uh, and the plan is Markowitz. Like he wants to avenge the Holocaust. He wants to kill all of these Nazi puppets. And so they have a plan where they are going to catch a puppet, take it apart, figure out how it's alive, and which means they will also figure out how to kill it. And so he goes out to be bait essentially. They successfully catch a puppet, but right when they're trying to figure out a plan to off the puppets, suddenly one of the human characters pulls out a gun and starts killing people. Like, is this the bad guy from Die Hard? Because that's who I thought. That's what he looked like. The guy that not Alan Rickman, obviously.
Oh,
Like the
like
guy that gets
Hans
hanged.
or
Yeah,
I don't
I don't
know.
know. I don't know if that's him or not, but he's like a tall, lanky dude with long blonde hair. So he reminded me of the guy that Urkel's dad kills at the end of Die Hard. Anyways, so why did this guy turn on his fellow humans? Well, it's because there is a baby doll puppet named the Little Führer, and so it's just a baby doll with a Hitler head on it. In this, there's a scene earlier on where this Hitler baby doll attacks this guy from behind, like rips the skin off his back and crawls into his body. And so he is now like this baby doll Hitler puppet is now puppeteering this other person and like gets him to shoot a bunch of the remaining humans. And so they take down this traitor guy, and then they look at him and they pull out the baby doll, and someone's just like, oh, that's the Little Fuhrer. Like there's a book that just like lists all of the names of these puppets. Oh, are there boobs in the background? Like what are
There's
we seeing
titties,
here?
yeah,
Yeah.
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 All
Yep.
right, all right.
The hot short-haired blonde was getting it, so I needed to fast forward so I don't have to put
Was
a
that
censor.
Ashley the girlfriend? Because yeah, she was
Yep.
she was doing
Yeah,
it for me.
Yep.
yeah.
Um,
It's the short hair, man.
Anyways, so at this point everyone's panicking. Like we just have to like we can't stay together because I guess there could be other like puppet infected people. The puppets, they're going to get us if we stay together. So let's everyone run to your own separate hiding places and try to hide there. We haven't mentioned it, I don't think, but like Barbara Crampton, who again is like the cop that killed Toulon back in the 30s, she's also like among the humans that are hanging out at this hotel. She doesn't really do a whole lot, but she's there. But now like all the people have like split up. Puppets are attacking people like kind of individually. And then we have like our four remaining like main characters. So it's Edgar, his girlfriend Ashley, Markowitz, and a girl that Markowitz was hitting on named Narissa. And so the four of them are in a room together. They hear someone calling for help, and Markowitz and Edgar decide they're going to go be big damn heroes. And they find a woman who was calling for help, but now she's dead, and she has been like. There's a puppet that's jumping up and down on her, and this puppet's design is like a gas pump with an accordion body and like just a random like round head, and its nose is like the point like a gas pump, and it's jumping up and down on this corpse, and as it's jumping up and down, blood is like spraying out of its gas pump nose. Completely random. I don't know that we ever see this puppet again.
I
Uh,
don't think we do. No.
but then like Markowitz and Edgar are like, "Fuck this, we're leaving." Uh, so the four of them are just going to try to like wait it out, wait for help to come. Everyone else is being attacked, and then I think Tunneler like drills a hole in the ceiling, and instead of Tunneler, like Blade falls down and kills Markowitz.
That's what I
Uh,
like. I like about this movie is, so often in the other Puppet Master movies, we just see the puppets at like foot level, right? Like they'll slash a Achilles tendon or something, and then the people fall. I actually like in this one multiple times they're coming through the ceiling and dropping
yeah,
down on people and slicing their throats and stuff like that. That was a cool way to sort of show a new way that the puppets could attack rather than just being waiting for
the
someone to fall
puppets
to the
are
floor
like
or something.
very well animated in this. It's not the Charles Band special where you put them on like a
Yeah.
dolly of some sort and then fill them from waist up and you just pull the dolly to simulate them moving. Like they're actually animated in this film, and it's done really. It's so
Yeah.
refreshing to see puppets actually move around and do things.
I mean,
But Mark,
I think.
sorry, go
Sorry,
ahead.
no, I wonder if it's last episode or the episode before that we talked about. Okay, what do we want them to do with these films? And I think we basically said this, like, just come up with cool ways that the puppets can kill people, work
Yeah.
around that, and then you have like a good foundation. Not that this movie is like perfect, but like they figured out how to make this entertaining again.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it
100%.
feels like S. Craig Zoller was a fan of this franchise, probably rewatched them and realized, wow, this is not nearly as cool as I remembered it being. This is what I remembered it being in my head, right? From when I was a
Right.
kid, I remember this, so we're just going to show people. We're going to give people this.
Yeah, I can't imagine what that's like to watch through this series and think, wow, this actually kind of sucks.
Yeah.
Uh, So, anyways, Markowitz is dying. He has like last words with Narissa. It's like Markowitz has been like a creeper throughout this movie. Like he just like casually tells Ashley, like, "Hey, Ashley, you know what'd be entertaining if you just walked around topless? How about you find me another 7 out of 10 for me to date?" He's just
Well, he tells
brutal.
as he's dying, he's like, "Well, would you have banged me if I would have been nice to you and brought you home?" She's like, 60% chance or something like
And
that. So,
Markowitz is like, "That's good enough for me."
yeah.
And then he dies. And his last words are like, "Edgar, when you go to like, when you start writing comics again, write me into them and tell everyone that I was the greatest Jewish hero." Like he's great. He's a creeper, but he's also great in many of his scenes. And so then. And Markowitz just tells him like, you just got to go, like jump out of the window, like there's a dumpster down there, like jump and save yourselves. And so it's so
It's the best part of the movie. This is the best part of the
okay.
movie.
So let me set this up. There's a dumpster right below their window. They're on like the second floor, maybe the third floor. I don't know. It's quite the leap. But there is a dumpster and it's full of garbage bags, which apparently are filled with very soft garbage. And so Edgar leaps out, and then Ashley jumps out, and it's Narissa's turn. And you think like the fact that they left her behind, you think, oh, a puppet's going to get her. Either a puppet's going to like pull her back in and kill her, or the puppets are going to push her so she misses her jump. No, she just jumps and misses on her own, and so she jumps out and just collides with like the side of the dumpster and then bounces off and is dead. And when this happened, I actually out loud went, "Holy shit!" Like I was not expecting that whatsoever.
It looks
There's
it looks
another
it
moment.
looks it looks painful when it happens
Yeah,
too, because it's like them a bam right on the edge of
yeah.
that thing, and her
She
face is all
lands
fucked up.
face first onto like the side wall of a dumpster, and bounces off and is dead. And like I said, I like loudly yelled, "Holy shit!" And there's another moment where I yelled that later on in the movie that we'll get to. So Edgar and Ashley are like, well, like fuck it, like we know Toulon is doing this somehow. I think early on, like when they go to call the cops, they hear like Toulon's voice on the line speaking in German and telling the puppets to remain in the shadows. And so Edgar's like somehow Toulon is behind this. We got to go back to Toulon's mansion. And so the two of them drive off to Toulon's mansion. Meanwhile, all of the rest of the survivors in the hotel are just being picked off one by one by the puppets. There's another extended scene of puppets attacking people. I think we got more puppet attacks in this movie, in this one movie, than like the entirety of like the Axis, I guess, quadrilogy
Oh, for sure.
that we've been watching. And so Edgar and Ashley drive their truck into this crypt that Toulon is in, and then Toulon comes out, and this is not explained, but Toulon is like this grotesque monster now with like metal spikes coming out of him, and so Toulon, the Toulon monster, like starts choking Ashley. Edgar hits him in the head with a pipe. But by the way, like when they crash the truck into the to this crypt, all the puppets just like kind of fall over and die, or at least are
Didn't they
inactive.
say it was something to do with the bars or something? Like they were trying to do
Yeah,
something that would cause the energy to stop
yeah, I think
flowing or
they've
something.
recognized that somehow, because even like early on when we first see this crypt, Edgar mentions that like those weird metal bars coming out of it like look like a strange part of the design. So he's put two and two together and knows that this crypt is. I don't know that they ever explain it, but he's recognized that the crypt is the problem. We gotta go destroy it. And so he drives into the crypt. The Toulon monster comes out, starts choking Ashley. Edgar hits him with a pipe. And there's a scene early on where they actually capture a puppet and take it apart, and there's this like glowing purple energy inside of it. And when they hit Toulon, when Edgar hits Toulon in the head, like you see like there's like that same like glowing energy inside Toulon. So very clearly like these puppets are directly connected to Toulon somehow. Again, there's no green reanimator juice. So Edgar hits Toulon and protects Ashley, and then the Toulon monster goes over to like a Nazi memorabilia box, pulls out a gun, and shoots Ashley in the head. And this is another moment where I went, "Holy shit!" Like I was
Right.
not
Totally.
expecting that. Um, and so the Toulon monster just walks away, like it's still alive. It hasn't been dealt with. And then we cut to Edgar in comic shop again, and he has written a new issue of his comic called Madam Lightning, and he has written the puppet story into his comics. And then the kids are like, "Oh, are you?" And he's doing like an autograph or a signing, and the kids are like, "Oh, are you gonna write more?" And he's like, "Yeah, I think I will. Like, I this needs to have a conclusion." And then "To be continued" pops up on the screen, and that's the end of the movie.
In big
Spoiler: it will
letters.
never to be
Yep.
continued.
Nope.
Yeah.
Nope.
Uh, thoughts, opinions. Oh, there's a stinger where Cuddly Bear ends up surviving and goes home to his wife. That's it.
Oh, I think I missed that.
It didn't
Uh,
add much. It's just Cuddly
okay.
Bear's a
Okay.
cool character.
Yeah. I thought it was nice that they did that. They like subverted expectations twice. One in that comedic way with the girl jumping out of the window and then falling onto the trash. Yeah, and falling down and ending up killing herself. And then at the end, Ashley gets killed. And I remember like being like, "Oh man, what a bummer! I wanted her to survive." And that's the first time I've had that thought when watching these films. We're seven films in. This is the first time I actually had any sort of emotion that a
And
character that a
if you would
character died.
if you would watch them in release order, you'd be on like movie 12 before you
Yeah,
got that.
right, right. So I like that. And yeah, I think this is my favorite one we've watched so far.
Yeah, I will echo what you said about. I don't know who the actress is who played Ashley, but she was really funny. She was charming. She was just likable, and so when that happened, it's just like, oh no, you feel terrible. That's subverting expectations in a positive way, where you're not changing the fundamental nature of the character to subvert expectations, Ryan fucking Johnson. But you're subverting expectations of what you're expecting to happen in the film itself, which is the proper way to actually do it.
Yeah.
And so I thought that was really cool. And when it was to be continued at the very end. I was like, man, I'm excited to see what happens. You get on Google, like, okay, when's the next one coming out? Because this came out in 2018. It's like, this has been like 6 years now. And then you find out it's never coming out. There's not going to be
Yeah.
another one.
Yeah.
But yeah, this is a fun film.
Some crimes were perhaps
Allegedly.
swept under alleged crimes. We
Allegedly.
don't know because we looked up the abuser, the alleged abuser, and couldn't find any records. But some
Yeah.
alleged crimes were possibly swept under the rug by people that made this movie, and
Yeah.
so everyone involved with it, like especially Barbara Crampton and many others have basically like disowned this, and there will
Yeah.
never be a sequel.
And that's
and it's
sad.
like, yeah, the whole production company, Cinestate, it was a whole thing. They owned Fangoria at the time. This was a huge scandal at the time. And basically, the reason why everything collapsed in so spectacularly was that there was clear evidence brought up through journalism that they had covered up this huge these crimes that happen in connection with this movie in particular. And that's one of those things where you're like, so many people involved were like very clearly shown that they should not have the responsibility to produce movies on this level, right? If they like can't protect their employees. So a lot of people walked, and then they just decided to shut the whole thing down, which is a shame because Cinestate made some really cool movies.
Well, it's interesting because, like I said, we just did some Google search and the stuff. The alleged abuser was never convicted of anything that we can tell. There's no news articles. He's not on the sex offender registry in Texas. He like not. Well, I don't even know what ended up happening. It could have been all his movies dropped. Who knows?
I don't necessarily think like that's the most important part. The important part was like the cover up.
The cover up's always worse than the crime, right?
Well, right, because this person, it was like a continued behavior, and he was allowed to continue working on these films.
Matt,
and,
boobs.
Oh, yeah. Sorry, thanks. Let's. You get your nudity, you get your violence.
Yeah.
This one. Yeah. He's banging her right up there against the window. All right, let me fast forward to subtitles. No. God dang it. There we go. I think. Yeah, there we go. All right.
But it's like it does also suck because I think they were really onto something with this. I think like a part 2 of this could have been really good if they like. I don't want to put all the blame on these two directors, but if they had some better direction.
Can you imagine if S. Craig Zoller had directed this? How much better it would have been.
Right.
It would have been fucking great.
Me? What if Charles Band tries to make a sequel to this?
Well, I'm curious who has the rights to it. I know Cinestate kind of went out of business, but why couldn't somebody make a sequel to this? I guess it's a rights issue and who technically owns them. Okay, I'll just put up the censor bar. Fuck it.
Yeah, I think I love this movie. Like everyone in it was so good, and everyone brought like something different to the table. Like Edgar is just this super like great deadpan delivery guy.
Yeah, super.
Ashley's probably my favorite character in this movie. Like she was just like at every point, like she was the foil to someone being an asshole, whether it was Markowitz, whether it was the cop. Like there's a great
I
scene
love
where-
that cop. The one of the cop where he's like, "What were you doing?" And she's like, "We were fucking 11 times since last Tuesday."
Yeah,
It's
like
great.
the cop is like the cop, like this is before the murders start happening, and so Edgar has called the cops and said, my puppet's been stolen, and the cop is a dick. He just constantly refers to it as a doll, no matter how many times Edgar corrects him, and then he's like, "Oh, did your girlfriend know the value of the doll?" And they're like, "Yeah," and he's like, "Oh, like did he? How soon after the first time you slept together did she learn the value?" And Edgar's like, "That has like, why do you need to know that?" Like, and he's like, "Just tell me, how soon after you guys banged did she learn the value of this doll?" And Ashley just cuts him off. It's like, "Yeah, it was fucking like 3 times that first week, 11 times in the last week. What else do you want to know?" It just like completely shuts him down. And multiple times in this movie, like she like shuts down someone being a dick.
So it makes it so sad when she dies.
Yes.
It's bad.
Markowitz is creepy, but also has heroic moments. And then he's a failed womanizer essentially. And then he meets Narissa. Narissa is great. Narissa is not putting up with his shit. Like all the main characters in this movie are great, and you're legitimately sad when they're gone. There's an
It's well
argument
written.
that there's an argument for me that this is the best Puppet Master movie.
Well, that's going to bring up an interesting question because we put this Puppet Master movie in before we get to the original, and then part two, et cetera, which we feel like probably are traditionally recognized as the high points of the franchise. Are we going to watch like the original and part two now in light of this and be like, you know what, this actually wasn't as good as we thought because it didn't give us what we wanted. We actually want this. We want more of this, and we are not getting that the rest of the time. Now, obviously, in 1 and 2, the puppets are still bad guys, essentially. So we get that sort of thing, but you're not going to get the over-the-top crazy hijinks, the crazy gore, or anything like that.
I
And will that
remember one
lessen
and
how we feel
two.
about them?
I remember 1 and 2 like having much more puppets and much more gore, but I also like in my head they're also like definitely more of a slow burn than this one
Oh,
was. Like
yeah.
this
Yeah.
movie, it's an hour and a half long, and I'd say the entire last hour the puppets are threatening the humans.
Yeah. I'll be interested how Borp, how you see the original and part two in relation to something like this because they are very different. I remember the first one. I feel it can't. Is it 2 hours? Close to 2 hours? I don't know. It's a longer movie. I feel, but at least it feels that way because there's a lot of talking and backstory and stuff. And you're right, Steve. There's not a ton of like puppet stuff. And certainly not like this movie where puppets are just murdering people left and right. So yeah, it'll be interesting to see how this colors our view of the rest.
Borp, final thoughts.
Fine. I'm excited to get into the next couple of movies here. I obviously it's not going to be as crazy as this one, but I did enjoy part three as well. I yeah, I had a really good time with this film. I think for for me, what I liked the most was like the humor of it. It's like this very dark humor that is uh, Matt, you put it the best, I think, where it's like it's reaching trauma levels of insanity. So like even when something wildly offensive happens, you're like, okay, sure, I guess we're doing this. It's like it's
Right.
so completely outrageous. Um, so yeah, I had a really good time.
Yeah. I would be interested to see what Rachel thinks of this movie. Like we should still have her watch it. And because
And report back.
I
Get
think
a
she would
get a
actually
special Rachel report to add on the end of this recording.
I think Rachel would end up finding some value in this movie. Bigger picture of what the movie, what this movie's ultimately sort of trying to say about, you know, certain aspects of thinking, how people think of others. I think she'd find it actually interesting and whatnot. But that's it, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for watching another episode of Full Moon Fridays here on the Outpost Unknown YouTube channel. In the next couple weeks, we will be back with the original Puppet Master movie from like 1989. This is the movie that kicked off Full Moon. It was their first film after Charles Band's Empire went bankrupt. He started Full Moon. He put out Puppet Master, and that was the catalyst for the next 7 years of wealth and rock starness that Charles Band became before he then bankrupted his companies again multiple times. So we'll check it out, ladies and gentlemen, next week. The original Puppet Master. See you then. Welcome, everyone, to another episode of Full Moon Fridays here on the Outpost Unknown YouTube channel. My name is Matthew, joined once again by my friends Borp.
Hello.
And Steve.
I'm here. I'm jealous of Borp's futon. I want that. I want that in my basement.
Oh. How do you feel about that, Borp?
I did not hear a word of that.
I don't think he had his headset on.
He wants your futon.
My futon? Okay. Sure.
Cool.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay. Fellas, we have made it. We have made it to the OG, the original Puppet Master film released in 1989, directed by David Schmoller. This is a guy who had previously directed Klaus Kinski in Crawl Space, very sort of famous for the horror show that happened during that, and then he sort of created the Blade puppet in Mr. Kinski's visage because he hated him so much. And we're here, 1989, the first film from Full Moon after the Empire collapsed. Steve, how you feeling that we've made it to the original film here finally?
I'm happy that we survived. I think we've definitely taken one from the team. No one should watch this series in chronological order. I will say that I am. It's been. I guess I had it in my head that Charles Band was like directed like the majority of these, and it turns out he directed very few. Like he produced all of them, and I assume probably created many of the characters and whatnot. But yeah, he was not as hands on as I thought until the later movies, which are garbage.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. Borp. Now, you had not really seen any of these movies before joining us on this journey. Um, you got to the original. Like, what were your thoughts going into this? Were you like, okay, I'm going to sort of learn why Matt and Steve love this franchise so much, or how are you feeling going into it?
Well, from the way you guys have been talking, it seems like a lot of fans maybe more connect to the sequels, like 2 and 3. So I was excited going into this. I thought I knew what I was going to get, and it was like weirder than I expected it to be. Even though you guys kind of prepped me for that, I was not prepared for what I got. And in some ways, this is definitely one of the better ones we've seen. It has like good weird moments and a lot of bad weird moments. And ultimately, I don't think it's like great, but this is at least interesting. We're gonna have stuff to talk about. It's not gonna be like, the Axis trilogy where we're all like running through the plot and be like, well, that was awful. There's nothing interesting here. There's
15-minute episodes.
yeah. There's stuff here. I enjoyed my time with it. It was weird.
Okay, cool. Yeah, so like I said, we're here, 1989, Full Moon, or Charles Band had Empire Pictures. It collapsed into bankruptcy. 6 months after that went under, he did Full Moon, and he secured the sweetheart deal with Paramount Pictures to distribute all of his movies. So he needed a hit right out the gate. Puppet Master was the original thing that he was going to do. This was apparently going to be an Empire film before it sort of collapsed. He brought David Schmoller on as director because he had worked with him multiple times with Empire. Interesting thing about this was the original script for this was completely different. It had more puppets, more sex, more violence, more everything. David Schmoller, the director, hated it. He hated the script. He hated being asked to work on it. He hated the movie he made. He hated it when it was released. And apparently he still kind of hates it to this day. He thinks killer puppets are stupid. He thinks this is, I think the quote in this book came from the video aisle, which is fantastic. If you want to know everything about Full Moon, check out this book. He called it a piece of shit movie. So David Schmoller is not a fan of this at all. But it became a humongous hit. It sold, I think, by February when it was just 50,000 video store units. It was Paramount's biggest film from the direct-to-video that they'd ever had, and that sort of kickstarted everything Full Moon afterwards. So if this movie had failed miserably financially, it's possible we would not have had to suffer through all of the previous hours of movies that we've watched in this franchise. Who knows where Charles Band would be right now, but this one kind of like set it up, created what we've got here.
So the director hated, I mean, he hates the idea of killer puppets apparently, but he hated the way it turned out, or he hated he didn't get to make the original script, or what? Like,
no, the director changed it.
oh,
So
okay.
he had the original script. He hated it, so he rewrote everything. He basically went over and rewrote it, and
He
still
toned
hated
it
it.
down.
Yes, he toned it. He toned everything down. Six Shooter was originally supposed to be in this. Cyclops was originally supposed to be in this. There's multiple other puppets that we see in later films.
Now I'm
that
starting
were
to
supposed
think
to be.
that he might be history's greatest villain if he had this amazing killer puppet script and he turned it into Puppet Master 1, even though I have a fondness for Puppet Master 1.
I don't.
He didn't like it. He didn't like anything about
It
it.
sounds like
So
he was wanting to make something like on the level of the gore and nudity and whatnot of the remake or the reboot that we just watched, and then he He made more of a safe movie instead.
Well, the original script, I think, was it David Hall? I'd have to go back in the book and look, but one of the people with Full Moon, I think it's David Hall, the guy who actually does a stop motion or whatever. I think maybe he had the original script. Don't quote me on this, but he was super disappointed that a bunch of stuff got cut out of it, and I do find it kind of interesting that David Schmuller saw this original script that was super fun because this actually got an X rating when it was originally rated. The final cut got an X rating. You can apparently still see the X cut there's a German cut of it that was released that still has the X rating. They actually had to tone it down from what it is to get the R rating to be able to be released.
That's funny. Like I watched this on Tubi, and there were so many cutaways from what should have been violence. I was wondering, like, is this another movie that Tubi edited? Because we learned when we did the later episodes of Spartacus that Tubi edited some of those, or someone edited them. So I was wondering, like, am I watching an edited version, or was this always cut out? And it seems like I'm watching an edited version, but the edited version is also the released version.
Yeah, the MPAA basically gave him an X, and they chopped down stuff. I think there's a couple sequences where fingers are sort of chopped off, and it's green blood. They had to go back in and change the red blood to green, and there's a few other sort of things where it cuts away. But apparently, there's a German X version of this that's out there somewhere. I don't know how much more gore is in it, but apparently it exists according to the book. And so, but I think it's really interesting that David Schmuller hated the super gory, sexy script, rewrote what he wanted, still hated that, created the thing, hated the finished product, and put it out there. I mean, he wasn't happy with anything apparently with this movie. So we'll discuss whether or not he should be sort of upset with what he did here. We can get there, but Steve, take us away. What the hell is the original Puppet Master movie all about?
So we first get a flashback to 1939, even though according to every other movie in the series, this is actually 1941. And Toulon is repairing or polishing Jester's head, which is not a euphemism. I don't know. He's giving some attention to Jester.
He's like painting him and whatnot.
And then two guys in black trench coats and black hats, which we learn are Nazis. Do we even know that they're Nazis in this movie, or is that a thing that was added in later films? I don't. They're Nazis. It doesn't matter. They are going to go get Toulon because they presumably want his puppets. Blade notices them, and Blade is just out in the open running around, and no one ever looks down, so no one ever sees Blade. And so Blade makes it back to the room. Toulon.
He's making lots of noise too.
Yeah,
we see right away that the puppets make noise, and they don't talk, but they're like here.
Yeah.
So
it's like
very different.
It's like the opening of like Black Christmas or Halloween or something. He's breathing really heavily. It's weird.
Blade breathes very heavily.
Anyways, all the puppets make it back to Toulon. He puts them in a trunk and hides them in the wall, and then kills himself before the Nazis come in. And then, in the actual extended timeline, 10 minutes later, in comes Danny, who opens the wall and takes the puppets away. But that doesn't happen. We don't see that.
Yeah, the thing about this movie is, like, they established Toulon's got 1 million puppets. He's got them all over his walls and everything. So I'm like, okay, it kind of makes sense now. I don't know why the Nazis just didn't take those.
Maybe they did.
He's got 1 million of them on the wall.
I don't remember if they were there in the one scene where we saw this same room in Axis of Evil or whatever. Regardless, Toulon kills himself to protect his puppets. Then we cut to the late 80s, I think maybe 89, and we meet our main cast of characters who are all psychics. Alex sees the future in his dreams. So he has a excuse me, he has a recurring dream where a man and a woman are dancing, and then the man threatens the woman and says, "Alex, you can't save her." Then he has another he has another dream within a dream where he's being attacked by leeches, which, now that I think about it, does not get paid off at any point in this movie. But then he wakes up for good. So he is one of the main psychics. We also meet a woman named Dana, who is like a carnival fortune teller. and she's obviously just like
Forget her.
fucking with people. But she does have legitimate like psychic powers. I think so.
That's where
Uh,
we get our Barbara Crampton cameo,
yep.
by the way. The great Barbara Crampton is there in that
Yeah,
sequence.
she is having her fortune told, or she's having her boyfriend's fortune told, and is like, no, that's stupid. He's not smart enough to do any of that. And so Dana is giving this obviously like bogus fortune, but then she does have like some sort of, I don't know, vision, like a legit vision of what's going on with which we'll come to find out is the Bodega Bay Inn. So she does have legit psychic powers, even though she's just fucking with people. Then we meet Frank and Carissa, and Carissa, I don't know the name of this, but her psychic power is like if she sits in a chair, she can tell you anyone who's ever sat in that chair. How she usually uses her powers is she can lay in a bed and tell you everyone who's ever fucked in that bed. And
Yeah.
she is
I think Borb said this movie's very, very horny, and
Yep.
it is. It's a very horny movie.
Like
is the movie horny or is just Frank horny?
the way my heart sank immediately when they started introducing these characters, and it's like, oh god, everyone's a psychic in this movie. This is something I had completely missed about the original Puppet Master. In all my years of being in the horror discourse, I've completely blocked this out. I must have learned this at some point, but and I'm like, oh my god, the foundation of this series is fucking psychic bullshit. I hate this. Luckily, they do have some. I hate that there's so much emphasis on all this other bullshit that's not puppets. Okay, let's continue.
Jeez, you're fired
That's
up today,
legitimate.
Borb.
I mean, I can't. Nothing that he said there was incorrect.
It's true.
So Carissa just can tell the history of an item by touching it, and then I think her husband or boyfriend, I don't know, is Frank, and I don't think Frank has any psychic powers. I think he's just Carissa's partner.
It's kind of weird. Like he reads the readings of the machine
Yeah.
and stuff, and I don't know if because he's got that girl in there. He's like, tell me your sexiest fantasy or something, and he's sort of understanding what's happening, even though he's not. So I don't know if he's just
No, so I think
reading stuff.
he's faking it. I think he thinks he's
Oh, you
psychic.
think it's faking
Yeah,
it?
I
Okay.
think because Carissa has actual psychic powers, and when Frank is like, tell me your wildest, sexiest fantasy to this other girl that's hooked up the machines, he's like, oh yeah, I can see it. She's running naked down the beach, and Carissa's like rolling her eyes. So I don't think Frank is psychic. I think Frank is telling himself what he wants to hear, because he is very horny and is just using this
Okay.
girl to his
I
own
didn't get that.
ends.
I thought he could see something somehow, but
I don't know.
unclear.
There's discourse within the Puppet Master community, I guess. But no, I think Frank is faking it, and Carissa is the actual psychic in this group. So that's our four main characters: Alex, Frank, Carissa, and Dana. And they all like get visions that they need to go to the Bodega Bay Inn, and the Bodega Bay Inn is where Neil Gallagher, a friend of theirs, is. And so they go to the inn, and they, all right, let's meet Neil. Let's see what Neil's been up to. Somehow Neil has called to us psychically because reasons. And they get there and they meet two people. They meet Megan, who is Neil's wife, and they meet a housekeeper whose name I don't know. And then Megan and the housekeeper are like, "Oh, thanks for coming, but like Neil died, like he's dead." And so all the psychics are like, "What the fuck? Why is Neil gone?" And so they see his body, and yep, he's dead. At some point, we get the backstory
I
about,
like when she puts that big pin down in him.
yeah, it
That's cool. I'm just
becomes
making sure he's dead.
it
That's cool.
becomes quickly apparent that none of these people actually ever liked Neil. Like they thought Neil was a jerk, and like Matt said, Dana like stabs Neil's corpse with like a long needle type thing, like stabs it in the heart to make sure that he's actually dead because they hate him so much. At some point, we find out the backstory. Neil was aware of Toulon and the magic of the puppets, and he was searching for them, and he employed these other psychics to try to help him to try to help like get him to Toulon's secrets. And ultimately, nothing came of it. They all went their separate ways. And so Alex is actually like a good dude, and he wanted to go back just to see what was going on with Neil. The other three, Dana, Frank, and Carissa, they give no fucks about Neil. Like, they only showed up because they thought they were going to learn about Toulon stuff, and so they kind of separate from everyone else, hatch a plan to search through Neil's shit, at night when everyone's asleep. They give no fucks about Neil. They just want to learn about Toulon. Uh, that's kind of the setup for this. Ultimately, everyone goes back to their rooms and puppets start attacking. Anything about any of these characters you want to talk about? Like, this movie's light on plot. So it's got psychics and puppets and magic, and yet I watch it and I still think this is very light on plot and substance.
Yeah, it's like borderline incomprehensible at times. Uh, it just kind of feels like a bunch of stuff happened. In some ways, it was interesting watching the Littlest Reich before this because it like mirrors the structure of Littlest Reich, kind of mirrors this movie in an interesting way, where you get to this point where uh, it's just a sequence where the puppets are running around doing stuff, and uh, not a lot happens plot wise. So I, it's like it's interesting because I feel like this movie uh, tries to go for like some sort of surrealism with its style and plot and everything, but then they also try to have this really fun killer puppet movie. It really does feel like it's like two movies clashing together. They got the cinematographer from who did like a bunch of Lucio Fulci films, and all those are super surreal. So it has like the look, but then I don't know. I kind of feel that production like struggle within this movie, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I can definitely see that, and I think part of that is David Schmuller hated making this, and he hated the whole process of putting this together. And I think that, when you have someone completely rework an entire script with different sort of things, then that's going to come through. I think with regards to characters, I actually think all of these characters are pretty. I mean, there's no depth to any of them. Don't get me wrong. There's no depth to them. But I think, when you have a group of all psychics, they all have kind of like their own individuality to them. They're all kind of unique in their own ways. They're not like completely similar to one another. Carissa's very different than Dana, for example. I like that they put like give them little weird traits. Like, is it Dana that's got like the stuffed dead dog that she carries
Yeah.
around all over the place, and
She's got like
and
a
so
severed chicken foot that she dabs in blood and smears on people for
yeah.
protection.
So they all have their own unique aspect to them, which I do like. I think by and large the characters themselves, I have no problem with. I personally don't have a problem that they're all psychics. I think it's a kind of. I can't think of a horror film off the top of my head. I'm sure they exist, but that all of the characters are psychics. Like, everybody in the entire cast, aside from maybe the wife of Andre or of Neil or whatever, but everybody's a psychic. And I think the fact that they're trying to show different, like, because you're right, there is a very surreal quality to it. Like, they will have visions, and like the dancing, right? He has visions of the dancing, and it's like, you can't save her, and all that kind of stuff. It's weird, it's unusual, and I kind of like the idea that it's just all psychics and you don't really know what's actually going on throughout the course of the film. I enjoyed that aspect of it.
Anything else, or am I ready to continue?
Continue. Go.
Continue.
So then now puppets start attacking. So the first person to get attacked is actually like Pinhead crawls out of Neil's coffin because Neil's body is just there, like I guess for a viewing. And Pinhead jumps out of his coffin and goes to attack the housekeeper. And Dana had like run into the housekeeper. And again, even though Dana is giving bogus like carnival fortunes, she does have legitimate psychic powers. And so when she interacts with the housekeeper, she tells the housekeeper, like, stay away from fireplaces. Bad things will happen to you near fireplaces. And so she's starting a fire, and Pinhead comes and attacks her, and like just like hits her with a fireplace poker. And then the housekeeper kind of like disappears for a while. We don't really see what happens to her. Um, Carissa and Frank are off having sex, and Carissa has tied Frank to the bed. And she hears like the door open.
Awkward sequence.
Yeah, she hears the door open and she sees things running on the bed. And Frank is like, untie me. And she doesn't. Instead, she just looks over the side of the bed and gets a tunneler to the face, which again we don't see. I wonder if that is a scene that is in the X-rated cut, because we see the aftermath later on. We don't see the actual attack. And then Leech Woman crawls onto the bed, and Frank is like, "Oh, Carissa, you were fucking with me. Oh, how dare you!" Leech Woman, this tiny little puppet, apparently like weighs the same and like has the same type of touch that Carissa does. Because Frank can't tell that there is now a tiny puppet sitting on his chest. And Leech Woman starts like throwing leeches up on him, and he's blindfolded as well. So eventually he gets the blindfold in such a way that he can look out from under it. But his hands are tied, so he can't do anything, and he starts screaming because now the leeches are drinking his blood, and I assume in like 7 to 10 business days he will be completely drained and therefore dead. Um, and then
It's so weird. Like the Leech Woman puppet is so bizarre because all the other puppets have a plausible way in which their sort of a weapon can kill. Like obviously Pinhead's super strong, right? And he can crush heads and stuff with his giant hands, and Blade can slice people open, and Tunneler can drill into people. Leech Woman, like her sort of weapon, I guess, just barred from that won't kill anybody. Like it doesn't make any logical sense why Leech Woman would have that as a power.
I mean, I
That's what I
guess
was gonna
like
say.
sometimes she will like spit them into people's mouths. Maybe she chokes them. But yeah, like Leech Woman would be kind of useless in a fight, right? Like, anyway,
Well,
yeah,
yeah, because it takes forever for the leeches to come out.
yeah,
Also,
right. The other puppets have to like hold people down to let Leech Woman spend 20 minutes hawking up a leech,
Right.
and then she has to do that, you know, 37 more times to cause any damage. Like, what is? I want to ask Charles Band now. What is the purpose of Leech Woman? Like, what is she designed to do? Because yes, Pinhead's got super strength. Blade has a hook and a knife. Six Shooter has guns. What does Leech Woman do in a fight? Now we actually see Leech Woman fight in next movie, and it doesn't work out well for her. So,
no, it does
so
not.
she's Leech
Well,
Woman's
well,
kind of
it's
useless.
always like the puppets working together, and there's like a group kill, and then at the end, Leech Woman runs in. It's like I'm also here, and throws up a leech, and then
Yeah,
runs away.
Yeah,
yeah. She's got to have dudes tied up to really
Hmm.
do much of anything.
Yeah.
yeah.
And even then, it's pleasurable at first. Apparently, it's
Yeah,
very
Frank was
pleasurable.
Right.
into it.
So
Yeah.
he was
Uh,
into it. Yeah.
so anyways, Carissa is dead. Frank is eventually going to be dead. And then we see, and Frank is yelling. He doesn't yell for help. He's just going, "Ah,
Yeah.
ah." And so Alex is like, oh, that Frank and Carissa, they're going at it again.
I
Uh,
think this is hilarious because they show it's Dana and Alex. They both can hear this wild sex session going on. And I'm like, you have this entire hotel. Why are you picking the rooms connected to the loud sex, maniacs? Why don't you just go pick a different room so you can sleep? I do think it's funny we mentioned Dana's death scene. Dana's death scene is very long and
we
extended.
haven't mentioned it yet.
So
You're jumping ahead.
Oh, I thought. Oh, sorry. I thought you mentioned Dana. Dana. Oh, you were talking about the housekeeper. Never mind.
Yeah,
My fault.
housekeeper. Yeah. But we'll get to now. So like Alex and Dana are like, well, first like Dana like starts hitting on Alex, and Alex is not interested because Dana's fucking nuts. And so Dana is like, well, all right, Leroy, let's take this bottle of wine, which is like our fifth at this point, into our room. And so she goes into her room, and now Neil's corpse is just sitting in a chair. And Dana is not phased by this. She's like, she's a psychic. Obviously, she believes in life after death of some sort and supernatural powers. And so she is not phased by this. She knows that Neil, somehow, despite being dead, is trying to pull some shit. And so she, like, I don't know, like starts lighting incense and starts trying to do some sort of ritual to cleanse things. Uh, but then she gets attacked. And Matt, why don't you tell us about Dana's death scene or the extended fight scene that she gets?
Yeah, I mean, she fights everybody essentially, right? She fights Pinhead, or not? Yeah, Pinhead is like trying to fuck with her. She gets away. She's running away. Blade comes, slicing her up and everything. She eventually makes it into an elevator. It's like a 3 or 4 minute
Yeah.
extended sequence of her trying to get away from various puppets who are trying to
Pinhead
kill her.
shows up and like starts like punching her and knocks her down, snaps her ankle. She still finds the strength to like grab Pinhead and throw him away, and then she crawls out of the room and Pinhead comes back. And so she throws Pinhead like down a flight of stairs. So he like they're on like the third or fourth floor, and so he crashes to the bottom of the staircase. And then Blade comes out, and Blade like starts trying to run after and cut her, and she knocks Blade away, and she crawls into an elevator and goes down to the bottom floor. And then Pinhead opens the door to the elevator because he got knocked down there, and goes in and starts like punching her in the face, and she kicks Pinhead away
So violent.
again.
So
And
violent.
Yep.
and then Blade drops down from the hatch in the top of the elevator and slices her throat, and that's how she finally dies. But she puts up a hell of a fight.
I like this. I like this whole sequence because I think that it's cool that she's not freaked out when Neil sort of shows up in her bedroom. I think your typical response from any character in a horror movie would be like, "Ah, what the hell," and running away or whatever. But yeah, I like that this character, again, each character has their own unique sort of thing to them. I like that she puts up a fight and she doesn't die, and it gives us more puppet action, which is what we want. Like that shot with Blade, and this is all like stop motion. A lot of this is stop motion, which looks really, really cool in the hand puppets. But you see Blade at the far end of the hallway, and the lighting makes it look really cool. And it's like it's not one of those. Okay, the puppet shows up and boom, she's dead. It's no, we get a cool extended fight sequence between somebody and a puppet, and I really like that whole sequence.
They did something with Pinhead that I thought was like super funny because they're in a room and then in a hallway and then an elevator, and then there are scenes where it's just Pinhead on a fully black background, and it's obviously like someone's hand punching. So I feel like they may have had like a bigger
Yes.
Pinhead puppet so that they could like use the fist. I thought that
They had a
it was
they
really
had a
well done.
little person. They had a little person put her hands in there, and it's actually her hands punching on that. So yeah,
It was really well done. Like it stood out. It's like
yeah, it looks
I
cool.
know how you did that effect, but it was still really cool. There's another scene earlier on. Megan is a character in this movie, but she's not important like whatsoever. Like there's another scene where Neil's body is moved somewhere, and she sees it and freaks out, and so she and Alex kind of have the hots for each other. But anyway, so Frank and Carissa are dead. Uh, Dana is dead, and this is like maybe the hour mark. So it's like the first half hour backstory, the middle half hour puppets attack, and then the last half hour, the only people left are Megan and Alex, and so now they got to do some exposition. So Alex has another dream about Dana. Dana like not Dana, Megan. He has a dream about Megan, and Megan leads him up to the attic of this place, and has a dance with Neil, and he gets the "you can't save her" line again, and then he wakes up and Megan's knocking on his door, and things are going the exact same way as his dream, and he kind of like calls that out. It's like, yeah, I know exactly what you're going to say. I just dreamed all this and whatnot. But she doesn't lead Alex to some sort of ballroom to dance with Neil. She leads him to Toulon's journal. She found it and she reads the journal, and I don't even know if we talked about it. Basically, like Neil's backstory, he wants Toulon's magic. He knows Toulon died in this hotel. He married Megan to get access to the hotel because Megan owns it. Um, but she,
They're all very shocked that he got married too. They're
yes,
like, "Why would he get married to you?" Like they're suspicious of her. All the psychics are, and they're also there's a line where they're like, "How did we not know he was dead? Like we're all psychic. How was he able to hide the fact that he died from us before we got here?"
yeah. So there's some weirdness that even within the movie, like the psychics, the people with like some sort of extra sensory perception, like they don't understand it either. But anyways, I just want to put out like Neil is a scumbag, and he married Megan to get access to the Bodega Bay Inn, which she owned. So anyways, but she goes digging. Like, all right, something mysterious is going on with my now dead husband. Let me go rummage through his shit, and she finds Toulon's journal, and in the journal talks about the puppets, and Toulon is like, yeah, magic, they're alive, and I love them like my children, but they are puppets. They need a master. I wonder, I worry what would happen if someone, dangerous gets in charge of them, which is why he killed himself in the beginning to keep, I guess, the Nazis from taking them. Um, and then Alex is like, all right, we gotta get the fuck out of here. Like things are wrong. We gotta go. And so they go downstairs, and Neil is there, and Neil is just alive now. And Neil like discovered Toulon's secret and killed himself, but then brought himself back with Toulon's magic. Um, and so he's got the other people that are dead. So Frank, Carissa, and Dana, and he's got them like posed at a dinner table, like they're in the middle of dinner, but they're super dead. There's also a scene earlier where Alex has a dream, and he pulls the covers off his bed, and their severed heads are sitting at the foot of his bed, but they're all alive and smiling, and like Frank's
Yeah.
talked to him. It's like that's a scene that like serves no purpose, but is like really fucking cool. But anyway, so now we get like Neil's going to explain the master plan, and he's like, yeah, I did all of this to get Toulon's secret. I killed myself, and I killed myself and then summoned you all here so that I could kill all of you, because I knew that you would also want the secret. I think that was his plan. And then he says, also, I'm tired of experimenting on the puppets. And so I think he's implying he wants to start experimenting on his uh, friends. But he knocks Jester away. He's like, I'm done playing with these toys, which causes
God.
which causes the puppets to rebel. Neil attacks both Alex and Megan. They fight back. Neil gets knocked
See,
into an elevator.
Steve, that's the thing. Jester is the one that brings all the puppets together, right? You fuck with Jester, and they're like, it's on now. It's on. You don't hit Jester because, and interestingly enough, I read that Jester was originally supposed to be the leader of the puppets. That was the whole concept behind Jester, and then it became Blade, obviously, as all
Because
the
they're like, wait
stuff
a minute,
goes on.
Jester is only second to Leech Woman in uselessness. He can't be the leader.
Look. I don't
Everything I
want to
said is
hear any
correct.
more bad mouthing of Jester. He's amazing. He's awesome. But yeah,
Yeah.
don't fuck with Jester.
Because Jester's not even involved in this final kill scene, because Neil gets knocked in this elevator and the door is shut and he can't get out now, and so all of the puppets except Jester get into the elevator with him and start trying to kill him.
Look,
So like he tries to escape through the hatch in the top, and Blade cuts his fingers off. Uh, Pinhead's punching the shit out of him. Tunneler drills into his neck. Leech Woman pukes a leech into his mouth now that he's being held down by all the other puppets. And then ultimately, Pinhead snaps his neck. And Neil does have green blood in this scene, which I guess we are to assume now, with the power of hindsight, that is the reanimator agent puppet juice. So Neil is
yeah, probably.
dead, and then Alex just leaves. No mention of what Megan's going to do with these 4 corpses that she's got in her hotel now. Alex is just like, well, hey, I'm leaving. If you're ever out on the East Coast, look me up. And then Megan is now carrying around Dana's taxidermy dog, and the dog comes back to life. So I guess now Megan has powers. The end. It's a very weird ending.
Yeah,
Yeah. Yep.
yeah. Warp your thoughts.
I think this is okay. I feel like there, as I mentioned before, I feel like there is a push and pull here. There are 2 movies happening at once, and I think just the way my tastes go, I think I would have preferred the weird, surreal, psychic movie if it was just focused on that. Um, it kind of feels like, for a franchise called Puppet Master, in this first one, the puppets are kind of an afterthought.
They only have 5 minutes of screen time apparently in the movie.
Yeah, and that's kind of, I don't know. I guess that's the part that I feel weird, because I like all the puppet stuff in this movie. I think like most of the death scenes, except for the one where it's only Leech Woman, that one's kind of hokey. I like all these sequences because they're like extended sequences of these puppets working together to kill these people. But yeah, ultimately, like, I am not sure. I think this like comes together in a good way, and most of that is probably due to the problems behind the production. But it's still like it's fascinating. I guess.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's good. Steve, your thoughts on the OG Puppet Master?
I like it, but it's definitely nostalgia. Like this movie is nothing special. Like I think back on like is it like the original Friday the 13th that used to have this reputation for being like incredibly violent and or not Jason, but the killer is there for so much of the movie, and then someone like added it all up, and like there's actually maybe like 4 minutes of action in it throughout the whole movie.
This make only Texas Chainsaw Massacre is where people really remember that because there's barely any blood in TCM at all.
All right. Well, I liken it back to those first movies and these some like famous, I guess, slasher-ish franchises where the people think they're bloodier and gorier and more action-packed than they actually are. And that was my feeling watching Puppet Master 1. Like I like it. I think it's a fine movie, but there's not a lot of meat to it. Like it wouldn't this isn't something that would really hold up to any sort of like aggressive scrutiny. Like it's fine. I'm glad that it led into Puppet Master 2, which I remember being a far superior movie. There's nothing special about Puppet Master 1 other than it is the first and it's our introduction to these characters, to these puppets anyway.
I like this one quite a bit, probably a little bit more than you guys do. I think that again, I do think it's an interesting, unique angle. Obviously, killer puppets or dolls and things is not a new concept. Charles Band was doing that with Empire. I mean, one of your favorite films, Steve, is Dolls,
Dolls is
right?
superior to Puppet Master 1 in every way, in my
Yeah.
opinion.
But I do like I like the setting here. I like the uniqueness of the puppets. I like the psychic sort of angle to it. Do think there is kind of no, I wouldn't go so far as to call it a surreal tone to it, but there is enough weirdness going on here that I'm just like, this is just it kind of stands out in its own unique way a little bit compared to other sort of killer puppet movies. Like you can look at something like Child's Play, for example, which is a far superior movie. It's a killer doll movie, but it doesn't feel the same as this. This feels distinctly Charles Band ish. Like this is what he would then do the rest of his career, essentially doing this kind of stuff. So I really like that. I think this movie in particular hits the most in that spot when you are like, God, how old was I? I would have been 8 years old when I saw this, when my mom rented it. 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 years old. When you're seeing this, you're not really concerned about is there depth and meaning and what is, all of that. You just want to see something that's kind of, it's got a wonder to it, right? You're like, ooh, all these puppets, a stop motion tunneler running towards the camera, drilling into somebody's head, even though I don't see it in my mind, I'm seeing it, right? And oh, Blade running around, it gets that sense of wonder. I think it's a good gateway horror film for people who are not ready to watch a Serbian film, but just want to sort of watch. Hey, what is this cool little thing? It's got those sort of the taboos of it's got who's the girl, who's the psychic sex girl.
Carissa.
It's like she shows her boobs. There's a whole bathtub scene with her in it and stuff, and you're kind of like in that age where you're looking at stuff where you're like, I'm not supposed to be seeing this kind of stuff, but it's not so graphic that it would sort of like scar you. It was just kind of like, oh, this is a dangerous film if you're like 11 years old, right? And because of that, it creates all those memories and nostalgia, and you imbue all that onto the film itself as you get older. And so this is one of those movies where I'm like, you know what, I can recognize this is kind of fluff. There's nothing, you're right, Steve, there's nothing to this. It's just a means to get some puppets on screen for a brief amount of time to kill some people. But I love it. I think it's one of those things where I just have a sense of like wonder to it. I'm like, I don't need every film to tell me something and have a deeper meaning. Sometimes I just want a fun time, and I think the original Puppet Master is a real fun time, and it's a good springboard for some of the later ones. We've already watched part 3. We all agree part 3 is good. The next one coming up is part 2, which is my personal favorite. That's the one that I always loved and I thought was better, even though I think it might actually have less puppet stuff in it than this one, strangely enough. When I revisit it, we'll see if you guys think the same way, if it's as good as I like it. But yeah, I like this one. I like this one. I think this is good. I think people should go check it out for sure. If you're listening to this and like, what is this all about? I'd recommend Puppet Master, the original.
It's fine. It's cool.
Yeah.
Excited to watch Puppet Master 2. I remember Puppet Master 2 being way better, though now that Matt's telling me there's even less puppet stuff in it, I'm a little worried.
I feel like Puppet Master 2, I've seen it a number of times, not sort of recent back to back with Puppet Master 1 and Puppet Master 2, but my recollection of Puppet Master 2 is that I feel like there's like a lot more talking, a lot more story type stuff going on, less puppets, but the puppets that we do get is better than in part 1. That's my recollection of it. So I think that
remember
if you're looking for more lore, possibly, it has this whole Invisible Man vibe to it with Toulon, who actually shows up as a character for the first time in the franchise, and he's got the bandages all wrapped around. That kind of
Toulon was
stuff,
in
like,
this movie.
well, I mean, I'm talking about that. That's true. I'm talking about like evil Toulon.
Okay.
He's not a bad guy in this movie. He's just a nice hobo. William Hickey, who apparently got paid $15,000 for one day's work. So good job on you, William Hickey. But we started to see Toulon kind of as an evil bad guy, and that's how I remembered Toulon when I was a kid. Sort of growing, he's a bad guy, and I like that. But we'll see what you guys think. So
I remember part 2 having like a level of absurdity that is not in the other movies, like good absurdity, like talking about pig brain and cow brain, and I remember liking part 2 a lot. I'm gonna
yes.
be like, I don't know, in a bad mental place if part 2 ends up being bad.
Part 2 has a mean streak to it. Like, you will see Torch burn a child alive. But yeah, the very end also has a very goofy. Like, it is a weird ending. You think the ending of this is kind of odd and unusual. The very end of part 2 is a story thread they never follow up on in the rest of the Puppet Master things. They never even address
Say
it.
it ain't so. That's never happened
Yeah.
before.
Yeah. So, yeah. Thanks everyone for listening. We'll be back in a couple weeks with Puppet Master 2, and we will. How many more Puppet Master movies do we have after Puppet Master 2?
It's got to
we're
be
nearing the end, right?
Yeah. So what we have left is 2, 4, 5, the Doctor Death solo movie. Is that?
And then Demonic Toys.
Demonic Toys.
Puppet Master vs. Okay.
Yeah.
What is Curse of the Puppet Master? I don't think
Oh
I've seen
God, I forgot that. We've got Curse and the Clip Show. So no, we are not. We still have like 7 movies.
All right, we got a lot more to go.
We blocked
people.
those out of our memories.
Okay. All right. So yeah, we'll be back in a couple weeks with the original, or the Puppet Master 2, the sequel to the original film. See you then. Ladies and gentlemen, we are back on Full Moon Fridays here on the Outpost Unknown YouTube channel with another amazing, incredible, fantastic full moon film. I don't know. We're going to talk about it tonight. Over there in Sweden, we have our good friend Borp.
Hello, I've been told this is a fan favorite.
It's my favorite, my personal favorite.
And Matt is a fan, so technically that's
Technically,
true.
yes. And of course, also here in Nebraska with myself is Steve.
Yep, I'm here. What are we, like, we gotta be halfway through the series now, right? At least?
They keep pumping out more and more of these things. I mean, there could be 4 more released before we're done.
Never going
Who
to
knows?
end.
Yeah, who knows? Who knows? So yeah, tonight we're going to talk Puppet Master 2. This is directed by David Allen. This is the guy who did all of the stop motion effects for the Puppet Master movies early on. I think 1, 2, and 3. David Allen was one of those sort of, I guess, key cogs in the early Full Moon crew arsenal, in which he created a lot of these sort of like the moments that we remember, such as, for example, in this movie, Blade jumping off the bed and running towards the girl with the knife. Charles Band would then recycle this footage over and over and over and over and over ad nauseum for all of his films.
Does he credit people when he uses stock footage? Does he, like,
Oh yeah,
give the person that originally filmed that thing a credit in the new movie?
yeah, and I will say, like, we give Charles Band a lot of shit, but he did do this really cool thing. So just a brief aside about David Allen is, I think in, gosh, I want to say the early '70s or something, he started started creating this full stop motion epic called the Primevals. And he worked on it because, stop motion takes forever to do, but this is a whole full feature length film. And he would only work on it in bits and pieces throughout the years. And he went to Charles Band, I think in the '80s, at the height of Charles Band's power, when he still had Empire. I think he was like, "Hey, I really would I just want to finish this movie. If you could just give me enough money to finish this movie, it'd be great." And Charles Band was like, "I don't have the money to be able to finish what this is going to take." So over the years, David Allen worked a little bit here, a little bit there. He did all the stop motion. I don't know if it involves dinosaurs, very Ray Harryhausen esque. And then, unfortunately, in 1999, he died of cancer. So David Allen had an unfinished, like, his magnum opus, the thing that he had been working on for like 30 years at that point. He had it in a state where he had most of the stop motion done, but he didn't have anything filmed with like actors and things of that nature. So fast forward to a couple years ago, Charles Band got the money and he actually finished Primevals for David Allen. And I think they just premiered it last month at some film festival. So the Primevals, he finished it for his friend David Allen, which is nice. It took him a long time, but he finally got there.
I don't know that I'd want present day Charles Band finishing a movie.
I haven't seen it yet personally. I'm interested to see it, if nothing else, for David Allen stop motion, because I think we all love the stop motion effects of the puppets and things of that nature. So I'd be interested to see it for that. But the Primevals maybe coming to a Full Moon Friday soon. But yeah, and this Puppet Master 2 is my personal favorite Puppet Master. I think that this actually, upon rewatching this for this episode, this might have been the actual first Puppet Master movie I actually saw. I might have seen this before part 1, because this came out immediately after part 1. And basically, part 1 was such a huge hit for Paramount. They said, Charles Band, stop what you're doing, because he was making a million other movies. Put all your resources into Puppet Master 2. We want a sequel to this immediately so we can cash in. So I think when we discuss kind of maybe the flaws of this film, it was, hey, you got to rush to get this thing out as quick as possible, sort of thing, because the big movie studio is paying our bills and telling us to do this. And this came out real soon afterwards. But this was always my favorite, for various number of reasons I'll talk about as we discuss the film. I'll be interested to hear what you guys think, because I certainly see the flaws in it. Borp, I know you mentioned something about the pacing. I think that's the fundamental flaw of this movie, is the pacing of it. But David Allen did direct this, so basically he went right off doing the effects for the first Puppet Master, and they said, hey, go ahead and direct this. He had never directed a feature film before. So I think that adds to it. But he did double duty. He did the effects of the puppets and he was directing the movie, which I can't even imagine how crazy that would have been. But yeah, so that's kind of Puppet Master 2. You guys have any initial thoughts? What were you feeling like when you were going into this one?
I was excited for this one because I liked Free a whole bunch. I knew that was another one that was considered sort of a fan favorite. I've heard not just from you, Matt, but other people who I've talked to about this franchise now that I'm going through it. People are like, oh, wait till you get to Puppet Master 2. That's a good one. So I was excited for this going in. Came out of it not as excited about it.
Okay, that's fair.
Yeah. And I think we'll get into it. But I think for me, I didn't love Puppet Master the original, but that one was like weird and interesting. And we had this conversation recently about like what makes a movie boring. Like when you say a movie is boring, what does that actually mean? And to me, I've had sort of a hard time organizing my own thoughts about this movie because like for a lot of this, I was just so bored, and it ultimately comes down to the pacing. But yeah, we can get into it.
Steve, what were your thoughts heading into Puppet Master 2?
I was excited. I again, I like good guy puppets, so three's always been my favorite. But I remember two being very entertaining. I remember the ending especially being really cool and fun and interesting. I was excited, and yeah, I want more good puppet movies, even
Okay.
if we're not going to get them from here on out.
Well, take us through it. How does Puppet Master 2 kickstart?
It starts with the puppets digging up Toulon's body. Apparently, we learned that like right behind the Bodega Bay Inn is a cemetery, and they just essentially carried Toulon's body out to the backyard and buried him there.
Like a
And
pauper's
so the
grave sort of thing, almost.
yeah, the puppets dig him up. They pour the last of their puppet juice onto his corpse, and that revives him. Then we
Can I
cut
ask
That's
you
a
guys?
to
cool opening.
our
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Borb.
Can I ask you guys a question?
Sure.
yeah.
This is a weird question to ask. Fucking 8 movies into this, do the puppets need a master to operate? Because here they're just
There are no
sorry.
there are no rules for the puppets.
Okay.
If that's your question, like how do the puppets work? Don't just put that out of your head. You just got to go with it.
Yeah, because I guess the idea in this is, I mean, the thread of the idea is they have to have Toulon because Toulon knows how to create the magic juice, and the puppets don't know how to make it. So they have to have him to be able to continue living.
But they were acting on their own though to dig Toulon up.
Right.
Right. But they're going to lose their juice, and they need him to. He's got the secret, right? He's the puppet master. He knows how to bring these things back to or keep them alive. The puppets themselves
Okay.
don't necessarily know how to do it.
But the puppets have free will.
Until they don't, and then
Great.
until they
I'm
do.
glad we cleared
Yeah.
this up. Let's continue.
Yeah. Well, I want to say I love that. I love the opening sequence to this.
Yeah.
I love the lighting, the atmosphere of it. I love that the puppets go and sort of like dig him up, and you see like his nasty, rotted arms come up. I remember watching that sort of as a kid, and this opening scene really hooked me because I was like, oh, I just love how this looks. It looks different than all of the other Puppet Master stuff we've seen so far. It harkens back to that. And this film has a very huge influence from the Universal movies of the 1930s. You know, obviously Toulon looks like the Invisible Man, and they've mentioned like a shout out to Lon Chaney and stuff in this. There's all kind. You could see that David Allen really loved those original sort of spooky, atmospheric, Wolfman-esque gothic thriller type things, and that comes across in this opening scene, which is something that I really love. So I love the opening scene.
Yeah, agreed. At some point, I want to get back to Borp's point and try to figure out how do we think the puppets work? Because sometimes the master's in control, sometimes they're not. Sometimes the puppets can't function at all without one. Sometimes they're completely autonomous. It's just they do whatever the writer of the film says they need to do in order to move the plot along. Uh, anyways, so yeah, Toulon is revived. The opening scene, I 100% agree with Matt. Opening scene, super cool. Then we meet our main cast of characters. They're from like the U.S. Bureau of Paranormal Claims, or
Which is where I
some.
want to work, honestly.
Yes.
Like,
Basically, like they work for the X Files. Wherever Mulder and Scully were stationed at, that's where these people are. They are going to the Bodega Bay Inn because I'm just going to cover it now, but we get kind of like spoon fed the backstory throughout the movie. But the backstory is Megan Gallagher, the survivor of the previous movie, was found dead and her brain was extracted through her nose via a hook, like Egyptian mummification, and presumably it's never outright stated, but presumably that is Megan's brain was somehow used to revive Toulon, or I don't know. Because it's a little iffy because the puppets need Toulon because they don't know how to make reanimator juice, but then Blade, prior to reviving Toulon, killed Megan to get a part to make reanimator juice that they don't know how to make. Go with it. It doesn't necessarily flow
I
logically.
wonder why they couldn't
Megan,
show that. Like, did the actress who was in the first one be like, "Nah, I'm not coming back for this," or was it just it was filmed so shortly after the previous one? She's like, I got another job. I can't do it. I wish I would. They should have shown that. That would have been cool
there's a
to.
lot of deaths in this movie that they should have shown more, and
Yeah.
clearly they did not. Anyways, the one of the main characters from the previous movie, Megan, is dead. Whether or not her brain was involved in puppet juice is left unclear and nonsensical. The other survivor from the first movie, Alex, he went crazy after the event of the first movie. He was committed to an asylum where he talks about the evil at the Bodega Bay Inn, and so somehow, some way, these characters heard about Alex, and Alex pointed them towards the Bodega Bay Inn, and so now they are like a paranormal investigation team. They are going to try to find evidence of the paranormal within the Bodega Bay Inn. So there's four characters here, and I only know two of their names. Like the main girl is Carolyn, her brother is Patrick, and then there's just like two people that watch screens and bang each other. I don't know what their names are.
Wanda is Charlie Spradling's character. I don't remember what the other guy's name is though.
All right, well, it's Wanda and other guy is what they will be called until someone figures out their
I'm
name.
seeing a Michael in the cast list. Could it be Michael?
Could have been.
Michael is Camille's son, so it's not
Oh, okay.
Michael.
All right.
Other guy, screen monitor guy is there. We get a woman who is this woman meant to also be a psychic? Her like Camille,
I think
like she's
so. Yeah.
very all right. She's very eccentric, and she's trying to get directions to the Bodega Bay Inn and meets these two like redneck country bumpkin people, and they start screaming at her like, "Oh, the Bodega Bay Inn's haunted. That's where Satan lives. He's booked all the rooms, and at night brimstone comes out of the chimney."
It's so
And then
weird
they,
because they're on the coast, but this looks like rural Tennessee where
yeah,
it's very weird. And like the dichotomy of like this is not what the California coastline looks like. This is not.
yeah, it's like you cross the street and suddenly like you're 2 centuries behind
Yeah.
with the place that you just left.
That
Anyways,
guy's a great Buck Flower, by the way. If anyone out there who doesn't know who
yes,
Buck Flower is, go IMDb him
he
because he's been
is
in a million things.
he is oh that guy. He's gonna be one of them.
Buck Flower.
But anyways, so we have our four paranormal investigators plus Camille, who is a psychic. They go to the Bodega Bay Inn and start investigating. Not a whole lot happens. Patrick, the brother, Patrick is Carolyn's brother. Patrick and Camille are just constantly antagonizing each other. Camille like believes that she saw some puppets, but then no one believes her because there are some baby dolls in her room, and she's like, "Fuck this noise! Like, I can tell that I'm in danger, but I'm not gonna leave now. I'm gonna like give the danger a couple hours to chill with me, and then tonight I'm going to leave." So later that night, as she is packing her bag, uh, Pinhead and Jester kidnap her. And Matt, Jester does something.
He
He doesn't
does.
kill
He
anyone,
does. He
but
gags her.
he gags her.
See?
There's a lot
Yeah,
of Jester in this.
There is a lot of Jester in this, which is one of the reasons why I think this was the first Puppet Master movie I actually saw. Because I remember, they have a million shots of Jester spinning his head around, looking sad, doing all this stuff. And I think, I can't be 100% certain, but I think this was the first Puppet Master movie I actually ever watched. And I love Jester from this movie.
All right. Well, Jester gags Camille, and he and Pinhead kidnap her. And the rest of the movie, Jester is sitting in a chair looking sad.
It's not a
Uh,
chair; it's a throne, Steve. He's sitting in his
yes.
own throne. I'm just throwing that out there.
Okay, fair enough. Well, Jester sits in his throne and looks sad for the rest of the
Well, he's
movie.
dying. He needs
Uh,
more juice.
he sits in a chair and looks sad for the rest of the movie. Tell me how anything that I just said is inaccurate.
Toulon tells him, "Hey, I know we're trying to get the stuff right. He can't do anything because he's running out of juice. That's why he's sad."
And the result of that is he sits in a chair and does nothing the rest of the movie.
A throne,
And
Steve.
there's that scene where,
It's in a
where
throne.
Toulon picks him up and he's like, "Oh, Jester, you're so sad. I feel so bad for you."
Yeah.
Anyway, so Camille has been kidnapped. Uh, Later on, Camille's son, who is Michael, shows up to look for her. Uh, but no one is like very like bothered by the fact that Camille has gone missing. They're not even bothered by the fact that she left all her stuff. Like Carolyn has a phone call with Michael before Michael actually shows up, and Michael's like, "That's normal. Sometimes she just leaves. That's just who my mom is." So Camille is gone, and no one really gives a shit. Um, Later on, Patrick goes to bed, and on the camera, uh, Wanda and screen monitor guy see Tunneler like go into Patrick's room. Like they have like footage of Tunneler moving on his own, and so they're like, "Oh shit, we got to go. We got to run to his room and save him."
I
But
like
we're gonna be
this.
very. Go
One
ahead.
second. I love this because in a typical movie like this, the audience would see Tunneler run in, and it's like, oh, they're trying to get on each other, and they miss it. They don't even see it. I love the fact that they literally watch this puppet run in on its own, and they're like, "What the fuck?" I thought that was an interesting, just small little thing where it's like, oh, put yourself in that situation. We'd all do the exact same thing, right? What the fuck was that? And run to the room to try to help our friend.
Yeah. But you run to the room really quietly. Like you don't
Yeah,
yell at all. You make no noise as you're
exactly.
running to the room to save your buddy. But they're too late, and so Tunneler drills Patrick in his forehead and kills him. Everyone else runs in again. Carolyn is Patrick's brother. They beat the shit out of Tunneler, and they have Tunneler is like dead or like inactive now. Uh, so then the next morning they just, I guess, put Patrick's body in like the Bodega Bay Inn's like frozen
So
pantry.
weird.
Like, isn't this guy like a federal agent technically? Like, shouldn't he have
Yeah,
a dignified
it's weird.
funeral?
They're
Shouldn't
like,
you tell someone this happened?
yeah, they tell no one. Like they don't call the cops. They don't call their bosses who are the feds. They're just like, well, let's put him in the freezer and continue on with the investigation. What's the need for further investigation? Like they have proof. They have on camera the
Right.
paranormal activity that they wanted to get.
This is standard operating
Yeah.
procedure with American government employees, Borf.
Like,
This is
the
just
investigation is
okay.
over. Like it's an open and shut case.
Oh, I love
Uh,
that they actually literally have, footage of Tunneler going into the room. He looks so mischievous as well when he goes
yeah.
into the room.
He's like looking
Yeah.
around, like
yeah.
no cameras on me, is there?
That made me laugh.
But they're like, fuck it, continue on with the investigation. Then Michael shows up, Camille's son, and he and Carolyn are immediately like hot for each other. Like Patrick's been dead for 12 minutes. Carolyn has already moved on and wants to bang Michael.
Yeah.
So Michael and Carolyn begin spending time together. Then in comes Toulon, and he gives a fake name, but he says, "Ah, yes, I was in Bucharest all this time, and the previous owner actually like left me the hotel. Like this is my property now. There's no paperwork or anything to attest to that, but yeah, I live here. This is mine. You all are welcome to stay. Just don't go into my
Yeah.
room." And to be fair, the characters don't believe him, but then they still do nothing. Like they just like, all right, we'll continue on with the investigation. We'll follow up on this bullshit story later.
Yeah.
And Toulon looks like
Yeah.
the Invisible Man. He's like
Yeah.
wrapped from head to toe in bandages. He's got goggles on his eyes, wearing the black hat and the coat.
Like the type of
He
dude,
looks super cool.
yeah, the type of dude. Like if we were all hanging out here doing a paranormal investigation, and this guy just walked in, is like, "Hey, I'm just gonna be in the other room. Don't mind me." I think we'd all leave immediately.
I think we'd have left after we had footage of Tunneler killing someone. Well, the investigation's over.
Fair.
Successful. Like they can go into their ghost
Yeah.
notebook and check the 3 pieces of evidence, like inanimate object moving, drill head. Clearly, this is a puppet ghost. And then you leave and you collect your $300 from
They,
Phasmophobia. Like they did it. They won.
they've been working probably working their entire lives to come to this thing, to this like piece of evidence. Paranormal activity is real. And they're like, cool, let's continue.
We need more.
Yeah.
I will say, I don't know if this was before or after Toulon shows up, but they do have that cool sort of sequence when they have Tunneler and they've got him like splayed open and they're looking at all the gears and everything in it, and then Wanda is like looking. They have this like computer monitor that's doing like a scan of Tunneler's body. She's like, she looks at the camera like so serious, and she says something like, "This could be the greatest discovery of all time," or something like that. Like, yeah,
Now let's look for
yeah,
more.
yeah, yeah, you got it. Why don't we just take the puppet and the footage and hightail it out here? Nope.
Yep.
Nope.
But anyway, so
also,
all the
sorry. Also,
go ahead.
new
Go ahead.
Andre Toulon actor, right?
Yes.
Yeah, this is not William Hickey, and
yeah.
this is not Guy Rolfe from the X-Men.
So okay, this is the third one we've seen. Okay.
Yep.
All right.
Yep.
Cool.
And
They should have gotten William Hickey. Like they wouldn't have needed makeup for him.
I don't think the guy in the flashback is the guy in the wrappings either. So I think we might be 4
Okay.
Toulons in at this point.
Yeah, let's talk about the flashbacks. I don't remember exactly where that happens, but there's a flashback to 1912 Egypt, and Toulon is this like world famous puppeteer, and there's a sign that says "Come see Toulon's world famous stringless marionettes," and then he's putting on a show, and clearly there are strings on these puppets, and I wasn't entirely sure what was going on. Was stringless meant to imply that he had found a way to hide the strings? Because according to Puppet Master 3 and Retro Puppet Master, he had already known the secrets of puppet juice for 10 years previous to this. But of course, that was a prequel. It hadn't happened at the time here. But I didn't understand why they were calling him the stringless puppeteer when clearly he's up there with the little puppet control units, like moving these puppets. Regardless, a sorcerer comes and sees the puppet show, and his eyes glow, and that sets everything on fire. And so then point out anything that I said that was incorrect.
No, it's all right. It just sounds so stupid when you say it like that. Like you're revealing the stupidity of the story with your brevity
this
of words.
story is so stupid. Like this makes no sense whatsoever, and I love it, but it makes no sense whatsoever.
That whole thing is so weird because when the glowing eyed guy pulls the thing off and you get that, I don't remember what that puppet's called, but it's like that green stop motion monster puppet thing. He's like, "Hey man, all the kids, think of the kids. Think of the children out there. These electronic gizmos are taking them away from viewing puppets, and they're not super excited about it anymore. So you need the secret to bring all the kids away from the television. Even though it's 1912, there should be no TV. I don't even know what these electronic gizmos was that he was talking about. Maybe movies. I don't know. And it was just so funny where it's like the children, and then Elsa's like, "Yes, Toulon, the children. We must think of the children." I just kept thinking of that Simpsons meme where it's like, "Can't we all just think of the children?" It's ridiculous.
Sorcerer guy is weird.
Yeah.
the sorcerer guy just is just like I want he just wants to pass on his knowledge of puppet juice and just gives it to Toulon, even though again according to future movies Toulon already knew this for 10 years, but we won't talk about that. So what's going on with this flashback? Like this flashback is I'm really hung up on why Toulon was being called the stringless puppet master when he's clearly using strings. Anyways, according to this movie, that's who gave Toulon his power. A wizard did it.
And in this movie, Toulon's thinking about this, right? This is Toulon's own memory, if I remember correctly. So it should be the real. I mean, this should be the actual canon of what happened, but it turns out to not be. unreliable.
I'm sure anyone who's doing a headcanon will just be like, Toulon's brain has rotted. Like, isn't that the now canon explanation per the comics that Toulon
True.
is evil in this movie because his brain
Yes.
has rotted?
Yeah, so there is a comic book series out there. Anyone who does love the Puppet Master stuff, that I guess it was a super Puppet Master fan, and he attempted to explain every inconsistency in a comic book series. So maybe we should get a hold of that and we can read it.
Okay.
And then, after we're done with this, and then do an episode of just the comic books and how it ties everything together.
If you're going to try to create headcanon to try to fix this, why? And you're already going to say that Toulon is evil because his brain is rotted. Why wouldn't you just say that Toulon's like rotted brain is misremembering things? Because the story that this writer came up with apparently is Toulon learned the secret to puppet juice in 1902, and then 10 years later learned a second secret for puppet juice. It makes this story is fucking stupid. Regardless, according to this movie, like a wizard gave Toulon the secret to puppet juice, and Toulon uses that for the future.
I'm having
Uh,
a hard time even like rattling these movies inside of my mind, like because I watched them in chronological order. So I'm like, you guys are talking about this, and I'm like, yeah, right. I guess technically at this point in the movie, in the order the movies came out, all we know about Toulon is he's this puppet master guy that got shot to death in a hotel room, and this is the second movie. So
Yeah.
like I am like so confused about everything you guys are talking about.
Yeah, and
it
this is
makes no sense.
and
Like,
this is a perfect example of Steve's thing. Is like, if you do prequels, it fucks up the story that was already established later on down the road if you do it incorrectly.
yeah,
This is a perfect example of a franchise who's done a million fucking prequels, and it has screwed the storyline up so much that there is no real canon of this
yeah,
series. I mean, there's nothing.
they've destroyed any possible sense that can be made of the story. So yeah, if you're gonna do a prequel, do it right, and if you can't do it right, don't fucking do it. Looking at you, Charles Band. Anyways, so we that's Toulon's backstory. Toulon also believes that Carolyn is the reincarnation of Elsa. I don't know why he believes this.
I
He
don't
just
either. I have
believes
seen
it.
I have seen this movie 2 dozen times over my life, and I still to this day do not understand why he suddenly thinks that this random woman is a reincarnation of Ilsa. No idea.
Yeah. Anyways, that's all the backstory. Let's start talking about like puppet kills until we get to the end.
Yeah.
The goal of the puppets, Toulon is one, he wants to reclaim Elsa, and two, he wants to make more puppet juice. And apparently, puppet juice is made out of human brains, or is it? I don't know. He wants puppet brain. He wants people brains to make puppet juice. I'm not going to try to figure out how any of that works. Like, am I to believe that fucking William Hickey was out there like stealing brains from people prior to him killing himself in the Bodega Bay Inn? I don't
According
know.
according to this movie, you are. I mean, maybe he was going after Nazi brains though.
Yeah, maybe these
Uh,
are all Nazi
hmm.
brains. Anyways, he needs brains, and so he sends his first. He creates Torch, and Torch is awesome. Torch
Oh
is
yeah.
like such a cool looking puppet. But he creates Torch, and then he sends his puppets out to hunt. Um, the first people that get aside from Patrick, the first people that get attacked are like the two country bumpkins that Camille interacted with, and Leech Woman, Blade, and Torch go after them.
This is the thing about Leech Woman in this. Leech Woman, when she is introduced, she's not spitting up leeches. She's got a fucking knife and she's jabbing it into that guy's head, taking out
Yeah.
brains. So it's not some stupid. Leech Woman doesn't even spit up a leech in this, does she?
No, maybe they
Yeah.
realized that was fucking
Yep.
dumb.
Yeah.
Because I'm pretty sure like Leech Woman's not even in the future movies, is she?
No,
I mean,
no.
she dies.
Because there's a story in this Full Moon book that I read where Paramount hated the fact that she was spitting up leeches, and so they wanted Leech Woman to get killed in this movie. So no leeches from her, and you got to kill her because we don't want this puppet in any future thing at all. They thought she was too gross and disgusting. So it is kind of interesting that you see Leech Woman just have a knife and she's chopping up a
Yeah.
guy, and then she gets
And
burned.
she's much cooler and much active in this than
Oh
she is in
yeah,
the first movie.
yeah.
Like, I still don't understand how leeches are supposed to do anything to people. But anyways, like so these two like hicks are in bed, and Leech Woman just crawls on top of this guy and starts stabbing him in the head and cuts out a chunk of his brain.
I
And
love the
then
wife where she's like, "I told you to start doing that somewhere else, away from me, or whatever." She thinks he's Buck Flowers jerking off next to her, and then she looks over. No, it's just Leech Woman stabbing him in the brain, pulling out his stuff.
and then she gets up and she starts having a fight with the puppets. Like Leech Woman is kind of like stalking. The woman grabs a shotgun. And Leech Woman is like stalking her around the house, and like knocks a porcelain doll off the wall to distract her. Like Blade stabs her in the leg at one point, which causes her to trip and drop her shotgun. But then she grabs like a frying pan and just smacks the shit out of Leech Woman, grabs her and throws her in the furnace. And so Leech Woman is burned to death.
And where a
Uh,
movie is supposed to be coming out, which is like Furnace Leech Woman or something. It's supposed to
Oh, of course.
explain what happened to Leech Woman after she gets burned in this furnace.
Everyone's been asking that question.
Yeah.
Yes.
Charles Band's ready.
For 30 years, we've been like, what happened to Leech Woman?
Exactly.
So Leech Woman is dead. Then Torch shows up and just torches her, and it's awesome. Torch again is so cool.
He barely shows up in any movies going forward.
I know, it's weird. But he's on. I think he's on like the box art to either 4 or 5, and is still not actually in the movie of which he's in the box art.
Yeah, well, the story behind that is it was just too expensive to use Torch, because whenever they wanted to film anything with Torch, they used real fire, and they didn't have the funds to be able to have actual stunt people who could burn and stuff, and so it was easier to just never use Torch from this point forward. He's definitely awesome.
All right, well,
Charles
yeah,
Band
Torch is
owned the
cool. So-
castle at this point. I feel like he could have coughed up some more money for these budgets.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. 100%.
maybe it's because he owned a castle that he didn't have money for fire
yep.
for Torch.
Castle in Italy,
anyways.
no less.
And then he lost it.
Yeah.
Good job, Charles. Anyway, so this woman is dead now. So they bring back this woman's brain chunk, and Toulon is upset.
He's like pissed. You cooked it, you sons of bitches.
Yeah,
you can't do anything with the well done brain.
Toulon can't use the brain chunk because it has been burned, and he chastises Torch. Is like, Torch, you fucking idiot! Like, I can't use it. Bitch, you gave him the
Sign the
flamethrower.
puppet. This is all he does. His name is Torch.
He burns things.
He has one job, and he did it. And you're upset with him.
Yep.
Toulon is the weak link here. So Toulon chastises them, and but then sends them back out. And so like the next day, Torch kills a kid. Talk about things that we should have seen on screen but didn't. But Torch kills a kid, and presumably takes his brain.
Well, I love this scene because it's really fucking weird. The scene with this kid starts. He's got like this GI Joe, and he's whipping it. Like whipping the back of this GI Joe, saying "Oh, Nazi scum" or whatever. And then when Torch comes out of the bush or whatever, this kid is trying to play with Torch. And I'm surprised, Steve, that you didn't write this down, because the kid's like, "I'm the director. Do what I say." And then Torch's eyes close. Just lights this kid up, and I was just thinking to myself, I was thinking to myself, is this really the moment I wanted to become a director here? I'm yelling, "I'm the director. Do what I say." Is that where the genesis of my my desire came from when I was a little kid? I don't know. Now I'm questioning my entire childhood. Was it really John Carpenter's Halloween? I don't know.
This kid is pretending to be Indiana Jones.
Yeah.
But he apparently saw some weird version of Indiana Jones where Indiana Jones was like torturing people with a whip. I don't know. It's very weird, but Torch kills him, so now the kid's dead. And at this point, we've kind of run out of other characters beyond like the paranormal team that's left. And so Toulon continues to be creepy towards Carolyn. Carolyn and Michael are like basically already in love after knowing each other for 18 minutes after Patrick is dead. They go to town together and they watch a sunset on the beach. They investigate Toulon's claims and they find out that no, there's no record of Toulon's alias owning the Bodega Bay Inn, so they know that something is sketchy. And this guy Michael is already being like creepy towards Carolyn. Carolyn's like, I want to go investigate. I want to see what Toulon's up to. And Michael is like, no, you're not allowed to do that. Like he's just like already like trying to put her in her place. They've known each other for 27 minutes at this point. It's very weird. Like the relationships move very fast in this movie, which is probably another pacing issue.
There's a weird sequence when Toulon wants to dance with her, and like that whole sequence is just bizarre. It feels uncomfortable and weird, but again, it goes too quick. There's not like an extended sequence. It's just kind of like, can I cut in here like immediately? And then Toulon does that weird thing where he breaks the records, whatever, and is like, "Oh, sorry," sort of thing. Again, the whole storyline where Toulon suddenly just loves this woman, thinks it's Elsa, makes no sense in this entire thing. No setup to this at all.
Yep. So then the puppets kill Wanda and TV monitor watching guy whose name I still don't know. Like he is just being like he's being stabbed in the throat by Blade, and then Wanda comes in and sees her and like runs and falls and presses herself up against the wall, and then we get the really cool shot that everyone remembers of Blade like running towards the camera, like swinging his blade back and forth. We don't see much of their deaths, but now Wanda and TV monitor guy are dead,
What's funny
and so
about that Wanda scene is, of course, that's where you get your obligatory nudity in this, right? She's in bed and she gets up and she's topless and she goes and puts on a shirt. But when he comes out of the shower and he goes and lays next to her on the bed, she's like disgusted that he took a shower after banging her because she says something. She's like, I'm used to guys like hosing off after they've been with me or something. I'm just like, this is weird. Like, this is a normal thing people do. Like, you get hot, sweaty, so you go take a shower, and it's just more comfortable. You're like, what is happening? Weird
yeah,
writing
very
here.
strange. I'm trying to think, like, was she mad that he took? I couldn't tell if she was mad that he took a shower at all, or like I also thought while watching this, like, she's mad because like he went to take a shower after they had sex and he was in there forever, but I couldn't actually
Well,
tell.
the right
It's either
play
way, it's
here
pretty
is just
strange.
to invite her in with you while you're
But
taking
yeah,
a shower.
she
That's the
got what he
correct
wanted.
play. Like, well, you don't just leave. I'm going to go take a shower. Sorry, come on in. I don't know. It's weird.
Regardless, it's weird, and they're both dead now. So TV monitor guy and Wanda are both dead. So now it's just Toulon, his puppets, Carolyn, and Michael. And Toulon's like, "Fuck it, we're pulling the trigger on this." The puppets go get Carolyn. Torch, I want you. I want you specifically to kill Michael. And so Carolyn gets taken. Torch goes and tries to set Michael on fire, but fails, and Michael ends up like hitting him with a fire extinguisher. Meanwhile, Toulon is upstairs. He's got Carolyn tied to a chair. He tells her, his backstory, and then he brings out these two like life-size puppets slash mannequins, and these things are awesome. These things are so fucking
They
cool.
look disturbing as hell.
Mhm.
They look
They do.
really disturbing.
But his plan is he's going to transfer his consciousness into the male mannequin and put hers in in the female mannequin, and so they can go back to living their lives. Even though like I don't know Toulon's motivations outside of get Elsa, because he says like I'm gonna go, and at some point he says I'm going to go and restart Toulon's famous stringless puppet show. But then he also kind of reveals to the puppets like, yeah, this new puppet juice is really just for us. There's not going to be any left over for you all.
Yeah.
But then he also says he makes repeated references to half a century. Is there some fact about the puppet juice that I don't remember that it only revives you for 50 years? There's a lot going on. Like, none of it makes any sense.
The moment he brought out these life-size, huge puppets, that's where I felt like I completely lost the plot with this movie. It didn't make a lot of sense before that.
Yeah.
But I'm like, this is such a strange choice.
Yeah, I have no idea.
Yeah.
his motivations are all over the place.
But
But ultimately, of like the four motivations that he has, reviving Elsa or reviving himself and living with Elsa is the motivation that he chooses to follow. Matt, do you have something?
well, I was going to say what's sort of weird about this also is he reveals essentially to the puppets like all of this, none of it's for you, right? It's for her, and that's what gets the puppets pissed off. You see Jester's sad face because Jester realizes he's going to die now because none of it is for him, and I'm just sort of thinking like, well, why doesn't he just continue killing people and keeping his friends alive after he's in these mannequin bodies, right? I could see a really cool movie with that guy as a killer with the puppet thing with the puppet, and they're murdering people and creating new puppets and stuff. They could have went off on a cool direction with this, but instead he just betrays the puppets, which it's ultimately the same ending that's in the first one, where
I
the
thought that as
bad guy
well.
betrays the puppets and the puppets turn on him at that point in time. So yeah, it was weird. It's bad writing.
Yeah.
Bad
So
writing.
Toulon is about to enact his master plan. He tells the puppets like basically I'm betraying you. Like this puppet juice is just for me and Carolyn slash Elsa. And so he here's the way he takes all his bandages off and he is this like decayed like zombie person underneath. And he takes the man mannequin and like tilts its head back, puts a funnel into its mouth, into the mannequin's mouth, and then Toulon says some magic words, cuts his throat, or sorry, he says some magic words, drinks from like I don't know the magic chalice, and then cuts his throat and like bleeds his throat blood into into the funnel, and now the male mannequin is Toulon, and he's going to do the
That's how
same
it's
thing
done.
to Elsa, but then he starts making animal noises, and there's a moment that I did not I don't remember this scene, but it's in the movie where I think it's the moment when they return from killing like the country bumpkins, and Toulon says something like, "Oh, you're such good puppets. Like you could be lazy puppets and bring me like the brains from brains from the recently deceased or animal brains, but you're so good about bringing me fresh human brains." And the puppets kind of like, and then
Yeah, Andre. Yeah, yeah.
they pay that off later because the puppets did in fact bring Toulon some animal brains, and so Toulon in the middle of his speech just starts making animal noises. And he's mad for like 2 seconds. He's like, "You damn puppets, you brought me animal brains. Guess I got to make the best of it." And he just goes on with his plan. Um, but before he can kill Elsa, the puppets have gotten all uppity because they've been told that they're going to be betrayed. And so Jester takes like the chalice away. Uh,
Another thing.
Pinhead.
Takes the chalice away. Jester's doing shit in this movie, fellas. He's
mm,
doing shit.
Well, I think like Pinhead maybe or no, so Blade stabs Toulon in the leg, and so he trips. Pinhead has like a walking cane, a walking stick, and just smashes his hand with it, and like Toulon's hand like shatters like porcelain, and there's green puppet juice just like leaking out of it. And there's a cool shot where he picks up his arm and like the sleeve in his shirt is just hanging limp because the whole like limb is missing now. uh, Torch burns him. Uh, Michael comes in and rescues Carolyn. They run away together. And then we get the like the real ending of the movie, where it is the puppets have transferred Camille's consciousness into the female mannequin, and now this Camille mannequin is the actual puppet master, and she's got like a VW mini bus like van, and it's like Camille's wondrous puppet show, and she's looking at a map, and Torch is sitting in the passenger seat just being like, "Yay!" And she's reading a map, and she's like, "Oh, I should have gone left at the crossroads. We're trying to get to like the Braddington Institute for Mentally Ill Teens and Tots, and we're going to put on a puppet show for these crazy children. And if anyone sees anything weird, they're crazy. So who cares what they say?" And then they drive off, never to be seen again. That's the movie we need. I need
Yes.
Camille Puppet doing a puppet show in a mental institution.
Can you
But that
imagine?
is the end of the
Can
film.
you imagine an entire Puppet Master movie where it's Camille and the puppets killing children in a mental institution?
I imagine it nightly.
That would be an amazing movie. Charles, we know you're watching this. That is the
No.
movie.
Yeah,
Don't give it to him. You can't trust him
Oh, it's
anymore.
true.
Give it to someone that knows what they're doing.
Okay,
if there's
that's
one
true.
person I trust can depict mental illness in a really good and respectful way, it's definitely Charles Band.
So yeah,
That's it.
that's Puppet Master
This
2.
movie makes no sense. I still love it. Like, I have such a good time watching this movie. So it's like I don't know if this is one of the few movies where I still have the ability to just turn my brain off and sit down and enjoy it.
Sounds like it.
But yeah, even though like I was very aware of the nonsensical nature of this plot, I had a great time watching it. The ending with Camille is like just one of my favorite things. It is so good, and I'm so sad they never followed up on it.
Before we get to my thoughts, Borp, your thoughts. You came out of this, you said, not as enthused as when you went in.
I didn't hate this, right? And I think on the last show with the original Puppet Master sounded maybe a bit more negative than I actually am on that movie. And here it's like kind of the same thing where uh, I think this movie has a lot of problems with its writing and pacing. And like the writing, I can forgive because like whatever, it's a fun puppet movie. Like all these movies have had problems with the writing, but the pacing one really got to me in this, where it's like I was trying to sort of formulate my thoughts on this, and I was like, because initially I was like, the pacing is so slow, but then I was like, no, it's actually not slow. It's just really inconsistent. I feel like every scene with Andre Toulon and the puppets just drags on for so long. And he speaks so slow, and his accent is so bad, and it's like it's this thing where now I've seen 8 of these movies in a row, and I feel like there are some problems with all these films that like because we're doing these every week. Now that I'm watching the 8th film or whatever, I am like more annoyed by these problems, and pacing has been a huge one for me, and I feel like in this one it was a bit more egregious, where it's like these movies consistently have pretty cool shit in them, but it takes so long to get to that. And I feel like hearing hearing that this production was rushed, that makes sense. And yeah, then there's this other part of me that like actually really thinks this might be the best one we've seen, except for the Littlest Reich, when it comes to like actually giving these puppets personality. That's something that really stuck with me. You of course have that moment we talked about with Tunneler, where he's like looking over his shoulder, like, "Oh, is someone recording me?" We have the moment where like Torch jumps out of the bushes right before he kills the kid, and he's got his like mouth wide open, like, "Hey, look at me!" It's like so stupid. It's like so stupid, so much fun. You have that moment where, but Leech Woman is just hacking away at this guy's brain with a knife, and like all that stuff is so much fun. You can tell that this was directed by someone who like really put an emphasis on these special effects. But ultimately, I think for me, it like took a little too long to get to those parts. So
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely spot on when it comes to the pacing of this movie, because I think the last movie we talked about, I think the total runtime of the puppets was like 5 minutes in the original Puppet Master movie, and I said it that on the last episode, I was like, man, I have this memory that there's even less puppets in part two, but that turned out to not actually be the case. It feels at times like there's less puppets because of exactly what you're saying, Borp. The pacing of this is just so weird. Like there'll be long periods where there's no puppet stuff at all. They'll cut to scenes that drag on forever, where they could be cross-cutting back to other things, put puppets in different parts of Bodega Bay. You could be cutting back for. I think if someone were to re-edit this, it would feel a lot quicker than what this final edit was. So I 100% agree with you. I can totally see the complaint. It's a valid criticism, honestly, of the pacing and how it's all over the place and weird. That being said, still fucking love this movie. I love this movie. When I was rewatching this, I'm just like, this is to me the sort of epitome of taking Littlest Reich out of the equation, because we all agree that's a completely separate thing. But in terms of the original Puppet Master movies, this is exactly what I think of when I think of Puppet Master. I think of a lot of puppets doing cool stuff, burning kids, killing kids, doing all kinds of weird shit. Andre Toulon, bad guy, manipulating puppets, looking like a bad guy. I love the effects work in this. I think even when Toulon takes off his bandages and he's all like decayed and stuff, I think that looks cool. The opening scene, that sort of atmosphere, that universal sort of atmosphere. I just love everything about this aside from the pacing. And I really love that, I rewatched it again, and I never sort of lose that sort of joy of when I'm watching this particular movie. Again, my criticism of three, I like three, but they're all good guys. I like one, but they're barely in it. And this was the one, that the Puppet Master movie, that really gave me a lot of puppets. They're all bad guys. They're doing shit. You get that sort of. This is a far less horny movie than the first one, I think we'd say. But you still get, like, I had a huge crush on Charlie Spradling when I was younger. She was in a bunch of Full Moon movies. She was kind of like the Tiffany Shepis of that day for that time period. And so, like, I think she's got a fun, spunky personality. I just love this one, and the ending is awesome. The ending on this improves on the ending on the first one, because the first one is cool. Like, Toulon, or the guys, they turn on the guy who's trying to steal Toulon's secrets, and that's cool. But this does the same thing but better. You got that creepy mannequin thing. You got that cool kind of stinger at the end with the Camille mannequin, and it's one of those movies. I just love it. I just love it. I make no apologies for loving this movie. It's still my favorite Puppet Master movie. I'm going to include Littlest Reich in that just because I have such a nostalgia for this one. My nostalgia, you add that component into my already love for this, that will override the Littlest Reich, even though I think the Littlest Reich is probably a funner movie in terms of just puppet carnage, so to speak. But love it. Love Puppet Master 2. It's all downhill from here for me as we journey on through the rest of this franchise, because 4 and 5 are next, right? In the
I
timeline?
was actually just looking that up. So the chronological timeline from Wikipedia is no longer there. And so
Oh, okay.
I don't know who removed it. Something like History's Greatest Villain went in there and edited the Puppet Master Wikipedia page.
Unbelievable.
So I can't tell. There are some charts that say we actually should have watched Curse of Puppet Master. They think Curse took place in between 1 and 2.
Oh.
Uh, and some of it says it takes place after 5 just because it came out afterwards. I say we split the difference and we watch Curse next. I'm sorry that we have to watch Curse next, but I think we watch Curse next.
You are
And then
history's
we watch
greatest
4 and
villain.
5.
Curse of Puppet Master. Yeah, we'll do it. I mean,
I can't tell if that's right. It's just there's multiple charts I'm finding on various
well,
message boards.
if we
We were trusting Wikipedia, and now that chart is gone.
if we do Curse next, that can only make 4 and 5 look better. So
That's
I
true.
agree. I agree with that. So let's just rip the Band-Aid off. We're gonna do Curse next.
What do we have left? We've got Curse, we've got 4 and 5, then we've got the clip show.
Dr. Death, right?
Dr.
When does we
Death.
got to find out when Dr. Death is?
I think Dr. Death is like modern day. I
Okay.
think.
Yeah.
Puppet Master
I
versus
remember-
Demonic Toys.
Puppet Master versus Demonic Toys, and I'm going to throw a curveball. I think we watched Demonic Toys before we watched Puppet Master versus Demonic Toys.
This is never ending.
Oh, you want to watch? Okay, so you want to watch the original Demonic Toys before
we get when it's time for Puppet Master versus Demonic Toys, we watch Demonic Toys first.
Yeah, because Borp needs the full backstory of the
Yeah, he
demonic
needs
place.
the lore.
Yeah.
He's got to understand the canon.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, and
But Curse is next.
Okay, Curse is
Curse is next. Curse is next. Jesus Christ. I mean, Borp, you're gonna get the greatest hits, buddy. You're gonna see. You were like, hey, there's moments of these films that are great.
Mhm.
You're gonna get them all slammed together in one movie. You're gonna love it.
Wait. So is Curse the clip show?
No, the clip show is Puppet Master: The Legacy.
Oh God. Okay.
But I'm pretty
Right?
sure there's lots of clips in Curse. I think they go back and show the greatest hits in that. There's multiple movies in which they show the greatest hits of the Puppet Master franchise. We'll find out together, fellas. We'll
Okay.
find out together. So yes, thank you everyone. We're all positive on Puppet Master 2. Go check that one out. It's on Tubi. You can watch all of these movies on Tubi. So every
No,
single
you
one.
can't. You can't. No, wait, you can't. Sorry, I was thinking of YouTube because I was looking ahead and trying to think, are the next movies on YouTube so I can watch them on 1.5 speed, and they're not. So
Oh,
you've got to. We have to watch the rest of them at normal Tubi speed.
okay.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, so I've been watching them on Tubi, as you can see in the background here. There's a scene with what's her face and what's the guy on the beach looking very. Hopefully, we didn't get to the Charlie Spradling boob scene yet, because I'll have to censor that. Okay. Well, no, I usually rely on Steve to be like,
Okay.
"There's tits on the screen in the background."
You should not. I have not been calling all of them out. I was
Damn
not
it.
watching your screen in the background.
Damn it.
So do not rely on
Okay.
that. Anyways, that's it. We're done. Thank you for watching. We'll be back next time with Curse of Puppet Master, which is goddamn awful. Good night.
Well, it's another episode of Full Moon Fridays here on the Outpost Unknown YouTube channel. We continue to get 4 or 5 views per episode, guys, so I think we are really taking the internet by storm, reviewing these movies that maybe we thought were going to be really, really good, and it turns out we were very wrong about that. Tonight, joining me, I don't want to forget the introductions, joining me from Sweden, of course, is Borp.
Hello, I'm here.
And from America is Steve.
Yep. The regret in Matt's voice is palpable. Luckily, we do this for us, not for you.
I had a funny conversation with Alyssa the other day, and I was like, "Oh man, I gotta carve out some time to watch Curse of the Puppet Master." And she looked at me and she's like, "Nobody watches that show. Why do you guys even do it?" She's like, "Just cancel that show. Nobody watches." And she went on YouTube and she's like, "You get no views on this show. Why are you doing all this?" I'm like, "Babe, it's because we love Full Moon, right?"
Yeah, we are doing
Right?
this to amuse ourselves. If we cared about views, we would just delete the channel and not do YouTube anymore.
It's an interesting question, though, when someone looks at what you're doing and how you're deciding to spend your free time, because time is very valuable, right? We have finite lives. We could be watching anything other than what we're doing, and the people who don't understand, like they can't understand why someone would spend 70 minutes of their lives to watch Curse of the Puppet Master. How do you respond? Borb, what are your thoughts on this? Because we brought you in on this.
Yeah, it only took us up until this movie until we started having an existential crisis about this thing. Amazing. No, I thought about that too because I had a moment. I think it was last week where I was talking to someone. They're like, "Hey, do you want to hang out?" And I'm like, "No, I have to watch this Puppet Master movie." And like, "Do you have to?" I'm like, "You have to."
So odd.
Yeah, that probably says something about our mental states, but yeah, I'm happy to be here.
Well, I think it's something that people who I guess, even though we sort of hate watch these things a lot of the times, like I guess bad movie connoisseurs who just like to submit themselves to watching this terrible shit over and over and over again. It doesn't matter. Doesn't have to be Puppet Master. It could be anything, right? And people who don't do that, who have no understand, they can't ever understand how someone would want to do something like that. Like, why would you want to put yourself through the pain of watching these movies? And I think Alyssa even mentions, like, why don't you just talk about good movies with your friends? why, why, why does it have to be bad movies? Steve, what are your thoughts on this? Why are we doing this? Why do we continue to
No,
watch movies like Curse of the Puppet Master?
for what we're doing right now, like, I maintain that we are not doing this for views. We are not doing this for the audience. We are doing this for ourselves. Everyone in our friends group is like a creative person to some extent, and doing shows, even incredibly simplistic shows where it's just us sitting there talking for a little bit, is an extension of that.
But to
Yeah.
someone's argument, well, why don't you just watch good movies with your friends? What would you say to that argument?
Good movies don't always give you something to talk about. Like, sometimes you watch a good movie and you're like, "Yeah, that was rad." And then that's the end of the conversation. Like, watching like a truly shitty movie like gives you things to dissect and discuss. Like, why didn't they do this thing that would have made more sense? Why wasn't this character that would have made sense to have them in this scene not in this scene? I think I find bad movies to be infinitely easier to talk about than things that people universally enjoy.
Okay, that's good.
I also want to say, from my perspective, someone who's never seen these movies up until now, I have this like weird, like, no, I have to do this. I have to make sense of this. I'm not going to make sense of it. I know that, but like, I'm this far in. I cannot stop now, because at some point this all connects. This all makes sense, right?
Yeah,
Right.
at some point the continuity all comes together.
Borf
We
is
just
like
don't know where
11.
it's at.
Borf is like 11 movies in and waiting for the payoff.
Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, folks, we are now talking Curse of the Puppet Master. I think this came out 98, if I remember correctly,
think so.
and this was after Paramount had basically given Charles Band the boot. I think Paramount was still involved with Puppet Masters 4 and 5, which we will get to in the next couple episodes. But this one came out. This was like the first Puppet Master movie that came out after Charles Band lost all of his funding from Paramount, big Hollywood studio.
Do we know what happened there, or like were the movies just not successful enough
Yes,
anymore?
Charles Band apparently lied to Paramount multiple times about the movies he was making, and it turns out he wasn't making them. Money was being shuffled around like a shell game, and apparently Paramount eventually had enough of it. And the other thing that also, at least according to the book that I have, the other thing that was also important in this area is by this time, the VHS movie boom was over. And so in the sort of late 80s, early 90s, people would just constantly, you could literally buy a VHS for like $100. Like they would charge a lot of fucking money for VHS tapes, and it was a huge thing. That's why you had so many 80s shot on video movies that would show up in video stores. Like video stores were taking everything. Video stores started dying out. It wasn't the death yet, but in the late 90s they started to noticeably go downhill. People were renting less. They were being more choosy and picky about the movies they would put on the store shelves. It wasn't just literally everything. And so all of that contributed to financial problems with Full Moon. Paramount backing out was, I think at this time, Charles Band was basically whoring himself out to whatever he could to be able to scrape together some money. This movie was shot in 8 days. The guy who plays not Toulon, I don't remember what his name was. McGrew, yeah, what a name, McGrew. That guy actually was like, "Oh, I'm sick," and missed multiple days of the 8-day shooting, so everything was crammed together there. This actually started as a snake movie from the 70s that they decided to take the story and replace the snakes with puppets. So that's something. It's called that's literally the name of the movie. It's just like 14 S's. The other thing interesting about this is they had no money for puppets. So almost all of the footage in here of the puppets is recycled from previous Puppet Master films. So all the stop motion was 6 years. It's all taken from other stuff. And so yeah, this was
Hey,
bad.
sorry to interrupt. But when you said in the Discord, you're like, the quality of this movie on Tubi is terrible.
Yeah.
And I'm watching the beginning. I'm like, I don't know what Matt's talking about. This looks great. And then it's all the recycled footage that looks good.
Yeah. And the thing
And I'm
about
like,
that,
damn it, I was fooled
yeah.
again.
And if you do watch Tubi, the Tubi version of it, Charles Band went through and remastered all these Puppet Master movies for Blu-ray because that's what the world needed. However, there are huge chunks of this movie where the 35 millimeter negative is gone. They have no idea whatever happened to it. So he had to take actual like standard def footage and stuff from a beta master of it and splice it all together to try to make it look, enhanced. And it's good, and it looks bad.
Okay.
Like a lot of it looks real
Yep.
bad.
It
But
reminded me of like the quality of the footage of like what is it, Subspecies 4, with like the weird doctor. Like
yeah.
it just looked very different from the previous movies. It stood out to me like this doesn't like you were
Looks
talking
cheap.
about, yeah, you're talking about like it was actually filmed on film, and like I would have guessed this was like video, not film at all, had you not said that.
Yeah.
It's bad.
Yeah. So was this marketed as like a restoration?
The Blu-ray, I think it's like a high definition restored version from
Wow.
the best elements of all of the various
Okay.
VHS tapes and,
It's like,
and pieces of 35 millimeter strips that we were able to grab out of our garage. So yeah, looks real
okay.
bad. It's one of the shortest Puppet Master movies. I think at that time it was literally the shortest Puppet Master movie. I mean, you take out the opening credits, which is just the greatest hits of all the stuff you've seen, the end credits, and I think it is less than 70 minutes long. And the book that I have, they really go into like Full Moon fans at this point just felt really burned. This was the first Puppet Master movie. It's not the 100% clip show version that we're going to see coming up here, Puppet Master Legacy. But this was the first Puppet Master movie that Full Moon fans were kind of like noticeably like, wow, quality control is now gone. Like they have no money. They are cobbling together stuff to try to, make something. And it's very, very noticeable here. It's so bad even that David DeCoteau directed this, but he used a pseudonym of Victoria Sloan because he didn't even really want to be associated with this movie, how cobbled together it is. So that's kind of like your backstory on Curse of Puppet Master. Um, if you guys don't have any other comments, I mean, we'll just throw it to
That's like,
Steve. Steve can take us through.
yeah, there's like very interesting because I threw this on, watched the credits, and I'm like, no, I know that this was directed by David DeCoteau. Like, what is going on? Am I watching the wrong movie? And it's like, no, he just took his name off of this thing, which is interesting because he kept directing Full Moon movies after
Yeah.
this, right? So at some point, they must have patched that relationship up, I guess.
The idea of pseudonyms, directorial pseudonyms, always has confused me because a lot of times people, Alan Smithy was the big thing that was like, if Alan Smithy is on it, that's what the Directors Guild defaulted to if you wanted to remove your name from a movie. But a lot of times, people or directors will use pseudonyms if the content is something they don't really want to be associated with. So let's say a lot of Wes Craven, for example, I think he directed porn films in the 70s, but he didn't use his name Wes Craven. There's there's stuff like that. You'll change your name. There's nothing in this movie that's particularly egregious. Like there's no nudity in this. It just as we'll talk about what it is, but I don't understand necessarily why David DeCoteau wanted to completely distance himself from this movie when all the other movies in his oeuvre are just as trash. I don't know why he would put his name on one crappy movie and not on another. So,
like somehow, some way, Curse of Puppet Master crossed a line for him.
Apparently, Steve,
like
what is this about?
Sorry to interrupt. It looks like he directed 4 movies in 1998, and they are all under a pseudonym, which is fantastic.
Are they
Weird.
all?
Maybe he was trying to evade taxes or something.
Yeah. I don't know. Okay.
I don't know.
What are the other movies? I'm just curious. Are they all Full Moon, or are they unrelated?
Shrieker,
That's
Talisman,
Full Moon,
and Frankenstein Reborn.
I don't know if that one's Full Moon or not.
Yeah, that one's a different pseudonym. The first three are all Victoria Sloan, and then one as Julian Breen.
Weird.
Yeah,
It's just so
super
weird. Like, I know, like when we were doing Gorefest at Tiffany's, we did an episode on some of the sort of sexy erotic films, and there's a lot of directors there that will use completely different names because they're like, I don't want it on there, or actors even. I don't know. That's a great mystery about this movie.
Yeah,
In
yeah.
all the movies of 1998, why did David DeCoteau use a pseudonym for these movies? Don't know.
Who knows?
Steve.
Are we ready to talk about this?
I mean, I'm trying to
Yes.
do everything I can to make
Mhm.
this an interesting episode because I don't think you're going to talk very long.
Yeah, so Dr. McGrew, I guess, is the star of this movie. He is the puppet master. The movie opens with him like it looks like he has just finished some sort of science experiment, and he is taking something very small that we don't see, and he is putting it in a small box, and he's about to take it away. And all of the puppets are just like in a cage somewhere, and Dr. McGrew is talking to the puppets like, you know, I didn't want it to be like this. I tried. I really tried. But anyways, he goes out to the forest and buries this tiny thing that we'll come back to later. Uh, we find out his daughter. What's the daughter's name? Jane, I think that's it. I think that's her name. Uh, Jane McGrew is just home from college and hanging out with her dad, and
Jane McGrew.
and we cut to like the next day, and we meet our main character Tank, whose name is actually Robert, and he like I don't know how to describe Tank. Like, is he just like very like timid? Like, because people treat him like he's an idiot, but it seems more like
It's
he
got
seems
vibes.
super conflict averse, doesn't make eye contact with people,
Yeah. I don't know if
apologizes for
he's like
literally
super
everything.
autistic or trying to
Yeah,
make it like he's autistic.
that was the sort of vibe I got, that they were trying to make him an
It's like
autistic character.
Clarence Rack Sling Blade with Billy Bob Thornton kind of. He's got the overalls and everything. That's sort of like the weird vibe that they're going. But then later on in the film, he doesn't act that way. So I don't know
It's
what they
super
were going
strange.
for. I
Yeah,
don't know what they're
I
going
don't know.
for.
He's incredible. I'm just gonna go with timid. He's incredibly timid, and he works at a gas station. And these four douchebag guys like are just constantly like bullying him. Then Dr. McGrew and his daughter come up and basically defend Tank. And like the Dr. McGrew is like, bring it on. Dr. McGrew is like this like Bill Nye looking motherfucker, and like this he's wearing like a bow tie, but he is not afraid of these bullies. He's just like, come on, bring it the fuck on, let's fight. He don't give a shit. But ultimately, like, the bullies are scared away, and Dr. McGrew and Jane befriend Tank because they discovered that Tank is like an expert like wood carving prodigy. And so
It's
explain
just
to me,
funny the
because
way you say it. An
everything I said
expert
is
wood
right.
carving prodigy.
Like, Dr. McGrew is so impressed by Tank's wood carving abilities that he hires him on the spot. And so
Oh
Dr.
god.
McGrew runs like this tourist trap sideshow with the puppets. So like Tank comes back home to live with Dr. McGrew and just work there. And Dr. McGrew and Jane are just like, oh yeah, we bought these puppets at auction. They're alive. And that's all the explanation you get. They're
Now the
just
question
there.
here is, where is this? I know there is no timeline or
Yeah.
continuity, but like Leech Woman's in this, so it has to be before 2.
But also
So
Six Shooter is in this, and he was not involved with 1 or 2. So I think that's why, like, when I like last time we met to do one of these episodes, like I went looking for like the official like chronological like chart, because there used to be a chart on Wikipedia and it's gone now. And so I looked, at various other places, and some charts had this between 1 and 2, which I assume they did so because Leech Woman's there, and this has to be before she died. But other charts left it as like after Puppet Master 5, which is when this was released. So it's, I don't know. We're splitting the difference and we're doing it now. It doesn't make any fucking sense.
According to, and I obviously the source here is kind of I don't know what the source is for this, but the Puppet Master fandom page says that Charles Band considered Puppet Curse of the Puppet Master a standalone film, but then later was like, actually, it's part of the continuity. So like,
No, it's not. No, it's not.
No, Steve. The
I,
creator says it's
I,
part of the continuity.
I respect it. The creator says this
Yeah.
is canon. That's just real fucking dumb.
I don't know if this means anything to you guys. This is backed up by the Action Lab comics, which have references to this movie in it.
No,
We need to read these
yeah,
comics.
aren't
We
those
have
comics
to read them.
I think those comics aren't they the ones that were made by a fan who took it upon himself to
Oh, okay.
create a
Oh.
continuity? Like, so
I think so.
I think there was a fan that went through all the movies and like created storylines and explanations to make everything fit
Okay.
together, and then Charles Band's like, that's what happened. Like, it was just kind of like blessed by the creator.
I am genuinely interested to read these comics and see
Yeah,
how they try to take all of these threads that make no sense. And somebody, some mad genius out there, did they truly make it all make sense, or did they just create more problems?
I don't
I
know.
want
But
to read
like,
them.
this is so much fun for me, who's watching these for the first time in the chronological order of the timeline, where everything's just fucked all the time. And so I'm watching this for like 10 minutes, and I'm like so confused. And then I'm like, oh, okay, well, this is all nonsense. Like, this is okay. This is standalone. This is
Yeah, like
I mean, it's all nonsense, but like, this is so far removed from everything else we've seen.
right. Like part 1 and 2 could happen, back to back. Part 4 and 5 could happen back to back. Virtually everything else is a standalone because it just doesn't make sense when compared to the movie that came before or after it.
Is this the one franchise of any franchise you can think of? Is this the one franchise that is like unique in that it is so anti-canon / continuity? Is there any other franchise that is as bad as this?
Yes, both
Okay.
like the Fox X-Men movies and the Paramount Transformer movies. They basically just have like negative continuity. Like, it's just people just do what they want without any sort of regard for whether or not it makes any fucking sense.
Yeah, I can understand the X-Men ones probably, but I wouldn't put the Transformers in this kind of category because there's just so many in the Puppet Master franchise that make no sense. Sheer numbers, and they don't even attempt to try to address anything at all. I don't know how many X-Men movies there were that were made by Fox back in the day, but to me, I mean, how
7.
many? There's like double that in Puppet
Yeah.
Master.
Puppet Master is
It's
certainly
crazy.
like the at the top of the mountain for this here, because what are we out? There's like 18 movies and no connecting threads
growing
throughout the
every week.
majority of them.
Just keeps growing
I'm
every
sorry,
week.
honey. We only have
Yeah.
47 more movies to get through, and then I'll kill Full Moon Fridays.
Yeah.
Anyways,
Just those 5 years.
Yeah, so I don't know. We're watching this between parts 2 and part 4, and some people say it takes place earlier than that. Some folks say it takes place later. It does not fucking matter.
Leave a comment
Okay.
below,
Yeah.
viewer.
Where
Tell
do
us,
you
where
think
does this
this
fit?
takes place in the official timeline? Because Leech Woman is there even though she's supposed to be dead, and Six Shooter is also there even though he wasn't there in the movies that happened before this. Don't try to figure it out. Charles Band didn't care. You shouldn't care either. So anyways, the puppets are there. Like, yeah, we bought them at an auction. They're puppets. They're alive. We roll with it, and everyone's like, and I actually kind of like this. Everyone's just like super cool with this. Like, the McGrews are like, yeah, the puppets are just like family. Like Pinhead, like, has taken it upon himself to be like Jane's like personal protector. It's like the puppets are just treated like family by Dr. McGrew and his daughter, and very quickly like Tank warms up to them, and so we get the background on like why Dr. McGrew wants Tank there. Dr. McGrew wants to create his own puppet and bring his own puppet to life. But he says that the secret to bringing a puppet to life, there's no puppet juice in this movie. We don't actually know like what's animating them. But he says like the key to like bringing a dead thing to life is to like put your heart and soul into it. And so he wants Tank to create like the most perfect puppet that he can possibly create, which is going to be hilarious when we see what that puppet looks like later on in the movie. Because Dr. McGrew has like all of these schematics, and it's like little tiny puppet hands and legs, and it's like 400 individual parts that Tank has to craft, and he has to craft them like absolutely perfectly for this puppet to have any chance to be brought to life. And so that's what Tank is doing. He's going to carve this puppet. Um, he and Jane get close and end up being a couple. They run
Well, that's
afoul
the
of
thing. Like he can't make the puppet because he's trying to beat Jane off with a stick because she's so horny for him.
yeah.
He's like,
I mean,
I'm here to
it's
just
a
build
good
this
problem to
puppet.
have, but yeah, so Jane is like just trying to constantly distract Tank, and Tank is very like focused on carving this puppet. But they
She
eventually,
literally at one point says, "Hey, I'm standing here naked," and Tank won't even look up
yeah.
because he's so into the puppets.
And then she gets offended, like, "Oh, thanks a lot." And then she yells at him like, "Robert," which makes him cut himself. So like, Jane's a bad influence on Robert. Robert is very
Yeah.
innocent in this movie, but
Yes.
ultimately, like they do end up getting together. The cops begin an investigation because Dr. McGrew's previous puppet carving assistant, a guy named Matt, no relation, uh, Matt is missing, and so the cops go to Dr. McGrew and hey, where's Matt? And Dr. McGrew's like, I don't know, he left. Like, I don't know what you want me to do about it. Like, clearly, like Dr. McGrew like knows something, but he's not talking about it. Uh, Dr. McGrew also, I mentioned this, runs like this tourist trap sideshow, and so he just brings out the puppets and lets people watch them fuck with things. So the puppets, like they set up a target shooting thing for six shooter. Luckily, six shooter is a good shot because there are people standing directly behind these targets at all times. But yeah, like these puppets are not a secret. Like they're just out
Yeah.
there and people are going to look at them. Which again, I think that's a cool idea, like embedded in a shit movie.
It's an interesting idea, but I feel like it's made worse because they give no explanation at all as to why these puppets are able to operate without the goo. Let alone the green goo. The whole point is like they're dying, right? In the last movie, Jester's dying, and he's like, "Oh, I'm gonna bring you guys back to life." Like they run
Well,
out of power, so to speak.
he was dying in the last movie, assuming that movie is the last movie that came before this one, because we don't fucking know, because that doesn't make any sense.
Right,
Maybe
right.
this is actually Puppet Master 6, where the secrets of the puppet juice are well known and they're not in danger of losing it.
I'm not going to give Charles Band that much credit. No, he fucked this all up, and I
He
think
did.
it takes cool kind of ideas and concepts and then removes it. This is also the first Puppet Master movie with like no Nazis, right? Like there's no Nazis
I
in
was thinking,
this.
it's
Uh,
like, wait a
sec-
minute, like is that correct? Is this the first one with no
are there
Nazis?
Nazis in the second one?
Yeah, I don't think there's Nazis in the second one. I think there's
Well,
maybe
you get you
references
get
to
the
them.
flashback, right?
Oh,
Where
right,
the
right.
Nazis
Okay.
show up and they shoot, or Toulon kills himself or whatever. But you don't. This is the one I don't think there's any references to Nazis in this. I don't
Yeah.
think.
Yeah.
It's the first one we've seen. I don't think there are Nazis in 4 and 5 either, which this came out
Okay,
after. I don't
continuity
know.
wise.
Interesting.
At this
Okay.
point,
Yeah.
like there are no Nazis. Anyways, the
Hmm.
puppets are just kind of there, like alive for the world to see, and I kind of like that idea. So yeah, Tank's working on his puppet. He and Jane begin a relationship. The cops are investigating Dr. McGrew. Eventually, Jane and Tank go like walk through the woods together, and they run into the bullies again, who are very, very problematic towards Jane. Tank shows up and he continues to be timid, but at some point he just starts choking this motherfucker, and like he's about to kill this guy. And eventually, Jane gets him to stop, and they leave. And Tank has a conversation with Dr. McGrew, and Dr. McGrew is like, "Yeah, you should have fucking killed him. Like, no big loss for if the world loses people like that." But Tank is like, "No, no, no. I lost control. I don't want that to happen again." He Tank has this anger inside of him that absolutely does not get paid off whatsoever in this movie. Um, so at this point, like Dr. McGrew is like, fuck these bullies, and so we finally get like puppets, attacking at this point. So Dr. McGrew,
You do
or go
see
ahead.
the puppets sprinkled throughout this.
Yes,
Like there's a ton of reaction shots of the puppets. It's not like the puppets are not around. They're just hanging out as friends for a lot of this. And that is one thing
hmm
I did like about this. I was like, you do get to see the puppets all the way through the movie.
yep. They're just kind of there, but they are there
Yeah.
during the whole movie. The main bully guy, he's so incensed that he was showed up by Tank in front of Jane that he tries to break into Jane's room to be problematic. But Pinhead fights him. Like Pinhead jumps on him and starts choking this guy. And the Pinhead, despite being super strong, is still just a puppet about that big. And so the bully ends up like throwing Pinhead on the ground and just like stomping the shit out of him. And at that point, Tank takes Pinhead inside to repair Pinhead, and ultimately does repair Pinhead, and so that like solidifies his and Jane's relationship. But while this is going on, Dr. McGrew is like, "Fuck this," and so he takes Blade and Tunneler and like just drops them off at the bully's house, and the puppets kill him. He's like weightlifting and like talking about all the terrible things he wants to do to Jane, and Blade gets up by his head and like slashes him across the face, and then Tunneler drills into his dick, and so this guy is now dead. I liked that scene. I didn't have any complaints about that. So the puppets have
There's
now
a
killed someone.
yeah, one of the I guess maybe there's more positive things about this one than initially I thought, because there was, I think, up to this point, this is probably the bloodiest Puppet Master movie. I mean, they really spray blood all over the place in this. With the guy's face. I mean, it's not like super graphic or anything, but just the amount of blood spray and gore. I don't think in the previous Puppet Master movies we really get a lot of that. And
We
so,
saw a lot of like the aftermath of kills rather than the kills
right,
themselves.
this was continuity wise. Again, this is probably the first one that they really at least tried to make it bloody and violent. I know, I think, was it Littlest Reich? They were like, this is the bloodiest
Yeah.
Puppet Master movie of all of them, but this one's pretty bloody for what it is.
Yeah, I feel like in some ways, and I don't want to give it too much credit, but I feel like in some ways with this movie, and then what was it? Retro Puppet Master came out like the year after this. I feel like they're trying, at least. There's a level of effort put into this that you don't see in the more after like the 2000s.
There's
And
some cool Dutch angles and
yeah,
lighting
yeah.
coming through the fog and stuff. I mean, Dutch angles everywhere. I love that. That look nice.
Because I like at some point once we've finished all these movies, I want us to like pinpoint the point in the series where they absolutely give up, and I don't think they've given up completely here yet.
Yeah, that's coming up, and
They give up at the clip show.
it's called Puppet Master Legacy. That's where they
Yeah.
give up. We already know.
Luckily
You'll see.
we're about like 4 movies away from that, I think 3 or 4. Anyway, so like the main bully is dead, and I obviously, like Matt and I have seen this before. I had it in my head that the puppets went and killed all the bullies, but no, they only kill like the ringleader. So it's
Yeah.
like I'm misremembering things about this movie. But Dr. McGrew, his murder is successful. He goes back home. Jane tells McGrew, I love Tank," and Dr. McGrew's like, "Oh, no, like you need to stay away from that boy. Like these things just don't last." Like obviously Dr. McGrew has like nefarious things in mind for Tank. Uh, so, I mean, we'll just move to the conclusion. Suddenly, after this, like Tank starts getting really sick. Um, Dr. McGrew sends Jane away. He's like, "Oh, Jane, remember that thing that we were supposed to do like 6 hours away? Go do it for me." And so Jane just leaves. Uh, the cops interview the bully's friends and figure out that the Dr. McGrew was like basically the last person seen interacting with the dead guy now, and so the cops now have one missing person and one dead person that were like last interacted with by Dr. McGrew, and so they're going to go pursue him. Uh, Jane is Jane goes on this wild goose chase and somehow like realizes, I don't even know how she made this connection, but she leaves the area where she was supposed to pick up this thing that doesn't exist. She drives to the forest that her and Tank were at earlier, and she finds a really cool looking like puppet thing. She finds Matt, the character that we didn't see before, has been turned into a puppet, and he has been just like heavily scarred and burned. Half of his puppet face is missing, and
I like the
there's a
eyeball.
skull there. Yeah, it's
The
like
eyeball's all bloody and it's moving around. It was
yeah,
a cool effect.
it's less like he was like it's less like his spirit was transferred into a puppet and more like his body was compressed into something puppet sized. I don't know how the best way to describe it, but it looks really cool. And obviously, like Matt is still alive because he starts like whining and grimacing and spasming as he's missing half his face and his eyeball is exposed and half his body is burned. Jane, rather than put her dear friend out of his misery, just like drops him on the ground and runs away. So Matt is just damned to this terrible existence forever.
This is the next movie, Charles Band. We need to know what happened to Matt. So
He's
bring
in
Matt
the comics. Back. He's in the comics. I saw that at one point looking at, on the Puppet Master wiki. Like somehow, some way, there's like a puppet collector at one point in the comics, and they've acquired the Matt puppet. I don't know how.
Have to read these.
But
I have
it's
to read
there.
these comics.
Anyway, so Jane runs home because Jane knows, all right, my dad is up to something, and so we see Dr. McGrew has got Tank strapped to a table, and Dr. McGrew is going to transfer Tank's spirit slash soul slash essence into this puppet. And so Tank has been carving his own puppet. But the cops show up. And so the cops are trying to arrest Dr. McGrew, but Dr. McGrew like sicks the puppets on them. And Jester does something. Jester like cuts someone's leg. And then, the other good puppets like actually, finish the kill. And
Jester's there slicing the dude's face up with blade the whole time. He's putting in work.
I mean,
he's putting in work.
Jester is there doing things, but it's really like Tunneler and Blade and Pinhead that are doing the killing.
No. Back me up on this. Jester's actually slicing the fuck out of that dude's face with blade.
I was actually going to comment on this and says Jester actually kills this dude.
Thank
Does
you.
He actually
Thank
kill
you.
This dude?
Well, I mean, they all do it together, but he's like actively taking part in it, and not just sitting on a shelf.
I was gonna say like Leech Woman is the Jester of this movie. Leech Woman does nothing. She is just there in various. Like, what does Leech Woman do in this film?
I honestly
be in background shots.
like she just reacts.
Leech Woman does nothing. So 2 cops are dead. So now it's just Dr. McGrew, and he successfully like lightning bolts come out of Tank's body and go into this puppet. And so now we see Tank's essence has been transferred in this puppet. And we saw from the schematics that Tank was carving a wooden humanoid puppet. Because we saw the schematics, we saw like human feet, we saw human hands and legs and limbs, and he was carving out of wood. Somehow, some way, that has been turned into a completely metal puppet with like a long like tank barrel for like one arm, like fucking Megatron, and a giant TV screen for a head. And so Tank's face is now Tank's face has been like imposed on the screen. And at this point, like Dr. McGrew is like, finally, I've successfully like brought a puppet to life. And then all of the puppets rebel against. Stop me if you heard this one. The puppets rebel against the puppet master and start like just like beating the shit out of McGrew because I guess they felt like a connection to Tank, and now Tank has been harmed. So they don't kill McGrew, but they just incredibly like harm him. Like his face is cut to shit. There's blood everywhere, but he's still alive. And then Jane comes back and is like, Dad, what have you done? And then the Tank puppet gets angry and shoots Dr. McGrew with lightning from his cannon arm, and Jane screams, and that's the end of the movie. It just cuts to credits. Like there's no resolution to any of this whatsoever.
I love that the Tank has lightning powers. Like he doesn't shoot it. Like that was the visual effect they had ready at the time. They're like, sure, this is fine.
The same effect that like transferred his essence into the puppet. They're like, fuck it, we might as well do it again. It worked so well the first time. But the movie just ends. Like there's no resolution whatsoever.
I literally said out loud, "Are you fucking kidding me?" when the movie ended.
Ran out of money.
Yeah. Because I was like, oh man, I was ready for like 10 more minutes of Tank shooting people or something. Something more happening. Because boy, he looked stupid, huh? That was fun.
I wonder if there was supposed to be a sequel to this movie, and they just never were able to make it.
I wonder if there was supposed to be another 10 minutes and they couldn't film it because dude guy wouldn't show up to set.
That's true. He was sick.
That's possible.
because the
Yeah.
cut is very abrupt. But yeah, I
Mhm.
I remember like many years ago on our old podcast, like we watched all the Puppet Master movies, and there were only like 11 at the time, and even then we were commenting on the stupidity of this metal tank puppet that had been somehow carved from wood, and just the ridiculousness of this whole scenario. But that's Curse of Puppet Master. Thoughts, opinions.
My thoughts on this is that it sucks. It's bad. It's real bad. I was actually struck by how much of a romance this was. Like, I didn't have any recollection that there was so much lovey-dovey stuff between Tank and Jane and their weird, awkward courtship. There's a whole sequence in here where is it like a double dream sequence where she just shows up and she's like, "I'm gonna fuck you now," basically, and they have sex. You don't see it. You see her kind of like buttoning up her top, and then he's got like chopped off doll legs or something when he pulls the sheet back. Like, I remember that kind of stuff, like the doll legs and stuff, but I had forgotten how kind of boring this movie is, just watching these two fall in love. They got no chemistry together. It's like, I don't buy that this girl would fall for Tank, and so much of the running time is just devoted to that. And then I also realized, like, okay, this is yet another one where the puppets are good guys, even though Jester does some shit here. They're hanging out, they're having fun. Like, I I just don't like I don't like this movie at all.
I
I
wanted
don't
I
like it.
wanted to touch on that because I felt this movie is like treading some weird middle ground. Because like, are the puppets good guys? Because they do kill people, and you can argue that
But they're killing the bad guys, right?
are they like, I mean, they killed the bully, which I'm okay with,
Right.
but then they killed two cops, and the cops are assholes, but the cops are legitimately correct that Dr. McGrew murdered someone, and now the cops are trying to arrest him. So
That's a good point.
I don't know that the puppets are good guys in this movie.
Okay.
Morally ambiguous, maybe.
Okay. I can see that. I
Yeah.
hadn't considered that, but maybe.
But now that I think
Maybe.
about it, there are only like 3 kills in this entire, or I guess maybe 4. We don't see McGrew die, so yeah, there's only
Yeah.
3 kills. They kill the bully, they kill the 2 cops. So when
That's
Matt
another
when
good
Matt
point.
when Matt was like, "This is like among the gorier movies," I was like, I don't know that I can
Well,
agree with that.
but the actual deaths are much gorier than the deaths shown in the previous
Okay.
movies. Like, you'll get 20 seconds of blood spraying and people screaming, and they at least made the actual act of violence that the puppets are doing a lot more violent than what we've seen in the previous movies. Last or Little Strike aside, obviously, but just in the main sort of Puppet Master movies, can you think of a more bloody or violent death in any of these things that we've seen?
I think in part 3, like, Tunneler drills through a guy's back, but I don't remember how bloody that was. That's the only thing that's coming to mind, though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It just the length of the kills, no matter, I mean, how minor they may be, and the amount of blood that they were spraying all over the place, it seemed to me more violent than the others.
Oh,
But yeah,
Bork,
it's a good point. Not many people died.
what did you think of this film?
After finishing it and reading that it took them 8 days to shoot this and they couldn't even utilize the full cast in all those 8 days, I'm like, okay, this makes sense. This feels cheap, which I've said about a lot of these. But this feels cheap in the way that, like, there's just not a lot going on here. There's not a lot of characters. There's not a lot of death sequences. It's just like, I don't think I had the problem with the pacing as much with this movie, but that's only because it's so short.
Yeah,
Um,
it is short.
and I don't know. Like, there was a part of me that was actually kind of intrigued. I think I'm enjoying, like, the first 10 to 15 minutes of, like, every time I throw on one of these movies and it's just completely different. I'm just, okay, I guess we're doing this now. I guess this is some weird tourist trap sideshow attractions. I wonder what the puppets are going to get up to here. So I wasn't really bored by this, but I mean, it's pretty rough.
Yeah, and what are your thoughts, Steve? How do you feel about this one?
I didn't hate it. Like,
Didn't
maybe
hate it. Okay.
Maybe I'm not saying it's good. And I remember like many years ago when we did a full watch through of the series, like I feel like I was very negative on this movie. Maybe it's just because I have seen like true garbage in the series now with like the whole Axis trilogy and the Blade standalone film. I I it's not good, but I feel like I'm much more positive on it than I was many years ago when I last
This is
watched it.
like your Subspecies 3.
Maybe it
Where
is.
you're like, this is the one I actually
I
kind of like,
I
even though
like
it's bad.
there's a lot of interesting things in this movie. I like that the puppets are just not.
Yeah, that's
I
fair.
like the puppets that are not a secret. Um, I think like the idea of this person like carving their own puppet, having no idea that they're going to be forced to live in that puppet's body, or kind of sorta. I thought that was like a cool idea. Like there's a lot of cool ideas in here that they just don't do a good job with. Now it's like, were they ever going to do a good job with it? And it was like budget and actor availability issues that fucked with it, or was it just never going to pay off? Like I have no idea, but I don't know. I think this is a perfectly fine like mid-tier Puppet Master movie, but I can only saying that knowing how truly garbage the shit tier is.
I think that's fair. You might
Yeah.
be kind of swaying me a little bit because I came into this like, man, this movie's trash. But as we've spoken about it, I'm like, there are moments, like there are specific moments from this movie that I still remember years later. I do think the some of the ideas that you sort of brought up here are kind of cool ideas. I guess maybe I miss it when I'm watching it because I'm so focused on the shitty aspects of this movie that I'm not really like taking all that stuff in. Though I will say, when I rewatch them, like the puppets are in this they're all over the place. They
Yeah.
actually feel like characters in an ensemble where it's not we go 30 minutes before we see Blade pop his head out or anything. Like they don't do
Yeah.
much,
The,
like
the
you said, but
characters
they
are
are there.
the human characters are having dinner, and the puppets are just sitting there like near the table with them, just chilling.
Yeah.
I
And this
like
has
that.
more
That's
Jester
cool.
in it than
Yeah.
anything we've seen, I think. Jester's all over this movie. So, okay, you're pulling me to your side,
Yeah.
Steve.
Like
Maybe it's not as bad as I
there's an
think it is.
element of like body horror in this film. Have we seen that in previous Puppet Master movies? What happens to the Matt puppet is fucking horrific.
Yeah, the Mad Puppet looks cool too. It does look really, really cool. Um, the body horror aspect. I would just say like the end of Puppet Master 2, where she's in like the mannequin kind of thing. That looks creepy, and I would argue is a little body horror ish. But yeah, I think maybe there's an element of tragedy in this with the Matt puppet that we just don't get in the rest of them. Borp, are you being swayed at all?
I mean, yeah, I like. Okay. Um, I think the way I sort of rank these movies in my head, it's like, okay, there are a couple of ones that I actually like, and then all the other ones are like, what are the ones that are most interesting to me? Because I don't like any of them, but like, I guess that's part of my brain going where I'm like thinking about the making of these movies, thinking of how they're paced and all of how they're put together. And like from that perspective, I actually do kind of enjoy this one more than a lot of the other ones we've seen. Um, yeah, I guess consider me swayed a little bit.
We love it. Curse of the Puppet Master is awesome. It's top tier of the
Compared
franchise.
to a lot of the previous movies, yes, this is
Yeah,
absolutely
yeah,
top
for sure.
tier.
Well, guys, we're just moving. We keep going up and up and up and up and up. So, what's next, Steve? What are we talking about
I
next?
think next I believe we are finally at parts 4 and 5, and then after that is the clip show, and then after that's when we got to figure out what we're doing with demonic toys and versus demonic toys. And I think the last one we would watch would be the new Doctor Death standalone, which I have no idea what that's about, but I believe that is I believe that's actually set in like modern day ish, so it's not a prequel like all the other ones with
Okay.
the old characters in it. So I feel like we got like 6 movies left. We got 4 or 5 clip show,
Oh
demonic
God.
toys, Doctor Death standalone.
And
We are going to
Puppet
watch
Master
the
versus
actual
Demonic Toys.
demonic toys.
Okay.
Yeah, I
We're
can't say
getting there.
the end is in sight. It's
Mhm.
still
How's
All
Demonic
right.
Toys? Do people like that one?
I remember liking Demonic Toys, but I probably haven't watched it in 30 years.
Okay.
Yeah, and by the time we're done getting through the Puppet Master franchise, fellas, Charles Band will have released 3 others, so probably
Well,
won't never.
there's at least that Leech Woman movie coming out. At some point, right?
Supposedly, to tell the
Yeah, I mean,
story of how she.
it might just be a scam.
Maybe
Who
that's
knows?
the thing. Maybe that's the thing. So I think it's called like Furnace Leech Woman or something like that, where she's all burned up and everything. Maybe that will connect the Curse of the Puppet Master continuity to the main timeline by showing actually this takes place after 4 and 5 because she was rebuilt or something after she gets burned to a crisp in part 2. Maybe.
I'm gonna put
Maybe.
the link
Okay.
to the wiki
Yeah.
in the chat. According to the wiki, the official name of the Matt puppet is either Freak or Mutant, and it looks pretty fucking gnarly. So yeah, I think they should have done more of this.
It looks cool.
Yep.
All right, everybody, stay tuned in 2 weeks for another episode of Full Moon Fridays here on Outpost Unknown. We will be talking Puppet Master 4, and these were shot, ahead of time, these were shot back to back, like all at once. So I don't know if we watch 4 and 5 and just record them the same day, or if we're literally gonna like spread it out. But it's literally one story chopped into 2 pieces. We'll figure it out. But anyway, thanks everybody. Have a great rest of your time. Don't waste your life like we are with ours. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to another episode of Full Moon Fridays here on the Outpost Unknown YouTube channel. My name is Matthew. Joining me once again on our never-ending quest to watch everything puppets over there in Sweden is Borp.
Hello. It's a pleasure. Let's go with pleasure. It's a pleasure to be here.
Okay. Borp, explain to the audience why you're holding your microphone.
Well, I was having some audio issues, and I figured last minute, you know what? Let's go ahead. Let's just hold the microphone. We're going to hold the microphone for like an hour. It's going to make me more engaged. This is good. I promise it's good.
It's good.
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, you've promised we're going to hold you to that because if something horrible happens or this is a terrible show, we're going to blame the fact that you're holding that microphone. And then here in the greatest country in the world, America, is Steve.
You know, for another like 6 months maybe. You know, yeah. Matt was saying, hey, you know, Steve, I'm gonna clap my hands so you can line up my audio. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. This is your show. You edit this bitch.
Oh, that's true. I wasn't even thinking about that. You're right. So at some point I will edit this together and put that all together. Thank you. So we are here tonight to talk Puppet Master 4. We are continuing in chronological order the entire Puppet Master franchise. I think we've got about 47 more films to go before we've completed the entire epic Puppet Master journey. Puppet Master 4, and then the next episode will be Puppet Master 5. These are both filmed, I think, simultaneously at the same time, back to back, directed by Jeff Burr. Just a quick plug. Anybody out there, Jeff Burr, he did one of my favorite Scarecrow film, Night of the Scarecrow, in the 1990s. And I did a Forgotten Horrors episode on that you can watch here on the Outpost Unknown YouTube channel. Jeff Burr unfortunately passed away shortly after. You know, he provided me a bunch of stuff for that Night of the Scarecrow video. So if you want to hear some more information about Jeff Burr and how he directed things and stuff, go check out that Night of the Scarecrow Forgotten Horrors episode because it's got a lot of information in there. So rest in peace, Jeff Burr. We are now going to talk about Puppet Master 4. Okay, so I'm going to go into this just sort of saying right away, I went into this rewatch knowing that I hated this because this is when the puppets are fully good guys at this point, and as has been discussed ad nauseum here, is I hate it that the puppets are good guys, and I think my perspective has been vindicated because the coolest episodes that we've seen are when the puppets are bad guys. So I think that's the thing. However, they're going to go full good guy here. Borp, you went into this. We're into part 4. What are your thoughts? How are you feeling going into this one?
Okay, I was somewhat excited. It's been a while since we've recorded one of these, and I remember really liking Free. That was like one of the first ones I saw. I mean, we started on a high note there for me. And, I think this era of Puppet Master has some things to enjoy about it, at least. It's not like the later sequels. So I was pretty excited going into it. And coming out of it, I am very perplexed, but we'll get into that, I guess.
Okay.
But yeah, I was
Understanding the
excited.
whole Sutek angle of it all, is that confusing you? Okay, Steve, what are your thoughts going into Puppet Master 4? What was the last one we watched in chronological order? Which one did we watch last?
Oh God, was it Curse? I think it was Curse.
Yes,
Curse.
Okay.
And even then, I don't even know if that was like properly chronological order because it's kind of like in a nebulous spot. But I remember liking 4 and 5 as a kid. I don't ever remember thinking they were good movies. I remember liking them, and I have a very specific reason for that. That I think we'll get to when we talk about them. But yeah, neither of these are good. But they caught me at the right time in my life for me to get enjoyment out of them.
Okay. So, Puppet Master 4, directed by Jeff Burr. Plodicus, we'll turn that over to you.
Can I ask a question before we
No,
start?
Yes.
absolutely not.
Damn it!
Yes, go ahead. Go ahead. Yeah.
Were these always supposed? Was this always supposed to be 2 movies that they shot back to back? Because I've seen okay. Because in some weird ways, it felt to me like they filmed the movie and then edited 2 movies from it. But so it was always supposed to be 2 different movies.
Yeah, from what I
Okay.
understand, they shot these back to back all at the same time, and then Charles Band split it in 2 to make 2 movies. And the 5th one, which we'll talk about, was supposed to be the final Puppet Master movie. That was supposed to.
Did they go into shooting intending to make one long movie, and the decision to split it was done in post? I think that's what Borg was asking.
I believe so. Yes.
Okay.
I believe so.
All right.
So I watched these a month ago, and then for various Matt-related reasons, we didn't get to talk about this.
Why were you blaming me? What reasons?
Because it was your fault. So please fill in the gaps, because I think you two have seen these more recently than I have. But we get introduced to, I guess, Sutek is the new main bad guy, and he's wearing this. It's this giant. Is this a giant like rubber puppet, or is this a dude in a giant rubber suit? He looks
dude in a suit.
It
looks like a dude in a suit.
All right, like it's like I'm both like impressed, but also he looks ridiculous. He's got this like gigantic like barrel-shaped chest and these like long skeletal arms and like a head with glowing eyes and a mouth that like it's like kind of like almost like stitched shut, but he's still talking, but like his head does not move whatsoever. And
his voice is awful.
His voice is awful.
His voice does not sound threatening or intimidating at all.
No, but he's doing this monologue like, oh, the humans are getting too close to discovering the secret of life, and they've already stolen it from me once, and we must stop them. And he's got these 3. He stole 3 Jawas from the Star Wars universe, and the Jawas are going to control 3 little puppet-sized evil demon minions, and the little demon minions are going to get sent into. They're going to get sent to Earth to kill everyone. And so, who are these people going to? Who are these little demon minions going to be killing? Well, the hero of the movie is a guy named Rick, and he is this super genius that is trying to create artificial intelligence. Very topical in 2024.
Yeah, timely topic here.
Yeah,
ahead
well,
of its time,
this was made in '93, so 30 years ahead of the curve. He is trying to create AI, and apparently AI is close enough to puppet juice for Sutek to be offended by this. And Rick is doing his research at the Bodega Bay Inn. He is the like part-time caretaker there during its off season, and so he's got little robots, and these robots look so fucking stupid. Like I could go buy one of these robots from Walmart right now for $5, but he is like he's like. Go ahead, Matt.
Oh, I was gonna say, let me ask you guys a quick question. I personally love horror films when it's a person who's like caretaking a property for like The Shining, right? Like Jack Nicholson's caretaker of the hotel over winter time and stuff like that. Would you guys ever take like a caretaking job where you're
100%.
out in some
Yeah,
like
for sure.
in the boonies, right? But let's just say like previous murders have taken place there and creepy stuff's going on, but you'd be there all by yourself, just kind of like chilling for a whole winter doing whatever.
Yeah, I mean, if you told me that there had been a bunch of murders there, I'd probably get a gun permit ahead of time, which it's America, that would cost me like an hour and a pack of gum. But I would, yeah, 100%. Like
Okay.
you say yes if you're asked to do that.
All right.
Yeah, I agree.
I
agree.
would. I think that'd be fun.
All right, so yeah, I would definitely do this. But what Rick is doing is he's got these like $5 Walmart robots, and he's like uploading some sort of program into them, and he is like playing laser tag with them, and he's trying to like get them to like go against their programming. So like when they just carry out the orders he gives them, he's disappointed. He's like trying to get them to think for themselves, and they're not. So therefore, there's no actual intelligence there. They're just following their programming.
How does he do that? Borb, do you remember what Rick does to make them try to test their intelligence?
No. I do
Are you
not
talking about the
remember
laser tag or
the stupid fucking laser tag game? It's ridiculous.
Well, yeah, okay. Well, Steve
goes,
mentioned that. Yeah.
Yeah, I mentioned that.
Did? I wasn't even listening.
I was like, wait, are you asking me like, did he plug a fucking flash drive in them? Like, what are you looking at here?
I missed hearing that. Sorry. Yes.
No,
ADHD.
the laser. Yeah,
it's terrible.
Yeah. And
well,
it's like there's later parts in the movie where he shoots the laser at things and the laser does nothing. It's like, what is this?
Yeah, the laser does not do any damage at all. It's weird.
It's a laser tag toy. Yes.
Yeah.
It's so dumb. But anyways, Rick is part of like a government project to create AI, and he's working with robots at the Bodega Bay Inn. There are people that work at a lab. They're Rick's like lab partners, but they don't get to. Is it the Omega Project? Is that what it's called? Because I couldn't remember the name. So there's other people at the Omega Project. They are working at the actual, the Omega Lab. And they all, there's a man and a woman, various doctors, and they're just, they're hyping up Rick. Oh, Rick is a prodigy, blah, blah, blah. They are Sutek's first victims. They get just like mailed the Sutek demons, and the Sutek demons kill them. They play like such a little role in the plot of this movie. So
they're a bigger plot in the second movie.
Yes. So they are killed. So like the Omega people are killed immediately, and then Rick is the last target of Sutek. And so Rick is going to be mailed one of these Sutek demons. But before that, his girlfriend's going to come hang out with them at the Bodega Bay Inn. Oh, by the way, Blade is just there. Like Blade was just like in Rick's room one day, and he's like, "Oh, cool, a toy." And so he's like, "Yeah, this is normal."
Where did you come from?
Yeah, he doesn't question it at all. It's just this is something that was in the inn, and so it's like, yeah, this is neat. I'm just gonna like let this hang around.
Yeah, the first 30 minutes of this movie has no puppets in it at all, like the Puppet Master puppets, other than like a couple quick reaction shots of Blade.
Yeah,
Blade will just like turn and look, and then it cuts to something.
And there's times where like Rick will find Blade in a different spot, and he's just like, "How did you get there?" Like, never questions it whatsoever. You did a fucking ghost do it? Is the puppet alive? He just like
Steve, you have a ton of toys. Would you notice if you went downstairs and your toy, like one of your toys, was out, like in a different spot than what you remembered it being? And would you then, like, what would you do if you found a Transformer somewhere else? That no one moved.
I mean, I have a girlfriend, so I mean, I could just ask Maddie, like, "Hey, did you move this?" Now, if she said no, that might be a cause for concern. But there is a plausible explanation within my house. There was no explanation at this inn, and Rick just rolls with it.
So what would you do?
Well, it's also one of those. Well, it's also one of those things of like, if it happens once, you're like, I could have misplaced it, right? But if it happens like 2 or 3 times.
Yeah, do you get rid of it at that point?
The fourth time it happens, I'm like, hey, Dad, like, does dementia run in the family? Do I need to be like concerned about this? But anyway, so Rick is like inviting his girlfriend over. I think his girlfriend's name is Susie. I don't remember. It doesn't matter. But Rick is like preparing for some sexy times, and Susie shows up. Is like, "Hey, I invited friends to hang out with us," and Rick is like, "Oh God." And so two people show up with Susie. One is a psychic because, as we've learned, psychics are just like enmeshed in the lore
Yep.
of this franchise.
Yeah.
And
Has to be a
then
psychic in the film.
yeah, what's the other guy's name? Like I've forgotten the other guy's name. He's just
Douche Magoosh.
yeah, I'm just gonna call him Chad. Cameron,
Cameron.
thank you.
Yeah.
So it's Cameron, Psychic Girl, and Susie, and so they're gonna stay at the end. And Cameron's just a douchebag, and he's like he knows Rick.
That
Cameron is like,
haircut, man.
oh,
That
it's
slick
so
back
like
hair.
yeah, the
He
awful
looks
'90s hair.
punchable.
And Cameron's like Cameron knows Rick, and Cameron, I guess, is like offended because like Cameron used to be like the smartest person everywhere he went, and then Rick showed up, and Rick was immediately smarter, and so like the Cameron has been like trying to one up Rick ever since, and so Cameron's like, oh yeah, Rick, I'm working on this super classified project. I can't tell you about it. Oh man, it's so awesome. But let me go ahead and tell you about it. I'm doing all this work for the Omega project. Like there's this genius guy, and I'm checking all of his work, and it's just it's so amazing, man. Wish you could be a part of it, but I'm just so awesome. And they gave me the project, and Rick is like, yeah, you work for me. Like you're actually checking my work, and just completely like shuts Cameron down. And Cameron is immediately like, son of a bitch, like he lost to Rick again. Um, so at this point, Cameron like very obviously wants to try to steal Rick's work and like doesn't even really try to hide it, but he's unsuccessful. The psychic girl. Sorry,
Is
go ahead.
Cameron like dating the psychic girl?
I think
Yes.
so.
Okay, because it's never super clear, and they don't really. I mean,
No.
I guess he kisses her at one point, kinda, but it's like they have a really cold relationship. It seemed
Yeah.
like they were just kind of friends, maybe, but yeah, it was weird.
I think that the psychic girl probably thinks they're dating, and Cameron probably thinks they're fucking. That's probably their dynamic here.
Okay, that makes sense.
So at this point, Cameron's trying to steal Rick's work, and Rick's not having it. And then the psychic girl starts freaking out. She's like, she notices the blade puppets. Like, where'd you find this? And Rick's like, oh yeah, he was just in the bag over there. And psychic girl's like, no, that's not where he was. And Rick's like, well, there's a storage room if you want to go look for where you think he was. Like, Rick does not really like believe this psychic bullshit at this point.
Susie also picks up Blade and says, "Oh, look how cute." And I don't know if that's something I would say about the Blade puppet, but okay.
The Nazi puppet.
Yeah.
So Psychic Girl goes off to the storage room to hunt for the chest that the puppets originally came in, and finds it and screams and freaks out and passes out. And everyone runs to her, and Psychic Girl's immediately like, "Don't touch that chest. That chest is evil." And Rick and Cameron are like, "We're gonna touch the chest." And so they eventually open it. And
they have to like pour acid on it to get the chest open.
Yeah,
they can't actually get it open. And then he's like,
they're
"Here,
trying
let
to
me just
break the
drop some
lock.
acid on the latch."
They ultimately open the chest. They find the puppets. They find Toulon's journal. They find the puppet juice. They wake the puppets up with the puppet juice. And Rick's like, "Oh shit! Like the puppet juice like solves all of our problems. Like the puppet juice is the secret to AI." And so he wakes the puppets up, and he's like, "Hey puppets, let's play laser tag." And so he plays laser tag with the puppets.
It's
Pad out the running
so
time.
terrible, and it goes on and
I know.
on
I
and
know.
on. Go ahead, Borg.
Is this also the part where they start looking in the journals and they found like Nazi memorabilia and Cameron says, "Oh man, Nazis! I hate those guys."
Yeah. I hate those guys
Like,
and close.
hate those guys. Controversial hot takes from Cameron.
Yeah. So the puppets play laser tag. Cameron is like over this shit, so he goes back to his room with Psychic Girl. But he stole like like knockoff Ouija board and some like magic crystal from the chest, and he's like, "Hey, psychic girl, use this to summon Toulon so I can get the secrets of the puppet juice." Because like he's just adamant at this point. It's like, Rick doesn't deserve this. I deserve this. I am taking credit for this. I will be recognized as the genius who discovered like true artificial intelligence.
And he tries to turn it back to her because he's like, you were the one that found these puppets. He didn't even give a shit about these puppets before you were the one that pointed all this out. And you're my girl, so help me out, right?
Yeah, yeah. If you do this for me, we'll totally be dating at that point. Is probably what he was trying to get across. Uh, but she's like, all right, fine. Like I will try to channel the spirit of Andre Toulon so that she can tell you the secret of puppet juice. Well, it goes wrong and she ends up like the crystal explodes or something, and like one of like the little demon guys gets summoned, right? Does
Yeah,
that
or the
happen in this
totem.
movie or in part 5?
No, it's this one.
All right.
This one. Totem comes out of the Ouija board and the pyramid thing. And
All right. Well, the little demon
first one.
totem comes out. Uh, Cameron and Psychic Girl try to run away. They're screaming. So all 4 of the characters get to like the lobby of the big Bodega Bay Inn, and Susie Psychic Girl and Cameron are like, we're leaving. Like we're gonna die if we stay here. And Rick is like, all right, bye. So Cameron and Psychic Girl get in a car and try to leave. They're attacked in the car. Cameron, like the car was stuck, so Cameron, being the gentleman, like forces Psychic Girl to get out of the car.
I was like, get out
Like,
and push.
get out and push. And when she gets out in the rain, he locks the door. He won't let her back in. But he done goofed because one of the evil totem demons was in there and kills him. So she runs back into the Bodega Bay Inn, and now the rest of the movie is just the final battle. So the puppets kill all but 2 of the totems. I'm trying to remember how they killed them. I think at one point 2 puppets like hold one down, and
tunnels one.
Tunneler digs into one's chest. Susie
Isn't one
dumps
like
acid
lasered or
on
something?
one.
I thought one the one with the acid is dumped on is I think the final one.
Yeah,
And then
so
they
the
have to
acid
get
doesn't actually kill
Decapitron
him,
to
right?
shoot the electricity, but I thought another one got. I can't remember.
I know at some point like they shoot lasers at it, but it's a laser tag toy. It does nothing because it's a fucking toy.
Yeah.
I don't know. 2 of them die. I know one Tunneler kills one of them, but
It's the electricity. Remember, 6-shooter throws the lasso around him, and then Pinhead's up top, and the lightning bolt hits it and lightnings him.
all right. So they electrocute one. The final one is killed by Decapitron. Decapitron is a
stupid.
Yeah, stupid. It's the unfinished puppet of Andre Toulon. So every puppet has to have a soul put into it, and apparently like I guess Andre Toulon was going to revive himself in puppet form as Decapitron, and so like Toulon is able to speak to Rick through the Decapitron puppet, and he's like, "Oh, Toulon is," and it's Guy Rolfe again. And he's like, "Oh, Rick, you are the new puppet master. You must defend the secret." Blah blah blah. And then Decapitron pulls his head off because that's his name, and puts on a head with a bunch of guns on the side of it, and kills the last totem. And then the
Takes him a while.
The movie just kind of ends.
But also when when Toulon speaks to the main character, Toulon's head is just like morphs onto the Decapitron in a way that's really upsetting. It was deeply upsetting to me.
Yeah,
Decapitron it was like one shot.
So good.
Yeah, no, it was like one shot in particular. It's like a 2-second shot of him standing next to all the other puppets. It's just Toulon's live action head, and it like I had like a physical reaction to it. Like it was bad.
Yeah, the default for the Decapitron puppet is just like a black like featureless head, just like like a kind of like a void where the face should be, and then they use top of the line 1993 CGI to like morph that into Guy Rolfe, and it is just not convincing at all. And then for close-up shots, like they clearly like actually put Guy Rolfe in like an actual like outfit that matches Decapitron and then film the close-up. But they tried to make a Guy Rolfe puppet, and it did not work whatsoever. But this movie just kind of like ends abruptly, right? Like there's not a finale
Yeah.
here that I'm missing, is there?
No.
Yeah, so that's why.
Oh, go ahead, Borb.
Sorry. That's why I asked if this was initially supposed to be one big movie, because both of these don't really feel like they have endings, and also like a lot of the puppets don't do a whole lot in this one.
Yes.
Yeah.
Now, this is one of the reasons why I hate this one. So this one has very little puppet stuff in it. Jester pops up. He's there. He does nothing. He just shows up randomly, and we'll see in
Why
part
are you
5.
surprised that Jester did nothing?
Hey, he redeems himself in the next movie. We'll
Well,
leave that as a tease. However, this movie, I hate Sutek. Like I have always hated Sutek. I think it's stupid. I think the set looks, if they would have lit that set properly, it's so brightly lit, but it's got like skulls all over it and stuff. It's like this could look kind of cool. What are they doing here? And then you hear Sutek's voice, and it's so awful. Like it's laughable. This guy's not a threat at all. And every time one of these totems is killed, it cuts back to Sutek, and I guess the little Jawa creature like melts, and then Sutek's like, "Oh, damn it!" It's so stupid, and you get no puppet action until like the very end, and these characters are awful. They're just annoying, obnoxious. They do nothing.
It
This one
feels like
sucks. It's
it
terrible.
feels like they meant to do some sort of like fix it in post processing on Sutek's voice, and they just forgot.
Yeah, there's no credit for the voice. No one
Yeah.
knows who actually did the voice of Sutek, but
Hmm.
man, I don't know. Borb, what are your thoughts on this one? How do you feel about Puppet Master 4?
I hear you. I hear you. I agree with you. I also think this kind of sucks in a way that's charming. I had a lot of fun. It's bad. It's really bad. But it never bored me, and there was always like, I don't know. This hit some sort of sweet spot for me where there was just enough crazy shit always going on to where I was like just kind of laughing along with the movie. Like not really laughing at it, laughing along with it. And then there's just so many like very unfortunate things, like the sign of Sutek, like the nipple placement on him is just very.
Oh, he's got one giant nipple and one like smaller nipple.
It's just very upsetting.
I did not notice Sutek's nipple, so I thank you guys
Okay.
for bringing that level of detail to Full Moon Friday.
I don't know. I noticed it immediately, and then I couldn't look away. And it's just there's so many things that are like so stupid. Like the opening credits, they run for like 3 minutes, and then there's a monologue by Sutek, and I'm like, oh, shit, short credit sequence in this one. And then after the monologue, the credits keep on going for like another 7 minutes. I'm like, of course he did this. Of course.
And it's an hour and 20, so both of these movies are fairly short. So to get to your point of like, hey, you can watch this and kind of, it's not going to be too heavy of a lift to get through.
Yeah, and I also think that this one, like, because I was watching them back to back, I was sort of banking on some things paying off for the fifth one, which didn't happen. So with the fifth one, I actually have a lot more negative things to say. But as far as this one goes, like,
really, I have more positive things to say about the fifth one.
Okay,
yeah,
right.
Borp and I are on the same page.
Okay.
All right, I think I'm done.
Okay, Steve, your thoughts on Puppet Master 4?
This is not a good movie, but like Borp said, I also find it charming. I always liked this movie because it came out when I was 10, and I've always liked toys. Look at all this shit behind me here. And I watched this movie, and I was like, you know what? If I had living puppets and friends, this is what I would be doing with them. Like, I would be playing games with them. If I had fucking lasers, goddamn right, I'd be playing laser tag with these puppets. And so I always liked this movie for that reason. It's like I little 10-year-old Steve saw myself in Rick. Like this, and plus, like, Rick is a coward. Rick is very willing to just fucking leave and let the puppets take care of the evil puppets. Like, he is not a puppet master at all. He is a puppet follower. And so, like, he is, I empathize with Rick here. I saw 10-year-old Steve saw himself in Rick. I would be doing what he was doing, and so I always felt this movie was charming. Absolutely, every one of Matt's criticisms is valid. It's not a good movie, but I always have a good time with it. I had a good time again when I watched it this time. Matt is
Okay.
wrong.
Yep.
Well, you just said all my criticisms are valid, so how can I be wrong?
But no, your ultimate take that it's a bad movie is wrong.
Well, it is a bad movie. I mean, you could still enjoy a bad movie,
But
but
you didn't enjoy it, and
no,
therefore
I did not.
yeah. So that's wrong. That's the part of you that is
I
wrong.
did not. I sat through this and I was just like, oh, the laser tag thing put me over the edge. Like it put me over the fucking edge.
And see, like 10-year-old Steve was probably fucking hyped for that. Like, yeah,
Well,
Yeah,
after that laser.
let's get another laser tag sequence in here. Come on,
Yeah.
let's go.
God. So, yeah, ladies and gentlemen, that's Puppet Master 4. We got some conflicting opinions on the quality overall of it, but yeah, it's on Peacock right now. They took it off Tubi. So, which is weird because you were like, why would Charles Band remove these things from Tubi? But you can find Part 4 and Part 5 and a bunch of the other Puppet Master movies on Peacock.
They're
right
on.
now.
Yeah, if you don't have a Peacock subscription, they were both on Freevee at one point, like the Amazon's like free service. So there are places
Charles
where you
Band
don't have
must
to pay money for them.
Charles Band just whores
Yeah,
them out to
don't pay
place.
money for these. Yeah, don't pay money.
Yeah, don't pay the monies. So that's it, ladies and gentlemen. That is Puppet Master 4. We will be back in a couple weeks, Full Moon Fridays here on Outpost Unknown, with a look at Puppet Master 5, which, spoiler, is the superior one to Part 4, right, fellas?
Yeah.
Catch you later, everybody. And we're back. It's clearly a different day. It's 2 weeks after we recorded Part 4.
You still haven't fixed your microphone. What's going on?
Yeah, Borb, 2 weeks has gone by. What has happened with your mic?
It made me more engaged with the podcast. I'm telling you, it's going to work out. It's working out.
Okay. So yeah, this is
Matt,
Full Moon
why
Fridays.
are you still playing Puppet Master 4 in the background?
Well, I loved it so much. You guys convinced me to rewatch the stupid thing to see if I could, if I missed the greatness that you guys claimed it was, and I didn't. It's still bad. But Full Moon Fridays here on Outpost Unknown. We are here talking about Puppet Master 5, the follow-up to Puppet Master 4. We're continuing the story of Rick, Steve's 10-year-old idol, as he,
You're not wrong.
continues to play laser tag with his puppets and have a good grand old time. All right, you guys kind of enjoyed Part 4. For kind of like the cheesiness of it, just had a good time with it. I did not have a good time with Part 4 at all. I thought Part 4 was awful, so I was coming into this just kind of dreading it. I had seen both of these in the past. I didn't really remember Part 5 a whole lot, so I kind of went into it being like, all right,
Because nothing
what is
happens
this?
in Part 5.
I disagree, and I think that'll be the interesting conversation where everyone calls me a contrarian. But I told you this, Steve, before we even got on the call 2 weeks ago. I was like, yeah, I have a completely different take on Part 5 than you guys do. So, Borp, you watched Part 4. Were you kind of hyped going into Part 5? Were you excited to see where Rick's story took him?
Okay. I would not say hyped. I was intrigued. I was also kind of excited to see. I thought that the Sutek guy would come into the real world, or I guess maybe he's in the real world. I thought there would be a big confrontation or something like that. Not to spoil things for you, but I kind of came away from this, as I said 2 weeks ago, debating if this even was supposed to be a full movie. If because it seemed so wild. It's just a movie that kind of washes over you, and not a lot happens, but also a ton of things happen. It feels like it doesn't. I mean, it technically has a free act structure, but it doesn't feel like it has one. Things just kind of happen. It's a strange one.
I would equate this movie to like a video game that is going to have a DLC coming out, and then the developers change their mind and they try to take that DLC and stretch it into a full standalone game, but there's just not enough substance there to make it work.
Yeah, there's a lot of walking around in this one, but we'll we'll get to it. Steve, I mean, take it away. Tell us all about Puppet Master 5.
So shit, it's been a month since I saw this. Rick has been arrested, which this I will give
Yes.
the movie credit for this because I have always thought that the end of every horror movie should be the final person being arrested for the murders of everyone that died because like logically that's what any cop would think walking onto the scene.
Yeah.
And so I give this movie credit for that. Like Rick has been arrested because they went to the Bodega Bay Inn and found a bunch of bodies, or I guess they found one body, and they also accused Rick of killing the two people from the Omega Project in the lab. So Rick
I
has
like
been
that they
arrested.
I like that they arrested him. He's like handcuffed. He's in an orange jumpsuit, and his lawyer's like, "You haven't even set any charges against my no charges have been filed against my client here." Like, if a good attorney would be like, "Get him out of the
Yeah.
handcuffs, put him back in his clothes, we're out of here." But I understand what they're trying to do.
I also enjoy that he tells everyone about the puppets. Everyone is like, "What the fuck are you talking about these puppets?"
That's the thing about Rick. To Steve's point, Rick is like he's written very logically, right? He's just like, look,
Yeah.
we're getting the fuck out of here. These puppets are like, in the
Yeah,
last
yeah.
movie, the dude is like, hey, we gotta get these puppets. He's like, no, man, we got to get out of here. And he's telling people straight up, look, there's puppets. He's not a liar. Rick is a truth teller.
Yeah, so Rick has been arrested for the death of Cameron as well as the death of the people working in the lab at the Omega Project. And they basically they have a video showing that a little puppet-sized thing killed the people at the Omega Project, and they're like, "Oh, conveniently, Rick, like we noticed that you were working on puppet-sized things. Therefore, you sent a puppet to kill these people." And so Rick is like, "Nah, it's not what happened, man. It was demons." And ultimately,
It is demons.
ultimately, they have to let Rick go because they can't make the charges stick just yet. He gets bailed out by someone else from the Omega Project, and it's this. I think I think Borp called him like Discount Sam Neill, and that is an apt description. He works with the Omega Project. He goes and talks to Rick. Is like, Rick, tell me what happened here. And Rick says, demons and puppets. And Sam Neill's like, weird, but so let's so he doesn't immediately dismiss it. He accepts it for what it is. He's like, all right, Rick, we'll talk later. And so Rick goes home to Susie, and Rick is like, I have been awake for 4 days. I just want to sleep. And Susie's like, nah, sexy time. And so Susie tries to get Rick naked, and Rick just passes out. And Susie's like, eh. And she's very upset that her man who's been awake and in jail for 4 days won't bang her. Also, Blade was the puppet that had been taken to the police station, and Blade like sneaks out and comes home
That's
to
a
Rick.
cool sequence because Blade is in like the evidence bag, and they actually show him like cut the evidence bag open and get out. That was kind of an interesting sequence for Blade, I thought.
I also want to mention that there's a large sequence here that's just flashbacks to the prior movie.
Oh yeah,
that we shouldn't gloss over. We should mention that because I think that's another part that makes the movie feel structurally weird for me.
10 minutes of recapping what happened in part 4, so you could literally just watch part 5. You wouldn't even need to watch part 4. You could just watch.
That's true.
You miss all the awesome laser tag sequences from part 4.
Yeah,
exactly, which is why you should just watch part 5.
Like it is entirely possible you could take Puppet Master 4 and 5 and edit them together into like one 80-minute movie, and it would work perfectly fine. You could cut out a lot of the fat. But anyways, Rick and Susie and Blade are at home. Psychic girl, whose name I still don't remember, she is like comatose in a hospital bed somewhere and having like weird flashbacks and weird visions of shit. Someone has a dream at some point. It must be Rick. Rick has a dream, and it's Susie in a bathtub, and like Pinhead
Weird
is like
dream.
holding her head back while Tunneler is drilling into her head, and she's just like something puppet master, and Rick's like, oh shit's going down. We gotta go
That's
get
a
all
cool
the puppets.
moment. that's a cool moment because it's like this weird surreal thing that you don't see anything like that in part 4. And I'm watching this, I'm like, what in the fuck? It straddles, it tries to get to the edge of something a little creepy and unnerving. She's still got her like black lipstick on and stuff too. It's very strange. It's a very surreal, unusual sequence, but I liked it. It was cool seeing her head just get sort of drilled in by
It's
tunneler.
fine. But the bulk of the plot is Sutek. Sutek pulls a Thanos and he's like, okay, well my Jawas couldn't get the job done. I guess I'll do it myself. But Sutek doesn't go into the real world. Sutek is going to send another little puppet totem in there, and so he spends like 6 years of runtime like casting a magic spell to like put his soul into the ultimate little demon puppet. And so he's going to send the ultimate demon puppet into the Bodega Bay Inn to do some shit. And so
You will have
the
all of my powers.
and he's
My soul. Yeah, and he does it. He does that forever. It's like we'll talk about what the Omega guy is doing here in a second, but it's like 20 seconds of Sutek doing something, and then it cuts to people walking, and then it cuts back to Sutek doing something, then people walking for like a half an hour.
Yeah,
Like
definitely.
it just does that.
Yeah, and speaking of the half an hour of walking, let's talk about our cannon fodder that this movie introduces, because like the good guys can't die. Obviously, this is like 4 and 5 are essentially Puppet Master for kids, is how I would classify them. And so uh, the cannon fodder for this movie are like the Discount Sam Neill. There's a sequence where Discount Sam Neill is talking to two evil American businessmen, and they're like, "Oh, it sure is a shame that we can't use your AI technology to make weapons." And Sam Neill's like, "Yeah, that sure is a shame. How about I give it to you to make weapons?" And so Sam Neill is going to go. Sam Neill believes Rick, and so he's going to go to the Bodega Bay Inn to take the puppets and get all of their secrets to create AI technology uh, to uh, to make weapons. And so he hires 3 just like generic criminal goons to go and find these puppets. And like these are the fodder. Like these are the cannon fodder that get attacked by all of the demons. The puppets like are trying to defend them. Like the puppets know that there is now this evil Sutek totem puppet running around the Bodega Bay Inn. And so the puppets attack the bad guys, but then they try to like drag them to safety. Matt, what does Jester do in this movie? This is your moment
All
to
right.
talk about Jester doing
Yeah.
something.
So Jester, by the way, probably one reason I love this. He shows up all over this movie. Like they keep cutting to reaction shots of Jester. Jester takes his mallet, and this guy's trying to get Pinhead. He's trying to hurt Pinhead, whatever. And Jester just smacks him in the dick with his mallet. That's what he does. Fantastic. One of the best sequences in any Puppet Master movie of all time. Just whack right there with the mallet, and the guy like gets knocked out. They don't actually kill the guy though. But yeah, I mean, Jester saves Pinhead. That's his hero moment.
But that's my point though. Like the puppets are trying to protect these humans. So like when Jester like delivers so much concussive force to this man's dick that he passes
Yeah.
out, they drag him into the elevator and lock him into the elevator for his own safety.
Yep.
Meanwhile, like the Sutek demon is like killing these generic goons and like stealing their souls. Rick
What
has
is the soul stealing for exactly? Because I don't quite understand that. They do that in the first one as well, or in part 4, where they get on there and they start pulling the.
If there is an explanation, I don't remember it.
Okay.
I think if there's one like big major flaw, I mean one big major flaw, there's lots, but if there's one thing that like I think this movie does a lot worse compared to a lot of the other ones we've seen, is that these new villains don't have any personality to them. They do the same thing with all of the kills, right? They just go up and scratch them and then steal their souls with some kind of wonky looking special effects. And so you're kind of missing that whimsical feeling of like 2 and 3, where all of these puppets are like working together and killing people in cool ways. Because the puppets don't really kill people in this one.
That's because, and it's one of the things that I hated about all these puppet masters going forward, is they became good guys, and the puppets can't kill people. They can't do any of that stuff, and that was always my biggest criticism with the Puppet Master franchise. Is I hate the puppets being good guys. Because then it's just them kind of, like how great would it have been if Jester smacks the guy in the dick with the mallet, and then Pinhead jumps down and crushes his head in with his giant hands or something like that. It would have been awesome. But no, we can't do that because they're good guys now, and we have to.
I feel like I'm okay with. Sorry for interrupting. I'm sorry. I feel like I'm okay with them being good guys. It's more that they need like human foes to kill. Because like
that's a you problem, Borp. They need to be
Well,
bad guys.
Okay, but like they kill Nazis pretty creatively in the third one, right? That's fun.
Yeah, it's always good to kill a Nazi, though. Like that's a special category. You can have you can have bad puppets killing Nazis, because Nazis are even worse than bad puppets. So it's always good to kill a Nazi. But in something like this, I want them to be bad guys. I don't want Toulon to be like this nice good guy. And now Rick, you're gonna move forward, Puppet Master 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, whatever the plan was at the time. To hey, now we're going to have puppets for the rest of the franchise that aren't going to kill anybody because they're good. We got to sell toys.
Right. And to your point, it would probably make sense for them to actually kill some of these people that are breaking into the hotel. And like,
yeah. They don't know what could happen. Like those bad guys could attack Rick and kill him. There's no reason why the puppets could kill these guys.
Well, they do kill a person in a minute here.
Okay, continue.
So the puppets are for the most part trying to protect these humans from the evil Sutek totem, but the Sutek totem ultimately kills all of the humans except for Discount Sam Neill. And I think at this point, Discount Sam Neill and Rick are the only human characters in the Bodega Bay Inn that are left alive. There's a funny moment at some point. Torch just shows up and Rick's like, "Hey Torch, how's it going? And Torch was not in part 4 at all. He just shows up in this movie and he's treated like he was there the entire time. I think Torch might actually be on the poster for part 4, even though he's not in the movie. He just shows up in this movie and it's treated like he was always there.
Yeah, there's a story behind that. So apparently, when they were filming these sort of back to back, they didn't have the budget to put Torch in part 4. So they basically only had enough money for his flame for one sequence, and so they just decided to stick him in part 5. But again, lots of people love Torch, so they put Torch on the cover of part 4 to help sell it, to get people to buy part 4 or rent it. Classic charlatan Charles Band maneuver right there. But yeah, so Torch,
wasn't this like the heyday of Full Moon? Couldn't he have dumped some more money into this?
It's towards the end of the heyday.
Yeah.
It's towards the end of the heyday. And I will point out that there is a lot. We didn't really mention this in part 4. David Allen does come back to do actual stop motion animation for a number of sequences. And those do look really cool. Like when you have Six Shooter doing his stuff, and there's a few sprinklings of one of the totems, for example, comes out and he moves around. It's all stop motion. All that looks really, really cool. So I don't want to gloss over the fact that in 4 and 5 there are cool stop motion and stuff. So to your point, Borp, they still have some money from Paramount at this time, residual monies, but after this they're going to get real bad.
They could have put Torch in part 4 and just not have him burn anything. I think that
would be smart though.
Yeah, you're right. That would have been smart. But speaking of smart,
take some money from like Subspecies 5's budget or whatever. Fuck it. I mean, this is your flagship franchise. I mean, oh god.
I mean, you're not wrong.
Everything you're saying is 100% right. Yeah.
But anyway, so it's like all of the generic goons are dead. They've been killed by the evil Sutek totem, and so So now it's just Rick and fuck Sam Neill in the hotel. At some point around this time, like Psychic Girl has started like waking up and like channeling Toulon again, right? Like she's just
She's
freaking
talking
out.
through the computer.
Or
Like
she's all right.
he's got that computer and he's trying to decipher these cryptic, I don't know what it says, like help me and spirit or
There was
something.
no reason for Psychic Girl to be in this movie. Like she lays
None.
in the hospital bed the entire film.
Yep.
Yeah, I forgot about the computer. Yeah, someone is like psychically communicating with Rick through via his computer throughout this entire movie, and it turns out to be Psychic Girl because reasons. I don't even remember what her purpose in doing that was. But anyways, they
Yeah, it's something to do with it. She's channeling Toulon, I think, because they're at a certain point. She's like, they figure out, oh, we got to put Decapitron back together again or something to, because was it at the end of? No, it was at the end of this one. What happened? Because that's why I was confused. Why is Decapitron not just there helping during this whole thing? Because at the end of part 4, Decapitron's like, I'll always be here for you. But
there's a
then they,
line in this movie where they acknowledge that after at the end of part 4, like off screen, the puppets hid Decapitron. Why they hid
yeah,
him, I
because
don't
Jester
know.
points him out. Jester's like, he's over here, basically.
And Rick's
And
like,
that's what
"Oh,
gets them to
you
go find
you
him.
hid Decapitron. Good job, guys. Like, why did you hide him? Why isn't he here fighting the demons?" Uh,
Yeah, I don't know. I'm
I don't know.
confused about that.
But yeah. So, anyways, like Psychic Girl like has no business even being in this movie. But so Decapitron comes back. They finally find him, and so like all of the puppets corner Sam Neill, and Decapitron turns into Guy Rolfe again, and he's like, Sam Neill, this is all your fault. Like your greed has resulted in the death of 3 people. You're a shitty person, blah blah blah. And then Torch lights him up, and he falls. So that's their one Torch fire scene. Torch shoots fire at Discount Sam Neill, and Sam Neill falls down an open elevator shaft and dies. I don't
He
even
doesn't
does
even
he?
burn.
Yeah, I was gonna say like, does he even get burned, or does he just like try to
He just
avoid the
falls.
flames and like doesn't realize the elevator door is open?
Yeah, because he's
Uh,
backing up, and I know Tunneler is like leaning forward, like he's gonna come chase him, and he just backs up, falls down the elevator shaft, and they show that shot of him on top of the elevator because
all right.
Rick
So,
and whoever
so
Susie's
if
down there.
if the good guy puppets judge you to be sufficiently evil, they will kill the humans. So we could have gotten more movies like that, uh, but we didn't. So now it's just Rick and the puppets versus the Sutek puppet, and the puppets win.
They
Is there any?
fight.
Is there
There's
anything?
big fight sequence. Um, yeah. So eventually, all the puppets are like in Toulon. Decapitron are fighting
Yeah,
Sutek.
describe the fight sequence because it's been a month since I saw this.
The fight sequence is Sutek just sort of now the Sutek totem looks just like the other totems, but he's like bedazzled or something. He's got like gems on him and stuff like that. And there's a whole sequence where Decapitron shows up and Guy Rolfe's head I think pops up. Well, he puts on that other head, which allows him to see kind of like Predator night vision, and he can like
He's got the
see.
far sight scope from Perfect Dark, from anyone who remembers that from N64.
Yeah, and he can see where Sutek is, and so then Sutek and the puppets start fighting each other, and eventually Decapitron takes that head off, puts on his normal head, and shoots him with electricity like 5 times or something as Sutek is trying to get out because Sutek opens this portal back home, and he's like, "I'm just gonna bail. Like this kind of sucks now. I'm just heading home, and you can't stop me." And then Toulon is like, yeah, I'm gonna blow up your portal, and Sutek's like, but you can't do that. So I'm just gonna go through the portal. Like you can't stop me going through the portal. Ultimately, something like Toulon keeps shooting electricity, and everything blows up, and all of the puppets are like destroyed. Like there's this tracking shot of all of the puppets fried to pieces. They're all burned and charred. And then Rick steps on the charred corpse of Sutek as the totem. And what happens after that? Oh, he's putting them back together again, right,
Yeah,
Borp?
he's putting them
Putting
back
them back together.
together, and then no, that's it. Like Rick crushes the Sutek puppet's head, which kills Sutek. He says like some stupid one-liner, and it just cuts to like the next day, and he and Susie are living together, and Susie's gonna take a shower, and she's like, "No peeking, Pinhead, teehee," and he's
Yeah,
repairing the
Pinhead's a creeper, apparently.
Yeah, Pinhead's a pervert.
And so Rick,
Wow.
like the end of the movie, like is not like there's no like ending. Rick is putting the puppets back together, and he's got some like very quick monologue, and he's like, "I know there will be more threats, but I know that the power will protect me." And then the movie just ends. And
Yep.
spoiler, we find out in the clip show that off-screen Rick just got killed, so the power did not protect him.
Yeah. I will point out that the one flaw of this movie for me is that at the end, Rick has fixed every puppet. They're all there except one, and I think you guys know who that is.
Leech Woman.
Jester, not there. So yeah, that's Puppet Master 5. You guys obviously were not as hot on this as me. I will say that the reason why I really like this one, number one, this has a lot of Jester action in it. You see Jester all throughout this one. He's a vital component of the plan. He helps find Decapitron. He smacks someone in the dick and knocks him out with his mallet. He's spinning his head around. There's just plenty of Jester action there for me. But the reason why I actually like this, and I know what you guys' criticism is going to be in the first half of this movie, it's nothing happens. It's just walking and spells, and I give you that. What saves this one for me is probably like the last 25 minutes where you basically just see the puppets all the way through. The puppets are, fighting, Sutek. You see their reactions. They're actually doing things throughout this. You get the stop motion. So I actually I was like, this is kind of what I want a full Puppet Master movie to be. Just kind of like primarily focusing on these puppets and what they're doing. Blade has kind of a fight sequence with Sutek and whatnot. That's fun. And it actually goes on for quite a while. The puppets are getting thrown around. They're getting back up. They're getting back in the fight. I like all of that aspect of it. So for me, I watched this, and yeah, the first half of this is like, Jesus Christ, this is really boring. Like nothing's happening. They do literal moments in this where they will cut to discount Sam Neill walking around. Boom, he runs into one of the goons. Have you found anything yet? No, I haven't found it. Keep looking. And then 3 minutes later, boom, he runs into another one. Have you found anything yet? No. Well, let's keep looking. And it's just that for over and over and over and over and over again. So all that's dumb. I'm here for the last 25 minutes of this movie where it's actual, it looks like they put most of the budget for these two movies in this last act finale. I mean, you've got like the portals opening and you've got, all of that crazy wild stuff. That's what I dug about this movie the last 25 minutes, and that's what saved it for me. So, Borp, your thoughts on Puppet Master 5?
Interesting, because I thought the last part of this movie was kind of anticlimactic. Not that it was poorly done, but something about it did not jive with me. I think there are some silly, goofy things I enjoy about this movie. I really enjoyed. Should probably look up the actor's name here. Ian Ogilvy? I don't know how to say this name. He plays Dr. Jennings as the character we call Discount Sam Neill. I think his performance is really fun. There's a part where they're running around this hotel and they've encountered the puppets at this point, and he's just ready to get the fuck out of there. And he runs into the main character, and the main character says, "Wait, I gotta go get my puppets." And he's like, "Fuck your puppets! We're getting out of here."
But then later on, he's like, "We just need one." Like he wants to just get one, and because there's a moment where he's like, "Actually, yeah, I'm gonna stick around or whatever for this."
Yeah, totally. And he's a bad guy. I just think his performance is fun. Brings some life into the movie. I don't know. There's something about this that kind of felt like they were doing part 4 again, but worse, which is really funny since they shot both of them back to back. Like I thought there would be more things that stood out about this one, and that's why I was like, it kind of feels like it was one movie. They edited it into two movies, which obviously isn't the case. But yeah, it just kind of ends. They call this one the final chapter.
Yeah.
Obviously, it's not the final chapter, but something about that ending of like, okay, this is the last one, and then they're like, but I know that there are more battles to be fought. And it's like, okay, what are we doing? What are we doing here?
I would have liked Sutek to not have been in another totem. Like, it would have been
Right.
cool if that person who appears that he was in an actual suit, like a puppet suit, if it was actual Sutek that was running up and down the Bodega Bay Inn rather than another tiny totem with
Yeah,
jewels
yeah, yeah.
on it. That would have been kind of cool. But you didn't like the big
Yeah.
finale with like the
Yeah,
portal and everything
I mean,
exploding and all the
fine.
puppets?
It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. I think I like the directing in both of these actually, surprisingly, compared to a lot of the other films. But yeah, it just didn't hit.
That's
And I
fair.
think I
That's fair.
think I'm way more into the idea of like puppets killing people than puppet on puppet action.
That's fair. That's fair.
Yeah. Yeah.
Steve, what are your thoughts on Puppet Master 5?
I mean, I guess I don't hate it. My stance is just this movie shouldn't exist. Like, this movie, the entirety of this movie should have just been the last 20 minutes of Puppet Master 4. Like, Puppet Master
Yeah,
4 is an hour and 20 minutes. It should have been an hour and 40 minutes, and that extra 20 minutes should have been the contents of this film. Like, there's
I agree.
no need for this to be a standalone movie. But yeah, I mean, I think I agree mostly with Matt. Like, the puppet action at the end is fun. Like, the finale, the actual finale, how they beat Sutek, I still don't know what happened. Sutek is like standing in front of the portal, like, I'm gonna go in the portal, and Toulon's like, no, you're not. And Sutek's like, yes, I am. No, you're not. Yes, I am. No, you're not. And then things explode, and I still have no idea
Yeah.
what happened. So I don't know. I mean, it's a movie about like living puppets. I guess like asking for it to make sense is probably a little too much. Uh, Weird. Yeah, it's so much nothing for the majority of this movie. And there's many other puppet masters that, especially like the Axis trilogy. It's all the same thing. It's like nothing for, and then the puppets show up and do things for the
Yeah.
last 15 minutes. Uh, this is in that same vein, but because there was a previous movie that was very obviously made at the same time, like these, like more than any other continuation, like this should have just been combined with the previous movie and made like one feature length movie and called it a day.
Yeah. 100%. This was sort of done to try to maximize Charles Band's profit as much as he possibly could. So I think all your critiques of it are fair for sure. Just to piggyback off Borb, this one just hit me better than part four for whatever reason. I just really, and maybe it was Jester, maybe it was because there was so much Jester in this. I'm like, finally the puppet I like is doing stuff and heavily involved. So that could have biased my view of this one. So one thing I will point out to you, Borp, is you said that Sutek, the look of Sutek was kind of disturbing to you, with the nipples and whatnot. If you
Yeah.
look at the comic book series that sort of, I guess,
Oh God.
did all this, Sutek actually dies. So Sutek is dead, but they go to somebody somehow goes to his world, his nether world or whatever it is, and finds that his son is now running things, which means, Borp, that Sutek fucks.
Okay.
So he's got a son. Someone was tweaking them nipples, Borp.
Okay.
Just
I'm
letting you know.
happy
Put
to
that
have
visual.
gotten this information. I'm a better person
Put
for it.
that
Thank
visual
you.
in your mind.
Yeah.
So yeah, ladies and gentlemen, that's it for Puppet Master 5. What is next in the? Is it Doctor Death,
All right.
or
Yes.
explain this, Steve?
We have 4 movies left. We have Doctor
never
Death,
ends.
Demonic Toys, which Demonic Toys technically isn't part of this, but I'm making us watch it because there's a Puppet Master versus Demonic Toys, and there's Puppet Master The Legacy, which is the clip show. Now, according to the wiki, Doctor Death actually takes place between 2 and 4, and we missed it. So,
Okay.
so I think at this point, who fucking knows where in the timeline like Demonic Toys and the Legacy are supposed to take place. Legacy clearly takes place at the end because it's a clip show. So I'm gonna recommend the order we watch these last 4 movies is Doctor Death, then Demonic Toys, then versus Demonic Toys, then we finish poorly with the Legacy.
Good. And by the time we
Amazing.
get done, Charles Band might have another one out.
Yeah,
By that point, who knows? Who knows? So that's it, ladies and gentlemen. If you like what we do here, hit that like and subscribe button, and we'll be back in a couple weeks on Outpost Unknown with Dr. Death, which I have not seen. So this will be brand new.
It's gonna be awful. It's gonna be awful.
Well, we'll see. I don't even. What did Dr. Death do? What movie did we see him in previously?
Retro Puppet Master. We only saw him in Retro Puppet Master.
Okay.
God, that was so long ago.
And I don't know that he actually did anything. I feel like Retro Puppet Master was another movie where the puppets only do things during the last 10 minutes. So he probably had like no chance to actually shine whatsoever.
Okay, well, we're going to find out what Dr. Death has been up to in 2 weeks. Thank you, everybody. Have a great day. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to another episode of Full Moon Fridays here on the Outpost Unknown YouTube channel. Hit that like and subscribe button for the 5 people out there watching these shows. Hit that like and subscribe and make sure you get notified every 2 weeks when we put up another glorious episode talking about killer puppets. I am joined once again by my Swedish friend, Borp.
Hello. It's an honor to be here.
And my American friend, Steve.
Yeah, it's an honor. I concur with Borb.
It's something. It's something. We keep putting ourselves through this. We are working our way slowly but surely through the entire Puppet Master franchise. I don't know how many we've watched so far.
We are in the home stretch. I think because we're adding Demonic Toys, it's 15 movies, and today we're covering movie 12. We're in the home stretch.
Yeah.
Gosh, man, 12 movies we've watched already? That's wild. So yeah, tonight we are going to be talking about a movie that I guess it's fairly recent. Popped up, let me see, I guess 2022.
2022?
Yeah, it was when it came out. Dr. Death. Now, I will admit, I didn't even remember the Dr. Death puppet when we sort of realized that there was this movie out there. I was like, who? I think on the last episode I had to ask, like, who's Dr. Death? Like, when did we actually see them? And Steve, I believe you said it was in Retro Puppet Master, was the one and only time we've seen Dr. Death. So for some reason, Charles Band decided it would be a good idea to make kind of like a weird spin-off movie about this particular puppet that nobody remembers. And it was actually directed by Dave Parker, which I was kind of shocked by when I saw. Dave Parker, and Borp might know this, I don't think Steve would. Borp, have you ever seen a movie called The Hills Run Red?
I have seen that movie.
He directed that movie. So this is directed by the same guy who directed The Hills Run Red. And the reason why I mention that is I was actually going to rewatch The Hills Run Red because I remember liking it back when I watched. I think it came out in 2009. I remember enjoying it. And I was going to revisit it to see if I was going to turn it into a Forgotten Horrors episode to see does it hold up and is it worth watching again. So I was actually kind of stunned when I saw that he was a director on this. So yeah, Steve, we're talking Dr. Death. There's some questions as to where this falls in the timeline, correct?
Yes, we'll get to it. We'll just according to the official chronological movie order on the Puppet Master wiki, this takes place between 2 and 4, which we didn't know at the time, so we watched it after 4 and 5. Does it actually take place between 2 and 4? I have no idea. We'll discuss the reasons why some people say it does when we get to the end. It could take place pretty much any time because all of the things that actually put a date on this movie were apparently removed. So it could happen. It could be the first fucking movie in the chronological order for all I know.
So, I mean, I guess for our purposes, since we are watching these in chronological order, we will just go ahead and say that it falls after episode 5.
Yeah,
that
sure.
way we don't feel like we botched this whole project that we're working on watching them in chronological order. Now, Borp, you were not super hot on part 5. You were a little higher in part 4. Part 5 sort of going downhill. How you feeling going into Dr. Death?
I was expecting to hate this movie considering it's the latest one, right? And I thought the last spin-off we watched was absolutely dreadful. Was that Blade?
Yeah, the Iron
Whatever
Cross.
that one was called.
Cross. Yeah.
Right. And that really felt like sort of a continuation of the Axis trilogy, which has been by far the worst ones in my opinion. So I mean, it's all relative, right? Like, if this was just a random horror movie podcast, I would say this movie was completely awful. But because it's in this context of discussing these movies, I'll say I was pleasantly surprised. It was also rather short. It was a breezy watch.
Yeah, it's less than an hour. I think it's 59 minutes or something.
And like,
okay,
there's like 2 or 3 minutes of opening credits and 2 or 3 minutes of ending credits and 2 or 3 minutes of flashback. So there's really only like 50 minutes of new movie here.
Yeah, a lot of recycled Puppet Master footage from the old films, as is the tradition of all of these movies. Steve, how were you feeling going into Dr. Death? Were you excited to see this one, or were you kind of like dreading it?
I was curious, like, what the tone was going to be, because I mean, I was dreading it. Like, I did not expect this to be good at all, and I was correct in that assumption. But I was like, Dr. Death was only in Retro Puppet Master, or the puppets were good guys. Dr. Death is a puppet that has only ever been a good guy. So I was like, what is he going to be a good guy again? Like, I mean, what little bit I saw, going into this movie looked like they were going to make him a bad guy. So I was like, okay, well, that's weird. They did like the opposite of what they've done with all the other puppets. So I was real curious about what the tone was going to be. Was Dr. Death going to be good guy, bad guy? Is he killing, innocent people? Is he killing, I don't know, modern day Nazis? That's what I was curious about, but I expected it to be hot garbage. So I was not excited whatsoever.
Yeah, I figured it was going to be hot garbage, and I think my opinions bore that out when I watched it last night. But let's talk about it, Steve. Walk us through Dr. Death.
Wait, I have 2 questions before we start.
Oh, okay.
Okay, since you guys know more about Puppet Master than me. Do we know why this movie is so short? Is it just like because they can push it to streaming now and they can get away with that?
Very interesting. Almost all of the new full moon movies that are coming out are like at 60 minutes or less. And I thought that was very strange. Like, if you go to Tubi and you start popping up all of the modern Puppet Master movies, they are anywhere from like 45 to 60 minutes long. Now, I don't know if that is like a budget issue. Like, Charles Band, Full Moon just doesn't have the money to pad out another 20, 25 minutes onto a film to make it that traditional feature. But that is a trend I've seen. Don't ask me why. I don't know the exact reason.
Fascinating. I'm guessing it's like they don't have to hit that 74 minutes.
I'm assuming that they have figured out that they can write the script for one movie and then just cut it in half and get double the pennies off of Tubi.
Yeah, like Baby Oopsie. Yeah.
Like sure. Baby Oopsie 2 and 3 are clearly one movie that they just divided in half at the midway point.
And I know, like, Charles Band, because Full Moon has their own streaming service as well. And I know at one point he was like chopping up films and putting them like 15-minute sort of segments and releasing them as like episodes, kind of like it's a TV show. Like he films a movie and then chops it into 10-minute spots and releases it, once a week as like a TV show sort of thing.
That's really fascinating because some of these movies are available on YouTube, and there's like so many ads. It's like impossible to watch it on YouTube because they're like put the maximum amount of ads on them. So like you have to watch it with an ad blocker, otherwise it's impossible. Okay, that makes sense. Second question: why Dr. Death? Why not any other puppet?
Where's my Jester movie? God damn it, Charles Band! Where's my fucking Jester movie? Like, nobody.
You can assume that in every standalone Puppet Master movie, Jester is just off screen, sitting there, not doing anything. Like, what
Well,
would a Jester movie even be? Do you
you know
want
what? Do I need
75
to write
minutes
one?
of him sitting on a dresser?
That's not what I want, Steve. And you know that's not what I want. I will write a Jester movie. Charles Band, if you send me an email, outpostunknown@gmail.com, I will write you a 60-minute Jester movie that you can then film to make me happy. Just make me happy. No one gives a shit about Dr. Death. I can understand like a standalone Blade movie. Blade's one of the most popular puppets. I totally get that. But Dr. Death, I had forgotten this was even
Yeah.
a puppet. It makes no sense to me why you would pick this.
I don't know. It just seems like bad business. Like if we're just gonna look at them like business, like
True.
Charles Band obviously does. Like there's so many other puppets that people actually like. Like you could make a standalone movie. You own those rights. Like what are we doing?
Yeah.
I mean,
All
they
right.
tried. They
All right.
tried to make a standalone Leech Woman movie, and it just apparently fell through, like got canceled or something. So I don't know. I don't know.
Leech Woman tweeted some racist things.
Probably.
Leech Woman was canceled.
Yeah.
Poor Leech
All
Woman.
right. Okay, we can get into this now.
All right. Well, there's not much to talk about. This is a movie that is incredibly light on plot, while also wanting you to think that there's actually like a ton of plot. It is like bizarre the things it does to try to like trick you into thinking that this is actually like some like deep, well-written movie. But we'll get into that towards the end. The movie is about an old folks home and like the orderlies that attend to these old people. The movie starts with this old man having visions of flashbacks to like World War II, and then his visions transition to like a human-sized version of like the Dr. Death puppet operating on him, and then he wakes up and has a heart attack and dies. And so the next day we meet our main character, who is April, and she is like the new like nurse slash orderly slash caretaker for these old people.
At Shady Oaks Retirement Center, I think, or
Something like that. Yeah,
Shady
it's an
Oaks.
old folks home. And so like the first like I don't know 20 minutes of the movie, maybe 30 minutes. It's only an hour long, and like the first like 20 to 30 minutes of the movie, I feel like are just like introducing the character. So April's the main character. We meet the three other like caretakers. There's like Ryan, who is the good guy, Flynn, who's the douchebag guy, and Jennifer, who is the person who did not have the no nudity clause. And then
I can't believe you remember the names of these characters.
well,
That's impressive. It was like Flynn. Who the fuck is Flynn?
well, that's the limit because after that we have like there's two like boss slash manager characters, and I don't remember their names. It's like the male boss and the female boss, and I do not remember their names whatsoever. And then there's four other like residents who I don't remember their names. They all are given like a character trait, and that is the extent of their character development. So there's an old woman who had a stroke and can't communicate, and she is the kleptomaniac, so she steals from people. There is like the old rich man who pays Jennifer to have sex with him. There is a hard of hearing
So
man.
weird.
It is very
This
strange.
I know I said this about a lot of these movies, but this movie takes place in an old folks' home, and it's weirdly horny. I just needed to say that. I just like okay.
We'll get there. We'll get there.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, it is. There's a lot of horniness in the movie. So there's the old rich guy that pays Jennifer to sleep with him. There's a hard of hearing guy. That's the entirety of his character is he's deaf or just about. And then there's a woman who I'm sure Borp appreciates this. She is psychic because they can't not have a Puppet Master movie without psychics. And so she does a lot of paintings.
Integral to the franchise.
She also paints, and so like the first time you meet her, she has painted a picture of April, the new girl, and April's like, "How did you know what I look like?" And Jennifer's like, "I don't know, maybe she is psychic." They just move on. Like that's why I mean like this movie wants you to think that it actually has like writing and character development, but what it actually has is every character is assigned one character trait, and that is all they are for the rest of the movie.
This is something that stood out to me as well with the kleptomaniac woman who. It's kind of interesting, or it's kind of like a clever setup for the puppet to move around and for them to think, oh, she's just stealing this puppet. Like that, okay, sure, yeah, cool, do that. But the way it's handled, it's like, right before she's introduced, she's like, "Oh, by the way, she's a kleptomaniac." And then they walk into a room, and then the puppet's there, and it's like, "Oh, you stole the puppet." And it's like, God damn it! Like, you're so close. You're so close to doing this. But yeah.
But no,
That's a
that's
good
it. So
observation. Yeah.
the first thing the first thing you get after all this introduction is April is the old guy that died in the beginning. I remember his name. His name is Max. And April is told go clean Max's room because he has no living relatives. We're just gonna pack up all his shit and sell it or donate it or toss it. And so they're packing up his room and they find it looks like a treasure chest that has been buried, but it's just sitting in his house. And it's a cool looking prop. I refuse
The
to
prop
believe.
looks awesome.
I
Yeah.
refuse to believe that they made this for this movie. This Matt, scan the vast library of full moon knowledge in your head. I guarantee this chest came from another movie.
Had to. Maybe it's one of the more
Yeah.
recent movies though, because I don't remember seeing it. It seems like it should come out like a Killer Pirate movie or
Yeah.
something like that.
Yeah. Yep.
There's no way they had this custom made for this movie. It is either from an old movie or they made it for an upcoming movie and they're like, hey, let's use it for Dr. Death. Anyways, Dr. Death is in this chest. And Flynn is like, oh, cool. I'm just going to take this. This is my puppet now. So this is a part, Flynn is like the douchebag, dude bro guy. He also just takes things from from the old people that have died and everyone just lets him get away with it. So he's just like, this is my puppet now. And so Flynn carries the puppet around with him, and then from this point on, the puppet is now up and about and able to kill people. And so, like Borp said, the first time you see the puppet after that, it's in the kleptomaniac's room, and she's freaking out. She can't talk. She's had a stroke. So she's just making noises and pointing off to the corner at the puppet, and everyone's like, "Oh, how dare you? How dare you steal this puppet? Shame on you!" And she's clearly trying to communicate. No, the puppet just fucking, the puppet was just there, but they don't believe her. Then Dr. Death starts killing people. He kills the kleptomaniac by she has to wear an air mask, and so he pulls off he basically cuts off her air supply, and she dies. And then he kills the puppet kills the coroner or whoever does autopsies, on-site autopsies on these people. And then just weird things start happening. April looks out the window one day and sees the corpse of the kleptomaniac lady walking around, and she screams and passes out. And everyone's telling her, "Oh, it was dark. There was lightning. You basically you imagined it." And then in comes female boss, and she's like, "Oh, I was just about to tell you guys that we just got a call from the cops, and the kleptomaniac woman's body is missing." And so everyone's like, "Oh shit! Maybe you did see her. Was she actually dead? What's going on?" I don't know. Then Flynn gets the. This is just
I don't know.
This movie wants you to think that things are happening, but it's just a random collection of mini scenes to get to the next scene. So after that, Flynn gets attacked by Dr. Death and the corpse woman, and then they find April's I think Flynn is killing people. She just has this idea in her head Flynn, Flynn likes to rob people or take dig through their belongings after they're dead. What if he's killing people just so he can take all the old people's belongings? And so they break into his locker, and then they go to his car and they find his body. He's alive. He gets stabbed in the head with a little handheld garden rake or something, and you think he's dead, but he actually just got put in the trunk of his car. And
called subversion of expectations.
Yeah. Well, he's alive long enough just to say, "Oh, Mrs. Kleptomaniac did this to me," and then does he die again, or do they just leave him in the car? I don't know. What happens?
Do we know
to
what
him?
happened to him?
I don't. This is one of the interesting things about this movie, because I watched it last night. I was chatting about it in the Discord, and this morning, I don't really remember much about it. It's one of those films that you just you take in, and unless you're Steve with a bear trap of a mind for every detail, it's what the fuck did happen? Because you don't care about any of these characters at all.
But even
And
I
it's just-
remember what I saw on screen, but there's like no connective tissue throughout the movie to provide context to anything that you're seeing. It's just like this happens and then that happens and then this happens and then somehow that led to that. There, nothing
Sorry.
flows.
According to the Puppet Master wiki, Flynn later dies. I don't know if we actually see that, but
I
someone.
don't remember seeing it on screen.
Yeah, I don't know if we can.
I remember them finding him in the trunk of his car, alive, saying that Mrs. Kleptomaniac's corpse did this. Or I think he might also say the puppet did this, and then we just never see him again. But at this point, like, you know, the crew, who is just like April and Ryan, who's like the non douchebag guy, they go into the old folks' home because they know, okay, something funky is going on. Like, you know, people are being murdered. So we get Jennifer, who is, you know, the filmmakers cash in on her on the fact that she does not have a no nudity clause. She takes her top off, shows her tits. She goes to bang the old horny guy, and
So weird.
old horny guy is just dead. Like Dr. Death is just in his crotch. And at first, like she gave him like a Viagra and then leaves for 30 minutes and comes back. And when she comes back, like his body is like covered head to toe, and she thinks, oh, he's playing peekaboo. And then Dr. Death stands up at crotch level, and she thinks he's got this giant, like fucking 18-inch horse cock. And then she's like, oh, what do you got going on there? And she lifts the sheet back. And of course, the horny guy is dead, and it's just Dr. Death standing there. Dr. Death kills her. April and Ryan split
Slices
up.
her throat.
Yes, Dr. Death slices her throat. At some point in all of this, like the female boss has also like encountered zombie kleptomaniac lady, and so it's like female boss lady and April and Ryan, and they all three split up to find you know, let's save whoever we can save. And so um Ryan runs off, and basically everyone finds everyone else dead. So the artist psychic lady has had like a bunch of paintbrushes stabbed into her head. The deaf guy is just got hit in the head with a golf club. The only, like, I guess, interesting kill is the male boss. His head has been skinned, so it's just like an exposed skull. And so, because he's wearing like a doctor's coat, he now looks like a human-sized Dr. Death. And it gets up and attacks female boss and kills her, and then attacks April and Ryan, and they beat him down. Like, I think April hits him with like a defib unit and shocks him to death. And so Ryan, this incredibly intelligent man, goes to like listen to his heartbeat and gets stabbed in the neck. And then the male boss stands up, and what you find out is Dr. Death is inside his body, like pulling on, I guess, like nerve endings to like he's basically
so
like
stupid.
He's like piloting this.
He's puppeteering him.
Yeah, he's puppeteering. He's like piloting this dead guy as like a man suit to any. So it's Dr. Death inside of a human body who's had its head skinned so it looks like a human-sized Dr. Death, and it's going to kill April. And April just goes, "Stop! I'm your great great granddaughter. I've come to help you find all of your puppet friends." And so we get a flashback to retro Puppet Master. And so like one of like the movie that came out like 25 years ago, the guy was named Duval, and he was the guy who was puppeteering the original Dr. Death puppet, who got killed and had his soul transferred into the Dr. Death puppet. April's like, yeah, I know who you really are. I am your great great granddaughter. I am here to help you find. I'm here to take you away, and we're going to find all of your other puppet friends. And then we get this. This is what I mean why this movie wants you to think there's more plot than there actually is. You know, at the end of every Saw movie, where you get the twist, and it starts showing like the flashbacks to all the scenes earlier in the movie, and it shows you all of the clues that you missed to who the killer really is or who Jigsaw's accomplice really is. It does that. This movie does that.
Yep.
It starts showing you all of the flashbacks that were supposed to somehow let you know that April wasn't what she was meant to be. But it's just stupid shit. It's just flashbacks. It's just April going, "Oh yes, I'm here to find a long lost family member," or her reading a book about puppets. It's just like I mean, Saw is a stupid franchise, but it works for Saw because like there is like a mystery element built into Saw. There was no mystery here. Like April, like at no point were you ever meant to think that April is like in any way connected to this puppet. It's just like it tries to make you think there is a plot here when there is not. And that's how the movie ends. It's just April staring into the screen. I'm your great great granddaughter. And then we roll credits. What the fuck?
Yeah, it's bad. It's real bad. I was confused at the end of it because I was like, this is a movie that needs to go on like another 20 minutes. Like you were talking about Borp, like, why
Right.
are these things so short? This needed to be another 20, 25 minutes. I want to see like what's going on. I don't want to wait for Dr. Death 2 to figure out. And there's never going to be a Dr. Death 2. We know that. They're never going to make one of these. They're just going to let it go. And this was, and Steve, you had mentioned that maybe on the wiki or something was saying that this was supposed to be kind of like between 2 and 4 when
Yes.
they go search for Camille, because at the end of part 2, Camille is like now the puppet, and she takes the puppet on their little traveling
Yeah.
thing, and they're
The
supposed to go
original, and
find
I
them.
think they actually filmed that. I didn't look at it, but according to the wiki, like there was it links to an Instagram post that might actually have the original ending for this movie. But yes,
Oh,
like
okay.
the original ending was they go look for Camille's puppet show, and so that's why fans say this takes place between 2 and 4. But that got cut, and so who knows where it takes place now?
I wonder why. I wonder why it got
Yeah,
cut.
that's very
Why was it
strange.
cut? Why is
Yeah.
Dr. Death, who has the soul of this innocent puppeteer that was always a good guy, now murdering people and like puppeteering them as human suits? Why is his great great granddaughter suddenly here? Why is anything in this movie happening? It's just, why is there a stupid Saw-esque flashback when there was never a mystery to figure out in this film? It's
There's
just
long stretches of this
fucking
movie too
stupid.
where Doctor Death doesn't appear. Because I remember watching it last night, and I posted a comment. I'm like, where's the puppet? Like there are long stretches of this where you get no puppet. I would actually like. I'd be curious. I'm not going to do this because this would be insane, but I'd be curious to actually go and see how much screen time the puppets have in each one of these movies. Like actual screen time, because I would venture to guess Dr. Death himself, the puppet, is in this movie less than 5 minutes
Oh, it's
total of
gotta
what you
be.
For
see
sure.
what you
For
see
sure.
him on screen. And I wonder if you could actually get to a feature length Puppet Master movie just adding up all of the screen time the puppets have been in all of these
Puppet
movies, if
Master
it would
series,
even.
but just the good parts, and it's all just the puppets.
Yeah, I'd be very, very curious because even the ones that we like, the puppets aren't in it a whole lot.
Yeah.
So yeah, this just felt, just for me personally, going back to kind of what Borb said at the beginning, like why? Like, why was this made? Why was anybody asking for this? Did anybody want this? And to Borp's other point, it makes no sense business wise why you would do this. Like, if Charles Band's just trying to make a quick buck, he's like, all right, I'm going to make a 60-minute movie here with a puppet. Why not use a very recognizable puppet? Pinhead or Jester, or make another Blade movie, or whatever, Six Shooter or somebody that the fans are like, oh sweet, yeah, one of the original puppets in their own standing alone thing. I'm going to do that. Why make Doctor Death?
It only
I
makes
don't get it.
sense if this is the first in a series that brings back all the retro puppets, but it's been 2 years now, and as far as I can tell, there is no like whisperings of future movies, and this can't have taken more than like a week to film. Like this is
No.
so like low rent. This had to be super quick.
That's
This
yeah, that's the other interesting thing about this is, Charles Band bought that big mansion in Cleveland, I think, and they pretty much film all of the new Full Moon movies at that mansion. It's just a location now that they use. I wouldn't be surprised if Shady Oaks is actually just the interior of this mansion that he bought. And so I think he even bought a church as well. Like he bought all this like decrepit properties in Cleveland for super super cheap to move out of California because it was too expensive to film in California. So he's shooting all this stuff on his property. But like you said, it would take a week. Why not just film another one of these real quick? Like why would you make a movie like this not intending to make a sequel to explain. And even if they made a sequel, or they go and they find Camille's traveling sort of puppet show, Dr. Death isn't in 4. He's not in 5. So Dr. Death has to, at some of that story's got to end with Dr. Death being removed from the equation somehow. Maybe that's why they took out all those references, because they're kind of like, oh, reminds me of Madam Web, right? Madam Web, they filmed all this Spider-Man stuff, and then when they went to put it out, they're like, actually, we have to remove all the Spider-Man stuff because it makes no fucking sense if we put it in here like this, and it's just going to cause more problems continuity wise. But at this point, who gives a fuck about canon or continuity? It doesn't matter.
They've never once cared about continuity with Puppet Master prior to this. Why should they start now?
I wonder if there's like a director's commentary on the Blu-ray of this.
Well, you order it and let us know, because I am not paying money for this. I watched this with an ad blocker, so I didn't even give Charles Band 3 cents to go through this movie.
Wow. Okay. Borp, your thoughts on this one? You said you kind of liked it better than 5?
Maybe not better than 5, but
you're allowed to change your mind. By the way, you can't say I was wrong. After hearing Steve recap this, I realize the error of my ways.
There is a part of me that kind of enjoyed the. I mean, it's gonna sound whatever. I'm gonna use the word ambition. I'm using that very lightly, but compare it to like the Axis trilogy or that Blade spin-off. I feel like there is at least some effort put in here to like evoke the earlier movies, where like I enjoyed some of these death sequences where like they have the puppet running around off screen, and there's the first one where it's like a woman, she's laying in bed, and you see the POV from the puppet first, and then she's laying in bed, she's noticing something going on, and we switch to her POV, and you see a door opening. So it's like no puppetry is going on here, but you know, we can tell that stuff is going on. And that stuff really like kind of reminded me of those earlier movies where they didn't, you know, have the well, they never had a ton of budget, but like it was harder to do stuff with the puppets. But then you actually get to the part where they show the puppet, and it looks like the worst the puppets have ever looked. It's like there's no emoting, nothing. And so I feel like this is a movie that like almost gets there in the sort of elements where that's like key to this franchise. But then they like tack on this like weird twist at the end, and as soon as she says that, like, I am your long lost granddaughter, I'm like, oh shit, did I miss something? And then they flash back, and I'm like, oh, okay, well, I picked up on all this stuff, but
it was pointless.
It's just, yeah, exactly. It's pointless. And that's another thing where it's like, okay, it feels like someone went in here with a little bit of ambition and wanted to do something, but whatever got in the way, if that was their budget, talent, whatever. So that's the only reason why I'm saying like I enjoyed this a little bit more than the other later entries. But this was bad. This was really bad. Of course it's bad.
It's just so nonsensical. I mean, we're talking about a fucking like living puppet movie, but like even if you like really invest in this stupid twist, because like one of the first things that April says when she's just hanging out and getting to know the other like caretakers is, oh yes, I'm here to look for a long lost relative. And so, you know, they kind of pay that off at the end by saying, you know, oh, I'm your great great granddaughter or whatever. But that, I mean, so then she knows that her great great grandpa is like a killer puppet. Why does she then like faint when she sees like the corpse of the lady running around? Why is she scared of the puppet at all? There are multiple instances where the puppet's just there and she has the opportunity to just like pick it up. Like, why was there the need for this like subterfuge that she's going through? Like, she could have just been like, hey, puppet, yoink, and that's the end of the movie. It's just like this movie wants you to think that she had this like crazy like 4D chess plot to get access to the puppet, but at any time she could have just picked up the puppet and left and like, hey grandpa, how's it going? It's just, oh guys, it's so fucking stupid.
Yeah, I will point out that they recycle the greatest hits of Richard Band's various Full Moon scores. You've got Subspecies score in here. You got the original Puppet Master. You got Reanimator score is in this. So it's like they're not even taking. By the way, I looked up. James Quinn is the writer. Is the only movie he's ever written, according to IMDb. So maybe he's just not that great of a screenwriter yet.
Yeah,
But
yeah,
he'll get
yeah.
there. He'll get there. You know, he'll learn from his
And Dr.
mistakes
Death
on this.
too. They'll make this make sense.
Yeah. So yeah, I'll never watch this again. I thought it was pretty bad. I can barely even remember most of it. I just watched it last night. So disappointing, I think. What's on tap next, Steve? What's next in our journey here?
We're doing something different. We are going back to the 90s and possibly quality question mark. So the next movie in like the Puppet Master series, because we're going to end with the clip show because that pretty much has to be the last in the series because it chronicles everything that came before it. And before that, we're doing Puppet Master versus Demonic Toys. Well, before we get there, I want to watch Demonic Toys. So the next up, we are watching Demonic Toys. There will be no puppets. It's just going to be Baby Oopsie and Jack Attack and the Grizzly Bear doll and whatnot. So that's it. Demonic Toys. I'm excited. I remember liking Demonic Toys, but I also have not watched it in 30 years. I have no idea how well it holds up, if at all.
I had no idea Demonic Toys and Baby Oopsie were connected.
Yep.
Baby Oopsie
Baby
is one of
Oopsie
the main
is
characters
the
in Demonic
blade
Toys.
of Demonic Toys.
Okay.
Yeah.
So this is gonna send me down another dark path. You're
Oh
telling me.
yeah, after all, God, Borp, you wait till we gotta watch Doll Man because then there's Doll Man versus Demonic Toys. It's gonna be great.
Fuck is Doll Man?
Oh, you're in
Doll
for
Man.
a treat.
Borp. This is why we do Full Moon Fridays, Borp. So we
Okay.
can introduce you to all of this stuff. And that's the
Okay.
thing. This is a full. I mean, the MCU has nothing on Charles Band's universe, Borp. Charles Band has been doing this sort of crossover stuff for 40 years at this point in time. I mean, so yeah, we got all kinds of interesting stuff
Okay.
to
We
get
have
to.
such shit sites to show you.
Yeah. So, yeah, ladies and gentlemen, I'm excited to watch Demonic Toys. Like Steve, I remember liking it in the 90s. I remember having the comic books for it. I think Eternity put out was the publisher of those comics. Maybe I'll pull one out for the show to show everyone. But yeah, Demonic Toys. I always like Puppet Master better, but I also like the Demonic Toys, and I always wondered why the Demonic Toys didn't have a giant franchise like Puppet Master, because they haven't been in a ton of stuff over the years.
Well, they're trying now. It took them 30 years to get there, but now there's 3 Baby Oopsies plus a standalone Jack Attack, right?
Is there a standalone Jack Attack?
I'm
not sure.
I feel like they
Okay.
took another. They picked another Demonic Toy after the Baby Oopsie standalone franchise, and now they're running with it. So maybe we'll get there someday on Full Moon Fridays.
Yeah, we should also watch Doll Graveyard. That's another killer doll / puppet movie that I think they wanted to make a franchise, but it didn't come together as well as they hoped. People weren't into those dolls as much. So we'll watch doll. We got all kinds, people, all kinds of doll movies. It'll never end.
You could just be making these movies up. I have no idea.
We're back, ladies and gentlemen, with another episode of Full Moon Fridays here on the Outpost Unknown YouTube channel. My name is Matthew, joining me once again on our never-ending quest to watch everything puppet in the Full Moon franchise. Over there in Sweden is Borp, who apparently is on a delay, and here in Lincoln is Steve.
Borp. Oh, yeah, Borp's camera is like a PowerPoint presentation right now.
We can hear you. You're just on a delay.
Do you want to leave the room and try again?
Okay.
Okay.
In the meantime, while Borp does that, Steve, we were going through the Puppet Master franchise. We were almost finished up with it, but we've decided to do a quick detour, explain to the audience what we're watching tonight and why we're watching it.
Well, one of the movies in the highly highly reviewed, beloved Puppet Master franchise is Puppet Master versus Demonic Toys, and I'm like, It's not going to make any sense, if we watch this without also watching Demonic Toys. We need the context. Who are these toys? Who are the demonic toys? What is their backstory? Where do they come from? We need to know that. And so I said that we should watch Demonic Toys itself before we get to Puppet Master versus Demonic Toys. And here we are. We get to learn the origin story of Baby Oopsie and Jack Attack and all of the other demonic toys whose names I don't know.
Grizzly Teddy and Mr. Static. Those are the other two. Mr. Static is the robot, which I don't think ever shows up again that I know of. But Borp, you're here. Say something.
Yeah. Hello. Can you hear me?
Okay.
This is good.
You seem to be back.
Oh, thank God.
Back with no delay. I blame Sweden. I don't know how.
Thank God. How else was I supposed to talk about demonic toys with you guys?
Yes, exactly. Demonic toys. So yeah, we are going to be talking about demonic toys tonight, and then on the next episode, we're going to be talking about Puppet Master versus demonic toys. And then, are we finished? We got one more.
We have
Puppet
one
Master,
more
and then we're
movie.
done. Yeah, and then I think we're going to start deviating from puppets for a while and start talking about the Trancers series, which should be interesting. But we'll see how it goes. So yeah. Also, obviously, I think I forgot to introduce you, Steve. But Steve, you are here.
Yeah. Again, somehow, some way.
Okay, so Demonic Toys came out in 1992. It was directed by, I think, Peter Manoogian. I think that was the dude's name. Now, interestingly enough, I was trying to learn a little bit more about demonic toys through this wonderful book here. It came from the Video Aisle, which documents pretty much everything in Full Moon's history. There was an interesting thing that I found here. Now, I guess the most famous aspect of this film for film buffs would be it was written by David S. Goyer. So, of course, David S. Goyer would go on to write The Dark Knight and work with Christopher Nolan on all those Batman movies that are so popular. And David S. Goyer has become quite a famous writer in his own right. And the authors of this book actually interviewed him about writing demonic toys and another film called Arcade, which is also a Full Moon thing. I just kind of wanted to read through here David S. Goyer's recollections of how he became involved in demonic toys, which I think is kind of interesting. So these are quotes from him. He said, "These films were relatively early in my career. Like many people, I was a fan of Stuart Gordon's films Reanimator and From Beyond, so I was intrigued when I got a call from Band to come in for a meeting. Band was an affable guy, an unashamed schlockmeister in the Roger Corman tradition. His office was decorated with large-scale painting reproductions of old Ditko and Kirby Marvel Comics covers. Band made me an offer. Write 2 low-budget films for him and I could direct one of them. But the deal was I had to write them each in about a week's time. He showed me about a dozen posters with pre-sold titles. I picked Arcade and Demonic Toys. With Arcade, I figured I could do some kind of AI internet gaining self-consciousness kind of thing. With Demonic Toys, well, the poster had a killer teddy bear and a jack-in-the-box, so fuck it. Sounded good to me. I wrote the 2 films. Tried to make them as artful as possible given the extreme limitations. Band put Albert Pune on Arcade to direct. I knew and I liked Pune because he'd also directed Kickboxer 2. But by the time it was my turn to direct Demonic Toys, I got cold feet. The problem was Band had made these kind of quote-unquote term deals with various crew members. So I could direct, but I had to use his production designer, DP, costume designer, etc. Not that they were necessarily bad guys, I just wanted some choice in the matter. I backed out, and someone else made the film. So there you go. David S. Goyer almost directed. He was supposed to direct this movie, and he backed out because of Charles Band's requirements of crew. So, kind of an interesting fun fact. Borp, you're a well-informed guy. You know of David S. Goyer. What were your thoughts when I told you that he wrote this movie?
And it was wild, and I wanted an explanation because after seeing the film, I'm like, an accomplished writer did not write this. I mean, obviously he wasn't accomplished at the time, but like, it makes sense that he had a week to write this, is all I'll say.
Yeah, 1 week. Steve, did you know who David S. Goyer was, and did you care?
Oh yeah, yes, I knew who he was. No, I didn't care.
Okay. Okay, so let's go ahead and get right into it, fellas. Demonic toys who are going to become the, I guess, um, mortal enemies of the Puppet Master puppets. Who knows?
For about 5 minutes.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
walk us through demonic toys, Steve. What's this all about?
So it starts with a dream sequence. We meet our main character. She is a policewoman named Judith Gray, and she has this recurring dream where she is sitting in a room in a white gown, and there is a little like blonde-haired kid playing a card game with a little dark-haired kid, and the dark-haired kid he has like glowing green eyes and like talon claw like fingernails. It's clearly like a good versus evil type thing they've got going on here. um it turns out she is like telling this dream to her police officer partner who is also her lover, and she's like, hey, I'm pregnant, we should get married. And he's like, yeah, all right, cool, let's go do this, let's go do this gun deal where I'm probably not going to die. um and so they do
He is
this gun
happy.
deal. It goes
He's happy when
strong.
she
Yeah,
tells him
he's very
no.
happy. He's very happy. Yeah, he's kind of at first he's like, yeah, we'll get married one day. And she's like, I'm pregnant. There's a baby. He's like, oh shit, I guess I gotta put a ring on it. But he's into it. He doesn't have any cold feet at all.
He doesn't come
Uh,
across as an asshole who we're happy when he gets gunned down. He comes across as
yeah, no,
genuinely, oh, I'm super excited, and it's sad when he gets gunned down.
yeah, so they're doing a gun deal outside of this warehouse where just like kind of like overstocked toys are held. The gun deal goes awry. He gets killed, and Judith chases the two gun sellers into the toy store. She manages to shoot one of them. He kind of like goes into the building and ultimately ends up like bleeding onto this glowing part of the floor, which summons demons. Meanwhile, the other criminal is a guy named Lincoln, and she is like pursuing him, ultimately captures him, and they somehow lock themselves in a storeroom. So Judith and Lincoln are locked in a storeroom. The other criminal, whose name I don't know, is like bleeding out
Hess.
on Hess. All right, well, Hess is bleeding out on this glowing spot on the floor, and as the blood goes onto this glowing spot, the dark-haired boy that we saw from Judith's dream shows up, and he's like, "Oh ho ho, we're gonna raise hell!" And then he starts bringing toys to life, and the toys kill him, and basically like the more blood, the more people that die on this spot, the stronger the toys are going to become. Then shortly thereafter, we meet our other hero. There's this fat security guard who orders chicken from like I guess like a 24-hour overnight chicken place. Uh, and so Mark is tasked to deliver chicken to this guy. And so he's got this station wagon with like this giant chicken mascot with glowing red eyes on top of it. And the only way in or out of this building at this time of night is through well, there was two ways. There was the way that Judith and the criminals got in, but that apparently has been boarded up. The other way is like a docking bay, and so the security guard opens the docking bay, and he lets in Mark, the late night fried chicken delivery man. And Mark is going to be our other hero through this or during
It,
this. So he
it,
he
it was it was probably around this point in the movie where I'm like, oh fuck, this whole movie is gonna take place inside a fucking warehouse, huh?
Yeah.
You're not wrong.
Yeah, I think like
Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
no, I think like some movies, low budget movies, you watch them, and you get to the end of them, and you're like, huh, this whole place this whole thing took place inside a warehouse. Huh, that's pretty neat. And this one, I was like, oh no, this is what this movie is.
I feel like I had shades of Child's Play and Chopping Mall with this, only
Yep.
in a really shitty location. It's
Mhm.
kind of you kind of get the toy factory kind of setting of the original Child's Play when Brad Dourif goes in there
Yeah.
and they got the toys all over. But then you also have Chopping Mall where they're kind of trapped in that location where the things are sort of killing them. I will point out that
Yeah.
the security guard or whatever, he's watching Puppet Master 2 on television while he's doing all of this. And it's actually the Charlie Spradling scene where Blade jumps off the bed and starts slicing her up. And so this doesn't technically take place in the actual Puppet Master universe, if that's what they're going for. This would be like a separate reality where
Puppet Master is a movie within a movie.
exactly. And but when it was funny because they must really love that sequence in Puppet Master 2, because no matter which shot they cut to throughout that whole sequence, they if you look at the television, it just keeps replaying that one scene over and over and over again, regardless of the angle. So, but yeah, Charlie Spradling makes an appearance in Demonic Toys.
Yep.
All right. Well, the security guard has some sort of like bond with Mark. Like Mark's like, yeah, life sucks. I'm this rebellious teenager question mark guy. I'm working in this chicken place. Life sucks. And the security guard's like, look at me. I'm 700 pounds. I get paid to sit on my ass, eat chicken, watch TV every night. Life is good. Here, look at Ms. July and this Playboy I got. Like this man lives a life that no one would aspire to, and yet he is completely happy with it. So maybe there's a lesson there for all of us.
Simple man, simple pleasures.
Yeah.
He's also like friends with a teenager for some reason. Right. he just orders chicken.
Look, for adults can be friends with teenagers. You can be friends and then just share buckets of chicken with one another. Mentor relationship.
Yeah.
That's true. He did show the porn. That's
right.
That's a little weird.
Strange.
That's a little weird.
I mean, is this guy a teenager or is he like
early 20s? Maybe I don't know.
Something. I don't know. Anyways,
I'm gonna say he's 18. He's a teenager and an adult. 18 years old.
All right. The Judith and Lincoln are locked in the storeroom, and she's trying to get out. So she starts just like firing her gun, like someone surely will hear this. And sure enough, like Mark and the security guard are like, we hear noise. Let's go check it out. And the security guard's like, Mark, chicken delivery man, why don't you stay here and do my job and watch the monitors? And he's like, no, I'm coming with you. And so Mark and security guard go and find Judith and Lincoln. Everyone has a little powwow, and so now Judith, Mark, and the criminal are going to stay behind, and the security guard is tasked with go and call the police and let them know that Officer Judith Gray is here, and I'm holding this man prisoner, or I've got him under arrest. Like I need backup. There's an officer down because her partner is still outside bleeding out if he's not already dead.
I think there's some. I'm gonna probably sound pretty negative during this, but I think there's some really nice moments here of like comedy where like. Because this policewoman has like been shooting things, she's been screaming, they've been knocking at the door. She's like, I've been here for so long. Have you not heard me like scream and like shoot things? And he's like, huh?
Yeah,
I guess. Yeah.
He doesn't care. He's living his best life, guys.
He's living his life. He is content with the life that he has. Yeah. These people are an inconvenience to him.
Yes.
So he's like, he's going to go back to call the police because the phone inside the storeroom doesn't work. And now the toys attack. And so I think Baby Oopsie, or maybe it's the bear, like they hit him in the leg with a baseball bat. And then Baby Oopsie shows up, and Baby Oopsie is like, "Yeah, I'm Baby Oopsie. I can laugh, I can cry, I can shit my pants. Can you shit your pants?" And then Baby Oopsie picks up the security guard's gun and shoots him in the leg, and it's awesome. I thought that scene was hilarious. Then Mark is watching all this through the window. He's like, "Oh shit, the toys are alive. The toys are attacking." And so Judith and Mark, or at least Judith, is like, "All right, he's under attack. We got to go save him." But then when they open the door, like Baby Oopsie turns the gun and starts firing away at Mark and Judith, and so they have to take cover. And so the toys have free reign to just like start like killing the security guard, and so they're just biting him and clawing him. Baby Oopsie stabs him in the dick, and he just bleeds out and dies. They drag him over to the glowing spot on the floor. And so now like more blood sacrifices are being made. And so you find out that every time someone dies, the the evil spirit that has taken the form of this dark-haired child from Judith's dream, like he gets stronger. Uh, so yeah, that's the plan. The evil kid wants to kill people to become stronger. He reveals his his master plan to Judith. Judith is pregnant, and the kid says, "Yeah, I am an evil spirit. I have been trapped in this toy warehouse for 66 years. 66 years on Halloween. Like I tried to be born into a human body, and but
This is a wild flashback.
is a wild flashback. It goes back to 66 years ago on Halloween, and it's just a woman going into labor in a house. And at first you think, all right, they're just this doctor is
Sounds like she's having
helping
sex at first. It's like, is this a weird sex scene coming up? Because the way the sounds she's making when she's delivering the baby don't sound like
I don't know
screaming sort of stuff.
I don't know what kind of sex you're having. That's not what I got at all. I immediately thought this was a labor situation.
Oh, it did not sound like a labor situation to me.
Well, she's giving birth, and there's a doctor, and at first you think this is just a normal birth, and then you see this baby demon thing come out of her, and you think like the doctor and the doctor and I don't know, like the woman that's with him are going to be like shocked that this demon has just been given birth, but they're like, oh no, it's stillborn. He's not going to make it. And at this point, like the movie kind of got me at this point because I was just paying attention to the baby. I thought like this doctor was going to be freaked out, but then I just kind of like looked into the background and I see like pentagrams all over the place, and it becomes clear that like everyone is in on this. Everyone wants this demon baby to be born in this flashback.
It's called good writing, Steve. That's what that is.
Yeah,
David
he's an accomplished writer.
Yes.
So so the doctor and the woman, everyone's like, oh, our demon lord didn't make it. That sucks. So then some trick or treaters show up, and the doctor and the lady are like, oh, you want something better than candy? Here, take this. And they put the stillborn demon baby in their bag, and they're like, go bury this, and it will grow like a seed of evil, blah blah blah. And so the kids go over to like the warehouse, which is just like it's under construction. They look in the bag, they see the demon like stillborn baby, and they panic and they throw it. And so it just lands in a pit, and it's been there for 66 years. And so now this demon child 666 wants to basically possess Judith's baby and have a physical body to be born into the human world. Yada yada yada, death and destruction, mass hysteria. That is his plan. He wants to possess Judith's child, but to get the power necessary to do that, he needs to
very
kill people
Dream Child-esque. Freddy Krueger Dream Child. Go into your
accomplished writer.
I wonder if he had.
Oh, go ahead. When you have a week to write something, I imagine you just take ideas from other places, and it's like, yeah, this is good enough.
Yeah.
When did Dream Child come out? Was this after or before that?
It was in the 80s. Dream Child was in the 80s.
Yeah.
All right, this was after.
Yeah, and what's kind of hilarious about this, not only did he have a week to write, but he just had a poster to look at. Like, here's some toys, figure this out. But I wonder, it's unclear in the book, did he have 1 week to write both arcade and demonic toys, or did Charles Band give him a week per movie? Because he might have actually only had a couple days to write this script.
Yeah.
Anyways, now we know the demon's plan. So they're trying to escape. Judith is still a cop. She's like, no, I would like to just execute this criminal that killed my partner, but I am a police officer. I must take him in. He must stand trial. I can't just kill him. But ultimately, he escapes. Meanwhile, we meet a new character, and I forgot this character even existed in the movie. A character named Anne just like comes out of the air vent and is like, "Oh hey, I'm homeless. I've been living here the last few days. Yep, I've been looking around. I saw the toys come to life.
Unhoused.
She's homeless.
But there's something like oddly charming about the way this character or this movie introduces new characters. Where it's like, all right, we have this group of characters in a warehouse. We need some new people. Fuck it, delivery guy shows up. All right, this girl's been living in the vents. Like, it's good enough. Sure, put it in.
Yeah. It's also kind of cool that, I'm trying to give David Esquire some sort of props here.
Mm-hmm.
Like, he could have went a pizza delivery guy. No, he went with a fried chicken delivery guy. That's unique. I've never seen that before. Steve, you're
You
from
want
the
that?
South. Any 24-hour chicken places, fried chicken places that are open
No,
that you know of?
not that I can think of.
See?
Do you want that extra crispy or chunk style, Matt? You want it chunk style, obviously.
Mhm.
No, I don't know. I don't. I not only can I not think of any chicken delivery places from where I lived in the South. Sorry. Not only can I not think of any like 24-hour chicken places, I can't think of any chicken places that delivered. Like this whole thing is just like bizarre to me.
It's unique.
Somewhere in the world, people are living their best lives where chicken can just be dropped off on their doorstep.
Yes. While they look at Playboys.
While they look at Playboy, specifically Ms. July with Charlie Spradling on their TV.
Yes.
Anyways, Anne just comes out of the air vent. It's like, hey, I'm Anne. I am unhoused.
Very Newt-esque.
She's like, yeah, I've been like sleeping in this warehouse the last couple of days. Yeah, I saw all the toys. Yeah, the toys are killing people. I am delivering the plot to you now. We need to get to the room with the button that opens the door and escape. And so Mark and Anne crawl into the vent. They're attacked by toys. They're trying to get to the security room where the security guard was, because that has like, I don't know, the magic button that unlocks all the doors in the place. But the room has been trashed. Uh, the puppets attack. Anne gets killed. So thanks for joining the movie. Like, she's in the movie for about 10 minutes.
Subversion of your expectations, Steve. We thought
Yeah,
she was going to last. Nope. Cannon fodder.
I've seen this movie before. I forgot this character was even
So
a
did
thing
I.
in this film.
I didn't remember
She
that
is
character at all.
super forgettable. I mean, there's not much more to say. Like, the chicken delivery man and Judith are in the warehouse together. They kill, or Lincoln, the criminal guy, he knocks out Mark, grabs the gun that Mark has. Judith finally kills him, and now it's just Judith and Mark running around. Judith gets captured. The evil excuse me, the evil demon has the opportunity to um, possess her baby in a way that we are not going to go into any great detail about. He's about to enact the process that would allow that to happen. Mark suddenly grows a spine after killing the evil teddy bear that has now turned into a giant human-sized werewolf teddy bear.
I don't understand. How did that happen?
David Goyer said so.
I was confused. I was like, why is Grizzly Teddy now a giant life-size werewolf monster sort of thing?
Yeah, I don't know, but yeah, the teddy grows into like a human-sized grizzly bear / werewolf looking thing. Mark kills it, grows a spine, goes back to rescue Judith, but Judith really didn't need the help because the blonde-haired boy from her dream has now shown up, and it has possessed a little toy soldier doll that is helping her out. The toy soldier helps Judith escape from a room that she was locked in at one point. And the little toy soldier goes to confront the evil kid, which is now like turned into like this normal adult demon. Um, they fight. The little toy soldier boy and Judith manage to kill the demon. You find out that the toy soldier is actually the spirit of Judith's unborn baby. And then the movie just kind of ends. Presumably, her partner is just outside dead. There's not really any sort of resolution. It's just they kill the demon and the credits roll.
That's a
The end.
common thing with full moon stuff, where these movies just kind of end without really any explanation as to why. I
have no idea what
story.
happened. Like, yeah, it's just and then the bad guy was gone. The end. Credits.
I wonder if, because we found out, and I did not know this, it was Demonic Toys 2 that came out in 2010, so almost 20 years later. I wonder if it picks up from the very end of this movie with the same characters and whatnot, or if it's completely different.
Well, Judith shows up in Dollman versus Demonic Toys, so Judith does make a return.
Okay.
And spoilers, she dies in that, so I imagine she's not in Demonic Toys 2.
Okay.
So I don't know. I didn't know Demonic Toys 2 existed prior to like yesterday.
Okay. Well, Borp, it sounds like you loved
Yeah.
everything about this movie. So tell us what you loved about Demonic Toys.
I think Baby Oopsies fucking sucks. I hate this doll. I hate this doll. And it seems like
Why do you hate Baby
I
Oopsie
just
Daisy?
feel like okay, it's like a very bad like ripoff of like Shucky, and I don't even love Shucky that much. It's like Shucky with fart jokes.
That's a bridge too
and like
far. You take that back. Chucky's great, Borp.
No, Chucky with
No,
fart jokes is the next movie we're watching.
Yeah, I totally. No, okay. There's a lot here that I like, kind of respect, kind of in the way that when we watched the earlier Puppet Master films, of like, this is oddly charming in its low budget quality, and they do. Maybe they don't do a lot, but they do enough with what they have. So it's not like I absolutely hated the experience of watching this, but it's just like I feel like it runs out of steam. Like by the time it got to the third act, I was like very ready for it to be done. And the acting isn't very good, and I didn't care for the demonic toys all that much, I guess.
Wow. Harsh words for Full Moon and Charles Band. Okay, no, I can kind of see where you're going here. My kind of experience with this, and I had seen this before, obviously, was I wouldn't say I liked this movie. I think that the toys themselves, Jack Attack, Grizzly Teddy, Mr. Static. We didn't even talk about Mr. Static. Mr. Static's like a robot that shoots like these like circular lasers, and I guess it hits people like squibs because they start, blood starts spewing from them and whatnot. These characters aren't very memorable to me. Like the actual toys themselves, they're just not as cool to me as the actual puppets in Puppet Master, and so a lot of this just felt like to me, why isn't this just another Puppet Master movie? Like, why couldn't it have been a Puppet Master movie? And I just kind of went through the motions with it. I was like, okay, like you said, I didn't hate it. Like, I don't despise this movie or anything like some of the Puppet Master movies, but I just kind of was like, I wanted this to be more than it turned out to be. And yeah, I thought to disagree with you slightly. I thought some of the acting was really good. Like I thought the guy who played Lincoln was really good, and I had seen him in something before, but I couldn't place where I'd seen him before. But he played like a really good sort of villainy bad guy character. I thought the lady Tracy Scroggins, I think the main actress on it. I thought when she was seeing her boyfriend shot and killed in front of her. She put some emotion into it. She was trying her best with the material that she had. So I thought all of that was generally pretty good. But yeah, just the story of this, just I didn't care for at all. I was just kind of like, meh.
Yeah. Allow me to correct myself. I do think that there are performances here that are like not terrible. To be fair to the movie, I just like the what is his name? Chicken delivery guy specifically, Mark. I felt like he gets a lot of time to just sort of run around, do nothing, and panic.
Yeah.
And yeah, it got kind of grating to me. I do think like there are very enjoyable moments of like kind of silliness, but none of those moments were like tied to the puppets for me. So I really enjoyed like the beginning. Like, what was the plan with the whole like arresting these people during the weapons deal? Because he just points, he's like, how does that sound? He's like, it sounds like you're under arrest, and then they just shoot him. And it's like, why?
Yeah,
you have to understand, in the 90s, American cops couldn't arrest someone unless they could bust out a badass one-liner beforehand. And so he had to wait for his cue, and then he went for it, and it didn't work out for him. That's just that's the law.
Borp, haven't you heard? That's what American cops do. They just pull out their gun, they shoot people down. I mean, that's what happens. Yeah, oh, go ahead. Sorry.
No. But it's like it's stuff like that I think is like very charming about these movies. You just sort of have to roll with it. And for me, a lot of those moments were like not with the actual material of the film. It was like, the toy stuff. I was just not very into.
Yeah, I
guess.
didn't care for the good and evil kid stuff. Like, I don't want kids in these types of movies, and I think that kind of weird supernatural element of it just kind of was not for me. Steve, what are your thoughts on demonic toys?
Yeah, first of all, I thought like having the dark haired kid, but having like an ADR, like an adult voice coming out of his mouth. I thought that was a super good idea for that character. If it had been like a normal little kid squeaky voice coming out of that character, it would have been like terrible. Yeah, this movie came out when I was 9, and I remember I probably saw it like immediately after it came out, and I remember really, really liking it at the time. Um, it absolutely does not hold up in any way, shape, or form. I will say, aside from Anne, who I forgot was even a character in this movie, I think all of the characters in this movie are cooler than every human puppet master character, probably with the exception of like Old Man Toulon. I like Judith. I like Mark. I thought the fat security guard was funny. Like Lincoln did a good job being just this crazy psychotic murderer. Uh, but yeah, this is another case where like the toys do very little. Like there comes a point in the movie where it's mostly just the evil kid directing traffic, and the toys just kind of like pop up in the background to go. There's not a whole lot of meat to this. I watched it on YouTube, and I was committed to just watching it normally, but definitely by the midway point, I exercised the option to watch it at 1.5 speed. Yeah, it's. I was hoping for more. I remembered enjoying this, and this is just another reminder that Kid Steve was fucking dumb.
Yeah, I watched this on Tubi, and the one Puppet Master vs. Demonic Toys, which we'll talk about on the next episode, is also on Tubi. And I whatever print they used, I think it looked pretty good, all things considered. I don't know if it was like a remastered print or something. I know Charles Band has spent a lot of his limited funds on trying to remaster these amazing movies that we all remember from our childhood that we are inevitably disappointed by when we watch again. Yeah, I think that overall this movie was just kind of there. Let me ask you, of the toys, of the actual demonic toys, the 4 of them, so we got Baby Oopsie Daisy, Jack Attack, Mr. Static, and Grizzly Teddy. Which was your favorite, Borp? Which one did you like the best?
I think I like Mr. Static. I like the ones that shoot things for some reason.
Okay.
So I like Six Shooter. I like in Puppet Master, and here I like Mr. Static. I also enjoy like finding the like weird quirks about. Now I've seen enough of these full moon movies where I like see the weird quirks, and it's like, wow, they really for a while there they were really into like things shooting lasers.
Yes. yes. Laser shots. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
Steve, your favorite toy. If you had to pick one of these characters to own and put on your shelf in the background, which one would it be?
I mean, from this movie, yeah, I'd probably go with the robot as well. But from all the Demonic Toys movies, I remember Dollman versus Demonic Toys has like an evil GI Joe, and so I would probably pick him if I could pull from the entire franchise.
Okay, I'll go Jack Attack. There's something about sort of like an evil Jack in the Box sort of thing that pops out that I kind of enjoy. So I'd go Jack Attack is probably my favorite.
Pencil in the Jack Attack standalone movie for a Full Moon Friday someday.
For sure. We have to do that. So, yeah, ladies and gentlemen, that is it. That's our episode this week on Full Moon Fridays, where we talk about demonic toys. Now we're going to segue into next week, which will be Puppet Master vs. Demonic Toys. Now, that was first announced as a film by Charles Band in 1992 after this Demonic Toys movie came out. He started telling all the full moon. I think it was on a full moon, one of their little after the video sort of segments. He was like, hey, Puppet Master versus Demonic Toys, it's happening. And it never happened until 2004 when the Sci-Fi Channel got the rights, and we'll talk about how that's the one movie that Charles Band had no control over. We'll tell you all about that next week. So, thanks everyone. We'll see you next week, or in 2 weeks.
Whenever.
It's 2 weeks later. We're totally, recording this at a different time. We've got, even though we're wearing the same clothes, and I'm still showing the same movie in the background, which is what we're talking about tonight, Puppet Master vs. Demonic Toys. We are here again on Full Moon Fridays here on Outpost Unknown. Joining, once again, from Sweden, is Borb.
I have never been more excited to be here than to talk about this movie.
Okay, interesting. And, of course, here in America is Steve.
It's never been 2 weeks later harder than it has been right now.
Yeah. We didn't coordinate. We coordinated perfectly. We washed these clothes. We just happened to all coordinate and wear them again. It was very, very nice. So this is kind of like considered the black sheep of the Full Moon canon, I guess, filmography. Puppet Master versus Demonic Toys. Now, obviously, we're in the midst of watching every movie with Puppet Master puppets in it, and I think we're almost done. We diverted last week to talk Demonic Toys just so that we would be prepared to speak on Puppet Master versus Demonic Toys. This was directed by Ted Nicolau, who, of course, is an old hand. He directed all the Subspecies movies, Steve's favorite franchise, Full Moon franchise. And what the thing about this one is it's not technically considered part of Full Moon. Charles Band kind of disowns it because he had nothing to do with it. And so, again, referring back to it came from the video aisle, I'm going to read just a few excerpts here about the creation of this movie. It aired on the Sci-Fi Channel in 2004. One of the funny things about it was it went into pre-production in June of 2004, and it had to be finished and locked and given to the Sci-Fi Channel, I think, in October of 2004. So you got June, July, August, September, October, 5 months to do the pre-production, the filming, all editing, post-production, everything to give it, because it was they wanted to be able to film or show it on Christmas because this is a Christmas movie. Everybody, this is actually a Christmas horror film. If we could call this a horror film, I don't know. That'd be an interesting question. Steve, are any of these movies horror films?
I think the first couple of Puppet Master movies try, but then it very quickly stops.
Yeah. Borp, do you consider any of these things horror films?
Yeah, probably like the first two. Demonic Toys, probably a horror movie.
So what would you call these later Puppet Master movies?
Garbage.
Yeah, garbage, but also like horror comedy, very heavy on the comedy. That does not mean it's good horror or good comedy, right?
Yeah, I'd almost argue like the Puppet Master 3 is almost like an adventure movie.
Yeah, maybe it's like
a
fantasy adventure or something like that.
Yeah.
Okay, so you might be asking, how in the world did the Sci-Fi Channel get the rights to Puppet Master without Charles Band actually having any involvement in it? Well, the answer to that is Charles Band needed money. Full Moon at the time was in a bad place. I have a quote here from Charles Band. Again, this is from the book. Having been frozen out of his dream project, which apparently this was Charles Band's dream, he wanted to make an awesome Puppet Master versus Demonic Toys film. Band has understandably remained mum on this film. However, he did comment on it briefly during an online interview, considering the move to sell the project an unfortunate error on his part. Quote, "Yeah, the rights to Puppet Master were sold to Sci-Fi simply for the money. I regret it deeply. At the time, it seemed the right thing to do as we needed to get the funds, but it was a mistake. Thankfully, we have a new partner involved in the studio, new films in the works, and one of the requirements is that I be involved in all future releases. So, interestingly enough, Sci-Fi Channel did not want Charles Band involved in this at all and gave him a boatload of money so that they could just pump something out.
Leave us alone.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Now, Ted Nicolau directed this movie. Of course, he did all of the Subspecies movies. You can go back to some of the older Full Moon Friday episodes if you want to listen to Steve and
They're
I
terrible.
go
They're
through
hot
all of them.
garbage.
I like the first two. I can't vouch for any of the other ones. Ted Nicolau said, quote, I can say that it was one of the toughest, if not the toughest shoots I was ever on. To set the record straight, we went into pre-production at the end of June 2004, and a finished print of the film was at the Sci-Fi Channel offices in November 2004. That's 5 months from inception to finished product. Actually, it was due to the film already having been locked into a time slot that couldn't be changed. It had to air before December 25th, 2004, and that was that. Nobody could do a thing about it. We were stuck. Now, we're going to talk about the great Corey Feldman and how and what he plays, the role he plays in this. Well, Steve, just give everyone a tease. Who does Corey Feldman play in this?
He plays Robert Toulon, like the great grandnephew of Andre Toulon.
But he's supposed to be an old man in this movie.
Yeah, he's supposed to be.
Yeah, they did
old.
a lot of hair and makeup.
Yeah.
Is
He's
Steve
supposed
frozen?
to be old.
Did Steve freeze?
He was very frozen.
Steve
What?
looks totally frozen.
He has had it.
We are still recording, and hopefully Steve is able to. Hopefully
I can hear you guys.
He's recording on his end. So hopefully.
Yeah, hopefully.
Oh,
okay.
And there he goes.
Oh, he's back.
Now he's back. Steve, are we still recording?
I heard all of you. I could see and hear both of you during all of that.
Okay, I asked you how old is Corey Feldman supposed to be in this, and you were just frozen.
Oh no, I started answering, and then you said I was frozen. Like, I could see and hear both of you during all that. I was talking.
Okay,
well,
go repeat yourself.
Anyways, we'll hope that that all turned out okay for the recordings. I blame Matt on his recording this off his Chromebook.
No, I'm not on my Chromebook, and you're the one that's recording on your end, so not me.
Look, you are the only one with a warning under your name in this call right now.
Whatever, it's fine.
Anyways, Corey Feldman is supposed to be an older man, but they wouldn't buy him a wig, and apparently they didn't meet his price for dyeing his hair. So what they did is they went to a Party City and they bought one of the cans of silver hair paint, and they just kind of lightly dusted his hair. And so the whole time he's like, "Oh yeah, I'm Andre Toulon's great grandnephew. I'm 56 years old. I got these puppets that we found at a flea market. I'm Corey Feldman. Rent and utilities were due on the same day. That's why I signed on to this project.
I have an inappropriate relationship with my daughter."
It's weird. It's very very weird. Let me read what what was actually spoken about by the screenwriter of this film regarding Corey Feldman. So it says, of course, the elephant in the room is the lead turned by Corey Feldman, dusting off his raspy frog brother voice from The Lost Boys. The former child actor is most certainly 100% wrong for the fatherly role, a fact not lost on screenwriter Joyner. Quote, the part was written for an older man, an absent-minded professor type like Fred Willard. So when they went with Corey Feldman, that would have been fine, but the script needed to be rewritten to accommodate his age. Instead, they used a wig and all that stuff, and I know Corey tried because I talked to him about it, but it just doesn't come off. I just wish we could have run the screenplay through the typewriter one more time so the script would fit the star. So yeah, they also mentions the puppets. Now, the actual Puppet Master puppets in this are very different. They look very different from the previous ones. And so the effects team said, quote, I knew that we would have to keep the Toulon puppets fairly similar to the originals, so we obtained copies of what heads we could get, and Mark Shostrom and I resculpted them to match as closely as possible. There's a misconception as to why we didn't use the original puppets. The truth is the molds were thrown in a landfill years ago. Baby Oopsie and the rest of the demonic toys were redesigned only because we weren't doing the show with Charlie, and I felt that copying John Buechler's designs was unfair to him. Now, Ted Nicolau went on to state about this. The production company that bought the rights from Charlie for that one-time film was really a snaky production company, and everyone involved with that film were snakes. Also, the director of photography and I did not get along at all because he was a hack. The producers over in Bulgaria, where this movie was shot, were trying to make the film for the least amount of money possible. It says 2.5 million over on IMDb, but that movie was probably more like $250,000. So it was just a bad experience. And then it got rushed through post production so it could make the December air date on time. It was just a terrible experience for me from start to finish. So that's a little bit of the background on Puppet Master versus Demonic Toys. Borp, you look like you have things to say.
No, it's like interesting that this relationship between the Sci-Fi Channel and Full Moon was so filled with disturbances, because like the Sci-Fi Channel around this time channeling Full Moon energy a lot with
Yeah.
like their millions and millions of like Lake Placid sequels and whatnot. So it's like interesting. It would seem like a partnership that would make sense at that time.
Yeah, because you're
Like it's
Charles Band was just upset that they were copying him and like the way that he makes films. Like he took it
yeah.
personally.
Well, just think of I mean, was it the Asylum, right? Because Sci-Fi created a relationship with the Asylum, and then you had like Sharknado, and you had all those tons. Imagine if Charles Band hadn't been maybe such an asshole about it. He could have partnered with Sci-Fi, and we could have had crazy Full Moon films instead of Asylum films. You know, you could have had all kinds of stuff like that potentially. But it sounds, at least from the book, that there was some sort of bridge that was burned. They didn't want him to be a part of it at all, which is weird because all the other people working on this film were previous Full Moon people or people who worked at Full Moon. They just wanted Charlie to have nothing to do with. So much so that now he has to put in contracts that he has involvement in every single film after that. And I think I had seen a YouTube video once where Charles Band said he hates this movie. Is that warranted?
Which is rich coming from the crap he's produced since then.
Yeah. So we'll talk about whether that's warranted or not. So Steve, take us through Puppet Master versus Demonic Toys.
It starts with a toy commercial for the demonic toys, even though we don't know that they're demonic yet. But basically, like, mass-produced versions of the demonic toys are being sent out to the masses. We go and meet Corey Feldman, who again is Toulon's like great grandnephew or something, and his daughter, and they have the puppets. And so there's only 4 puppets in this movie. It's 6-shooter, Pinhead, Blade, and Jester, but they all look off. So it's really like it's blurred and Jorster. I don't know. They just look weird.
Yeah, you could tell they don't look like the original puppets. Like they had to create these themselves, and apparently the molds were in a landfill somewhere, which is why.
Yeah. They just look off. They look weird.
Different colors too. Like Blade has like a purple hat. It's like purple instead of black. It's weird. Like, yeah, discount clearance rack
It's
stuff.
very strange. But they're Corey Feldman's like, oh, it sure is convenient that we, the Toulons, found Toulon's puppets at the flea market or wherever they found these from, along with all of Toulon's notes on how to make puppet juice to bring them back to life. And so they've been trying for a while, I guess, to make puppet juice. They finally succeed. They bring the puppets back to life. They're happy, and we see like a little like ladybug like spying on them.
They're happy.
And they're happy and they know it.
They're living their best lives right now.
They are. So they're being spied on by like a woman named like Erica Sharp. I don't know, Lady Sharp, whatever. She's the head of a toy company, and she is producing the demonic toys, and she has a deal with the demon Baal or however you pronounce his name. And on Christmas morning, the Baal is going to activate all the demonic toys, and she shipped out. I think she says at one point like 9 million demonic toy knockoffs to children all over the world. And so an army of demonic toys are going to rise up on Christmas Day, and like the price of this is the Toulons. Like the demon wants the Toulons and wants to spill their blood.
It's virgin blood.
Virgin blood. And so her her goal in all of this, outside of she gets to rule over the world, is she doesn't necessarily trust the demonic toys, and so she wants to create her own toys slash puppets that will be loyal to her. She wants like some puppet protection, and so she wants to take the Toulon puppets and like bend them to her will so they can defend her against the demonic toys if the demon that she's made a deal with gets all uppity. So finally, the puppets have been brought back to life. The Toulons are successful in recreating the puppet juice. And so that night, she sends some just hired goons to go and steal the puppets. Well, the puppets come to life and they beat the shit out of the guards. Six shooter just starts opening fire all throughout this workshop. Early on when the puppets first get revived, Six Shooter is like fidgeting. He's holding up his guns like eh. And the daughter's like, what's he want? And Corey Feldman's like, oh, I bet he wants his guns reloaded. Let's do it.
Don't forget
And
the
so he
heavy
reloads
breathing
his.
when you do his
Yeah.
voice.
Half of Corey Feldman's dialogue in this movie is loud, heavy breathing. And it is so noticeable and so annoying. I'm Andre Toulon's great grandnephew. Rent was really expensive this month. Man, my utility bill was so fucking high. And so the daughter's like, we should not load this puppet's guns. Like, this is stupid. And Corey Feldman's like, no, we're doing it. And so when the bad guys attack, Six Shooter just opens fire, and the bad guys leave, but he also shoots a bunch of chemicals that start a fire, and so the puppets get set on fire. So the puppets spend excuse me, the puppets spend the majority of this movie out of action because they are so badly burned. And I don't know, a female cop shows up and I don't know, starts some stupid romance with Corey Feldman. She's very not important to the movie. Uh, I'm trying to think, like, there's so much filler in this movie from this point until you get to the end. Like, what exactly happens? Like, we we see Erica Sharp is hiring virgins to be receptionists, and then she ultimately takes them to the basement to drain them of their blood, and that lets her summon the demon. And so
when enough
I don't know.
virgins are sacrificed, wherever the demon comes into reality or something.
Yeah. So like let's talk about the deal. She has a deal with the demon Bale. Uh, the demon was wronged by the Toulon, like a Toulon ancestor in the past, and so
Well, he says he stole the secret, right? Like Toulon or
yeah,
something took the secret. Which, what was the name of the
Sutek.
Sutek? So this is like replacing the Sutek part of
Yeah,
the
I mean
mythology.
this movie. I mean we've shit on how like poor the continuity is in the Puppet Master movies. Like I can at least understand this one because this one was never meant to like really fit into the series. But yeah, this is like a completely different origin story for the Puppet Juice from any of the other puppet movies that we've seen so far. But yeah, so Bale wants revenge on the Toulons, and specifically he wants to just kill the Toulons and drain them of blood at a very specific time on Christmas morning.
Yeah.
And as long as he gets to do that, he will activate the demonic toys, and the toy army will rise up and take over the world, and he will let Erica Sharp like rule the world in his stead. But she wants her own army of toys that will be loyal to her, and so she sacrifices this receptionist to summon Bale, and she said, "Hey, we need to renegotiate the deal. Like, I will give you the daughter, and you can like take all of her blood, but I want Corey Feldman. I want to take all of his blood to make puppet juice, so I can have my own puppet army. You're still getting what you want. All the Toulons will be dead. They will both be drained of their blood, and the Toulon bloodline will be dead and gone forever." I'm asking for this extra thing. I want you to give me Corey Feldman.
She mentions that because she tries to fuck Corey Feldman at one point
Yeah.
in this movie because she's like, your line will live on in my womb or whatever. Like she's trying to have a baby with him or
Yeah, she's trying to
something.
double cross Bale. Bale wants all the Toulons dead, and she is trying to get knocked up by Corey Feldman at the end. But I mean, I assume that she's doing that because then she's going to use her child to continue to produce puppet juice. Like, I don't think she's intending to be a loving mother to this baby.
What I think is
Um,
hilarious is Corey Feldman. Every woman in this movie is like 3 feet taller than him. Like he's so short. He's so short, and when he walks up to somebody, it's like these women just tower over him, and it was really funny and noticeable to me. He's a very short man.
there's from like the time the puppets get burned until the finale, there is so much goddamn filler where nothing happens. So you get scenes where Corey Feldman thinks the cop is really into him. They have a couple of conversations. Uh, you get scenes of Erica Sharp talking to the mayor, and the mayor is like, "Oh, I'm so happy to have this toy company in our town where you're willing to give all these toys away to the underprivileged children." Corey Feldman sneaks into the Sharp Toy Company's warehouse to investigate what's going on because they figure out that he's being spied on by Eric Sharp. He gets attacked by Baby Oopsie. There's just so much filler from the time the puppets get burned until the finale. So I'm just going to skip to the end because nothing that happens in between these two moments is important
Hold on.
in any way, shape, or
Well,
form.
there's things here.
Go ahead, Borp.
Oh, go
You
ahead,
look
go
like you want to say something.
I really enjoy the scene where they're like figuring out that they've been spied on, and so they dismantle this little ladybug toy, find a camera inside of it, and they put it under a microscope, and they're like, "Oh, there's a serial number here," and then they whip up this laptop, and then they go to whatever they call their version of Google in this universe, serial finder, I
Serial
believe,
searcher.
serial searcher. Um, they put in the serial number and they find the website, and like it's difficult to like explain without showing someone the movie, but the way everything is handled is just insane. Like they are typing things on the computer, and meanwhile like nothing what's going on screen is correlating to what they're doing with the like mouse and keyboard. It is glorious. I really enjoyed this.
We also get multiple sequences here of Baby Oopsie dropping his pants and like farting his way into like killing other people. So you do get
Yeah,
that.
he propels himself with like a rocket with his farts, and that's how he like latches onto people and attacks them.
Oh wow, the way when you say it like that, Steve, it sounds so dumb.
It really is.
Is there anything else that you want to talk about before we just skip to the finale? Do you disagree that all of this is filler from basically the point where the puppets get burned until the end?
I'm going to have an unpopular opinion here. I was actually much more entertained and engaged with this movie than I have been the previous 3 or 4 Puppet Master movies we've watched. For whatever reason, I was watching. It was so stupid. Like as soon as Corey Feldman pops up and he's got that horrible wig with the silver thing, he's acting like this old man. It was so absurd and stupid that for whatever reason, I was just having a ton of fun with this. I was like, this is just hilarious. Now, I will say there, to me, and maybe I obviously we had a different experience, Steve. I felt like there was a lot of puppets on screen in this movie throughout the course of it. Whether it was the Puppet Master puppets or the demonic toys, it always seemed like they were at least spreading it in there. They did this weird kind of stop motiony sort of thing with the puppets, which I thought it looked bad, but I thought it was fun. I was like, what is this strange stop motion? It was like not stop motion is not really smooth in the traditional sense, but it was like this jerky kind of stop motion thing. I like it. Of course, we're going to get to it, but when the puppets sort of get fixed and whatnot, I don't know, man. Like something about this movie I enjoyed while I was watching it, and I did not expect to. But we'll get to the.
I am 100% with you. I had a
Oh, okay.
lot of
Oh,
fun watching
God.
this. But it has like this fever dream esque quality to it. Like there's this scene where the lady cop, because she is like doing surveillance or something, whatever, for this event at the toy factory, and Eric Sharp gives her 2 presents to give to her niece and nephews, and these are of course toys that will be activated at Christmas. Whatever, it's not important. And she goes, and there's like this interstitial scene where she goes and delivers these presents, and like the children run up to her, they hug her, and then they start singing Jingle Bells, but they sing the wrong lyrics. They sing Christmas House. They're like
No,
Christmas House, and it's like, what's going
no,
on?
that's the lyrics from the toy commercial in the beginning of the movie.
Oh, that's not as fun. That's not as fun.
Just pretend.
I'm sorry. I'm
Just
sorry that
pretend,
I ruined it for you.
Pretend Steve didn't say that. Or just live your best life enjoying this movie. It's totally fine.
Okay. But it's like it's whatever. That's just a small example. It's like filled to the brim with just absolute nonsense in a way that I really respect.
It's so weird. Like there's that whole sequence when the lady cop first shows up. I don't remember what her name is, and she's like suspicious, and they're doing this whole like wacky trying to hide the puppets from her, like Corey Feldman and the daughter, like leaning in front and doing all this weird stuff. I'm like, what the fuck? This is just weird, but it's weird in a way that I respect the strangeness of it, if that makes any sense, and I enjoyed it. I had a good time watching it. But it gets even better when we get to the finale, Steve. So go ahead and let us know about how the finale.
All right. Well, after like the hour of filler, the puppets finally get repaired. It's going to be like it's going to be an attack. You know, Corey Feldman and the lady cop, I think her name is Detective Russell, and the daughter are going to go and you know they're going to go try to kill the demonic toys and Erica Sharp. And so Corey Feldman repairs the he repairs the puppets and he gives them all new parts. And so Jester gets like a big like spiked ball mace on the end of one arm.
Fucking
Pinhead
Jester. Love it.
It's Jorster. Pinhead gets like 2 like robot arms. Six Shooter gets the biggest like overhaul. He gets like the Terminator-esque like metal plate on the side of his face, and he gets 6 robot arms with laser beams on the end of them. And then Blurred, he just gets
Blurred.
he just gets a slightly bigger blade and a slightly bigger hook, and that's all he gets.
Yep.
And so they're gonna go and they're gonna go attack Sharp Industries, and Corey Feldman's like, "Wait a minute, I need to pee. Hang on." And so he goes off to pee.
Stupid. Stupid.
And so while he's peeing, the Sharp Industries people attack and take the puppets away and kidnap the daughter. And so now, and also like they knock out the cop, so she's unconscious. And so Corey Feldman comes out and everyone's gone from like the world's longest pee. And so then he's told, hey, if you want your family back, you know, surrender yourself to Sharp Industries. And so once again, Baby Oopsie farts his way onto Corey Feldman and knocks him out. And so I almost said Forey Keldman. Corey Feldman goes to Sharp Industries, where the puppets break out of, because they took like the puppet cases they were in and put it in like a steel container so they couldn't get out. But Six Shooter uses the new laser beams to cut a hole in it, so the puppets escape. Corey Feldman reunites with Cop Lady. They go down to the secret spooky murder basement to rescue Corey Feldman's daughter. And when they get there, Belle the Demon has showed up in a Santa Claus outfit.
It's so funny. It's like I was laughing throughout this at how stupid it all was, but in the process, I was being highly entertained. I don't know.
We also forgot to mention the scene where the demon first gets introduced, and they just like rotate the camera 360 degrees around these characters while they're like having the Erica Sharp and whatever the demon's name is.
Bale.
Bale. And they're hashing out this deal, but it's like the camera is going around them, and it was obviously like it looks like it's supposed to be one take.
Yeah.
Like they were supposed to do this, but they were not able to get this in one take. So like the editing is just insane.
It just kept cutting at a certain spot when his head went around to the it's like,
yeah.
Well, anyways, the puppets fight. Like there's this like Iron Maiden style device that they put the virgin girls in to drain them of blood, and so Corey Feldman's daughter is in this, and like the spikes are about to poke her and start draining her blood, and of course the good guys don't want that to happen. So like Blade chops off Jack Attack's tail at one point. Jester like uses his spiked ball and actually like punches Jack Attack in the face and like kills him.
Kills
So
Jack
Jester, that's why that's the only reason Matt likes this movie, because Jester did something.
Look, that's just a cherry on top of this wonderful Sunday that is Puppet Master versus Demonic Toys. It was just cool to see Jester kick some ass.
Blade does this like helicopter spin, which tears the teddy bear to shreds.
Incredible. Incredible.
Yeah. How do you not like that? As a Blade fan, or as a Blurred fan, Steve, how do you not like that?
It's not Blade, it's Blurred. And so technically only Jorster has done things. Jester has still not done anything. Six Shooter is like alongside the cop, and they're shooting at the bad guys. Pinhead has this ridiculous slap fight with Baby Oopsie, and then like crushes Baby Oopsie's head and like throws him in this pit. The demon gets summoned, and the demon's like, oh well, shit, we were, it's sunrise.
This is so funny.
It's sunrise on Christmas Day, and like her blood's not drained yet. That means the deal's off. Miss Sharp, you're coming to hell with me. So the good guys didn't actually beat the bad guys. They just kind of ran out the clock until the deal was off.
It's so weird because the demon, like Bale, isn't even like really pissed off about it. He's like, "Oh shit, the sun's up. I guess you're coming down to hell with me," and just takes the evil lady away to hell. And that's it. It's over. I'm like,
the puppets, are okay. The Borp has left. Corey Feldman and his daughter get invited to Christmas dinner with the cop, and they exit the scene like singing Jingle Bells or something, and then Baby Oopsie comes up from the pit and says Merry Christmas, and that's the end of the movie.
Yeah. Puppet Master versus Demonic Toys. We've been waiting a decade at that point to see this movie. It was rated PG-13, just FYI. So it wasn't. There's hardly any blood or violence in this at all. It's basically just the puppets killing each other. But so we know what Steve thinks. We'll get to that. But Borp, your overall thoughts on Puppet Master versus Demonic Toys?
I had a really good time watching this movie. It's not good in any way. But this is one of the ones that I've enjoyed watching the most, because it's like it like hit for me, like the sense of humor here. Some of it is intentional, a lot of it is not. Some of it I'm like sort of 50-50 on if it was intentional. Like there's a lot of editing choices in particular that I feel like this has to be comedic. Like there's a point where a character, they do this countdown thing where it's like,
oh yeah,
3 days till Christmas, 1 day till Christmas, 18 hours till Christmas, 10 hours till Christmas, 4 hours till Christmas.
Out of the blue, it just will cut to like 18 hours before Christmas morning.
It's like the same shot of like a Christmas, a fuzzy out of focus Christmas tree.
Yep.
Yeah, and it like hit for me in a way where like every time they did that, I laughed harder. And so by the time when they got to the end, and they're like, in 4 minutes everything's going to be over, and then it flashes and it's like 4 minutes till Christmas, and I'm like, what are we doing here? Like I feel like that has to be intentional. I had a really good time. I think the energy between Corey Feldman and, well, everyone else in this movie is like insane.
Corey Feldman knew the type of movie he was in, and he was just hamming it up.
For sure. And it's like, why is he talking so much to his daughter about like the women he finds attractive? It's just so weird.
There's that one sequence when they're getting ready, whatever, and Corey Feldman at this point has found out that this evil lady needs virgin blood or something like that. He goes to his daughter. He's like, "You are a virgin still, right?" And then the daughter's like, "I'm not going to answer that." And then he gives this weird smile. And I'm just laughing my ass off. I'm like, this is so fucking weird. It's so weird. It's so, like I said, it's not good. It's not a good movie at all. But for whatever reason, I got more entertainment. I have not had this much entertainment value out of a Puppet Master movie since the remake that we watched. That it was just balls to the wall puppets and ridiculous, crazy stuff. And I appreciated that about this film. And what was weird is like everybody apparently hates this movie. Steve's probably going to tell us why he hates this movie, but I had so much fun with it. I just thought it was fun and entertaining. Steve, go ahead and give your incorrect opinion on Puppet Master versus Demonic Toys.
I could not wait for this movie to end. I started watching it on Tubi because that's where I knew it was. At one point, I paused it and checked to see if it was on YouTube so I could make use of the 1.5 speed button. It's not on YouTube, so that's not going to save me. Like I am not above enjoying a so bad it's good movie. Like there are plenty of movies that are just stupid dog shit garbage that I enjoy watching. I get a laugh out of. None of the humor in this movie hit for me.
Okay.
This was a slog to get through. I hate it. This is awful. It's not like this is like bad on purpose. So it's not like I'm not putting it on like the lowest tier where like the crappy like Axis trilogy and Blade standalone is. But this is dog shit. I don't think I laughed a single time watching this movie.
And that's probably it. Your enjoyment of this movie is going to completely come down to whether or not the ridiculousness of it makes you laugh. If it doesn't, you're going to have a hard time getting through with it. Because I don't disagree with anything Steve has said. It is a bad fucking movie. It's real bad. But for whatever reason, I was laughing, and I don't generally laugh at comedy. Comedy stuff is not my thing, but for whatever reason, I was laughing.
So your opinion should not be trusted on this film.
Hey, all I can give is my honest reaction. My honest reaction was I was laughing through this. I had a good time with this. The absurdity of it all. I'm sitting here thinking, like, how does this even exist? Like, I can see Charles Band hating this for sure. Like, being like, they took this great thing that I built and they bastardized it. But I loved the different, like the robo puppets. I thought the brief amount of time we actually get to see the puppets fight the demonic toys, I thought was fun. And again, another thing is, the puppets are good guys in this. This is probably one of the only Puppet Master movies in which the puppets are good guys that I actually enjoy, which for whatever reason, that's the thing. I was happy watching them kill the demonic toys and all of that.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, what can I say? Internet, I liked Puppet Master versus Demonic Toys, and Steve's outvoted 2-1. So clearly, clearly he's wrong.
Do we know why this took such a long time? Because this was like teased in the 90s. It's not like a Freddy versus Jason thing where like they had to figure out the rights and everything.
Yeah, it doesn't mention why it took so long. I know that Charles Band was always, hey, I'm going to make this movie, and then it would never come out for years and years and years.
Okay.
What I would imagine is he planned to make the movie. I think the Paramount deal sort of fell apart a year or two after he announced it, and that probably put a crimp in everything. And then by the time of the early 2000s, Full Moon was almost dead, which explains why he sold the rights to this to Sci-Fi to try to get whatever money he could to keep Full Moon afloat. And good for him. This was originally, I forgot to mention this, was originally supposed to be filmed in his castle in Italy. So it was going to be Demonic Toys versus Puppet Master in his castle, and whatever storyline that was going to be, I don't know. But that would have been cool to see, just the atmosphere, because all the sets on here look fucking cheap. You could tell like no money was really put into a lot of this at all. But it would have been cool to see what it would look like in sort of like a medieval castle setting, and the set design, production value that would have brought. But we don't get that, unfortunately. But hey, man, for what it's worth, I enjoyed it. I enjoyed this. So, Steve, we got one more, right? Just one more Puppet Master movie.
One more.
Tee us up.
Next,
Tee us up. What are we watching next?
The next and final Puppet Master movie in the Puppet Master chronological order, as far as we can tell, is the clip show Puppet Master: The Legacy. We thought we saw a lot of stock footage in previous Puppet Master movies. No, Charles Band made an entire movie built around footage from previous movies.
Yeah.
I remember it being insultingly bad.
Yep.
So join us next time where we finish poorly with Puppet Master: The Legacy.
Or maybe we'll finish on a high, as it'll bring back all the high points of all the films we've watched and sort of tie it all together. Because I agree with you. I remember when I watched this, I think it came out in late 90s or something, and I was enraged. I could not believe that this was the kind of bullshit that Charles Band was doing. At the time you're like, oh yeah, I like Charles Band a lot, and this felt like highway robbery. Like he was just trying to wring as much money out of Full Moon fans as he could. So yeah, Borp, I'll be interested to hear what you say about Puppet Master: The Legacy as we sort of finish this up. And who knows, maybe a new Puppet Master movie will be released in between the 2 weeks that we discussed this, but we shall see. So thank you, everybody. Hit that like and subscribe button. I say that because it makes Steve cringe. Hit that like and subscribe, and we'll see you in 2 weeks with the final Puppet Master movie, Puppet Master: Legacy. See you later, everybody. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to another episode of Full Moon Fridays here on the Outpost Unknown YouTube channel. My name is Matthew. Joining me on this never-ending journey to watch everything Full Moon has ever put out, apparently, is Borp.
Hello, I'm here.
Yeah, you excited about this one? This wraps up.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah.
And the awesome conclusion.
Yeah.
This amazing franchise.
And Steve.
Are you supposed to be playing something on your TV behind you because it's just a frozen image on the screen?
Oh, geez. You know what's really, really strange? Okay, so This is a fine segue here for Puppet Master: The Legacy. So when I was watching Puppet Master: The Legacy on Tubi, I think it was last night, it froze on this exact same moment last night.
Huh.
And so it just spins, and then basically what I had to do, if I remember, I had to go back 30 seconds, hit play, and then it should freeze again on that exact same thing, and then I had to back out, restart it from that position to make it work. So we're going to test it. We're going to see if this exact same thing happens.
You know what? You need to test out some curtains on that window.
Look, I got blinds up there. I'm not putting curtains up there. No one needs to see me. So yes, folks, we are watching or talking about. We unfortunately watch Puppet Master: The Legacy to finish out. Okay. So it's something with Tubi. Now watch.
Just go advance it. Go fast.
No, I tried. I tried that last night. It doesn't work. Now I'm backed out, and now I'm into it again. I hit resume play, and now it goes. Something with Tubi. If you watch Puppet Master: Legacy, it'll freeze out that moment. So, folks, this is the advice I'm giving to you, because I know you're all going to run out and watch Puppet Master: Legacy after this episode. When it freezes on Tubi, you got to back out, hit resume play, and then you'll be good to go.
It's like a warning from Tubi. Are you sure?
Sure. Make good choices.
You really want to go any further with this movie.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, Puppet Master: The Legacy, this wraps up. We have now officially seen every single Puppet Master movie that has so far been put out by Full Moon and Charles Band. This sort of wraps up everything. We'll talk about what this movie is, but Borp, I'll go to you first. We're rolling into the final Puppet Master movie. How are you feeling about wrapping up this franchise?
I feel very good about wrapping up this franchise. We've watched a lot of these movies. I'm done with puppets for a while. And going into this, I was expecting a cheap cash grab, and that's what I got. So look at that.
Oh wow! No surprises from Mr.
Mhm.
Charles Band. Steve, your thoughts? You know, we started this journey, and now we're at the finish line. How are you feeling about finishing up Puppet Master?
I feel defeated. Like for a series that I claim to love, there sure is a lot of bullshit. It is, man. There's like maybe 3 good movies spread out amongst like the 15 that we watched.
Yeah. My thoughts going into this is thankfully it's over. I really, well, just like you, Borb, I'm kind of done with puppets right now. I just feel like there was so much trash throughout this entire franchise that I wouldn't say it killed my love of Puppet Master. I will still always have a special place in my heart for some of these movies. And I don't think all of them are terrible, but man, it's grueling just watching these all the way through and realizing all of the flaws and the problems with the series and how stupid so much of it is. So, but we're going to talk. I mean, we're going to recap it all, folks. Steve's got to go through like 15 installments or something in the span of a few minutes here. Puppet Master Legacy, Steve. What is this? Set this up.
So there's only like 10 minutes of new footage in this movie. And so the 2 new characters are an assassin woman named McLean, and then a man who I think he's going by Eric or Peter. Basically, he's the adult version of the little kid from Puppet Master 3. And so he has, this takes place after all of the other movies. He has found all of the puppets. He's hiding out in the Bodega Bay Inn, I believe. And
he's super old, by the way.
Yeah.
So, like, how many years in the future would this technically take place? Like are we still? I guess Puppet Master 3 would took place back in the Nazi era, right?
So, yeah, he would be like in the
40,
70s here.
Okay, that makes sense then. Because originally I was like, God damn! I was thinking the kid was in a more modern take, but my bad.
No.
Wrong one.
So like the 70-year-old version of the kid from Puppet Master 3 has all the puppets now, and he's just kind of like hanging out in some workshop room in the Bodega Bay Inn. So we start with McLean, and McLean has like a big book, which I guess is like one of Toulon's diaries. And she has a phone call with someone, and she's like, "Hey, yes, I found the book. I'm going to look for the formula." And we get like a 10-second flashback of the first time Toulon saw a living puppet, which I think, did that scene come from Puppet Master 2? So I don't think it was Puppet Master 1. So it wasn't William Hickey or whatever his name is. I think it came from 2. Regardless, it's like kind of like a 40 or 50-year-old Toulon seeing a living puppet for the first time, and he's amazed by it. It's like 10 seconds, and then we cut back to McLean. She's like, "Nope, formula's not in this book. I got to go somewhere else." And
Wasn't it retro? Were we looking at retro Puppet Master?
I think.
Well, no,
retro.
There's not, but that's the point I was getting at. We get a scene of like an older Toulon with like dark black hair, which has got to be like he looks like he's like in his 40s or 50s, and he's looking at a living puppet. And the next flashback is all the scenes from retro Puppet Master, which completely contradicts the scene that we just saw.
Okay. I'm gonna look. I'm gonna look.
You're gonna look. So anyways, after McLean fails to find the formula in this one book, she goes and finds Eric/Peter at the workshop, and they just have this recurring back and forth where Eric or Peter or whatever the fuck his name is, I'm just gonna call him Peter, is like, "No, Toulon was a good man and we need to defend him." And McLean is like, "Nope, Toulon sucked. He was a bad person." And so they each use different stories from different Puppet Master films to get their point across. And so Peter is like, "No, Toulon was a good man. Let me tell you, let's talk about the story of retro Puppet Master." And so he pulls out a tape recorder with Toulon's like a narrated diary from Toulon. And so that leads into the flashback of retro Puppet Master, which again completely contradicts the flashback that we just saw 2 minutes ago about when Toulon first saw living puppets. And so we get like a 10-minute recap of the entire events of retro Puppet Master. Yeah, this is the scene here. Where is this from? That puppet is what we saw.
Well, I can't really see the screen.
Yeah, I think that would have been 2. That
All
would
right,
have been
so
part 2 if
all
that's
right,
what
so
you're
it's a
telling
scene
me.
from part 2. So we see the scene from part 2 where Toulon sees a living puppet, and then we go into the recap of Retro Puppet Master, which completely contradicts that scene in part 2. And so we get the recap of Retro Puppet Master, and Peter's like, yeah, see, Toulon was a good person. And furthermore, he also fought the Nazis, and then he continues to play the tape. And we get, I timed it, 22 and a half minutes of Puppet Master 3 are in this movie. This movie is only 73 minutes long, so 31% of this film is just Puppet Master 3. It is fucking ridiculous.
Charles
we
Band
got
really must have liked Puppet Master 3.
and he should. It's the best one. It's probably like part 3 and maybe the remake. It's like one of those two are the best one. Anyway, so it's like so much of this movie is just Puppet Master 3. So you get a full 20 plus minute synopsis. The beginning of Puppet Master 3, you know, Toulon's putting on a puppet show. The Nazis kill Elsa. Toulon gets his revenge, and then Toulon gets on the train or flight or whatever to leave Nazi-controlled territory, and that's it. And then Peter comes back and is like, "Yeah, I never saw Toulon again after that. Like, you know, we communicated by letters, but ultimately I lost touch with them, and then, you know." 70 years later, I decided to go hunt him down, which led me to the Dagobah Inn and his puppets. And, you know, here I am. I've got the puppets now, but I still don't know how to revive the puppets. I still have not learned the secret. And so McClane at one point just shoots Peter in the leg. And so Peter's screaming. And so again,
I like the first time she shoots the warning shot. There's no muzzle flash or anything. It's
well,
just
that would
literally a
have
sound
cost
effect.
too much money.
Yeah.
So again, the ongoing debate between these two is Eric says that Toulon was a good person, and McClane says no, they weren't. No, he wasn't. And so McClane's like, no, Toulon was a shitbag. Let's talk about the events of Puppet Master 2 and how Toulon instructed his puppets to.
Which I think is the best Puppet Master, by the way, too. I'm on McClane's side here. Toulon was an asshat.
Well, I mean, according to all the other movies, he was good more often than he was bad. Regardless, McClane's like, you're wrong about Toulon. Toulon was a terrible person. Let's talk about all the parapsychologists or whatever the hell those people were that he killed. And so we get like a full like recap of at least the death scenes of Puppet Master 2, including like the end of Puppet Master 2, where Toulon in his like mannequin body is like, oh yeah, it sucks for you puppets, you're gonna die now, but at least I get to have my wife back. That whole thing is recapped, and then Eric is like, no. What about that time that Toulon, you know, after that point, somehow after that point where Toulon was clearly evil, Toulon's ghost went back to being a good guy, and he helped Rick Myers fight demons. So then we get a full recap of the events of Puppet Master 4 and 5. It takes like 10 minutes. And then McClane's like, I already know who Rick Meyer is. Who do you think I killed to get the book I was reading in the beginning? So at the end of Puppet Master 5, Rick Myers is like, I know there will be further challenges. I know more evil will come after me, but I know I'm protected by the power of the Puppet Master. Turns out all it took was someone with a gun to kill him. So the hero of Puppet Master 4 and 5 is just dead now. He was executed
unceremoniously
off-screen.
killed off screen.
Killed off screen to get the book that she was reading in the beginning. But then she goes back to, well, what about, the puppets themselves are a problem. It's not even necessarily Toulon. Toulon's a dickhead, but sometimes, the puppets themselves can be used for evil even when it's not Toulon. And so then they play another recording, Toulon's voice, that covers the events of Curse of Puppet Master. Now, if you're following along, you might know that at this point, Toulon was dead as shit. But apparently his ghost came back. Toulon's ghost came back to record a narration describing the events of Curse of Puppet Master. And so we get the full rundown, the entire 10-minute summary of Curse of Puppet Master. And at that point, it's time for the movie to end. The $500 budget ran out. And so I think maybe one of the puppets hits McClane. Eric grabs the gun and shoots McClane. And Eric's like, ha ha ha, you'll never control the puppets. You'll never get the formula. You'll never be able to use them for evil. And McClane's like, the big twist of the movie is McClane is like, well, I don't want to use them. I want to kill them. Like, who do you think my employer is? I'm not working for another person. I'm working for the immortals that Toulon left behind, implying that there are puppets that Toulon like resurrected and then just abandoned, and those puppets are looking for a way to die. And so these mysterious nebulous puppets out there have hired McClane to find a way to kill them. And she wanted she felt the need. I need to go track down Toulon's notes to find out how to permanently kill a puppet. According to Puppet Master 2, you just throw one in the furnace and that works just fine. But then she's like, congratulations on your legacy. And then she dies. And then Eric turns around and points the gun at the screen and pulls the trigger. And that's the end of the movie. We don't even get credits. We just get like an image on screen that says, thanks to all the Puppet Master fans over the years.
Couldn't even be bothered to credit the people in the new footage.
Jesus Christ.
What the fuck?
There's 13 minutes of new footage in this movie, and the rest of it is stock footage. Someone on YouTube, some brave, beautiful bastard, if you're curious, just like did a fan edit of this movie, which has all of the
13 minutes long. It's so hilarious that the fan edit of the film
the
is
fan
13
edit.
minutes.
The fan edit is the new footage, and the only stock footage in it is what you need to know to understand the plot of the new 13 minutes of footage. And that's it. The fan edit is 13 minutes long, and I mean, I'm sure it's garbage because they're working with garbage, but it's probably better than the full movie. Wow.
Yeah,
thoughts?
This is terrible. I mean, I remember at the time when I saw this, I was so like enraged by what this was, because it gets to the sort of fundamental nature of Charles Band does not respect any of the people that supported him to get him to where he was. There is Curse of the Puppet Master kind of sucked. Plenty of the Puppet Master movies were kind of sucking, and all the other Full Moon movies were sucking. But the fans who sort of came up with Full Moon, by and large, they stuck with him through those hard, dark times of no more Paramount money, right? No more big Hollywood studio bankrolling your stuff. And this just seemed so blatantly highway robbery of the fans that, I mean, there's nothing else to say. I mean, this is trash. Like, nobody should watch this. Nobody should support this. It's embarrassing is what it is.
I agree. I have a question. Do you guys remember how this was marketed? Like at the time, was this marketed as a clip show or as a new movie?
I don't remember, honestly.
Oh,
I don't remember really
I'm
any
gonna look up the
marketing.
wiki and
My
see what it says.
recollection is I went to the video store and I saw Puppet Master: The Legacy on there. I was like, oh, sweet,
Yeah.
a new Puppet Master movie.
Okay.
I don't have any specific recollections of how it was marketed, but
Yeah, but okay, you were at the video store, you picked up the copy, and you're like, this is a new Puppet Master movie.
Yeah.
Cool. Yeah.
Yeah.
This wasn't like, on the box, like, this is recycled footage. This is a clip. This was.
Oh no. I mean, I have no recollection of it. If it was on the box, I didn't read it or I didn't see it. I just thought, oh, cool, new Puppet Master movie. Boom, let's pop it in. But yeah, I do distinctly remember being very angry after I watched it, because I was like, this is so. And what is I mean, clearly it was a cash grab. He was just trying to bilk or con, his fans out of money. It reminds me of like, he's ahead of the game. Like now in YouTube, right? There's all kinds of YouTubers out there who will just make fake crypto scams, get money from their viewers and stuff like that just to make some bucks. And that's what this feels like. But before YouTube, it was like Charles Band was a pioneer of being a crook and committing fraud in a way. It's fraud in a sense, I mean, and so I think that, I hate this. This is clearly the worst of all the Puppet Master movies, in my opinion. I think there's nothing redeeming about this at all. I think the concept from the ground up was bullshit, fraud, and the execution of it's poor. He directed this. Charles Band directed this movie,
Like over a
so
weekend.
he takes all the blame for this movie. He's listed as the director of this thing, and so fuck him. Charles, if you're listening, fuck you for Puppet Master Legacy, man. That is just, I mean, he should apologize. I don't know if he ever has. He should come out and issue a formal apology for this travesty of a film. It's awful.
So I found the box art for this movie, and I'll read what's on the back of it and how it's marketed.
Okay.
The eighth and strangest entry in Full Moon's venerable Puppet Master franchise, Puppet Master the Legacy, is a fascinating look at the mythology of the series, including a wealth of intense scenes from classic Puppet Master movies and an all-new framing story. So it admitted that it's using stock footage. No part of this says that there's only 13 minutes of new footage.
Yeah, I mean, that would be the thing, right? It's like, okay, you're going to... Because at this time, by this point, Puppet Master fans, we expect a little recycled footage in the Puppet Master movies. Flashbacks to things that happen. But they are not 23 minutes or however long of just a Puppet Master 3 put in. I mean, that's going beyond the pale. So, yeah, I mean, fuck this movie. What are your thoughts?
When they started the recap of Puppet Master Free, which I remember fairly fondly, we didn't watch it that long ago, so all these movies are fresh in my mind. But when they started with Puppet Master Free and they show like the beginning of Puppet Master Free, and then they keep going, and then they're like showing Andrew Toulon with his wife, I'm like, oh, this is really going, huh? I picked up my Nintendo Switch and started playing that a little bit while Puppet Master 3 was playing in the background, and then, saw some new footage, put it down, and then got into Curse of the Puppet Master, picked up my Nintendo Switch again. This is so... Okay. There's, like, this feeling I felt, and we've talked about a lot of this, so recycled content here, I guess, as well, where, like, these movies just feel like cash grabs in like the worst possible way, and this is, I mean, it's perfect that we ended it with this one, because this is like the one that felt the most like that, where you're like, this is so barely a movie, and none of the... Okay, here's the thing that really got me, which, like, it's not even well edited together. Like, there's so much... It's so poorly edited. This is the whole thing with the entire fucking movie, of like just stitching these stories together and trying to make something new out of it. The framing doesn't even make a lot of sense, like why we are seeing all of these I fucking hated this.
Well, I don't even really... I mean, there's no plot here, right? Other than this assassin shows up and is trying to get this guy to give a thing. But the entire point of its existence, aside from being a cash grab just to try to get as much money from the fans as he possibly could, but I would, if I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt, I'm going to say, okay, Charles Band realized that the canon, the lore, the mythology of all of this stuff makes no fucking sense. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to try to do essentially what the comics books did later on, right? When the fans are putting together all these stories, I'm going to try to take all of this different stuff, put it together, and make it like make it make sense as best as I can. But, in order to do that, you have to make an actual movie. You can't have, 85% of your movie just be clips from other stuff you've taken, and then you just make this stupid bare bones sort of thing, because it doesn't feel like there was any love or passion put into this. That's the thing. Like, you could tell just by watching this that Charles Band did not care about trying to, quote unquote, fix the canon or the lore of this franchise. He did not care one iota about that. All he wanted to do was, I got to get something out quick. Bunch of people, I can sell this to video stores. It's a new Puppet Master movie. I can make a quick buck. Not even putting end credits on this thing. Like, seriously, it just, I mean, that's so disrespectful to the people who were in it, like in the
Maybe
the
that
real
was by
footage,
request from them.
It could have been, for all I know. It could have been. But it's just one of those things where it's like, I don't know. Steve, your thoughts?
Well, I wanted to if we like strain and try to give this movie a little bit of credit, it potentially answers a question we had about the Doctor Death standalone. We were like, Doctor Death was a good puppet. Like he's in his one appearance, he was a good guy puppet. Why is he suddenly like still around 100 years later and killing these innocent people? If this movie is to be trusted, it's potentially that a lot of Toulon puppets wind up immortal and are looking for a way to die and can't. So potentially this answers a question about the Doctor Death standalone. But yeah, this
Do
is
you
hot
think they had
garbage.
that in mind when they made Doctor
Absolutely not.
Death?
Absolutely fucking not. I don't think anyone that made Doctor Death remembers that Puppet Master: The Legacy exists. Um, but this movie is garbage. Uh, but I don't think it's my least favorite. I don't even know
Oh,
that I
okay.
think it's the
Okay.
worst. It's terrible, but like I accept it for what it is. I can accept that Charles Band had rent and utilities both come due on the same day, and he had to shit out a movie as fast as possible to get some cash, and he put this out. I can accept that this is just a shameless cash grab and move on. Uh, I still think that the Axis trilogy are the worst Puppet Master movies, especially that last one with all the psychics. Because that to me is like that is Charles Band actually trying. That is what Charles Band thinks Puppet Master should be these
That's a
days,
good point.
and I don't know. That makes it worse to me. So this one's hot garbage. If we had to rank these, I would put this and all the Axis movies in like the lowest tier. Uh, but if you put a gun to my head and made me watch, and I had to pick one of the worst Puppet Master movies to watch, I probably would watch this one before I watched any of the other ones.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, there's 22 minutes of Puppet Master free in here.
Yeah,
That's
I
pretty
can
good.
just
That's all right. That's all
maybe
right.
next time I want to watch Puppet Master 3, but I only like I'm on break at work. I'll just put on the middle part of Puppet Master: The Legacy.
I am with you that the I think that's the third one of the Axis trilogy, right? That
Yeah,
was the last one.
it's
Yeah,
it's
I
the
think
one
that's
right
the
before
worst.
the Blade standalone.
Yeah.
Axis Termination. That one is terrible. That one I think is the worst. That was Charles Band saying, "This is what Puppet Master is now. This is what I think the fans want," and he's wrong. And if someone out there for some reason has watched all of this, if you the last Puppet Master movie that came out was in 2022. If you are a lifelong Puppet Master fan, do you still get excited for a new Puppet Master? If you do, like I want to know why, because I feel like I am no longer excited. Uh, I mean, I'm telling you, if a new Puppet Master movie comes out, I'm gonna watch it, but it's like I'm watching it because I feel I have to. Like I'm watching it under duress. I'm not watching it because I think I'm going to enjoy it. It's just like
Yeah.
I'm a glutton for punishment, especially when puppets are involved, and I have to see what fresh new bullshit has been put out.
Yeah. I have to be a completionist at that point, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because it's like if I've watched all 538 of these so far. If a new one comes out, I have to watch it because it would feel like there's a hole in my soul if I'm missing that one Puppet Master movie. Um, okay, well, I think we all agree that this one's kind of trash. There's really nothing more to talk about it. Let's just kind of wrap up this sort of episode with saying our favorites, maybe our top three favorite films in the franchise, and then like the bottom three. So, Steve, we'll start with you. Your top three and your worst three.
I think my top three will probably be Puppet Master 3, the remake, and Puppet Master 2. My bottom three are parts 1 and 3 of the Axis trilogy, and then the Blade standalone, which hurts as a Blade fan.
Okay. All right. Borp.
Top three would be Puppet Master free, The Littlest Reich, and I'm gonna be wild and throw in Puppet Master versus Demonic Toys because I had such a fun time
Oh,
with that movie.
God.
But it's awful. But I mean, that's most of this franchise. But that one was really fun. Awful to me. And then bottom three would be let's see, Axis Termination, the Blade standalone, and then I think this one.
Cool. My top 3, number 2 is number 1 for me still. Littlest Reich, the remake, would be there, and I'm gonna go with you, Borp. I'm gonna be right there where we're gonna be brothers holding arms in Puppet Master versus Demonic Toys, because it's just so fucking hilariously bad. I had more entertainment value. The two films that gave me the most entertainment value was Puppet Master versus Demonic Toys and The Littlest Reich. Those two, I was like actually like laughing and having a great time pretty much all the way through. So for sheer entertainment value, again, Puppet Master vs. Demonic Toys is trash. I mean, it's not a good movie, but for whatever reason, it just hit me, and I thought I had a great time while watching it. Incidentally, those two movies, Charles Band has nothing to do with either one of them. Littlest Reich and Puppet Master vs. Demonic Toys. So is that something that needs to happen in the future a little bit more? Perhaps.
That was actually going to be my point when Steve said, "What would make someone excited about these films?" If they announce one where Charles Band has nothing to do with it, I think I would be excited.
Oh, that's a good point. That is a really good point. Yeah,
I feel like if with the Littlest Reich, they got a bunch of people who really like Puppet Master to make a Puppet Master film, and that one came out all right.
Yeah.
So.
Give me Puppet Master versus Blood Dolls, but Charles Band is not allowed to be involved in
it. My bottom 3 obviously would be Puppet Master Legacies. I think is the worst, just for how it was created. I pick and choose. I guess either the second or the third of the Axis stuff. The first one, I still have fond memories when Rachel, you and I watched it, Steve. So I can't hate on that. I mean, it's crap.
No,
but
that was part 2 of the Axis trilogy that we had a good time with.
Was that 2?
Yeah, that's why I skipped it. So
okay.
I said 1 and 3 of the Axis trilogy are the worst.
Okay. Well, I'll go 3. So Legacy 3. God, curse. You know what? I'm going to throw a curveball out there. I'm going to include 4 and 5. Because that's when for me personally, they made the puppets go fully good guy against non-Nazis. Like, it's fine. Puppets can kill the Nazis. That's okay. Everyone's okay with killing a Nazi. But Puppet Master 4 and 5 is when they really became good guys, and it's essentially one movie just chopped in half. So I'm going to kind of cheat and put 4 and 5 is in the bottom of my least favorite as well.
But you had all the cool laser tag scenes.
Yeah, cool. What does cool mean in Sweden? Is it different than what it means in America? So, yeah, ladies and gentlemen, thanks for listening to Full Moon Fridays as we've completed our journey. As Steve said, hey, let us know what you think of Puppet Master The Legacy. Put your top 3 favorite and worst of the franchise down in the comments. We'd be interested in seeing what anyone who watches these thinks of their favorites. And next week, Steve, we got you sort of pivoted us to something else. So tee up what we got going on, not next week, in 2 weeks. On Full Moon Fridays.
We are going to start Trancers. Are we doing the whole Trancers series, or are we just doing like a couple? I don't know. We'll see how it goes. There are apparently like 6.5 of these now, which was news to me. So yeah, Trancers for the next couple of months worth of Full Moon Fridays. We will be here. And cool. probably next week it's going to be weird because Matt's probably still going to be watching Puppet Master The Legacy in the background.
Oh, I can turn on Trancers. That's not a problem. I'll turn on Trancers. On Tubi, everybody. Borp, have you ever heard of Trancers? Had you ever seen Trancers before going into it?
I had heard of Trancers. I thought Trancers was going to be different. I've already seen Trancers.
Okay, can't wait to hear your thoughts. All right, everybody. Thanks for listening. Catch you in 2 weeks.